Line up, bind the system at the start, and receive a premium blind box. 1. Pink-haired, lowly, soft, sweet voice, easily toppled. 2. Pure school beauty, iceberg exterior, extremely soft heart. 3. Black stocking, mature beauty, cold counselor by day, obedient maid by night. 4. Plump young matron, classic charm, those who know will understand. 5. Contrasting twins, caution, even golden kidney pills can't withstand it. That year, while children settled for just one, the male lead demanded them all. September in the Magic City. The sky was like an overturned steamer. Sumu stood in the military training formation. The 40-degree heat made the asphalt road smoke. He felt his head about to boil. Goddess development system has been bound. A mechanical voice rang out abruptly in his mind. Sumu's already dizzy head buzzed. His vision went black, and he collapsed straight forward onto the rubber track. The surroundings instantly fell into chaos. His roommate Wang Hao's raspy voice shouted louder than anyone, cracking with piercing force. Damn it. Old Su, hang in there, don't die. You promised to treat me to braised chicken for lunch, you haven't paid yet. Hurry, get a pretty female classmate to give my bro mouth to mouth, or hell be cold as ice. Sumu was hastily carried to the shade of a tree by several people. He closed his eyes, breathing heavily, listening to Wang Hao's irrelevant howls. He felt that his already heat-stroke dizzy head ached even more, and he wished he could immediately jump up and kick that bastard. His second-hand phone in his pocket buzzed incessantly. Sumu struggled to pull it out and swipe the screen. His mother Chen Xiaolin's WeChat voice message rang out with full energy. Mumu, tell mom, if you need more living expenses. I just sent you some extra money. Don't be frugal in the big city. If you should treat a female classmate to bubble tea, go ahead. Mom's expectations aren't high. Just lure a pretty female classmate into coming home for the new year by your freshman year. Sumu listened to this familiar loud voice. He thought that although his family's small restaurant was thriving, counting as a stable middle-class family in the county town, at most they could only transfer 3 or 5,000 at a time. He switched to the SMS interface to see how much this so-called dating budget actually was. Your bank card ending in 9527 received a transfer of 100000 RMB. Current balance 1002. 50 renminbi. Sumu's hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. He swallowed. He felt that comrade Qin Xiulan had not only robbed the bank, but might have kidnapped the bank manager as well. The string of zeros dazzled him. You okay, bro? Wang Hao leaned in with his dark face. Sumu quickly pressed the screen to turn it off. I think I need to go to the infirmary and lie down for a while, Sumu said weakly. Wang Hao hoisted him up. The infirmary was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. Sumu lay on the hospital bed staring at the ceiling. It took him 10 minutes to sort out the situation. This wasn't his mom robbing a bank, it was that suddenly appeared system that really gave him 100 million. What made his scalp tingle and his whole body thrilled was freedom. Absolute financial freedom. There were no simp settings like in those tomato novels, no need to spend money on women to get cash back. Nor was there any insane punishment of kill the host if you don't spend it all each day. The 100 million in his account was completely his Sumu's private property. Even if he used it to buy 100,000 meat buns to feed dogs or left it idle in Yuebao to gather dust and mold, the system wouldn't care. Moreover, the system also gave perks. Classmate pretending to faint to avoid military training will cost you credits. Just as he was still daydreaming, a cool voice drifted over from the foot of the bed. Sumu turned his head toward the voice. With a single glance, even though his mind was still dizzy from heat stroke, his breath involuntarily paused for half a second. Fragmented patches of light from the blinds fell perfectly on the girl at the foot of the bed. She wore a slightly oversized white lab coat, yet she somehow exuded an untouchable coolness. Under her high ponytail, a swan-like slender and white neck was visible. Further down, even the most conservative and loose-fitting lab coat outlined by light and shadow could not conceal that breathtaking slender curve. Muchanga, the acknowledged iceberg campus beauty of the finance department sophomore year, the dream lover of all male students, and a regular on the confession wall. It was said that her family was not well off and she had a younger sister still in high school. So she rushed between various part-time jobs every day. Besides occasionally working at the infirmary, she even had to clean the cafeteria. Yet this girl struggling in the mire had a face so beautiful it made others feel inferior. The lower the circumstances, the more aloof she was, the more attractive she became. It stirred an irresistible desire in people's hearts to drag her down from the pedestal. Yesterday, as an ordinary college student among the masses, Sumu would probably only dare to glance down and sneak peeks at such a high and distant flower, lacking the confidence to even look her in the eyes. But now it was different. The solid 100 million in his pocket was like a steadying pillar crushing his inferiority and timidity from the small county town. Money is a man's courage. This saying proved true. Senior, I have a real heat stroke. If you don't believe me, feel my forehead. Sumu smiled and pointed at his head. Muchanga walked to the bedside. She carried a pleasant scent of oranges. Heart rate stable, body temperature normal. If you don't go back to the field, I'll call your counselor. Mu Changa remained unmoved. Hearing the word counselor, Su Mu's mind automatically conjured up the fleeting glimpse from the opening ceremony. Impeccable gold-rimmed glasses, a white professional shirt, so tight it seemed the buttons might pop at any moment, and a pencil skirt hugged by black anti-slip stockings that outlined a stunning curve. She exuded authority from head to toe, yet had a devilishly mature figure that made the whole class dare not glance astray. If Mu Changa before him was a high mountain flower stubbornly guarded in poverty, then Su Man was a cold and regal queen who was accustomed to scolding and looking down on everything. Ding. Radar scan complete. Detected SS level target. Target name Mu Changa. Overall rating ice skin, and J Bones Snow White. Stunning. Current tag extreme iceberg. Hidden trait. Unlock 30. Development fatal weakness collapsing. Economic defense. Current progress 0. Progress description includes, but not limited to, improving various physical and mental potentials of the target. Su Mu stared at the blue text, full of suggestive meaning. Oh, this system was really considerate. Not only did it give money, but after successful development, it would offer good things that money couldn't buy. But he wasn't in a hurry. A newly 20-year-old youth suddenly struck by a huge fortune and a magical system. To say that he felt no light-headed inflation and hormone surge would be false. If he were like the male leads in those web novels he used to read, seeing such premium rewards, he would have probably had shining eyes and rushed like an impatient lapdog to desperately build affection. In the end, they would be led around by the nose by the system, becoming a simp for rewards with an ugly demeanor. But Su Mu's state of mind was exceptionally clear. The unrestricted 100 million private property gave him the absolute confidence to overturn the table at any time. He didn't lack money or time, and he would never become a slave to system tasks. When he actually spent this cold 100 million, he wouldn't need to deliberately flatter any woman. Countless top-quality women would naturally gravitate toward him. Whether it was the iceberg campus beauty, Mu Changa suffocated by the burden of life, yet still cold and aloof, or the high and mighty counselor, Su Man, always wearing tight professional attire and looking down on students, or the ex-girlfriend Gu Xingyue, who on the night after the college entrance exam mocked him for not being able to provide a future and heartlessly broke up with him. By the way, he heard that her identical twin sister Gu Xingchen also seemed to have enrolled in this school. If that proud ex-girlfriend could see that moment, what expression would appear on her pretty face? Thinking of this, Su Mu shook his head again and let out a soft laugh. Deliberately take revenge on his ex. Too demeaning, too tiring. Now he simply wanted to lie flat comfortably and enjoy all the top luxury experiences he had never dared to even look at before. However, to achieve an extremely comfortable life of doing nothing, he would need someone to handle his trivial daily chores. Now that he was worth hundreds of millions, he couldn't queue for meals at the cafeteria or pick up laundry from the dry cleaner every day, could he? The iceberg campus beauty before him, who was in urgent need of money and meticulous and responsible enough, seemed like a ready-made perfect candidate. Su Mu shifted to a more comfortable posture on the bed, withdrawing his previous appraising gaze. His tone was casual, as natural as asking what to have for lunch. Senior, I heard you work many part-time jobs every day. Mu Change's movement of putting away the thermometer paused slightly. Her cool voice carried the usual defense and vigilance. Does it concern you? No other meaning. I just think your part-time jobs have too low a cost-performance ratio. Su Mu looked at her and spoke casually. Why not quit them all and sign an exclusive contract with me? Mu Change's delicate eyebrows furrowed her gaze at Su Mu, growing colder. What do you mean? Literally be my exclusive personal assistant. Su Mu took out his phone, his gaze clear and frank, without any of the lust or awkwardness that other boys usually showed when looking at her. He was as calm as if picking a cabbage at the farmer's market. The job is simple: run errands, buy meals, tidy up the room. In short, handle all my life chores. Su Mu gently spun his phone and casually threw out his offer. Food and board included, monthly salary 10,000. Bonus extra if you perform well. He had always heard that college life was good. This time he would prove it. Mu Change's face instantly turned cold. If you have money, go hire a nurse through an agency. The infirmary doesn't provide this service. With that, she turned and walked away, the hem of her white coat brushing against the edge of the hospital bed, carrying a faint, elusive scent of oranges. Su Mu leaned against the hospital bed, watching her disappearing silhouette through the door, not the least bit surprised. If a monthly salary of 10,000 could win over the iceberg campus belle, then she wouldn't be worth the system's supreme rating, nor would her development still be at 0%. He called out to the high ponytail that was about to disappear through the doorframe. Senior, I'll keep the position open for a week. Mu Change's steps paused for a beat, then she closed the door decisively. Only when she reached the corner of the corridor and confirmed that the infirmary door was completely out of sight did she slow down. She leaned against the wall for 2 seconds, pulled out her phone, and checked her bank balance. 312. 4. The student loan wouldn't arrive until the 10th, and the cafeteria part-time job salary wouldn't be settled until the end of the month. Her younger sister Xiao Xiao was about to take the college entrance exam, and she was still a bit short on this week's tutoring fee. Mu Chang'e turned off the phone screen, extinguishing both the absurd number and the absurd proposal in the black void. No, impossible. In the infirmary, Su Mu, having seen the iceberg campus bell off, adjusted to a more comfortable position on the bed. He casually opened the WeChat chat with his father Su Jiangwo. Sure enough, comrade Su Jiangwo's messages were always half a beat slower than his mother's, because he always checked if Chun Xiulan was peeking before sending. A voice message popped up sneakily, Su Jiangwo's voice lower than a mosquito's. Son, did your mom give you some money? Can you lend Dad 500 first? There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Your mom has been enforcing economic sanctions on me lately, and my fishing rod was confiscated. Dad hasn't been to the reservoir for 3 days. My hands are itching. The corner of Su Mu's mouth twitched. His old man had 2 hobbies in life: fishing and being chased by Chun Xiulan. And these 2 hobbies often happened simultaneously, because every time Su Jiangwo secretly bought a new fishing rod and came home, Chun Xiulan would chase him 3 streets with a rolling pin, yelling that the fish he caught weren't worth the rod. Su Mu typed back, Dad, 500 is too little. They'll transfer you 2,000. Buy something good, don't always come home empty-handed. The moment the transfer notification popped up, Su Jiangwo's second voice message exploded, his voice at least 10 times louder than before. 2,000. You gave me all the money your mom gave you for chasing girls. What are you gonna do? With a handsome face like mine, do I need money to chase girls? Su Mu almost burst out laughing. He genuinely wanted to transfer more to his dad, but he knew that too much money would be hard to explain. If he directly transferred a few million back home now, comrade Chun Xiulan would take the high-speed train to Modu tomorrow, rummaging through his wardrobe and interrogating him about whether he had joined a pyramid scheme. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed, it had to be done slowly. He put away his phone and was about to lie down again when the door was pushed open. This time what rushed in wasn't the iceberg campus bell's orange scent, but a strong, pungent sauce aroma, the smell of braised chicken. The smell arrived 3 seconds before Wang Hao did. Su, the chicken soup is here. Wang Hao entered carrying 2 takeout bags. His face, tanned red from military training, was covered in sweat, but his grin stretched from ear to ear. Su Mu glanced at the receipt on the takeout bag: 2 large portions of braised chicken rice with added pork intestines and tofu skin, total 46 yuan. Although this amount seemed small, Wang Hao's monthly living expenses were only about 1,000, so this meal alone cost a 20th of that. Su Mu felt that this guy was really loyal, even if he was a bit cheeky. The 2 of them sat on the bedside eating. Wang Hao, while shoveling rice, complained about how perverse the military training instructor was. Su Mu listened to his rambling without responding until Wang Hao steered the conversation to a familiar topic. Hey, by the way, during military training today, Senior Wan Qing walked past the edge of the playground. Wang Hao's chopsticks paused in midair, his eyes shining. She wore a low ponytail today, a white t-shirt, and looked especially beautiful walking with a breeze. And then, oi. Su Mu took a bite of chicken, and then she walked away without even looking at me. Wang Hao's tone plummeted from the peak to the valley faster than a bungee jump. Su Mu chewed his food and looked at him. Did you know her before? Wang Hao swallowed the food in his mouth and whispered, she was a senior from my high school who got into this university. She came back to our school once for a recruitment presentation. I applied to this school because of her. How long have you been chasing her? Strictly speaking, I haven't started chasing her yet. I've just been following her WeChat moments for 2 years. Su Mu stared at Wang Hao's dark face, seeing a hidden foolish obsession. Isn't this the early symptom of a classic simp? He put down his chopsticks, thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone. What's your Alipay account? Since you carried me to the infirmary today, I'll give you some ammo. Wang Hao, still with food in his mouth, mumbled a string of numbers. He knew Su Mu's family ran a restaurant, so he was considered a bit well off. He thought Su Mu was going to split the 23 yuan for the braised chicken. Then his phone rang. Wang Hao looked down, and the piece of chicken he was holding with his chopsticks hung in the air for 3 seconds without moving. Alipay notification, income 1000000 yuan. He turned off the phone and turned it on again. The number was still there. He logged out of Alipay and logged back in, and the number was still there. A full 10,000. For a freshman whose monthly living expenses were only a little over 1,000, the shock of this money was no less than finding half an alien finger in the school cafeteria's cabbage. Holy shit. Wang Hao let out a sound that no normal human should make, his pitch soaring from baritone to dolphin. He didn't even notice the chopsticks falling to the floor. Holding the phone with both hands, his entire expression looked like his eyeballs were about to pop out. Su Mu, where the hell did you get 10,000? Did you not just get heat stroke, but actually rob a bank and get a wanted notice, escaping to the infirmary to lie low? His voice was so loud that the whole infirmary echoed. Su Mu reached out and pressed his big mouth down. Can you keep it down? The whole building knows now. Wang Hao's face turned red as he suppressed his voice to a whisper, but that whisper was even more eerie. Did you get kept by a sugar mommy? Did you sell yourself? Whatever you did, take your brother along. My family's house was demolished for redevelopment. Sumu didn't even twitch an eyebrow saying it casually. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. I knew it. Isn't your county town developing a new district? I saw a news article saying your entire village was being demolished with each family getting millions. To be honest, even I didn't know about this. No wonder your mom gave you so much living expenses today. Look, your phone case is cracked, and you haven't changed it. You must not be used to the rich life yet, right? Sumu felt that Wang Hao would be wasted if he didn't become a screenwriter. His ability to self-complete a logical loop was simply invincible. Alright, whatever you say. Sumu finished the last bite of rice and wiped his mouth. Wang Hao paused, his expression complex, his voice a little weak. Bro, normally, no matter how rich you are, it's your money, and I shouldn't take a cent. But this money. Senior Wanqing just posted on her moments that she wants to get the latest model iPhone. Could you lend me this money first? He'll find a part-time job and pay you back slowly. After saying that, he immediately became wary, lowered his voice, and glanced at the door. Oh, and don't tell anyone about the demolition. That kind of money easily attracts jealousy. Sumu looked at him. Greedy but not avaricious, immediately thinking about his brother's safety after getting excited. Essentially an honest person. But the more honest a person is, the easier they end up on the backup list. Just for the fact that you were the first to carry me to the infirmary today and treated me to braised chicken out of your own pocket, I Sumu recognize you as a friend. Sumu paused, his tone turning serious. This money was originally meant for you, but there's one condition. Wang Hao immediately sat up straight. Tell me he'll even call you dad. Don't be a simp. Sumu said this very lightly, but it was no joke. You can use this money to buy her a phone, or you can use it to improve yourself. The choice is yours. He looked directly into Wang Hao's eyes, unsure how much he had taken in. But one should not overstep in a shallow friendship. He had given the money and said what needed to be said. If he still ended up falling for it, then he could only respect his fate. Sumu had done enough to repay Wang Hao's sincerity today. Wang Hao was stunned for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. I remember. And I will definitely pay back this money. Sumu said no more. But he recalled the posts he had skimmed on the campus forum. The 4 campus beauties of Moda University were no simple characters. Among them, Zhang Wanqing, the vice president of the student union and head of the external relations department, had the most scandalous news. For Wang Hao's level, it was probably a bit of a stretch. But that was Wang Hao's own business. Sumu couldn't care about everything. The two of them came out of the infirmary. The midday sun was baking the corridor hot. They ran into the class beauty Lin Jiuehiden. Speaking of her class beauty title, it had already been unanimously passed in the boys' dormitory privately on the first day of school. On the first day of school, she pulled her luggage and got lost in front of the welcome point. That innocent look was secretly photographed by some senior and posted on the school's confession wall. With just a pure side profile, she instantly became a celebrity among this year's freshmen. Now she was wearing a delicate, glowing full face of makeup and could keep it from smudging even after military training at noon. Sumu felt that this level of technical skill was indeed worthy of a patent. 2 female classmates followed her, and the 3 of them were chattering about something. Lin Jue glanced at Sumu as she passed by, smiled briefly as a greeting, but her gaze lingered on the cracked phone screen for half a second before naturally shifting away, continuing to listen to the others. Did you hear? Someone drove an Audi A6 to military training. It's parked right by the playground. Rumor has it he's a bit handsome. The 3 of them giggled and walked away. Wang Hao muttered quietly after they were gone, that car belongs to Zhao Zixuan from the next class. It's already been spreading among the guys since this morning. Sumu listened and replied casually, whether it's an A6 or an A7, it's just a car. He had just gotten his driver's license this summer. He almost failed the second test, but at least he had the license now. Now he had 100 million in his account. He couldn't just ride a shared bike around campus every day. Sumu patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Help me ask the instructor for leave for the afternoon. Say I still need observation for heat stroke. I'm going out to handle some business. Wang Hao patted his chest. No problem, leave it to me. Half an hour later, Sumu stood in front of a Porsche Center 3 subway stops away from the school. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, several display cars were gleaming under the spotlights. Several female salespeople in dark professional skirt suits stood at the door. One tall one was looking down at her phone, a ticket folder clipped to her waist. Sumu was wearing a military training t-shirt, shorts, and a pair of 80 yuan mesh sneakers. Now that I have 100 million in my account, even if these shoes only cost 40 yuan, I still have full confidence walking into this place. Meanwhile, in the university cafeteria kitchen, Mu Changa, wearing an apron, was cutting potato shreds in the prep area, her knife skills even more efficient than the cafeteria Andy's. An auntie beside her called her to the serving window. She nodded and wiped her hands on the apron. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. A message from her younger sister Mu Xiaoxiao. She looked down at the screen. Sis Annie came to our house again today and had a fight with Mom. Sumu, clad in a military training uniform, swaggered into the Porsche Center. His mesh shoes bought online for 80 yuan with free shipping scraped an unpleasant sound against the marble tiles. Pushing open the clear glass door, the air conditioning inside was blasting cold. The small family restaurant run by Sue Mu's parents did good business, and since they knew how to treat people, there was no shortage of repeat customers. They could earn 200,000 to 300,000 a year, hardly a wealthy class, but they never skimped on money for him. So his mindset was extremely relaxed at the moment. With over 100 million in cash in his pocket, everything looked like cabbages in his own garden. A few female salespeople were chatting by the door talking about the luxury handbags they had just bought. They turned and saw Sue Mu, who was completely out of place there. One woman, with heavy eyeliner, pursed her lips. She pushed Han Shuyao, who was yawning in a corner, and said, "Little Han, go attend to him. Probably some college kid here to freeload air conditioning or film a Douyin skit. Let him look around the showroom, but don't let him test drive anything." Han Shuyao was fretting over next month's rent. Last night, she had even tried filming a suggestive video editing until the wee hours, but never finding the nerve to post it. If she couldn't sell a car in the second half of the month, she'd be at the bottom, getting only the base salary and facing dismissal. Han Shuyao in 7-centimeter heels hurried over. She wore a tight professional pencil skirt and black stockings. Her legs were impossibly long. Sue Mu stared at them for a second, silently grumbling, "What a waste. Those legs should be pedaling a rickshaw." Han Shuyao wore a standard professional smile, but her heavy dark circles were impossible to hide. She looked like a female office worker on the verge of sudden death from overwork. In her heart, she also thought this college kid in a military uniform was just messing around in the heat. But as the intern with the worst sales record this month, if she didn't land a deal, the manager would kick her out of the group chat tomorrow. Even if he were a mosquito, she would still go through the entire sales routine. "Good day, sir." Han Shuyao slightly bowed and handed over a thick brochure. "Which model are you interested in?" Just as she spoke, a crisp mechanical sound rang out in Sue Mu's mind. Ding. Target name Han Shuyao. Comprehensive score: appearance 92, body 95. Current tags: exhausted, stressed. Hidden trait: requires 30 development to unlock. Sue Mu was taken aback by the familiar prompt, but ignored it. He wouldn't bother to fawn over a campus beauty with a 96 score, so a little black-stocking salesgirl wasn't about to win him over. He didn't take the heavy brochure. Ignoring all the ordinary models around, his eyes swept the showroom, and he strode straight to the central stand. There sat a top-tier Panamera in obsidian black. The streamlined body glowed with the scent of money under the spotlights. "You have this in stock, right?" Sue Mu pointed at the front of the car, his tone casual, as if he were pointing at a cabbage in the market. Han Shuyao was stunned by his attitude. She quickly flipped through her brochure. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is the top-tier executive with a long wheelbase. It's equipped with a 4.0-liter twin-turbo engine." Han Shuyao struggled to maintain her professional sales pitch, reciting the optional features from memory. "It also comes with leather interior and 21-inch sport wheels." Stop, stop, stop. Sue Mu raised a hand to cut her off. He was just buying a means of transportation, not taking a racing repair exam. The point of getting a Porsche was the flashy look, as long as it was cool enough. Sue Mu pointed to the black Panamera, then turned and pointed to a red 911 on the adjacent stand. "I'm just asking if you have them in stock. Don't drag on about irrelevant stuff." Sue Mu's voice was extraordinarily flat. "If both cars are in stock, just tell me the total price." He dropped this bombshell without any extra words. The showroom fell into dead silence. Li Jie, the senior saleswoman, couldn't hold back and let out a chuckle, quickly covering her mouth, afraid the manager would scold her and dock her pay. In this day and age, any shop that sparked a scandal of looking down on customers would be a feast for self-media. Not just a salesperson, but even the manager would be in trouble. So even knowing the college kid was just messing around, no one actually chased him out. A few saleswomen whispered among themselves, glancing around for cameras to see if someone was secretly filming a skit. Sue Mu couldn't be bothered with their gossip. He reached into his military pants pocket. He pulled out a postal savings bank card with frayed, faded edges. It was a card his parents had opened for him as a child, where his New Year's money was saved. They never said they'd keep it for him, and he hadn't squandered it either. That morning, the system had deposited 100 million into this card. With a soft thud, Sue Mu slapped the card on the black hood. "Go swipe it now. Get the paperwork done quickly. I need to get back to school later." Han Shuyao stared blankly at the battered bank card, feeling as if she were dreaming. She trotted in her heels into the finance office. Within half a minute, the crisp beep of the POS machine came from the office. Then the machine smoothly spit out a long receipt with the smell of fresh ink. 5,400,000. Full payment successful. Han Shuyao stared at those glaring Arabic numerals, her knees going weak. She nearly collapsed onto the carpet. Li Jie, who was holding a cup of warm water, heard the finance manager's excited announcement and sprayed a mouthful of water onto her colleague's meticulously made-up face. She stared at the finance office as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The saleswomen who had mocked Sue Mu near the tea station dropped their jaws in shock. They all mentally calculated that even the basic commission on those 2 cars would be enough for a down payment on a small apartment in the outer ring of Shanghai. It was like money falling from the sky. Li Jie quickly recovered, ignoring her wet skirt, and plastered her thickly powdered face close to Su Mu. "Sir, you're incredibly generous. That little Han is just a new intern. She doesn't have the authority to handle such a big order. It's too risky. Paperwork might go wrong. I'm the top salesperson here. Let me take you to the private VIP lounge for signing. Our Porsche provides exclusive private services for valued customers like you." Li Jie emphasized the private services heavily. Su Mu didn't even glance at her. He turned and looked at the sales manager who had just rushed over in his suit. "If these 2 cars end up under someone else's name, it'll go straight to the Ferrari dealership across the street." The manager, a shrewd man, immediately understood. "If I see you poaching again, you're fired tomorrow." Li Jie's face turned red and white with embarrassment, and she slunk away in disgrace. Han Shuyo's eyes were red. As she led Su Mu into the VIP lounge, she nearly tripped on a step. When guiding Su Mu to sign the documents, she knelt beside the wide leather sofa, lowering her posture to the utmost. Whether intentionally or not, the angle was so wide that Su Mu needed only to glance down to see the scenery beneath her collar. The rich really do see more. And not just see, but even get to appreciate firsthand. During the break after signing, Han Shuyao took out her personal phone. "Can I add your WeChat? For any car issues or other needs, just message me anytime, 24 hours. The mechanical sound in his mind jumped out again cheerfully. Ding. Target Han Shuyao development progress increased to 10. Stage reward issued. Congratulations, host. You've received a top-floor luxury penthouse at Thompson Riviera. All property documents and access cards have been placed in the passenger glove compartment of the Panamera. Additional special reward, driving mastery." Su Mu raised an eyebrow, amused inwardly. Even that counted. This system handed out rewards much more generously and pleasantly than any flash sale app. Over an hour later, all the delivery procedures and temporary plates were taken care of. The flashy red 911 was loaded onto a tow truck to be sent near the university. Su Mu took the key and sat into the soft, highly supportive driver's seat of the Panamera. The newly acquired driving mastery instantly became muscle memory. The once clumsy student who had barely passed driving test section 2 now handled the car with the smoothness of a veteran taxi driver. He stepped on the accelerator, and the engine let out a low, fierce roar. The car shot into the street traffic like an arrow off the string, leaving behind a group of veteran salespeople standing in the scorching sun, regretting with aching teeth as they watched the black taillights fade away. At the second canteen kitchen of Magic City University, well past the mealtime, Mu Changa stood in a loose white uniform before a greasy sink. The air was thick with the pungent smell of detergent. She was scrubbing a mountain of dishes with her pale hands, her mind replaying her sister's text messages. That vampire aunt had come to their house again to stir up trouble. She had even grabbed 2 of the hens that had just laid eggs. And in half a month her sister's high school study trip to Shanghai would start, a huge expense. Though Xiao Xiao kept saying it wasn't necessary as the older sister, she didn't want her to miss out. So many classmates made good money as models, companion players, or streamers in college. It was her own fault for feeling sick every time she saw those sleazy messages. The more Mu Changa thought about it, the more suffocated she felt. Staring at the murky water, lost in thought, the slippery ceramic plate slipped from her hand and crashed onto the tiles. The sharp sound of breaking rang out in the quiet kitchen. The supervising plump Annie immediately dropped her rag and stomped over. Her sharp face was full of anger. "You can't even wash dishes without zoning out." She planted her hands on her hips, starting the calculation. "I'm deducting 50 yuan from today's wages. Break another thing, and you're out." Mu Changa slowly crouched down. Her slender fingers carefully picked up the sharp shards into the dustpan. 50 yuan. Less than a cup of coffee for her roommate. But for her now, it was like adding insult to injury. Her mind echoed her roommate's previous suggestion once again. Su Mu gripped the steering wheel of his Porsche Panamera with one hand as he drove through the gate of Moda University. The all-black top-tier executive extended version glided smoothly along the main campus road in the evening. The low roar of the engine tore through the tranquility of the campus dusk. Several female students passing by had their eyes glued to the car. Some secretly raised their phones to take photos. Even a senior in a miniskirt stopped by the roadside, pretending to tie her shoelaces while her gaze lingered on the vehicle. Su Mu paid no attention to those burning stares. The braised chicken rice he had at the clinic at noon hadn't filled him up at all. The campus cafeteria was already closed by now. The snack shops on the commercial street outside had a sweet flavor that he wasn't quite used to yet. When he passed the campus convenience store, he stopped in and grabbed a bucket of pickled cabbage noodles and 2 sausages. He parked the car steadily in the open space beneath the male dormitory building. Carrying the plastic bag with the instant noodles, he sauntered up to the 5th floor. With a kick, he pushed open the wooden door of room 502. Wang Hao was sitting on the lower bunk, shirtless and dazed. His face, tanned dark from military training, was full of melancholy. When he looked up and saw the plastic bag in Su Mu's hand, he froze. Wang Hao shot up from the bed, rushed over and grabbed Su Mu's arm. His eyes reddened as he spoke in a low voice. "Su, did you give all the money your family gave you to support my pursuit of that senior? Even if you're trying to keep a low profile, you don't have to eat this stuff. He'll transfer all the money left after buying the phone back to you right now." Wang Hao pulled out his phone and pretended to open Alipay. Su Mu tore open the packaging of the pickled cabbage noodles while looking at his overthinking friend as if he were an idiot. "Is your head filled with the Pacific Ocean, or what? I just don't feel like eating those overly sweet fast food meals. Aren't these pickled cabbage noodles delicious? Stop belittling me. If you've got the time, go fetch me a thermos of hot water." Wang Hao stared at Su Mu suspiciously for a long time. Finding that his expression didn't seem like he was faking poverty, Wang Hao picked up the red plastic thermos and trotted off to the water room at the end of the hallway to fetch hot water. Just then a sharp cry of surprise came from the adjacent balcony. Lu Chang, who had earned the nickname All-Knowing Scholar, within just 3 days of the semester starting, was leaning half his body over the anti-theft railing. Pointing at the black Panamera parked downstairs, he shouted in his harsh voice from the balcony, "Holy crap, guys, come quick. There's a top-tier rich second generation lurking in our school. There's a fully loaded Panamera executive extended version downstairs. Look how flashy that obsidian black metallic paint is." Chen Mo, who had been coding on the upper bunk, stopped typing at the sound. He pushed up his thick black-framed glasses, climbed down the ladder, and leaned over the balcony for a look. "This car looks expensive. I wonder if it belongs to a student or a teacher." Hearing this, Lu Chang immediately went into know-it-all mode. Rubbing his hands, he turned around and began educating his roommates on just how insane the options on this car were. "Chen, it's not just expensive. Guess how much it costs. Look closely at the rims, 29-inch sport rims. That alone adds tens of thousands. And the interior is definitely all leather wrapped with red stitching, I can faintly see. If you max out all the optional extras, the on-road price will definitely exceed 3 million. That amount of money could buy the down payment for a small apartment on the outer ring road of our city." Su Mu, holding the pickled cabbage noodles Wang Hao had just steeped, walked slowly onto the balcony, blew on the rising steam, and took a big slurp of noodles soaked in the spicy pickled broth. Then, following Lu Chang's pointing finger, he glanced down at his own car. This car is actually just average. The driver's seat visibility isn't great either. Easy to have blind spots. Su Mu commented casually, his tone sounding quite objective. That was his real experience from driving back just now. Room 502 fell into a brief silence. Lu Chang turned back and looked at Su Mu, who was holding the noodle bucket with a pitying expression. "Su, save it, will you? You're eating instant noodles. What do you know about Porsche? My cousin's friend has a 718. He'll borrow it someday and take you guys for a ride." Hearing Lu Chang's condescending words, Wang Hao, who was standing nearby holding the plastic thermos, opened his mouth as if to say something, but stopped. Wang Hao knew the truth all too well. Su Mu had lent him 10,000 yuan without batting an eye. A rich guy like that, backed by demolition compensation, couldn't possibly be jealous. But if he told Lu Chang the class' biggest gossip, by tomorrow even the stray dogs on campus would know Su Mu was a demolition beneficiary. Wang Hao's face flushed red. In the end, he could only offer a weak and irrelevant comment to smooth things over. That top-tier luxury car must belong to some teacher. Chang, you're just an armchair keyboard warrior browsing Autohome every day. Maybe, as Su said, this kind of sports car has a low chassis and isn't comfortable to ride in. Su Mu shrugged, not bothering to join the pointless argument. He continued slurping his noodles happily, the red oil dripping onto the plastic spoon. He thought to himself that he couldn't just pull the car key from his pocket and press the button downstairs right now. If the headlights really flashed, Lu Chang would probably hug his thigh and kneel on the balcony singing Conquest all night. But he wasn't from Chengdu, and he wasn't interested in his roommate. Seeing Su Mu stay silent, Lu Chang assumed he had won the debate of the know-it-all. He pulled out his phone and excitedly opened the campus forum of Modi University. The forum, which had been discussing which drill instructor was the toughest, had now completely exploded. A hot post with 3 exclamation marks in its title appeared on the homepage. A multi-million yuan god car appeared below the male dorm. Is this a twist of human nature or a collapse of morality? The post was accompanied by several high-definition photos taken from various angles. The comment section below had already built up hundreds of replies, all guessing which top-tier young master owned the 3 million yuan car. At the same time, in female dorm building No. 2 of Modi University, a group of vibrant female college students were all wearing cool silk camisoles and short sleeve shorts. Several fair, slender legs were casually dangling over bed ladders and chair armrests. Lin Jiue, the class belle who had become an instant hit among male students on the first day of school, with just a profile photo, was lying comfortably on her straw mat, her face covered with an expensive Japanese hydrating mask. While gently tapping her cheeks to help the essence absorb, she scrolled aimlessly through her phone. Naturally, she saw the hot post that was being widely shared and liked by students across the campus. She zoomed in with 2 fingers and studied the Panamera closely. The perfectly streamlined body and the astronomical price tag represented in Lin Zhu's mind a social status far beyond that of an ordinary college student. She recalled how during the morning military training a guy named Zhao Zishuan from the neighboring class had deliberately parked an Audi A6 by the sports field to show off. That guy had even tried to get her WeChat through her roommate. Lin Zhue couldn't help but sneer inwardly. An Audi A6 might not be bad, but she preferred the Panamera. If she could sit in the passenger seat of that Porsche, she would gladly skip the cafeteria for all 4 years of college. At the same time, in another old dormitory building, Mu Chang'e sat alone on the cold lower bunk. Her roommates had all put on makeup and gone out on dates, leaving the room so quiet that only the chirping of cicadas from the sycamore trees outside could be heard. Her phone screen was frozen on the online banking balance inquiry page. A little over 300 yuan, enough if she scrimped, but her family urgently needed money too. She closed her eyes tightly, suppressed the surging emotions, exited the banking interface, and with trembling fingers opened the so-called high-paying part-time app her roommate had sent her earlier. When she saw the recruitment notices for companionship services, each laden with various suggestive implications, tears finally broke free and fell onto the heavily scratched screen of her phone. Sumu slurped the last mouthful of his pickled cabbage instant noodles, not even leaving behind the shredded vegetable bits. Now there was 100 million in cash lying in his bank card. The daily interest alone could feed a person to death. To just lie stiff on this hard wooden bed all night would be a betrayal of this utterly decadent capitalist lifestyle. It was also a good chance to go check out the Tangshan Epine penthouse the system had given him. He wiped the grease from his lips and sidled up behind Lu Chang, who was glued to his phone, acting like a keyboard warrior on a forum. Xiangzi, look, your drool is about to drip down your chin onto the phone screen. Isn't it just a black Porsche? What's so fascinating about it? Hurry up and get ready to head out with your bro. Your bro will let you experience the real deal. Just consider it me hiring you as a local guide to show me the way. Lu Chang's eyes were practically glued to the candid photo of a Panamera on the screen. Without even lifting his head, he waved his hand impatiently. Experience what? No way, I'm not going. What's the point of a bunch of grown men aimlessly wandering the streets late at night? Shanghai belongs to the rich. If you're broke, there's nothing to see. If you really want to explore the Magic City, go download a dating app and find a pretty girl to be your local guide. Those girls have sweet tongues and long legs. Just spend a few $100 and she'll call you big brother all night long, making your bones melt. Sumu stroked his chin, thinking that this loudmouth Lu Chang occasionally made a good point. Now that he had money, why not just find a girl with a nice voice to lead the way? You're absolutely right. Which app can I order someone from? I have to see tonight what this rich man's Shanghai is really like. He immediately pulled out his second-hand phone, which still had a crack in the upper right corner of the screen, and downloaded a black and pink dating companion app. Sumu had so much money in his card now that he could directly buy out the entire company that developed this app. So he didn't even spare a glance at the discounted companions in the bottom section. His finger slid rapidly across the screen, pulling straight to the topmost premium recommendation section. He instantly locked onto the Supreme Girlfriend blind box package priced at 888 yuan per hour. He booked the full 4 hours outright. Total payment, 3552 yuan. For his current balance of 100 million, this amount wasn't even a drop in the bucket. Money wasn't really the issue. The main thing was that Sumu desperately needed to experience the so-called emotional value of the capitalist class tonight. At the same time, in the old female dormitory building of Magic City University, Mu Chang'e sat alone on a hard wooden bed. She held a nearly dry pen in her hand, repeatedly calculating her expenses for the next week on a scrap of waste paper. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up, emitting a glaring premium order notification sound. She glanced at the order amount. After deducting the commission, the 300 yuan income from these 4 hours was just enough to cover the gap for her younger sister, Mu Xiaoxiao's Magic City study camp next month. Mu Chang'e opened the details page and saw the bold requirement couple roleplay. Never having been in a relationship, she bit her lip hard and closed her eyes as she pressed the accept button. For her own safety, she absolutely could not reveal her true appearance. Mu Chang'e dug out a very oversized gray coat from the bottom of her wardrobe. She wrapped every inch of her enviable curves, enough to make most girls green with envy, tightly concealed. Before leaving, she also put on a black baseball cap and an oversized medical mask that covered nearly half her face. She checked herself in the full-length mirror at the end of the hallway, making sure her face was truly invisible. Then she slipped her hand into the spacious pocket of her hoodie, gripping a can of pepper spray tightly. She just prayed that the person she was meeting tonight was a normal human being she could communicate with. She prayed it wouldn't be some greasy middle-aged pervert with wandering hands. She glanced down at her outfit, which looked like she was sneaking out for a midnight affair. God always seemed to kick people when they were already down. Just as Mu Changa reached the intersection of the commercial street outside the campus, the sky suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. She stood alone under the glowing sign of an adult product shop that was still open, taking shelter. The fierce wind drove the icy rain, soaking her skirt completely and plastering it against her strikingly pale ankle. The cold, early autumn rain drenched her thin coat. This bone-chilling cold magnified the sense of humiliation within her heart infinitely. At that moment, a white second-hand Audi A6 was cruising along the commercial street near the university. Zhao Zixuan held the steering wheel with one hand, a cigarette dangling from the other. He felt that this rainy late night was the golden hour for a luxury car to pick up umbrellaless girls. The headlights swept over the slender figure under the sign, and Zhao Zixuan slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the wet road as the car came to a stop by the curb. Under the dim yellow streetlight, he fixed his gaze on the girl's eyes visible above the mask, and that signature long, graceful neck. A bolt of lightning struck his mind. Damn, wasn't this Mu Changa from the School of Economics and Management? Zhao Zixuan had browsed the forum posts about the four campus beauties countless times. Though she was now wrapped up tightly, some people were just born to be protagonists. Mu Change's skin was so dazzlingly white that she could be spotted instantly even in a crowd. Now the small patch of her neck exposed under the streetlight was so white it was almost criminal. Combined with the tantalizing figure revealed when the wind blew open her coat, this was definitely the Ice Queen Beauty, Mu Changa herself. Zhao Zixuan immediately rolled down the window. He forced a smile he thought could charm thousands of girls. Hey beautiful, you don't even have an umbrella in this heavy rain. Standing here you're going to get soaked like a drowned rat. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. Mu Changa glanced at him. No need. I'm waiting for someone. After saying that, she turned around and gave him nothing but the cold back of her head. The smile on Zhao Zixuan's face instantly collapsed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had just happened to catch a glimpse of a pink companion app billing interface on Mu Change's phone screen. Combined with her waiting by the roadside late at night, Zhao Zixuan's mind instantly pieced together the whole picture. Playing the aloof and untouchable Ice Queen at school. But here she was late at night, clearly charging a price to entertain for money. Zhao Zixuan pushed open the car door, grabbed a black umbrella, and walked straight up to Mu Changa. Mu Changa, why are you pretending to be so pure? Whatever they're paying you, will double it. Triple even. You are taking orders anyway. What difference does it make who you accompany? At least I'm a young, decent-looking guy. Better than you going with some greasy, sweaty, middle-aged fat man, right? Don't tell me my Audi isn't worthy of your premium service. Mu Changa was frozen in place by those words. Her eyes were filled with intense terror. Her greatest fear was running into a fellow classmate while doing this kind of shady side job. You've got the wrong person. Take one more step and I'll call the police. Go away now. Mu Changa was both panicked and furious. Her fingers in the hoodie pocket clenched tightly around the pepper spray trigger. Zhao Zixuan let out a contemptuous sneer. Call the police. You're out here selling yourself and you dare call the cops. Believe me, I'll expose your glorious deeds on the school forum tomorrow. Let the whole campus see the true face of the Ice Queen. Suddenly, a ferocious engine roar exploded through the rain curtain. A black Panamera Executive Stretched Edition sped in, kicking up a spray of water. The car executed a sharp brake, stopping exactly half a meter in front of the two. The wide sport rims crushed through the puddle. A massive wave of muddy water splashed all over Zhao Zixuan. Even a few drops of gritty, dirty water got into his mouth as he was talking. Zhao Zixuan, hit by the mud-laced water, completely lost his composure. He was so furious he nearly had a meltdown and was about to unleash a torrent of curses. But then he looked up and saw the Porsche emblem. He forcefully swallowed the profanity that had reached his lips. The understated black metallic paint and the exaggerated stretched body were simply too overwhelming. His second-hand Audi A6, which he usually used to flirt with girls, was nothing but a glorified golf cart in front of this beast. Sumu lowered the window halfway. He didn't even spare a glance at the drenched Zhao Zixuan. He was wearing a flashy pair of black sunglasses, one hand casually resting on the leather-wrapped steering wheel. He turned his head toward Mu Changa, who was standing dazed under the sign, and uttered a few words. Order number 1739. Get in. Mu Changa froze for a second, so the client had arrived. She quickly opened the passenger door and slid in. The Panamera's exhaust emitted a low rumble once more. The car kicked up a massive wave of water as it sped off, leaving Zhao Zixuan only a pair of red taillights. Standing in the rain, Zhao Zixuan wiped the mud from his face. Shock and awe rippled through his mind. He hadn't expected Mu Changa to be waiting for the owner of the Panamera from the forum. That bitch Mu Changa must be kept by this big shot. Inside the car now, the warm air from the constant temperature heater drove away the chill from Mu Changa. The heavy doors sealed off the sound of the wind and rain outside. It was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Mu Changa looked at the profile of the person in the driver's seat, still wearing sunglasses. She felt the outline was strangely familiar, but the luxurious Porsche directly clouded her judgment. It was hard to connect this person with Su-mu, whom she had seen that morning in military training uniform. Since this was her first order, she had no idea what to do. She sat nervously in the seat, not daring to move an inch. After the car had driven a block away, Su-mu casually took off the sunglasses, completely useless for a late-night drive, and tossed them onto the center console. He turned to look at Mu Changa, who was still wrapped up tightly. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth. "Fancy meeting you again, senior." He grinned at the passenger seat, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. Mu Change's mind went blank for a full 3 seconds, finally recognizing the face in the driver's seat. It was none other than Su-mu, the one she had coldly dismissed in the infirmary earlier that day. She vividly recalled how she had sternly criticized him then. The moment she thought of her own aloof demeanor from that morning, a rush of blood surged to her head. A crimson flush spread from her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. If there were a crack in the Porsche's floorboard, she would have crawled straight into the sewer. How could such misfortune exist in this world? Mu Change's first instinct was that her part-time job as a companion had been completely exposed. At school, she always maintained the persona of an untouchable ice queen. The flowers sent by wealthy suitors, she wouldn't even glance at them. Now, wrapped up tight in the dead of night, she was out earning a mere 3,000 yuan and had been caught red-handed by a junior from her own school. That shame incinerated the last shred of her composure. Her mind went blank, and she reached for the passenger door handle, demanding Su-mu pull over immediately. Su-mu countered by pressing the central locking system. A crisp click echoed as the heavy door sealed shut. Su-mu fumed inwardly. Was this woman addicted to Korean dramas? This was a rain-soaked elevated highway. Jumping out now, did she think life was too cheap and wanted to restart? He had spent over 3,000 yuan purely to experience the joy of wealth, not to collect a corpse on the overpass late at night. Unable to open the door, Mu Changa thrashed violently in the leather passenger seat. Her oversized gray coat slipped halfway off in the struggle, revealing a white blouse completely soaked through by the rain. The thin fabric clung tightly to her skin instantly and unreservedly, exposing the enviable curves and fair complexion that would make every girl at school jealous. The seatbelt across her chest was pulled taut to its limit. The belt sank deep into that valley, trapped between 2 extremes, bearing an arc of pride it was never designed to handle. Su-mu's peripheral vision caught the sight, and his expression turned peculiar. He had to admit the system's rating of 96, a top-tier score, was indeed justified. In her loose white lab coat during the day, the Ice Queen's figure wasn't obvious. But this rainstorm was the ultimate makeup remover and body magnifier. Mu Changa followed his gaze downward, then gasped. She yanked her coat back, desperately clutching it to her chest, her voice already trembling with tears. Su-mu, stop the car. I'll refund you right now, all 3,000, not a cent less. Please let me out. Su-mu ignored her entirely. With one hand on the wheel, he pulled out his phone and leisurely tapped open the dating companion app with his thumb. He scrolled through the screen a couple of times, found the platform rules page, and began reading slowly, his tone as flat as a textbook. If the service provider unilaterally cancels after the order is confirmed, they must compensate the employer 3 times the total order amount as a penalty. So if you bail now, Su-mu turned his head to glance at her. 3,500 times 3 is 10,500. Can you afford that, senior? Mu Change's movements stopped completely. 10,500. Her bank account had only 312 yuan and 40 cents left. To her, that number wasn't a penalty, it was a death sentence. The car fell silent, broken only by the rhythmic swish of the wipers across the windshield. Mu Changa bit her lip, saying nothing, her eyes rimmed with red. Su-mu didn't look at her again, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. He knew she couldn't afford it, but he never intended to make her pay. Just a scare was enough. Mainly he was worried she'd cause an accident if she kept struggling. After about half a minute of silence, Mu Changa finally spoke, her voice hoarse. If you dare tell anyone at school about tonight. Before she could finish, Su-mu cut in. Tell who? I'm a freshman. Who would believe I spent 3,500 to hire one of the 4 school beauties, Mu Changa, as a temporary girlfriend? Su-mu tapped the steering wheel twice with his thumb as he spoke. If that got out, you'd be embarrassed, but I'd lose more. I've got a long, good life ahead of me. I'm not about to hang myself on one tree so early. Mu Changa was left speechless by his player rhetoric. She bitterly realized Su-mu wasn't wrong. He was a wealthy, rich kid. He had no reason to ruin his own reputation just to destroy hers. Only a fool would hurt an enemy 1,000 points at the cost of 800 of their own. Just fulfill the 4 hours normally. I just wanted someone to chat with and look at some houses. He tapped the wheel again, his tone flat. When the time's up, this whole thing stays buried in the Porsche's leather seats. No one mentions it. Pretend nothing happened tonight. The car was left with only the mechanical sound of the wipers and Mu Change's deliberately suppressed heavy breathing. She cursed herself furiously in her mind. Mu Changa, what sin did you commit in a past life? Out of tens of millions in all of Modu, you had to get this guy's order. Such bad luck to be caught by him. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then slowly, humiliatingly, and imperceptibly, she nodded once. Half an hour later, the Panamera entered the core area of Lujiazui and glided smoothly into the underground private garage of Thompson Riviera. Muchanga glanced out the window, and her pupils visibly dilated. She had never seen so many luxury cars in one space in her life. Maybachs, Bentleys, Ferraris, and a red sports car she couldn't name, but looked obscenely expensive, all lined up neatly in numbered private spots. Following Su Mu into the private elevator, they ascended to the top floor. The moment the doors opened, Mu Chang's legs nearly gave out. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Modus Nightscape with the Bun's lights reflecting on the Huangpu River. The wool carpet beneath her feet, which looked more expensive than her entire life's worth, made her afraid to step forward. Su Mu had already changed into slippers and walked straight to the open kitchen to check the fridge. Empty. It seemed the system wasn't that smart. No midnight snack prepared. Don't just stand there by the door. Come in. Muchanga carefully shuffled into the living room in her slippers. She was terrified of dirtying that wool carpet with her wet shoes. Her coat was already thoroughly soaked by the icy rain. A cold draft from the central air conditioning hit her, and she couldn't help but shiver. She took off her wet coat, leaving only the thin white blouse clinging to her body. Under the bright crystal chandelier in the living room, the fabric became almost translucent. From her delicate collarbone down to her slender waist, that breathtaking snowy white curve was exposed with nowhere to hide, and even the outline of her pink undergarments was faintly visible. Muchanga looked down at herself, and her face flushed crimson again. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest, turned her back to Su Mu, and backed into a corner. Su Mu glanced at her casually, and then looked away. He rummaged through the closet, grabbed a bath towel still with its tag on, and tossed it over. Go take a hot shower first. Don't catch a cold, and try to scam me your sponsor. I don't want to be the fall guy. Muchanga practically fled into the bathroom. She closed the heavy frosted glass door and leaned against the cold tiled wall, gasping for air. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her throat. The bathroom was absurdly large, bigger than the entire bungalow she grew up in. The wet-dry separation glass room alone housed 3 high-end shower heads she didn't recognize. All the toiletries on the counter were unopened with packaging covered in French she couldn't read. She stood before the huge anti-fog mirror and looked at herself. Her mask was long gone, and her cap was lost in the car. Her long hair was plastered in wet strands against her pale face, making her look utterly disheveled. And the man from 10 minutes ago had only given her a cursory glance before looking away. Su Mu's utterly indifferent reaction unsettled Muchanga even more. Did she, with her pride-worthy looks, hold no appeal at all in the eyes of this top-tier rich kid? 20 minutes later. After her shower, Muchanga stood under the spray, completely dumbfounded. Her discarded clothes were all soaked through. Wringing them out would leave a puddle on the tiles. The most fatal thing was that even her innermost garments were too wet to wear. If she walked out now naked under the dripping thin blouse, the image was unthinkable. Wrapped in the large soft towel, she dawdled in the bathroom for over half an hour until the steam on the glass door had almost dissipated. Finally, with no other option, she cracked the bathroom door open. Just a sliver poked out her damp head wrapped in the towel, and whispered to Su Mu outside, her face red. Junior Su Mu. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. My clothes are all soaked. I can't wear them. Can you find me something, anything to wear? Su Mu was lounging on the leather sofa in the living room, yawning. Hearing the noise, he stood up and walked to the bathroom door. A brand new men's white shirt was slipped through the gap in the door Muchanga had opened. Su Mu's lazy voice came through the thick door. Just wear this for now. It's all I've got in the closet. I can't conjure up anything else. Su Mu rolled his eyes inwardly. Pretty face, but why was she so slow in the shower? If she came out wrapped in a towel, was he going to peel it off and eat her? Muchanga grabbed the men's shirt, which carried a pleasant scent, from behind the door. She vaguely heard Su Mu on the phone outside. He rattled off the long address for Thompson Riviera into his phone. Just pick the sizes. Hurry up. Ooh, I need it delivered within half an hour. 5 minutes later. Muchanga emerged from the bathroom, her face bright red. The oversized men's shirt barely reached her upper thighs. The thin fabric over her chest was stretched to its absolute limit. With each breath and movement, the faintly visible stunning whiteness delivered a powerful visual impact. Her 2 long straight legs swayed beneath the shirt's hem, equally dazzlingly white. No wonder the system's rating was icy skin and jade bones, snow white and stunning. Su Mu turned to look. The buttons on this men's shirt were definitely under pressure. They were never meant to handle today. Su Mu marveled inwardly. This was even more thrilling than the softcore streamers on various short video apps. And the key was this woman usually held the title of Ice Queen at school. That huge contrast in identity doubled the pleasure. The atmosphere in the living room began to grow subtly ambiguous, sliding towards something indescribable. Suddenly, the heavy security doorbell rang. Su Mu walked over and pulled the door open. Two sales ladies from brand boutiques stood at the entrance wearing well-tailored black suits. They carried 6 gold-stamped paper bags with subtle patterns. The leader bowed respectfully and handed Sumu a handwritten, beautifully crafted delivery list. Sir, here are all the items you requested. Please take a look. Sumu didn't even glance at it, he just signed. Mu Changa, sitting by the dining table, couldn't help but lean over for a peek. The 6 paper bags were neatly lined up on the entryway floor. The top bag revealed the tag of a trench coat. It bore a number 68000. She looked again, carefully counting the zeros, 4 of them. Mu Change's hands began to tremble. She did a quick mental calculation. One coat was 68000, and that was just one of the 6 bags. She dared not calculate further. Sumu closed the door, picked up the bags, and set them all on the dining table in front of Mu Changa. Go change. I can't let you go back to school in my shirt. The campus forum would explode tomorrow. Mu Changa stared at the gold-stamped bags, her lips trembling. These are too expensive. Sumu had already flopped back onto the sofa without looking up. If you dawdle any longer, you might have to worry about whether you can get out of bed to go to school tomorrow. Mu Changa shuffled out of the spacious bedroom, now dressed in a beige trench coat. Beneath the coat, she wore a silk blouse of exquisite texture. On her feet were a pair of lambskin ankle boots, whose brand name she couldn't even pronounce. This outfit made her radiate an air of sophisticated elegance. Sumu sprawled on the oversized leather sofa in the living room, casting a casual glance at her. He silently mused to himself that the system's rating of 98 for looks and 96 for figure was indeed genuine. Once this woman shed the shackles of bargain bin attire, her combat prowess shot straight from scrap bronze to the pinnacle of kings. If she were on a live stream, she'd definitely be the kind who could make a legion of big spenders rain down gifts. Well, at least she doesn't look like she's sneaking out for an affair now. With that remark, Sumu instantly stifled Mu Change's intention to thank him. She stood awkwardly in the living room at a loss. She stole a glance at the timer on her phone, which tracked her companion's service. This 4-hour order had already dragged on for over 3 hours. 1 hour was spent stuck in a torrential downpour on the elevated highway. Another hour and a half she had whiled away in the bathroom showering and drying her hair. The remaining half hour was entirely devoted to figuring out how to wear this complicated outfit. Throughout these 4 hours of her so-called premium companion service, she had essentially done nothing. She hadn't even exchanged a single casual word with her benefactor. She had spent the entire time enjoying a hot bath and changing into new clothes. Not only had she freeloaded on an expensive imported shampoo and body wash, but she had also changed into a set of high-end garments that could cost a fortune. A heavy sense of indebtedness swept over Mu Changa. The more she calculated, the more guilty she felt. Mu Changa felt like she was nothing but a scammer sponging off others. No, this money was too hot to hold. Summoning the greatest courage of her life, she looked at the gap beneath the coffee table and said, "Tomorrow morning, I can take you around Modu. Consider it making up for the companion time I didn't fulfill tonight. It's free, no extra charge." Her tone was stiff and her hands nervously twisted the hem of her trench coat. Sumu had originally planned to go shopping for a new wardrobe himself after waking up tomorrow. Now seeing this aloof campus belle voluntarily offering herself as a free tour guide, he thought, why not? Alright, we'll set off at 10 sharp tomorrow morning. Mu Changa breathed a slight sigh of relief at this, but then she raised another condition. But I have a condition that must be clear up front. No one else at school should know about the relationship between us. Sumu couldn't help but laugh at this. What exactly is the relationship between us? A sugar daddy arrangement or a secret underground romance? I'm just hiring a guy to show me around, and you're making it sound like a spy rendezvous. Mu Changa was left speechless, her mouth opening and closing without a word. Sumu found it amusing how she usually acted like an ice queen at school, but stuttered when nervous. If you really want to get into something clandestine with me, that's not out of the question. The dormitory on campus is already locked up for the night, and this heavy rain outside won't let up for a while. If you really have nowhere to go, we can share the master bedroom's big bed. Mu Changa gasped in fright, staggering backward to create distance. She hastily clutched the slightly open collar of her coat, crossing her arms in front of her chest in a defensive posture. Sumu was just teasing her for a bit of fun. He wasn't that desperate to force himself on a young woman. After all, with his current wealth, there were plenty of women outside willing to throw themselves at him. Take the generous saleswoman Han Shuyao from the Porsche Center, for instance. The feel of that deck of cards was quite nice. He casually pointed to the door at the end of the hallway. Go sleep in the guest room on the left. Mu Changa felt as if she had received a reprieve. She darted into the guest room and locked the heavy wooden door with a click. Sumu stretched out comfortably on the master bedroom's large bed. Goddess Mu Change's current development progress has reached 5. Sumu stared at the translucent system prompt in his field of vision, baffled. He hadn't even touched a finger of this woman tonight, yet the progress bar had silently increased by 5. With Han Shuyao before, he had at least touched her directly, and the development only rose to 10. Could this ice-cold campus belle have a hidden self-conquest attribute? Just be a little nice to her, and she mentally hypes up the points. But he was now so sleepy, he could barely stifle a yawn. He couldn't be bothered to figure out what criteria the system was using. Since he had 100 million a day, he would do whatever he pleased. Sumu didn't want to become a slave to the system, deliberately fawning over women like a task-driven lackey. He pulled the soft silk duvet over his head, and within half a minute was snoring softly. The next day, Saturday at 10 in the morning, Sumu woke up naturally. Seeing another 100 million had been credited to his account, he first took a hot shower in the spacious bathroom. Feeling refreshed, he walked into the living room. Muchanga was already dressed neatly, sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Her sitting posture was more relaxed than last night, and the icy aloofness that usually kept strangers at bay had dissipated considerably. Sumu took her directly down to the underground garage in the private elevator. He pressed the key fob of the red Porsche 911, eager to test the driving feel of this two-door sports car today. Muchanga pulled open the low passenger door to get in. As she bent down, the generous neckline of her coat failed to contain a glimpse of a pale, creamy cleavage, a sight so captivating it was hard to look away. Sumu stood by the driver's side, openly enjoying the view. Once she was seated, she realized how cramped the interior of this sports car was. The tightness was far worse than the stretched version of the Panamera from last night. Her long legs couldn't stretch out, and her pale knees were pressed tightly against the glove compartment. Sumu floored the accelerator, unleashing this beast onto the city's elevated expressway. The violent surge of the sports car's acceleration slammed Muchanga deep into the rigid bucket seat. She gripped the door handle with both hands, her usual icy composure completely shattered. Even the corners of her pink lips twitched uncontrollably. She was now seriously suspecting that Sumu had deliberately chosen this cramped car to torment her. The two sped all the way to the underground garage of Hunglong Plaza. Sumu and Muchanga walked side by side on the gleaming marble floor of the mall. Huge billboards of various luxury brands blazed brightly around them. The contrast between their styles was so odd, it was almost comical. Sumu was still wearing his old t-shirt and cheap shorts, with a pair of worn-out mesh shoes on his feet. Meanwhile, Muchanga beside him was draped in a 6/8 yuan luxury trench coat and exquisite high-heeled ankle boots, exuding the powerful aura of a female CEO from a listed company out inspecting her business. Sumu caught their reflections in the glass display window. With his current appearance, anyone would think he was a gigolo kept by a wealthy woman. He regretted not having someone send over a couple of men's suits last night to tide him over. They stepped into a spacious store specializing in high-end men's custom tailoring. The saleswoman with her meticulously applied makeup initially showed little enthusiasm at the sight of Sumu's outfit. But when she noticed Muchanga entering a step behind him, especially her attire, her expression performed an instant Sichuan opera face change. She immediately put on a standard professional smile, showing 8 teeth. She eagerly served tea and water, careful not to offend this obviously wealthy female CEO and her kept man. Muchanga slipped naturally into the role of accompanying guide. She devoted her full 12% of attention weaving through the racks to help Sumu pick and match clothes of various colors. The heavy solid wood door of the fitting room was pushed open from inside. He emerged in a complete outfit carefully selected by Muchanga, a minimalist black high-end shirt paired with deep gray casual trousers that draped beautifully, accentuating his perfect proportions. His facial features were already strong and chiseled. Now, combined with the confidence that came from having 200 million in his account, every move he made exuded a relaxed ease. This innate relaxation elevated his handsomeness to a new level. It erased all the youthful naivety of a college student. Even the experienced saleswoman couldn't help blushing and repeatedly praised that the outfit seemed tailor-made for him. Muchanga, standing nearby, was also stunned. Her usually tightly pressed lips unconsciously parted slightly. Only one thought filled her mind: this man, with just a little dressing up, could be so breathtakingly handsome. Sumu swiped his card without hesitation, buying the entire outfit. He also instructed the saleswoman to pack all the same series in different colors according to this size. But this was just the beginning. Over the next 2 hours, Sumu took her on a shopping spree, sweeping through virtually every top luxury boutique in the mall. From casual wear to limited edition watches, even cufflinks and leather shoes. If he liked the look, he swiped his card. And Muchanga noticed that he never even glanced at the prices. As they continued, Sumu led her into a large women's haute couture store. He directly pointed to several sets of women's clothing and various sizes of intimate apparel for the saleswoman. Muchanga, watching him, thought he was still buying clothes for her. She waved her hands repeatedly, insisting she didn't need any more clothes. Sumu turned around and explained in a deliberately innocent tone, "Oh, you're overthinking, senior. These are for the wardrobe in the guest room. I'm keeping them as spares for other female guests I might bring back later." The air fell silent for a second. The saleswoman who was packing the items jerked her hand, suppressing a laugh so hard her shoulders shook. Mu Change's still waving arm froze midair, and her fair cheeks flushed bright red. She silently withdrew her hand, her toes desperately digging into the soles of her shoes, wishing she could tear a hole in the space-time continuum and flee Earth. Meanwhile, she couldn't help muttering under her breath, "You heartless bastard." Although she knew she had no relationship with this junior, hearing the words, "other women," made her chest feel inexplicably tight. A vague sense of unease spread through her heart. It took over 10 minutes for the saleswoman to pack all the assorted women's clothing. At this moment, Mu Changa suddenly tugged hesitantly at Su Mu's sleeve. "Su Mu, can you wait for me a moment? I want to go to that cheap lingerie shop around the corner to buy something." Su Mu looked at her in puzzlement. "Isn't there lingerie sold everywhere? Why go to that one?" Mu Change's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She bit her lower lip hard, and after a long while she forced out an awkward sentence through her teeth. "Last night, when you had the boutique people deliver the clothes, they matched a full set of standard sizes for a woman of average height, around 1.7 meters, and the underwear was also standard. But it's too small. I thought I could endure it, but after walking all morning it's too painful." Su Mu looked at the astonishing curve that seemed ready to burst the silk blouse's buttons and finally understood why she had been walking so stiffly all morning. It wasn't that the clothes were too small, it was that she was simply too well endowed. It wasn't that the clothes were too small, it was that she was simply too gifted by nature. Su Mu lounged on the sofa of a high-end women's boutique, idly scrolling through his phone. This woman was quite efficient at picking out clothes for him. Yet when it came to choosing her own compensatory underwear, she became impossibly shy, insisting on buying the cheapest option. Seeing her about to refuse again, Su Mu spoke directly. "My time is worth far more than this paltry few thousand yuan." The moment these words left his mouth, Mu Changa obediently slipped into the mysterious selection area within. A personal sales assistant in the lingerie section greeted her with a beaming smile. Mu Change's face remained flushed the entire time, not daring to lift her head. The styles hanging on the walls were flamboyant and intricate, some she dared not even glance at. She calculated in her heart that Su Mu had already spent too much money on her. She absolutely could not become that kind of grasping, opportunistic woman. Biting her lip, she asked the assistant to bring out the cheapest basic set in the store, just in a larger size. The female assistant glanced at her knowingly, and quickly returned with a set. It was a black lace design with a simple style. Mu Changa naively believed this style would cost at most a few hundred yuan. She had earned 3,000 this time. After sending some to her younger sister Xiao Xiao, the remainder should be enough for this underwear. But when she took the garment and flipped over the small price tag, seeing the string of numbers, clearly a chill went through her. She felt the mall's air conditioning was far too strong. The tag blatantly read 4,200. How in the world was this the cheapest? For that price at a wholesale market you could buy several large bags of the same fabric. Steeling herself, Mu Changa entered the premium fitting room tucked away in the corner. Carefully she removed the silk blouse worth 68,000. Eagerly she unfastened the expensive but cup bra. She tried to put on the black lace set priced at 4,200. This garment featured a full back-covering zipper design. In other words, it was an anti-human design, meant to conform to the back's curves. Mu Changa reached both hands behind her back to pull the delicate hidden zipper. When she reached the middle of her spine, the clasp suddenly clicked and jammed. Mu Changa didn't think much of it at first. She tugged slightly harder. But the zipper didn't go up, instead it got completely stuck. It had caught the inner mesh lining meant to protect the skin. The bite was incredibly tight. For 5 minutes Mu Changa tried every possible angle and posture. Her arms twisted behind her back were aching to the point of cramping. The delicate zipper remained utterly immovable. She stared at her reflection in the full-length mirror, a picture of utter mortification. The woman in the mirror was flushed red, wearing a taut black lace set. Large expanses of snow-white skin were exposed to the air without any cover. Her hands were bound behind her back, as if she were kidnapped. If this scene ever got out, the Ice Queen Campus Belle persona would be reduced to ashes instantly. Worst of all, she could neither take the thing off nor put it on properly. The assistant had asked through the door 2 minutes ago if she needed help. Unaccustomed to having someone wait outside, she had told the assistant to attend to other matters. If she tore this damned garment by force, the 4,200 yuan price tag would only add to her misery. She pressed her forehead against the cool wall of the fitting room. A single humiliated tear was forced from the corner of her eye. Su Mu had just finished a game outside. A notification suddenly popped up on his phone screen. It was a distress message from Mu Changa on WeChat. He put away his phone and strolled leisurely to the fitting area. The heavy velvet curtain was pulled open, a crack from the inside, just wide enough for one eye to peer out. Mu Change's tearful plea for help drifted out from the gap. Su Mu thought to himself that this woman seemed to attract every kind of misfortune in the world. Confirming no one was around, he sidled sideways into the cramped fitting room. Mu Changa clutched her coat to her chest, her back to Su Mu. Sumu looked down at the zipper head caught in the mesh. A piece of junk like this priced over 4,000. It's easy to make money off women. The workmanship was worse than the Tinyuan 43 street stall goods behind the school. Probably if a couple got a bit too enthusiastic at night, it would become a single-use item. He extended 2 fingers and pinched the tiny metal zipper head smaller than a fingernail. His fingertips inevitably brushed against Mu Change's warm soft-back skin. The woman's entire body trembled violently. Sumu felt that if this continued, he might end up injured from her tension. "Senior, can you please stop shaking? If you keep this up and I end up breaking this zipper, they'll have to call the assistant to get scissors and cut it off." The scene that would create would be talked about for ages. Hearing this, Mu Changa froze instantly, not daring to move a muscle or even breathe. Sumu used his thumb and forefinger to grasp those damned mesh threads. With his other hand, he secured the base of the zipper. He finally found the critical point where the fabric was caught. With a slight tearing sound of fabric, the stubborn zipper finally gave way completely. The force Sumu used was a bit strong, and the clasp had some inertia. The moment the restraint was gone, Mu Change's body lurched forward uncontrollably. She turned around hastily to maintain her balance, simultaneously covering her chest with both hands. This turning motion fully exposed her front view. It also instantly closed the distance between them to less than 10 centimeters. Sumu quickly stepped back a large pace. His back slammed heavily against the wooden doorframe of the fitting room, producing a dull thud. The air in the entire enclosed space froze. They could even hear each other's violently pounding heartbeats. At this most critical moment, the assistant who had gone to attend to other customers clicked back in her high heels. Her voice sounded from outside the velvet curtain. She asked if the clothes fit, while her tone seemingly laced with a hint of mischief. Sumu knew clearly that if he lifted the curtain and walked out now, he would never be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Huangpu River. He reached out and pressed against Mu Change's shoulder, pushing her further back into the fitting room. He then pulled the curtain, which had been left slightly open, tightly shut. The two were now forced into this tiny space. Mu Change's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. She bit her lower lip hard, swallowing the gasp that threatened to escape. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, almost breaking through her ribs. Sumu leaned against the door, watching this stunning woman on the verge of fainting from nervousness. Ding. Target Mu Change's current development progress increased to 10. Unlock target hidden info. Target's first physical contact with a young male in her life. Current psychological state: confusion, shame, and a trace of pride. Sumu finished reading the blue text floating before his retina. His eyebrow lifted slightly. System, are you serious? One of the 4 great campus belles of Moda University, who has dominated the rankings for years with a look score of 98 and a figure score of 96, and at 20 years old, she's never even held a guy's hand. No one would believe it if he told them. But on second thought, it made perfect sense. Mu Changa relied on student loans to attend school and work to support her sister. When would she have time for romance, that expensive and time-consuming luxury? Sumu suddenly felt that her earlier stiff reactions were probably the stress response of someone who had been single for 20 years, suddenly experiencing close physical contact with the opposite sex. But what was that pride about? 10 minutes later, the two walked out one after the other. The assistant stood at a distance, her smile stretching from ear to ear. The two shared an unspoken understanding, completely avoiding the topic of the accident in the fitting room. Sumu generously swiped his card, and the assistant personally saw them to the door. They walked side by side along the spacious corridor on the second floor of Plaza 66. A vast gap remained between them, wide enough for another person. Mu Changa kept her head down, looking at her completely new outfit. The cost of this one set probably exceeded her total clothing expenses for the past 20 years. She suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Sumu's back. "Sumu, the money for these clothes today. They'll slowly pay you back by working every month." Sumu didn't even turn his head. He was holding a freshly bought iced Americano, biting the straw and taking a big sip, continuing his aloof, swaggering stride forward. "Sure, senior. Take your time repaying me. I'm not in a hurry. Interest will be the central bank's base rate, plus a 10% markup." The thank you stuck in Mu Change's throat was completely choked off. She stood there staring at the back of Sumu's head. Her gaze was like she was looking at a heartless capitalist. She truly couldn't understand if he was joking or serious. This guy not only had a sharp tongue, but also a frivolous heart. At the same time, in the trendy afternoon tea area on the first floor of the mall, Lin Jiue, the class belle, sat with her roommate at the outdoor seating of a dessert shop, a popular Instagram spot. Lin Jiue held up her phone. She was frantically searching for the perfect angle to photograph the tiramisu in front of her, which had already melted a third of the way. She had been editing the photos for 20 minutes. She still hadn't gathered enough material for a 9-grid post on Zaihongshu. Just as she adjusted her phone's camera to take a panoramic shot with a blurred background, 2 very eye-catching figures suddenly entered her frame. Lin Jiue habitually prepared to crop out the passers-by. But when she zoomed in and clearly saw the woman walking behind her, finger froze on the screen. It was Muchanga. The same Muchanga who worked part-time washing dishes in the cafeteria kitchen, who couldn't even afford a decent lipstick. But the Muchanga in this photo was wearing this season's latest luxury brand beige trench coat. The silk inner layer was of exquisite quality. Her feet were shod in a pair of famous red sole calfskin boots. The total cost of her entire outfit was easily over 100,000 yuan. What was even more damning was Muchanga's position in the photo. She was following closely behind a tall, upright young man. The man happened to be turning his head to look at a nearby billboard revealing only a blurry profile. Lin Jiyue completely failed to recognize him as the shabbily dressed Su Mu from class yesterday. But to her experienced eye skilled at catching wind and shadows, the distance between them and Muchanga's hesitant, shrinking demeanor clearly indicated it wasn't a normal relationship between equals. It looked all wrong, exactly like a female college student being kept by a sugar daddy. What boyfriend would make the girl carry all the bags while he leisurely sipped his coffee? Lin Ziyu's chest felt tight, a mix of anger and envy. Excitement and jealousy churned madly in her mind. Her roommate sitting opposite saw her changing expression and was startled. Is the dessert not to your taste? You look terrible. Lin Jiyue forced a stiff smile. It's nothing. She placed her hand with its recently done nails on the edge of the table. The nail polish was already chipping at the edges, and her living expenses were running low too. She looked down at her own clothes. This was the affordable luxury piece she had specifically chosen for this afternoon tea, something she usually prided herself on. This jacket was actually a knockoff version on sale for just 790 yuan. This outfit could usually fool the unsophisticated engineering guys at school. But compared to Muchanga's high-end luxury ensemble in the photo, her own outfit instantly looked shabby, like something picked up from a bargain bin at a wholesale market. Why her? Lin Jiyue asked herself this question 10,000 times in her heart. In terms of looks, she considered herself quite decent. It was only in terms of figure that she couldn't compete with Muchanga's blessed genetics. But why should Muchanga be the one to catch the eye of a tycoon of this caliber, instantly achieving class mobility and transforming from a sparrow into a phoenix? The tiramisu on the table had completely melted into an indescribable mushy mess. Looking at that mess, Lin Jiyue felt her own moral compass crumbling along with it. It was a perfect reflection of her fragile state of mind at that moment. She switched back to her encrypted album. She zoomed in on the photos she had just taken again and again. In a second, her mind conjured up 3 explosive titles for Zaihongshu. Posting any one of them on the campus forum would be enough to ruin Muchanga's reputation at Moda University forever. But Lin Ziyu's rationality wasn't completely consumed by jealousy. Even if she ruined Muchanga's name, a big shot like that wouldn't notice her. Such an act would harm others without benefiting herself. It wasn't her style. She deftly created a new hidden encrypted album. She dragged those few photos into it. She thought to herself to keep these for later. At a critical moment, this would definitely be an ace card that could blow the whole game wide open. Half an hour later, in the dim exclusive VIP garage on the second basement level of Plaza 66, Su Mu's eye-catching Porsche 911 flashed its blinding headlights twice. Muchanga skillfully pulled open the low passenger door and slowly sat inside. She glanced at the luxury shopping bags. The price of those items was equivalent to the down payment on an apartment in the heart of Modu. Finally, she couldn't help but break the oppressive silence in the car. Sumu, do you rich people just not see money as money? The amount you spent this morning alone is enough for me to work 3 jobs without eating or drinking for 2 years. Sumu shifted into drive and lightly pressed the accelerator. The car glided smoothly out of the parking space. Without even lifting his eyelids, he replied casually. Since you know I'm generous, you should seriously consider the life assistant job offer I mentioned yesterday. Room and board included 10,000 a month. Isn't that 100 times safer than you going out in your coat late at night to take those strange temporary escort jobs? The car fell into that familiar absolute silence once more. Only the deep exhaust note of the sports car echoed, bouncing between the anti-collision pillars of the empty garage, lingering long. This time Muchanga didn't refuse outright like she had in the infirmary yesterday morning. She turned her head to look at the scenery receding outside the window. Finally, a faint voice drifted out into the air. He'll think about it. Sumu held the steering wheel, hearing those 4 words, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Muchanga pushed open the old wooden door of the dormitory. She assumed none of her roommates were there. It was 1:30 on a Saturday afternoon. She thought they'd all gone out to have fun or work part-time. But she was mistaken. Zhong Ling was lying on the top bunk scrolling through her phone. Fang Jinshi was sitting at her desk wearing a face mask. Su Bangxia was quietly perched on the lower bunk, a needle and thread in her hand, mending the frayed threads of an old jacket. 3 pairs of eyes turned to her simultaneously. The dormitory fell silent for a full 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds of stillness felt even longer than the 5 agonizing minutes in the fitting room last night when the zipper got stuck. Zhongling slapped her phone down on the mattress. Half her body leaned over the railing of the top bunk. A scream that could pierce the entire hallway erupted. Chang'e, you didn't come back all night. Mu Chang'e's expression management kicked in instantly. Unfazed, she pulled out the excuse she'd rehearsed on the way. The rain was too heavy last night, I couldn't come back. I sat in the McDonald's near school all night. Zhongling's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You sat in McDonald's all night dressed like that. Did you go for a Big Mac or a photo shoot? Fong Jinshi couldn't sit still either. She tore half the face mask off, revealing a face half green and half white, looking both comical and serious. She rushed over in 3 quick strides to examine the jacket Mu Chang'e was wearing. She carefully studied the sleeve cuff, then flipped out the inner tag with disbelief. Fong Jinshi stared at the label for 3 seconds. Her mouth slowly dropped open. Face mask essence dripped down her chin. She didn't bother wiping it off. This brand, my mom tried on the same style last month at IFC shopping mall. The sales assistant quoted 68000. My mom pretended to take a call on the spot and dragged me away. The moment Zhongling heard 68000, she flipped down from the top bunk in one move. Her speed was terrifying. The leg strength she'd built from years of badminton wasn't for nothing. She dashed over in 2 steps and circled Mu Chang'e, taking her in from head to toe. Oh my god. The shoes are new too. This sole, this leather. And the shirt underneath feels off the fabric, is unusually smooth. Hee campus beauty, Mu, fess up honestly. Where were you last night? Mu Chang'e took half a step back, trying to keep her tone natural. A friend lent them to me. I'll return the clothes after wearing them. Zhongling planted her hands on her hips deliberately, putting on an interrogator's air. Which friend would casually lend out clothes worth tens of thousands? Is this friend you're seeing the daughter of Jack Ma? Fong Jinshi nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. If you said you borrowed a Uniqlo, I might believe it. But this, if you break a button you can't even afford to pay for it. Mu Chang'e opened her mouth, then closed it. She realized the more she tried to cover up, the more ridiculous her lie became. Zhongling could see her guilt. She pressed her advantage, flashing a mischievous grin like a seasoned fox, and leaned close to whisper. Did you finally come to your senses last night? Did you get initiated? Is he handsome? Impressive? We're all sisters here. Tell us the truth, and we'll keep it secret. Fong Jinshi tore off the other half of her mask, and leaned into. 3 heads nearly bumped together. Yeah, we're roommates. What's there to hide? Are you in love? Mu Chang'e retreated to her own bed, her cheeks flushed deep red, like a ripe tomato, waving her hands frantically. No such thing. Don't guess wildly. What initiation, or whatever? Tisk, you're stammering. And still saying no. Zhongling raised an eyebrow, wearing an I understand everything expression, and plopped herself onto Mu Chang'e's bed. Chang'e, we're all adults. What's there to be shy about? Fong Jinshi rolled her eyes and dropped a bombshell. Take my ex. He looked decent enough, 6 feet tall with muscles, but you know what? Even with foreplay, he couldn't last half an hour. I said bye-bye on the spot. Zhongling laughed so hard, she nearly doubled over, chiming in exactly. Jinshi's ex is a living counterexample. Come on, give us a hint. You didn't come back all morning. Did you end up unable to get out of bed? You all. Mu Chang'e was stunned, her ears buzzing. These 2 roommates usually looked so innocent and fresh. How did the conversation speed shoot up to 180 behind closed doors? Mu Chang'e grabbed a pillow and pressed it over her burning face, yelling muffled, stop asking. Nothing really happened. You bunch of female hooligans. It's just an acquaintance, a junior. His family is well off. It rained last night, and I couldn't leave, so he let me sleep in the guest room. Just crashing there. Really nothing happened. She regretted it the moment she said it. Zhongling's expression grew even more gossipy. A junior? When did you meet him? How come we don't know? His family is well off. You just met him, and you're already staying over at his place, coming back in 680 yuan clothes he bought you. And you say nothing happened? Fong Jinshi added, 1 man, 1 woman with your charm. Nothing happened. Chang'e, do you even believe that yourself? Mu Chang'e felt that every extra word she spoke only dug the hole deeper. She decided to shut up. Su Bangxia had been sitting on her lower bunk the whole time, not joining the interrogation. She still held the threaded needle in her hand, the old jacket with frayed sleeves spread across her knees. She looked up at Mu Chang'e. She noticed that although Mu Chang'e was dressed flashy, there was a deep exhaustion in her eyes, completely unlike the barely concealed smugness of a kept woman. Su Bangxia said nothing. She put down her needle and thread, walked to the water dispenser, poured a cup of hot water, and gently placed it on Mu Chang'e's desk. When Mu Chang'e saw that cup of water, her throat tightened. She had also noticed Su Bangxia's gaze just now. A sudden surge of indescribable discomfort rose in her heart. She knew that Bangxia's family had suffered misfortune, making her even more strapped than Mu Chang'e herself. They had always shared a quiet mutual understanding, but now standing before Su Bangxia in this outfit. What was it if not showing off? The jacket she was mending was a second-hand one bought for 30 yuan at the night market behind the school in freshman year. Mu Chang'e picked up the hot water, took a sip, the cup covering most of her face. Zhongling meant no harm, but she had zero sense of the moment. She was now in a state of extreme excitement, her gossip soul blazing fiercely. She grabbed Muchanga and pulled her toward the bed. Let me take a closer look. Maybe there are traces left inside the clothes. Inspection time. Muchanga tried to run. Fang Jinshi was quick. She circled around and closed the door. In the girls' dorm, the two of them cornered Muchanga between the wardrobe and the desk. Today Muchanga learned just how frightening the grip of a badminton player could be. Lingling, stop it. What are you doing? Let me see if Changa changed the innermost layer too, then I'll know. Zhongling reached for the buttons of her trench coat, shouting. Muchanga desperately protected her collar, clutching the front of the coat with both hands. Oh, stop pulling at my clothes. We're all girls. What's there to hide? We've seen it before. The two wrestled on the bed. Fang Jinshi clapped and laughed, leftover mask, bits falling off. Su Bangxia shrank back on her own bed, needle and thread in hand, watching the chaos with a helpless expression. At this moment, they all still treated it as a sisterly joke. After all, they had gone this crazy before, when studying Zhongling's disproportionate measurements. Finally, the trench coat was forcibly pulled halfway open. Underneath was the expensive silk shirt. The collar came loose a little too. In a panic, Muchanga raised her hand to block her elbow hitting the handle of the wardrobe. The pain made her lurch to the right. The movement was so abrupt that the second button on the front of the shirt popped open. Zhongling was still laughing. Suddenly, her smile vanished. Her gaze locked onto the area just below Muchanga's collarbone. There were two very clear red marks, starting from the skin above her chest. The two red streaks extended downward, disappearing beneath the clothing. Their ends were invisible. Deep and vivid red, startlingly conspicuous against her luminous white skin. All sound in the dormitory died. Zhongling let go. Fang Jinshi's smile slowly faded. The tip of Su Bangxia's needle pricked her left index finger. A bead of blood welled up. She didn't react at all. All three pairs of eyes were locked on those two unmistakable red marks. Muchanga followed their gaze and looked down. Her expression changed instantly. She quickly pulled her clothes together, wrapping the trench coat tightly. But it was too late. Zhongling's lips trembled. Her voice suddenly became soft and small, as if afraid of scaring Muchanga. Changa, did he do this? Muchanga's mind buzzed. She opened her mouth to explain. Seeing the alarmed expressions of her three roommates, she suddenly realized what they were thinking. You've got it wrong. It's just from the clothes. The bra was too small. Zhongling looked into her eyes, genuine worry in her gaze. Changa, tell me the truth. If something happened to you, if you met someone bad, we'll go to the police together. Fang Jinshi's eyes were red. Is someone forcing you? Don't be afraid. My dad knows people. Muchanga looked at three faces, genuinely anxious for her. A pang of bitterness hit her heart. She shook her head fiercely. It really is just the bra being too small, the marks left from wearing it all morning. What are you all thinking? Zhongling stared at her for a few seconds. Then why didn't you change? Muchanga was stumped. She couldn't say that in Su Mu's mansion she hadn't brought a bra, forgot her size, and wore an ill-fitting one sent by someone else. Later, when changing into a new bra at Hing Lung Plaza, the zipper got stuck, and Su Mu had to come into the fitting room to help her out. If she said even one word of that, the dorm would never be peaceful today. It was too late to change. Muchanga squeezed out that sentence. Zhongling's eyebrows knitted almost into a knot. You spent the night at a rich junior's house wearing clothes worth tens of thousands he bought you, and you come back with marks on your chest, and you tell me it's self-inflicted? Zhongling leaned half her body on the iron railing of Muchanga's bed. Her expression had completely retracted, no longer the usual frivolous demeanor. The female college student's eyes revealed a determined, earnest intensity. Changa, I'm not trying to dig into your private life to mock you. Zhongling deliberately lowered her voice, her fingers clutching the seam of the bedsheet. The dazzling world of Shanghai is too complicated. I'm just afraid you'll get swept up and deceived. Those rich playboys outside aren't good people. She glanced back at Fang Jins as she spoke. If you really run into an emergency and need money, the four of us in the dorm can sit down and figure something out together. She leaned closer to the quilt. You can't even bear to buy a decent shampoo, don't tough it out alone and do something reckless. Fang Jins nodded vigorously from behind. Muchanga buried herself completely under the soft bedding. A muffled, aggrieved voice tinged with embarrassment and indignation emerged from the thick cotton quilt. Zhongling, if you say one more word today, I'll go ask Sister Man to switch dorms tomorrow. The moment those words fell, the air froze. Zhongling wisely clamped her mouth shut and mimed zipping her lips. She knew Muchanga's temper all too well. This woman seemed soft on the surface, but was fiercely proud at heart. If pressed further, Muchanga would indeed grab her bedding and walk out. Slowly withdrawing, Zhongling turned to exchange a meaningful glance with Fang Jins. Their gazes collided midair, sparking countless silent questions. The old dormitory door, warped from years of moisture, had a broken hinge and left a two-finger-wide gap. Zhou Jiqing had just finished washing clothes in the public bathroom at the end of the corridor and was heading back to her own room. as she passed by the loud conversation from inside filtered into her ears. She clearly heard the women inside talking about clothes worth tens of thousands. Then in the next second she heard about someone not returning all night. Zhou Jiqing, who usually walked briskly, found her steps involuntarily slowing down. She cautiously crept toward the door gap, boldly pressing her right ear against the chipped rusted doorframe. All the chatter from inside now became extremely clear. She could even hear Zhongling's heavy breathing from excitement. During those brief minutes of eavesdropping, she caught several explosive words: high-end silk, clothes worth 68,000, wrong underwear size, even red marks left by a man. Zhou Jiqing's breathing grew rapid. She quickly pieced together those fragmented, shocking words into a complete, sordid drama in her mind. As the dorm room gradually quieted down, she carefully lifted her heels, her soles leaving the floor, and tiptoed away like a sneaky mouse. From start to finish, she didn't dare breathe loudly, afraid to break the silence and lose the incredible gossip she'd stumbled upon. Back in her own dorm, Zhou Jiqing locked the door. She tossed her wash basket onto a cluttered table and plopped onto a chair, her face brimming with barely contained excitement at having caught someone's weakness. The boys at Shanghai University were usually blind, forever pining after the aloof Mu Chang'e. Who would have thought she could be so disgraceful behind the scenes? She eagerly pulled out her iPhone from her pajama pocket. Her fingers swiftly unlocked the screen and found Zhao Zixuan's chat at the top of her pinned list. Zhou Jiqing and Zhao Zixuan were childhood sweethearts who grew up in the same compound. Throughout high school, they often sneaked out to watch movies and had already planned in noisy KTV booths to publicly announce their happy relationship once they entered university. But the man's heart changed faster than a chameleon's colors. The first day Zhao Zixuan stepped on a campus, he saw the photos of the 4 campus beauties on the forum, and his fickle soul was instantly captivated. Just last week the brat even warned her in the cafeteria to keep a distance as ordinary classmates from now on. Zhou Jiqing, remembering that disdainful look, ground her teeth. She stared fiercely at the chat on her phone screen. If Zhao Zixuan knew that the pure campus beauty he daydreamed about but couldn't even talk to had actually been with another man last night and was covered in bruises. Zhou Jiqing's thumb quickly typed a message on the numeric keypad. Zixuan, I accidentally overheard Mu Chang's dorm arguing today. She didn't come back last night. And she came back wearing designer clothes worth over 100 grand, and I heard there were marks from a man on her body. She read the text twice, felt it was too emotionally revealing, and quickly held down the backspace key to delete it all. She began to ponder what kind of words would provoke Zhao Zixuan, make him see the true faces of those so-called beauties, and bring him back to her. Meanwhile, in Mu Chang's dorm, the atmosphere finally calmed. Su Bangxia had been sitting on her small stool, silently watching the other 2 roommates settle down. She quietly stood up, walked to her desk, and opened the drawer containing only a few cheap skincare products. She stopped by Mu Chang's bed and quietly watched her roommates still buried under the quilt. Su Bangxia didn't reach for the quilt. Instead, she pulled out a flat plastic round box from her pocket. She gently placed that aloe vera gel bought for $9.90 at the pharmacy on the uncovered sheet beside Mu Chang's pillow. Mu Chang'e had been tense, watching the outside through the gap in the quilt. She immediately recognized the aloe vera gel. Her heart felt as if squeezed by rough hands. Su Bangxia slightly bent down, bringing her mouth close to the quilt's opening. In a breath so low only the 2 of them could hear, she murmured, "Put this on when you shower tonight. Aloe vera gel fades those red marks the fastest." Without waiting for a response, she turned and quietly returned to her spot. Meanwhile, in Lujiazui, Su Mu drove the flashy Porsche 911 boldly into the gleaming underground garage of Tangshan 1. Dressed in the high-end casual wear Head bought that morning, he rode the private elevator to the top-floor apartment in high spirits. As he pushed open the heavy door with his fingerprint, the pleasant central air conditioning rushed to meet him. He casually tossed the car keys onto the entryway cabinet, slipped into soft slippers, and stepped into the living room, spacious enough to play football. His gaze inadvertently swept across the massive glass coffee table in the center of the room. On the otherwise empty glass surface now rested a neatly folded white bath towel. The edges of the towel were folded as crisp as tofu blocks, looking even more orderly than a cleaner's work. Beside the towel lay a square note torn from a sticky pad. Sumu raised an eyebrow, sauntered over, and pulled out the note. It bore a line of delicate, yet slightly hesitant handwriting. "I've washed and dried the towel and shirt. Thank you for yesterday." The signature was a hasty character Mu. Sumu stared at the note for a moment, then cracked a smile. This woman was quite interesting, and she really seemed suited for the role of life assistant. He gently crumpled the fragrant note into a ball. With a casual flick of his wrist, the paper ball arced through the air and landed precisely into the smart sensor trash can in the corner. But the moment the ball hit the bin, a familiar blue glow shimmered before his retinas. A translucent system notification panel popped up out of nowhere. Detected target Mu Chang'e actively displaying life care-related behavior. System determines this behavior aligns with early indicators of the target's hidden attribute. Congratulations, host. Current target development progress increased by 5. Sumu stared at the blinking lines frozen in place. He felt 3 huge question marks floating over his forehead. He found the system's progress calculation mechanism utterly bizarre. Even in that upscale fitting room, when he pulled up the zipper stuck in the mesh fabric, he hadn't actually touched anything beneath that layer of cloth. Consider that Han Yaoyao from Porsche only had a development progress of 10. Yet Mu Change's progress bar had already jumped ahead. Was this the kind of ultimate being who could self-develop without any effort at all? Sumu lazily walked to the leather sofa that could seat 3 and threw himself onto it. He now seriously suspected his system had some backdoor he didn't know about, or that the iceberg campus beauty had a severe tendency toward self-development. He opened his eyes and stared at the still-censored hidden attribute on the system panel for a while. Earlier today in that mall fitting room, when the system indicated that Mu Change's emotions included pride, he had already found it puzzling. Combining those 2 incidents with the system's mention of life care behavior, he could roughly guess Mu Change's so-called hidden attribute and the shortcut to development. But he rested his head on the sofa back, too lazy to investigate. After all, with a small goal arriving in his account every day, why should he bother accommodating others' thoughts? And given Mu Change's current situation, she couldn't escape his grasp anyway. Setting that aside, just as he was pondering what new toy to buy to reward himself tomorrow, his phone screen lit up. He picked up the phone and saw a WeChat message from Wang Hao. So you've been ghosting the whole weekend. What's up? Before he could reply, a second message popped up. Senior Wanqing posted in the student union group. There's a freshman tea party at the activity center the day after tomorrow. She specifically asked me to come and bring my roommates along. In the girls' dormitory, Zhongling and Fang Jins had already taken their afternoon nap. Su Bangxia sat on a small stool bent over and slowly dragged a canvas bag out from under the bed. Inside the bag was a set of neatly folded dark yoga pants and a sports bra. The edges of the clothes were already peeled from being washed countless times. She moved with extreme caution, afraid of making any sound that might wake her roommates. She turned sideways, her back to the others in the room, and slipped off the oversized gray hoodie that completely obscured her figure. Beneath it was a white camisole with a tear. Zhongling was not fully asleep. She turned over and sat up with a yawn. Bangxia heading off to work again. Su Bangxia hurriedly pulled on the pilled sports bra and turned to give Zhongling a strained smile. I have a few assistant classes at the yoga studio this afternoon. Fang Jins was also woken by the chatter. She rubbed her eyes and poked her head out from under the covers. Hey, if you ask me, you're pushing yourself too hard. Fang Jins leaned over the edge of the bed and sighed, her tone tinged with sympathy. Your family used to be pretty well off, you know. You could play piano and the shao. The more she spoke, the more she felt it was unfair. If it weren't for that damned biological father of yours who gambled away the entire family fortune, you'd have been living like a princess. Su Bangxia clutched the handle of the old canvas bag. She didn't respond to her roommate's words. She only murmured a soft, "I'm leaving now," then quietly pushed open the worn dormitory door and slipped out. In the top-floor luxury penthouse of Tangshan Ipin, Sumu had just woken from a pleasant afternoon nap. He turned over and casually picked up his phone from the coffee table. The screen clearly displayed 2:40 p.m. He had already replied to the WeChat message from Wang Hao before sleeping. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Wang Hao had indeed already delivered the phony, otherwise that senior sister would probably never have remembered him. Alas, poor Wang Hao thought his spring had finally arrived. And she even asked Wang Hao to bring his roommate. She probably sensed that behind this simp might be a bigger fish. But Sumu didn't plan to go and warn him directly now. Such things couldn't be solved by words alone. He had already reminded him once, saying more would only breed resentment. He would wait until Monday to meet this Wanqing senior sister, one of the 4 campus beauties, and then see. Sumu stood up from the sofa and stretched lazily. He felt that staying cooped up in this 1,000-square-meter mansion was a waste of such fine weather. He walked into the dressing room, changed into a comfortable and breathable custom casual outfit, and took the private elevator downstairs. The Lujiazui area was undoubtedly the most prime real estate in the entire Magic City. Both sides of the street were lined with extravagantly decorated high-end commercial complexes and upscale casual dining restaurants. Sumu, hands in his pockets, strolled casually along the broad, clean sidewalks. He passed a high-end yoga studio with an exquisitely designed storefront. On the massive door hung beautiful artistic characters made of metal, Fanue Yoga. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, he could clearly see the warm amber lights glowing softly inside. Several blurred figures in tight clothing were stretching on yoga mats. Sumu had little interest in this Indian import, merely a pastime for wealthy women. He hadn't planned to stop, intending only to find a place on the corner to grab a coffee. But as luck would have it, the large glass door of the yoga studio wasn't fully closed. A shrill female voice like nails on a chalkboard pierced the tranquility of the street and drilled into his ears. Little girl, did you buy that outfit from Pinduoduo for $9.99? Trouble. Sumu stopped. Since he had nothing better to do, he simply pushed open the door and swaggered in. He found a high stool near the front desk with an excellent view and sat down. The receptionist glanced at his expensive custom casual wear, assumed he was a family member of a premium member, and wisely refrained from asking him to leave. Deep inside the studio, in the spacious private coaching area, Sue Banksia stood quietly dressed in faded dark yoga pants. She was providing unknown pose assistance to VIP members. On the yoga mat in front of her stood a Shanghai woman in her 40s. The woman had elaborately styled curly hair, wore the latest Lululemon yoga outfit, and a Cartier necklace around her neck that shone even brighter than her face. Her surname was Jiang, and she was a top-tier VIP with an annual base membership fee of 8 yuan at the studio. While doing a cat-cow warm-up, she spoke sarcastically to Sue Banksia beside her. Little girl, where did you buy the clothes you're wearing today? Jiang Lifen didn't hide her gaze as she swept over Sue Banksia's curvaceous figure, letting out a cold snort. Her tone was thick with jealousy. No wonder my husband's gaze lingered on you several times when he picked me up from class last time. Don't think I don't know the schemes of working-class girls like you from small places, using your position as a coach to lure wealthy men in high-end venues. Sue Banksia kept her head low, her eyes reddening. Her fingers clenched the worn yoga pants, creating wrinkles as she defended herself in a small voice. Sister Jiang, I'm not doing anything else. I'm just here working part-time. Still talking back. Feeling her authority challenged, Jiang Lifen suddenly put her hands on her hips and maliciously pointed to the empty mat in front of her. Since you're an assistant coach, you must have some real skills. Show me a standing hanto big toe forward fold right now, demonstrated. The other members, stretching nearby, gasped. This pose required the practitioner to lift one leg straight up to ear level. Even a professional coach needed at least 10 minutes of warm-up, and Sue Banksia hadn't warmed up for even a minute. Just as Sue Banksia bit her lip and prepared to bend forward, Sumu, sitting in the lounge, suddenly saw a faint blue light flicker before his eyes. A translucent system notification panel materialized. High-value undeveloped target detected. Target name Sue Banksia, overall rating SS, hidden attributes. Insufficient progress. Special note, this target possesses an extremely rare innate flexibility talent, spectate mode unlocked. Current progress 0. Sumu raised an eyebrow at the panel. SS. Only slightly lower than Muchanga. But what the hell was this spectate mode? Sumu stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed on the private training area. Sue Banksia took a deep breath, slowly bending over to grasp the toes of her right foot with her right hand. Though her thighs trembled uncontrollably from the lack of warm-up, yet incredibly that leg smoothly rose above her shoulder, pressing firmly against her ear. Her terrifyingly exceptional flexibility paired with her dusty, downtrodden face created a striking visual impact. Sumu sighed inwardly, understanding exactly why the system had marked her as special. With such an exquisite physique capable of folding herself in half, few men could resist. Jiang Lifen had originally come to watch Sue Banksia embarrass herself. Instead, not only had she executed the move perfectly, but she had also revealed even more alluring body lines. Thus her expression visibly darkened. Your form is quite impressive, Jiang Lifen said, her eyes shifting as she raised her high-end thermal cup, pretending to lean in for a closer look. Let me see how you're engaging your muscles. The moment she drew near, Jiang Lifen's wrist accidentally tilted. A large portion of the warm water splashed precisely onto the yoga mat beside Sue Banksia's supporting leg. The anti-slip mat, once wet, lost all friction instantly. Sue Banksia's left foot slid abruptly, her entire balance collapsing. To avoid crashing into the expensive equipment nearby, she twisted midair, forcing all her weight onto her right ankle. With a dull thud, Sue Banksia landed clumsily on the ground, a sickening crack of bone dislocation echoing from her ankle. Before she even gasped in pain, the instigator, Jiang Lifen, let out an exaggerated shriek, stumbling back 3 steps. Oh my goodness! Are you trying to kill me? Suddenly making such a huge noise. If you scare me into a heart attack, can you, a country girl, ever afford to pay for it? Hearing the commotion, the previously feigning store manager immediately dropped his phone and scurried over. He paid no attention to Sue Banksia, who was pale from pain on the ground. Instead, he immediately soothed Jiang Lifen. Auntie Jiang, please calm down. It's our fault for not training her well, letting such a clumsy temp worker disturb you. Turning around, the manager's face changed entirely. Do you have any idea what high-end service means? Auntie Jiang is our most esteemed VIP. You've ruined the experience and nearly injured a valued guest. Today's class commission is deducted and your entire month's part-time attendance bonus is revoked. Sue Banksia, clutching her rapidly swelling ankle, was overwhelmed by pain and injustice. Tears streamed down her face in large drops, her voice trembling with despair. Manager, she deliberately spilled the water. Please don't deduct my lesson fees. That money is for my mom's medicine next month. Zhang Lifan, far from showing any sympathy, rolled her eyes and sneered. Little girl, you sure know how to play the victim, always dragging out some hospital story. I paid over 80,000 for quality service, not to listen to the whining of lowlifes like you. Manager Sue, if she doesn't leave, I'm canceling my membership today. Hearing the words, cancel membership, the manager panicked. The store was already struggling, and if the big boss found out, his job would be in jeopardy. So he pointed at Sue Banksy's nose, ready to continue reprimanding her. At that moment, a low, cold, yet mocking male voice drifted slowly from the lounge area, not far away. An 80,000 annual card, and you think that makes you some kind of empress? Have the standards in Shanghai sunk this low? Hearing the sound, the manager turned around, ready to scold this intruder. Before he could speak, he was stunned by Su Mu's outfit. Their eyes were sharp. But on closer look, the newcomer was just a young student, and his earlier wariness faded somewhat. The manager asked sharply, non-members are forbidden in the private training area. Who are you? Su Mu couldn't be bothered to entertain this clown. He walked straight to the center of the room, glanced at Zhang Lifan sitting there, and spoke with pure mockery. Ma'am, if you're going through menopause, go to the hospital's endocrinology department. Don't torment a part-time girl here. This scene is pretty disgusting. At the words ma'am and menopause, Zhang Lifan's neck fat jiggled violently with rage. Her fleshy chest heaved, the diamond ring on her finger trembling. She was used to throwing her weight around thanks to her husband's construction business money, treated like royalty at every store. Now a mere boy had called her disgusting in front of everyone. Zhang Lifan pointed a nail adorned with flashy rhinestones at Su Mu's nose. You broke loser trying to play hero, acting like you're something special. You little punk, think wearing some fancy clothes gives you the right to show off in a high-end place. These days young people read too many novels thinking there's some CEO who can run wild. The manager seized the opportunity to fan the flames, hoping to curry favor with the top client. Su Mu didn't waste words. While sitting at the front desk, he had noticed a store transfer proposal posted on the wall. He pulled out his phone and right in front of the manager dialed the number on the wall. Hello, is this Mr. Wang of Fanhua? I heard your store in Shanghai is struggling and you're looking for a buyer. Su Mu said calmly. I'm interested in this store. Give me your price. Su Mu had the call on speakerphone. Zhang Lifan burst into laughter after hearing it. You want to buy the store? Who are you trying to impress? Do you even know how much it costs? However, the big boss on the other end was clearly a shrewd businessman. Though unsure of Su Mu's identity, he knew no one would dare toy with him lightly. Mr. Wang's voice was steady with a hint of probing. Sir, you are indeed a man of direct words. Fanhua's location and decor are top-notch. If the group weren't in urgent need of capital, I'd hate to let it go. No nonsense. The property and store package is 12 million. If you can finish the process within a week, I'll round it down to 10 million, just to make a friend. With his daily earnings of 100 million, Su Mu had no trouble with this sum. Given the prime location, the price was reasonable, showing the owner truly needed to sell. 10 million is fine. I can pay in full today, but with one condition. Hearing pay in full today, the man on the phone paused briefly. His tone immediately turned warm and enthusiastic. Deal. Since you're solid, I'd be honored to call you a friend. Name any condition. Su Mu glanced at the people in the store. It's nothing major. Just need to transfer the contracts of the employees here as soon as possible. That's easy. I'll host a banquet at the Water Clouds private club on the Bund, and we'll sign the contract in person. I'll also prepare a black card for you as a gesture of good luck for your new venture. After the deal was settled and the deposit paid, Su Mu had no patience for pleasantries. He responded casually and ended the call decisively. The moment the call ended, absolute silence fell. The manager, standing just half a meter away, had heard every word. His expression changed by the second, from arrogance to hesitation, then to utter terror. Zhang Lifan's ears perked up to her mouth hanging open like a duck being choked, finally too scared to speak. Several members watching began whispering their gazes towards Su Mu, shifting. The manager's phone clattered to the floor. His legs weak, he stared at the nonchalant young man seated in the chair, his mind buzzing. The social acumen he had always prided himself on had just shattered his career. He felt his professional life collapse in that single second. It wasn't just losing his job. Offending someone of this caliber meant he couldn't stay in Shanghai. Su Mu pocketed his phone, stood up slowly, and walked over to the trembling manager. Now you know who's in charge here, don't you? The manager forced a smile uglier than tears, his waist almost breaking as he stammered, boss, hello. After those words, the room fell into dead silence. The several wealthy women who had been watching and smirking collectively gasped. Their faces pale with fright, they silently thanked their luck for not having joined Zhang Lifan's earlier taunts. Otherwise, if their husbands found out they'd offended such a person, they'd surely face a scolding. Su Mu's first act as the new boss was to point at the manager's ashen face. All right, you're fired. Pack up and get out. As for your plan to deduct her lesson fees and attendance bonus, double it from your own salary and commission and give it to her. Dealing with such snobbish people required the most decisive methods. Su Mu couldn't spare another second looking at her. He then turned to the utterly stunned Zhang Lifan and directly issued an eviction order. And you Miam, your membership card is void. Sumu waved to the security guard at the door. Security, throw her out. From now on, dogs and her are not allowed in this store. The words were the final blow, comparing her to a dog low on harm, but high on humiliation. Yet, Jiang Lifan, recognizing the situation, didn't dare make a peep. People like her put on a flashy front, but only bullied ordinary folks. If they dared to provoke someone wealthy and powerful, the men in their families would be the first to teach them a lesson. She slunk away with her designer bag, as if afraid Sumu might change his mind. Then Sumu announced the store was closed for the day, and everyone left one by one. Only Su Banksia remained standing there at a loss. After the venue was thoroughly cleared, only Sumu and Su Banksia remained. He turned his gaze back to Su Banksia's painfully swollen ankle, pressing a finger gently against the tender flesh. Is it a sprain or a fracture? The moment her ankle shifted, agony lanced through her, and she gasped sharply. The girl instinctively recoiled. Her eyes were still rimmed with red, yet before Sumu, she stubbornly held back her tears. Watching her pitiable, defiant demeanor, his voice softened slightly. I heard everything from outside. A filial heart never goes unrewarded by fate. This was their first real encounter. Su Banksia had yet to fathom the sheer magnitude of Su Mu's privileged status. To her, he seemed merely a young man of overbearing assertiveness. This surpassed her understanding of a kind Samaritan, even unsettling her. Go pack your things. They'll call a car to take you to the hospital for an X-ray. Sumu rose and pulled out his phone to summon a ride. Su Banksia's first instinct was to refuse with frantic waves of her hand, but the resolute look in Su Mu's eyes, coupled with the now empty shop, forced her to comply. She clamped her mouth shut and limped to a corner to retrieve her canvas bag. Because yoga attire is extremely form-fitting to avoid unsightly underwear lines during practice, the girls often stripped completely in the changing room. Distraught from the manager's scolding and dizzy from the ankle pain, Su Banksia had simply crumpled her discarded undergarments into a ball and stuffed them into her bag. As she lifted the bag to leave, a searing pain caused her leg to buckle. Su Mu's reflexes were sharp. He stepped forward and steadied her arm. But in that instant, Su Banksia's loosely fastened canvas bag tilted, its opening sliding wide. Su Mu's gaze inadvertently swept across, catching a glimpse of a pure white scrap of fabric lying quietly among the dark clothes. The cloth was scant and bore faint signs of wear, carrying an intimate, awkward aura of a young girl. In that fleeting second, the air fell into a delicate silence. Su Banksia followed Su Mu's gaze downward. When she identified the exposed item, her entire being flushed crimson, the tips of her delicate ears burning, as if ready to bleed. She clutched her canvas bag as if electrocuted, frantically zipping it shut. The tears she had held back now threatened to spill from sheer mortification as she stumbled backward. Her mind was a tangled mess, utterly unable to meet Su Mu's eyes. Yet beyond the immediate embarrassment, her greatest worry was her wages. The yoga studio now belonged to Su Mu, who had just defended her. Her mother had always taught her to repay kindness. She felt she couldn't bring up the subject with her benefactor at such a moment. But the prepaid hospital fees in her mother's account were nearly depleted, and anxiety gnawed at her. The high-end car they ordered soon pulled up outside the club. Sumu ignored her protests, bending to lift her horizontally in his arms. Su Banksia hadn't anticipated such direct action. Instinctively, she grasped his solid arm. In that second, the distance between them shrank, their breaths almost mingling. The fresh scent of masculinity filled Su Banksia's nostrils. Her face flushed deeply, and she released her grip as if burned. Sumu settled her securely in the back seat, then closed the door. The cabin was quiet. The driver remained focused, avoiding any oily conversation. Apart from the faint whisper of the air conditioning, only the muffled rumble of tires against asphalt broke the stillness. Su Banksia kept her face turned toward the window. Her slender earlobes bore an unnatural red. The car had traveled some distance toward the hospital. Finally, Su Banksia gathered the courage to turn her head, her voice barely a whisper. I'm Su Banksia. And you? What's your name? Her submissive, put-upon demeanor was laid bare in that simple sentence. What a coincidence we share the same surname. I'm Sumu. Sumu leaned back in the leather seat, watching her timid manner. It reminded him of his 10-year-old niece, and he couldn't resist teasing her. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle. Su Banksia was stunned. She had assumed he might ask her to call him Big Brother or something similar, which she would have felt shy about. But this man actually proposed uncle. She stared at him with wide, animated eyes, her mouth half open, unable to utter a word. Sumu laughed at her dazed expression, his amusement tinged with mischief. You're Su and I'm Su. Together that's Uncle Su, isn't it? The car pulled up smoothly outside the outpatient building of the central hospital. The waiting hall was filled with anxious patients and their families. While waiting for the X-ray results, Su Banksia's worn phone vibrated. The screen displayed the name of the second-floor nurse station. She answered quickly, and her expression darkened as she spoke. Nodding repeatedly into the phone, she mumbled a few placating phrases about scraping together the money, then hung up abruptly. Sumu sat on the blue plastic bench beside her. He didn't ask, but he had already noted every detail. The orthopedic doctor reviewed the x-ray and confirmed it was merely a severe sprain. They left with the prescribed circulation-promoting ointment. Sue Banksia stopped, her voice even softer than in the car. Could you help me to the second floor? She stared at the reflective floor tiles, her hands twisting together. My mother is staying there. I want to go up. She said it simply without any outpouring of hardship. Sumu gave a cheerful assent and followed her toward the second-floor inpatient ward. The corridor was thick with the scent of disinfectant. They stopped outside room 203. Sue Banksia steadied herself by gripping the doorframe, then turned to the young man behind her. Wait for me here for a few minutes. It's crowded inside, no need to come in. Sumu didn't insist. He shoved his hands into his pockets and leaned against the stark white wall. Through the long glass panel on the wooden door, he peered inside. It was a cramped, cheap ward with 6 beds, noisy and dilapidated, with family members packed together. He stood outside, quietly observing the slender figure bustling about. He could have left long ago, but the girl with her crutches and her red-rimmed eyes, yet stubborn facade, had inexplicably made him stay. Besides, he had come out seeking amusement. Teasing this little girl who was like a put-upon ragdoll was rather entertaining. It's just, she had endured too much suffering. Sumu cast a glance at the ward number, but did not linger at the doorway. He strode down the corridor reeking of disinfectant, heading toward the payment hall at the far end. Sue Banksia settled her mother in the crowded, noisy ward, then hobbled back to the entrance, leaning against the wall. She peered down both ends of the corridor, but the empty passage held no trace of that familiar tall figure. The girl's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, sank a little, and an indescribable sense of loss welled up in her eyes. She knew that for a stranger met by chance to have helped this much was already an immense kindness. It was only natural for him to simply leave. Just as she lowered her head and was about to turn back into the ward, her peripheral vision caught a tall figure ambling over from the direction of the payment hall. Sumu, one hand in the pocket of his sweatpants, strolled toward her with a leisurely gait. Sue Banksia saw his sharply defined face and felt an inexplicable wave of relief wash over her, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curving upward. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, and with her red-rimmed eyes from crying, she looked exactly like a small animal that had just been bullied and then petted. Watching the direction he came from, a sudden thought crossed her mind, one she herself hardly dared to believe. Could he have gone to pay the hospitalization fees? When Sumu reached her and saw the cautious, probing look in her eyes, he couldn't be bothered to play guessing games. I used my phone to settle the bill inside, and I also prepaid a bit extra into the account for medical expenses, he said, gesturing toward the chaotic, market-like shared ward where there was barely room to turn around. Go talk to the nurse station later and ask for a quieter single room for your aunt. This noisy place is no good for recovery. Hearing these words, Sue Banksia could no longer hold back her tears. They fell in large drops, splattering on the floor tiles. Flustered, she waved her hands frantically, wiping her eyes with her sleeve as she explained in a choked voice, I asked you to come up with me earlier. I really wasn't trying to play the victim to borrow money from you. The little wronged one sobbed, her shoulders heaving, looking so pitiful it tugged at the heart. Sumu helplessly rubbed his brow and cut her off mid-confession. All right. When I told you to call me uncle in the car, you didn't object, did you? He raised an eyebrow teasingly, trying to steer the melodrama back to a lighter note. Since I'm your elder, it's no big deal for an uncle to lend a little hand to his niece. Go on in and take care of your mother. I still have things to do, so we'll be off now. Without even saying goodbye, he turned and headed toward the elevator along the wall. Sue Banksia watched his receding figure and, ignoring the sharp pain in her ankle, hobbled after him. He'll pay you back this money someday. She shouted, her voice hoarse with urgency, reaching out with both hands as if to grab the hem of his shirt. Give me your bank account number. I'll work 3 jobs if I have to, but I'll make it even. Sumu stopped and turned to glance at her. Seeing the girl's flushed face and stubborn determination, he chuckled. Don't talk about repaying me. Just call me uncle and that'll be payment enough, haha. Tossing out that slightly mischievous joke, he strode on toward the elevator, not giving her a chance to press further. Sue Banksia stood in the middle of the corridor, clutching the old phone with its screen spiderwebbed with cracks. Her steadfast principles and bottom line were choked back by that light-hearted jest. She wanted to argue, but didn't know where to start. She turned and looked at the shabby, crowded ward, thought of her mother lying on the hospital bed, sustained only by an 4 drip, and ultimately swallowed her words. But her beautiful eyes began to uncontrollably well up with tears again, a sight that made one's heart ache. The elevator doors chimed open, and just as Sumu was about to step in, Sue Banksia bit her lip and shouted with all her might toward the disappearing figure. Wait. She frantically pulled open her old canvas bag and fished out 2 ID cards from the innermost pocket. Holding her ID and student card together in her palm, she bent slightly and handed them to Sumu with both hands. I'll repay you double in the future. I won't run away, she said, not daring to lift her head, her voice carrying the sober desperation of one with no way out and the resolve to pawn everything for her mother. This is my real personal information. I can write you an IOU right now. Sumu didn't reach for the two warm cards, but his gaze casually swept over the lines on the student card. School of Economics and Management, Modi University, sophomore year. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. So this little sufferer turned out to be his senior in the same school. The world really was ridiculously small. His expression unchanged, Sumu said with a hint of his usual roguish banter. What a coincidence. We're actually alumni. He looked at the girl's lowered head, the smile on his lips growing wider, his voice lighter. From now on I'll call you Senior Sue at school, and you call me Uncle Sue outside. We'll keep our own ranks. Nobody loses out. The elevator doors slid shut before them, and Sumu's tall figure disappeared completely behind the metal panels. Sue Banksia stood there for a long time before dragging her injured ankle step by step back to the foul-smelling ward. The air in the ward was stifling, a sour stench of sweat mingling with the smell of disinfectant. Lu Yuzhen leaned against a pillow stained yellow with age, the foredrip above her hung drop by drop with clear liquid. Though her face was pallid with illness, the middle-aged woman's eyes were unusually clear and sharp. The woman was silent for a while before speaking startlingly. That boy outside who helped you, what do you think of him? The question left Sue Banksia stunned by the bedside. The girl's small palm-sized face flushed crimson, even her ears seeming to steam. Sue Banksia quickly pulled over a worn plastic stool and began recounting everything that had happened that day in detail, from the scolding by the snobbish rich woman at the yoga studio to Sumu's domineering acquisition of the shop, to his silently paying the medical bills without even a word. She held nothing back. Lu Yuzhen listened quietly to her daughter's account, showing no sign of flattery or excitement. She neither urged her daughter to refuse Sumu's help nor pressed her to thank him immediately. She simply leaned against the headboard, observing Sue Banksia with a calm, penetrating gaze. Then what do you think of him? Do you yourself want this? Sue Banksia was utterly confused by the cryptic question, fidgeting with the frayed hem of her shirt. Mom, what do you mean by want this? Lu Yuzhen sighed, her withered fingers tapping lightly on the striped bedspread. The woman's voice was low but clear, carrying the insight of someone who had seen much of life. Money can be repaid, even if you have to borrow from loan sharks, but favors can never be fully settled. The more you interact with him, the more tangled this account becomes, and in the end it won't be just about money. You silly girl, you need to figure this out early. Sue Banksia shook her head frantically, her mind in turmoil, stammering, "He'll find a part-time job and work hard to earn money. Once I've saved enough to pay him back, I'll just stay away from him." Lu Yuzhen looked at her daughter's naive attempt to distance herself, but didn't refute the innocent idea. She only fixed her daughter with a knowing gaze. "Then why did you cry in the corridor just now? And why did you smile?" Sue Banksia was instantly choked silent. Her lips trembled, her throat felt stuffed with cotton, and she couldn't utter a single word. The smell of disinfectant in the ward was dizzying, and the patient in the next bed was coughing violently. The squeaking of wheelchair wheels over the floor tiles echoed from the corridor outside, clear in the oppressive atmosphere. The girl sat there on the plastic stool, stripped of all pretense by her mother's words, using silence to mask the turmoil churning inside her. Lu Yuzhen didn't press her daughter to admit anything. Instead, she turned to look out the window at the gray sky cut by tall buildings. Her next words made Sue Banksia's defenses completely collapse. "Mom knows exactly what her body is like. I've burdened you for too long." The woman's voice carried a bleakness that accepted life and death as calm as if she were making final arrangements. "My greatest wish in life is to not let you be trapped forever by this rotten family. But Mom is useless. I don't even have the ability to scrape together enough for medical bills, let alone pull you out of this quagmire." Lu Yuzhen turned to look at her daughter, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with a mother's all reluctance and guilt. "If you have no feelings for this man, then don't, for my sake. Owe him such a huge favor. Because a debt of gratitude like this, stained with the life-saving grace, could take you a lifetime to repay, and in the end you might even lose your own heart." These sobering, cruel words became the final straw that broke Sue Banksia's composure. The girl finally couldn't hold it in anymore as she buried her face in her rough hands, her shoulders shaking violently as she sobbed. "Mom, please don't say any more," she cried breathlessly, her choked voice sounding so weak and helpless in the noisy ward. "I only have you. Don't abandon me." Lu Yuzhen was silent for a very long time, and a single turbid tear escaped the corner of her eye. She laboriously raised her calloused hand, worn from years of farm work, and gently placed it over her daughter's cold hand. The woman said no comforting words, simply sat quietly with her as she let out her emotions. When Sue Banksia had calmed down a little, Lu Yuzhen shifted to a gentler topic. "Put aside his kindness for a moment," the mother said softly, guiding her. "Tell me honestly, what kind of person do you think that boy is?" Sue Banksia sniffled, and in her mind the image of Su Mu at the yoga studio, arrogant and domineering, throwing money around, automatically surfaced. Then she remembered the teasing, boyish smile on his face when he deliberately made her call him uncle in the car. She thought for a long time before whispering her judgment. He acts decisively, and he really doesn't expect anything in return. The girl wiped her tear-streaked face with the faded sleeve of her shirt. And when he helped me, the way he put it didn't make me feel uncomfortable. Hearing this answer, Liu Yuzhen's lips twitched slightly. She spoke 5 words with utmost seriousness, rare and hard to come by. Liu Yuzhen didn't push for a matchmaking like a neighborhood aunt, nor did she urge her daughter to throw herself at the man. Instead, she simply began to talk about the hardships and various people she had encountered in her own life. She told her daughter about the bitter days she had seen that never seemed to end. She explained at what stage of life, and under what circumstances a woman was most likely to sacrifice her entire life out of a momentary emotional impulse. Why is a good man harder to find than a giant panda? Liu Yuzhen looked into the void, her voice carrying the weight of decades. Because in this world there are very few people who, when you're at your lowest and most embarrassed, can still bend down to maintain dignity, know how to protect your pride, and make you feel at ease. The woman withdrew her gaze and looked directly into her daughter's clear eyes. Let me ask you one last time, during the entire time you were with him, did you feel even a hint of discomfort or distress? Su Bangxia paused for a very long time, then shook her head firmly. He was domineering enough to leave no room for thought, yet considerate enough to leave no fault to find. Liu Yuzhen saw her daughter's unreserved reaction and gave a weak but gratified smile. She didn't continue the topic, closing her eyes to rest. The rest could be left to time. On the other side, Su Mu was sitting in the back seat of a taxi heading back to school. He idly watched the bustling cityscape receding outside the window. The familiar mechanical voice of the system rang directly in his mind. Ding, the system has detected an update to the target progress. Please check host. Target Su Bangxia. Development increased. Current total development 5. Then a special system note appeared on the translucent virtual panel. Additional progress note, mother-in-law divine assist. The target has experienced a faint romantic flutter toward a male for the first time. Hidden attribute development prerequisite activated. Sumu looked at the lines on the panel and casually flipped his phone screen onto his thigh. He didn't show any smug expression. Instead, he found the development more interesting than expected. Mother-in-law divine assist. Interesting. He recalled the girl in the hospital corridor who was willing to hand over all her ID cards as collateral, stubbornly insisting on repaying the debt. That little sufferer's determined, tearless look was indeed quite amusing. At the city center hospital ward, Su Bangxia sat on a broken stool, holding a plastic bag filled with crushed ice, carefully applying it to her ankle, which was swollen like a bun. She unlocked her cracked screen phone and opened WeChat. In the roommate group, the lively Zhongling was ing her. Zhongling sent an exaggerated drooling emoji asking if she wanted to go to the back street of the university town for some barbecue that evening. These roommates knew Su Bangxia was financially strapped and always found excuses to bring her along whenever they went out for a treat. Su Bangxia looked at these kind messages, her thumb hovering over the screen for a long time, unsure how to reply. In the past, she would have vented about her misfortune of being fired from the yoga studio, asking for comfort in the group. But now her mind was filled with the arrogant figure who called himself uncle and her mother's piercing analysis. After hesitating for a long time, she simply typed a short reply, I'm tired from the part-time job today, so I want go. She locked the phone and put it back into her faded canvas bag. This was the first time in 20 years that this obedient, well-behaved girl had hidden a huge secret from her closest roommates. Thus, by a twist of fate, the two of them planted the seeds of secrecy in the same dormitory, unaware that they had encountered the very same person. Pushing open the door of the boys' dormitory, a composite aroma of instant beef noodles and fermented sneakers assaulted his senses. Sumu stood at the entrance, inhaling deeply. Leaning against the doorframe, he surveyed the chaotic room and felt an oddly damnable fondness for this youthful, sour stench. As he walked in, Wang Hao was lying prone on his bunk, holding his phone before his face and tapping frantically on the screen. Sumu strolled over and casually glanced at the screen. It was a recent moment posted by Zhang Wanqing. The picture showed a Starbucks latte with a hand sporting only 4 manicured fingers. Wang Hao had already drafted 3 versions of a comment for this photo and was currently on the 4th revision. Expressionless, Sumu climbed into his own bunk. He sighed inwardly in speechlessness. A bootlicker never comes to a good end. Seeing Sumu back, Wang Hao excitedly thrust his phone directly in front of Sumu. Su, help me with this now. See if my comment wording is okay. Sumu couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. He replied with 2 curt words, deleted. Wang Hao looked aggrieved and puzzled. Why? Sumu pulled a pillow behind his back. No woman, no matter how mediocre, would fall for her own simp. Down below, Lu Chang was sitting cross-legged on his bunk, scrolling through the campus forum. He chuckled upon hearing the conversation above. Clearing his throat, he began to brief the entire dorm on tomorrow's major event. How save yourself the trouble. That beauty queen's suitors line up from the east gate to the west gate. Tomorrow is the school-wide 100 Clubs War. Your chances of finding true love by joining the fun are higher than chasing after the campus belle. Every year on the first Sunday of September, over 60 clubs set up booths at the playground and student activity center to recruit new members. Lu Chang commented on the intelligence of various clubs with a highly professional tone, sounding like a sports commentator narrating the World Cup. That scene is absolutely the annual talent show of our Moda University. They'll highlight a few clubs you must visit. The first is definitely the anime club. Its president is Yi Zhiqiu Jr. This senior is one of the 4 universally recognized campus beauties with millions of followers on Douyin. I heard her cosplay photos from last year's comic convention were reposted over 3,000 times on the campus forum. The second is the model club. It's packed exclusively with long-legged beauties standing over 1.7 meters tall. Lu Chang grew more excited as he spoke, even smacking his lips. The model club is all legs. On recruitment day, boys crowding to watch stretch from the playground all the way to the second cafeteria. The third is the street dance club. The fourth is... Finally, Lu Chang summarized his lengthy speech. Anyway, just remember this: the concentration of beauty on the playground tomorrow will be the absolute peak for the entire school year. Chen Mo, who had been huddled in a corner as quiet as a mouse, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. He lifted his head from behind the dense code screen. "I want go." Then he lowered his head and resumed typing. Wang Hao's attention, however, was already captured by Lu Chang. He set aside Zhang Wangqing's moment, leaned over the edge of his bunk, and tugged at Su Mu to cozy up. "Su want to hit the playground together tomorrow." Su Mu figured he had nothing better to do. "Sure, I'll take a look." Back in the girls' dormitory, Su Bangxia returned by bus. Limping on her injured leg, she pushed open the dorm door. Her ankle was wrapped in thick elastic bandages, and there were abrasions on her wrist from the fall that afternoon. On her fair forearm, several conspicuous purple bruises were faintly visible. Fang Jintz was sitting on the top bunk wearing a cucumber face mask. She looked down and saw the horrifying sight, then leaned half her body over and let out a piercing shriek. "Oh my God, Bangxia, how did you end up like this?" Zhongling also heard the commotion and quickly dropped the novel she was reading to come over and check. She gasped sympathetically as she looked at the wounds. Su Bangxia had already prepared a story. "I slipped and fell during my part-time job this afternoon. I've already been to the hospital, and the doctor said no bones are broken, it's not serious." Fang Jintz muttered a dubious complaint. "That part-time job is way too dangerous. You should quit. Why is everyone getting hurt one after another today?" Hearing that, Mu Changa, who had been hiding like an ostrich at her desk, stiffened. But upon learning that Su Bangxia was injured, she couldn't keep pretending any longer. "Did you get any ointment for blood circulation? They'll help you apply some before bed," Mu Changa asked softly. Neither of them knew at that moment that the physical pain they had each endured was inextricably linked to the same man. Zhongling hurried to the table, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it over. "Susu, sit down quickly. Prop up your injured foot to reduce swelling faster." As Su Bangxia reached for the cup, her hand trembled uncontrollably. The nickname Susu, which she had been called since childhood. For nearly 20 years, she had never found anything wrong with it. But the moment those 2 syllables entered her ears, another low, teasing voice flashed reflexively through her mind. The image of that man in the carriage making her call him uncle lingered. Su Bangxia's ears turned visibly crimson. Suppressing the surging panic inside, she replied with a composed expression, "Okay, thanks, Lingling." Carefree Zhongling was completely unaware of the strange undercurrents in the dorm. After helping Su Bangxia to a chair, she clapped her hands, cleared her throat, and loudly announced the big mission for tomorrow. "Girls, listen up. Tomorrow is the school's annual 100 Clubs War. Our anime club is severely short on helping hands." Zhongling locked her gaze on Mu Changa and Su Bangxia. "Changa, you quit your cafeteria job, right? Bangxia, you won't go teach yoga tomorrow, will you?" Zhongling leaned in and offered the most tempting bait. "If you help out at the club recruitment day, the college gives work-study subsidies. You can get 200 yuan per day, plus a free box lunch at noon." Upon hearing that she would have to appear in the crowded playground, Mu Changa instinctively wanted to refuse. The last thing she wanted was to go to a crowded place. What if someone noticed the bruises on the edge of her neck? She would never be able to explain. Seeing her hesitation, Zhongling pulled out her trump card. "Changa, you don't have to do anything tomorrow. Just stand by the booth. Park your stunning face in front of our club's booth, and you'll be the ultimate magnet for new members. All the freshmen will flock to fill out forms just for your looks." Before, the anime club had always relied on the president Yi Zhiqiu's beauty to recruit, but Zhongling knew Yi Zhiqiu happened to be away on an event. With the president absent tomorrow, if she could persuade Changa to come, the effect of holding down the fort would be just as strong. At least they wouldn't be overshadowed by the model club. Mu Changa was silent for a full 10 seconds after hearing Zhongling's words. A sudden absurd thought crossed her mind, one she herself found ridiculous. Tomorrow, so many people from the whole school would gather at the playground to watch the fun. Would that man also go? If he did, then tomorrow what should she wear? The ice-cold campus bell finally let out a faint agreeing to the job. Having secured Mu Changa, Zhongling turned to latch onto Su Bangxia. Sue Banksia, sitting on the chair, initially wanted to use her serious foot injury as an excuse to back out. Zhongling swiftly cut her off. Banksia, don't worry about your foot. There's a folding chair behind the booth where you can sit. Just help with the registration list. You don't need to stand or walk at all. Just think of it as going to the playground to soak up some sun and relax. 200 yuan per day was definitely not a small sum for Sue Banksia. Although that man had quietly settled her mother's huge hospital bills, her own living expenses for the coming days were still tight. Sue Banksia hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a blush. Mu Chang'e and Sue Banksia exchanged glances across the narrow dorm aisle. Mu Chang'e's mind was flooded with the crazy image of Su Mu casually throwing down over 300,000 yuan to buy clothes. Sue Banksia's mind was filled with the arrogant image of that man buying the entire yoga studio without batting an eye. Both let out a bitter laugh and sighed, yet they nodded in perfect unison, finalizing their work schedule for tomorrow. 200 a day was still money for ordinary students. After all, the debt they now carried was already enormous enough to scare anyone to death. Back in the boys' dormitory, Sumu returned from the washroom with his wash basin after a shower. He found Wang Hao still lying on the bed, slowly editing the 5th version of his comet. Lu Chang had long since fallen asleep, sprawled out, his snoring sounding like a tractor climbing a slope. Sumu hung his wet towel on the iron railing at the head of the bed. He wasn't particularly interested in the 4 campus beauties Lu Chang had mentioned. After all, he had already had close contact with one of them, Mu Chang'e. However, the anime club president Yi Zhiqiu did ring a bell. He seemed to have seen her while scrolling through Douyin during summer break. Well, he could go check out the anime club tomorrow. Early on the 3rd day, the sports field of Moda University was packed like dumplings in a pot. The stalls of dozens of clubs lined up from the east gate all the way to the entrance of the student activity center, with banners hanging denser than clotheslines. The air was thick with the smell of sweat mingled with cheap cologne and the varying scents of floral and fruity perfumes from the girls, all blended with the aroma of grilled sausages drifting from the nearby convenience store. Sumu walked slowly with his hands in his pockets, trailing behind Wang Hao. Wang Hao was as excited as a husky let out of its cage, his head swiveling like a radar. Su, look over there. The model club is all long legs. Lu Chang wasn't lying last night. Oh my god, that girl in the white dress must be at least 175. Sumu glanced in the direction of the model club. A group of tall, slender girls stood beside the stall, indeed quite pleasing to the eye. But he had developed a considerable immunity to this level of visual impact. After all, spending every day with SS-level and S-level goddesses, looking at these ordinary beauties felt like eating Wagyu beef every day and then seeing discounted beef at the supermarket. Hardly exciting. Come on, let's check out the anime club first. Since when are you interested in anime? I'm interested in the club president. Wang Hao opened his mouth, then closed it again. He felt that walking with Su Mu was quite stressful. That guy always spoke with that matter-of-fact calmness, as if all the beauties in the world should line up and wait for him to pick. And the key was he actually had the confidence to back it up. The anime club stall was set up in the prime location, right in front of the student activity center's main entrance. Zhongling had arrived early and decorated the stall in a flashy manner, covering the table with photos from past comic conventions and posters of club activities. But today's real crowd puller wasn't these promotional materials. It was the woman standing to the left of the stall. Mu Chang'e was wearing a light blue fitted dress today, the hem just above her knees. She had also applied a light layer of makeup, lashes perfectly separated, and a thin coat of moisturizing rose beige lipstick. When Zhongling saw her walk through the door that morning, she nearly spat the water from her mouth all over Fang Jins's face. Chang'e, you're really doing me a huge favor today, aren't you? You actually wore makeup. When was the last time you put on makeup? Wasn't it when you took your ID photo? Mu Chang'e's ears turned slightly pink, but her face still held that standard ice queen expression. The sun's strong. I put on sunscreen and just added a little extra. Zhongling rolled her eyes. If sunscreen could give you mascara-like eyelashes, then technology truly had changed life. Behind the stall, Sue Banksia sat quietly on a folding chair. She was wearing a faded light gray sweatshirt, her hair casually tied in a low ponytail, and no makeup on her face. Her injured ankle rested on a cardboard box of flyers next to her, bandaged tightly. She held a pen and a stack of registration forms in her hand, looking very serious as she prepared. But her peripheral vision kept drifting toward the crowd. 2 girls sat within 3 meters of each other at the same stall, each lost in their own thoughts, both glancing toward the direction of the male dormitories. They were searching for the same person. Sumu led Wang Hao through the crowd, spotting the anime club stall from a distance. To be precise, he first saw Mu Chang'e standing at center stage. Or rather, some people are born to be protagonists. Wherever she stood was the center stage. That light blue dress stood out vividly among the colorful club banners. Mu Chang'e's glowing white skin, coupled with that face cold enough to freeze a person, and her reputation as the Ice Queen campus beauty, naturally created a 3-meter radius vacuum zone around the entire stall. Freshmen stared from afar, but few dared to actually approach and start a conversation. Sumu noticed that Mu Changa had worn makeup today. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. So the Ice Queen Beauty had finally learned to dress up. He didn't rush over immediately, because he also spotted Sue Banksia, sitting there, her ankles still wrapped in bandages. How's he? Go ahead and explore on your own. I'm going to check that out. Where? The anime club. Wang Hao followed Su Mu's gaze and immediately spotted Mu Changa. His expression went through 3 stages in 3 seconds: shock, jealousy, and resignation. Fine, go ahead. He'll wander around. Sumu turned and walked toward a milk tea stall by the roadside, spending 20 yuan to buy 2 cups of hot milk tea. As he strolled slowly toward the anime club stall holding the 2 cups, someone else from another direction had also set their sights on this territory. Zhao Zixuan was wearing a limited edition Balenciaga tracksuit today, with a Rolex Hulk on his wrist that glinted painfully in the sunlight. He had 2 lackeys flanking him, strutting arrogantly across the field. Zhao Zixuan hadn't been interested in the club recruitment fair at first. He had previously discovered Mu Changa meeting a rich man late at night, and had still harbored a sliver of hope. Later, his secret girlfriend, Zhou Jiqing, had tipped him off, saying that Mu Changa had returned to the dorm covered in injuries after being used by someone. Only then did he give up completely and decide to find a new target at today's freshman recruitment event. When he approached the anime club stall, his gaze was intercepted by someone else. Sue Banksia sat on the folding chair, writing with her head down. The sunlight hit her face from the side, illuminating her makeup-free features in a clean, pure light. Zhao Zixuan slowed his steps. He had never come across this person on the campus forum. After all, Sue Banksia had an extremely low profile at school, either attending classes or working part-time jobs. Even many of her sophomore peers barely knew her. But seeing her up close now, he had to admit that her facial features were ridiculously good. Delicate, yet with a hint of stubbornness, like a wildflower hidden in a mountain stream that no one had ever discovered. The key was that she looked poor. Zhao Zixuan licked his lips, the abacus in his mind clicking away. He straightened his collar and stepped toward the stall. Hey classmate, how did you hurt your foot? Zhao Zixuan stood in front of Sue Banksia, slightly bending down his tone, carrying that peculiar brand of condescending concern typical of rich second-generation kids. That looks pretty serious. Do you need me to take you to the campus hospital? My car is parked right by the field. Sue Banksia didn't even lift her head. Thanks, no need. Zhong Ling handed him a recruitment flyer from the side, but Zhao Zixuan didn't spare it a glance. He shifted his angle and tried again. You're from the School of Economics and Management, right? So am I. I'm Zhao Zixuan, a freshman this year. You might have heard of me. How about getting to know each other? Add me on WeChat. This time Sue Banksia finally looked up at him. Her gaze was very calm. So calm that Zhao Zixuan felt as if had been splashed with a basin of warm water. It didn't hurt, but it was uncomfortable. No thanks. I'm not interested. Zhao Zixuan's smile froze for a moment. As he was about to switch to a different pickup line, a cup of hot milk tea appeared from the side, placed directly on the table in front of Sue Banksia. Sue, senior uncle brought this for you. Drink something hot for that injured foot. Sue Banksia jerked her head up as if shocked. Sumu stood less than half a meter away, holding another cup of milk tea in his hand with that smile on his face that made her both embarrassed and flustered. Her ears turned visibly red, the flush spreading from her earlobes all the way down to her neck. What are you doing here? Just checking out the scene. Sumu said it so casually as if buying 2 cups of milk tea and walking half the field was just along his way. Zhao Zixuan watched this scene, his brows knitting into a knot. Who the hell are you? Sumu didn't even turn his head, continuing to talk to Sue Banksia. Shouldn't you change the bandage? I can see the edge curling up. He was about to crouch down to check her ankle, but Sue Banksia flinched and quickly pulled her foot back, though only a little. She muttered softly, no, it's fine. Zhao Zixuan had never been treated like air in his life. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't you know the rules? There's a line for hitting on someone you know. He pointed at the plain-looking milk tea cup and sneered. You think this is a vegetable market? Buying cabbage with a cheap cup of milk tea. Get to the back of the line. Sumu finally turned his head and stared at Zhao Zixuan for 2 seconds like he was looking at an idiot. Did the sun fry your brain during military training? He pointed at the milk tea in front of Sue Banksia. If you really don't need your eyesight, you can donate your corneas to someone who does. Can't you see the girl doesn't even want to acknowledge you? The lackey beside him couldn't stand it anymore, leaning in to educate Sumu. Do you know who this is? That Audi A6 over there by the field is Brother Xian's car. You're a freshman too, right? Didn't you hear about Brother Xian during military training? Sumu's reaction was a very short syllable "oh." Then he crouched down, carefully repositioned Sue Banksia's foot resting on the cardboard box, and pressed the loose edge of the bandage back in place. Sue Banksia's face was completely flushed, her knuckles white from gripping her pen, but she didn't pull away. Zhao Zixuan heard that sarcastic "oh," and his temples throbbed several times. Just as he was about to explode, a cold female voice cut in from the other side of the stall. Classmate, this is a club registration area. If you're not signing up, please don't block the way. Mu Chang'e had appeared from somewhere standing next to Su Bangxia's chair, her cold gaze fixed on Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan looked at Mu Chang'e, then at Su Mu crouched by Su Bangxia's feet. He noticed a detail: Mu Chang'e only chased him away. She didn't even spare a second glance at Su Mu, nor did she tell him to leave. Zhao Zixuan's mind raced. Why was Mu Chang'e protecting that kid? Could it be that this ice queen beauty behind her sugar daddy was also trying to keep a pretty boy on campus? Zhao Zixuan pulled the corner of his mouth into what he thought was an all-knowing smirk. He took a small step back and deliberately leaned closer to Su Mu. Kid, don't get too cocky. You don't really think the campus beauty stepped in because she's into you, do you? You think she'd look at a nobody like you? She's been bought by some rich guy outside. Probably been used all over. His voice grew louder with each word, dripping with malice. Looks don't mean much these days. You need money to pick up girls. The last two sentences were just loud enough for a few people nearby to hear. After he finished, Zhao Zixuan walked away smugly. Even though he couldn't get the campus beauty himself, making this poor kid feel the truth that the goddess was being toyed with by a rich man gave him a twisted sense of satisfaction. Mu Chang'e's face drained of all color in an instant. Her lips trembled, not from anger, but from fear. She instinctively turned to look at Su Mu's expression. Her mind was filled with one thought: it's over. Will he believe these words? Will he think she's that kind of woman? Will he hate her from now on? Mu Chang'e even forgot to refute Zhao Zixuan's slander. All her attention was fixed on Su Mu's face, trying to read even a hint of disgust from his expression. Su Mu slowly stood up. He brushed off some non-existent dust from his knee, and his gaze at Zhao Zixuan held no anger, no shock, not even a trace of displeasure. He was holding back a laugh. Didn't he know whether Mu Chang'e had ever been touched by another man? And the rich man Zhao Zixuan was talking about, who kept Mu Chang'e, that was none other than Su Mu himself. That guy had gone through all this trouble to cuckold him, only to find that the cuckold's husband and the person being told were the same person. Su Mu thought this was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. He watched Zhao Zixuan's smug expression as if he thought he had the whole room in his pocket and sincerely wanted to give him a round of applause. Mu Chang'e was still staring at Su Mu's face in panic. Then she saw the corner of his mouth lift slightly. That curve held no disdain, no suspicion. It carried an indescribable amusement. Su Mu looked down at her, his voice very soft, only for her ears. You look really nice in that dress today. Mu Chang'e's mind went blank, and then a flush of color spread from the base of her neck all the way up her face at a visible speed. Lin Jiyue wore a rather deliberate pleated skirt today. She was surveying the crowd for a suitable target. Her gaze was firmly glued to Su Mu's shoes, and her steps involuntarily came to a halt. She had recently seen this brand in a high-end luxury appreciation group. The cheapest item from this brand started at 5 figures, not counting the cost of accessorizing. She leaned in for a closer look. She noticed that after changing out of his military training uniform, this classmate of hers, Su Mu, was not only somewhat handsome, but also adorned in understated luxury brands. Lin Ziyu's breathing quickened. She felt she had finally discovered a big fish, one that no one else had noticed. The club recruitment fair reached its peak at noon, with foot traffic on the sports field at its highest. At the anime club booth, Mu Chang'e and Su Bangxia were reluctant to reveal their prior acquaintance with Su Mu in each other's presence. Wang Hao returned from his rounds and tugged at Su Mu's arm, preparing to head to the cafeteria to secure seats. "So let's go quickly. If we're late, the chicken legs on the second floor will be gone." Su Mu was just turning away when Lin Jiyue seized the moment and approached. She naturally stepped half a pace forward, blocking Su Mu's path. A faint, subtle perfume wafted over. She tilted her head slightly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes innocent, yet carrying a hint of perfectly measured admiration. In her hands, she held 2 free drinks distributed by the student council. A sweet smile adorned her face. "Su Mu, right? Have a drink." She offered 1 cup to Su Mu. Lin Jiyue. "I was in the row behind you during military training." Su Mu took the drink. "Thanks." Lin Jiyue had no intention of stopping at a polite exchange. She struck up a conversation naturally. "Su Mu, which club are you thinking of joining?" Su Mu shook his head. "None interest me." Lin Jiyue was undeterred by the soft rejection. She switched topics, even deliberately lowering her voice. "Su Mu, that Porsche Panamera of yours is really cool. The one downstairs at the male dorm last time was yours, right?" Su Mu paused in his drinking. He glanced at Lin Jiyue, his gaze carrying a very subtle scrutiny. Lin Jiyue felt she had played a trump card. Her heartbeat accelerated sharply. She was convinced she was the first person on campus to discover Su Mu's true wealth. A rich second generation of this caliber was definitely no worse than the man Mu Chang'e had found. She had no idea that the person before her was that legendary boss himself. Mu Chang'e stood less than 10 meters away. She had a clear view of Lin Jiyue leaning close to Su Mu as she spoke, that woman practically pressing her chest against Su Mu's arm. Mu Chang'e's fingers tightened around the flyer in her hand, distorting from the force. "Damn jerk. Am I not better than that dried-up woman?" Zhongling leaned in to gossip quietly. Changa, look over there. That freshman looks kinda cute. Did he come to join our club just now? Mu Changa kept her lips tightly shut, not responding. Su Bangxia, sitting in a chair, looked up at Mu Change's expression. Beneath Mu Change's icy, suppressed facade, there was clearly an unsettling emotion. Su Bangxia's heart gave a jolt. An absurd thought flashed through her mind that annoying rich second generation had said Mu Changa was being kept. And now Mu Changa was staring at Su Mu with that look. She immediately forced the thought down. Impossible. Su Mu didn't seem like that kind of ruthless person. At the same time, Lin Jiyue had pulled out her phone and added Su Mu on WeChat from the class group. Having achieved her goal, she turned and found a secluded corner. She opened her phone album. It was a photo of Mu Changa and a man taken secretly at the Plaza 66 mall. In the photo, the man's face was mostly obscured by Mu Change's hair and the shooting angle. Only a blurry silhouette was visible. Thinking about Mu Change's recent interaction with Su Mu, Lin Jiyue knew she couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, the big fish she had worked so hard to discover would be lured away by that pretending to be innocent Mu Changa. She had to cut off that possibility in advance. Lin Jiyue posted the photo on WeChat Moments using a secondary account. Shortly after the post went up, it was screenshot within half an hour and quickly forwarded to several campus gossip groups. The news reached the anime club booth faster than expected. Zhong Ling, who had just seen the screenshot from the campus gossip group, immediately changed expression. She quickly turned her phone face down on the table, afraid to let Mu Changa see those photos. But Fang Jins had already sent a voice message to the dorm group. Changa, checked the group chat right away. A lot of people are spreading gossip about you. Mu Changa lowered her head and opened her phone. After seeing the rumors and that blurry photo, her face turned deathly pale. Her first reaction wasn't anger at being falsely accused of being kept, but anxiety. She began frantically searching for Su Mu in the crowd on the field. She was terrified that Su Mu might misunderstand. If Su Mu thought she had deliberately leaked the photo to pressure him, everything would be ruined. After all, that jerk had told her last time that he wasn't the type to give up a whole forest for one tree. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to care more and more about Su Mu's opinions. Ignoring the strange looks from those around her, Mu Changa found a very quiet corner in the gymnasium. She sent Su Mu a message asking him to come so she could explain. Shortly after, watching Su Mu approach from a distance with his hands in his pockets, Mu Changa felt as though she might snap from tension. She didn't know if Su Mu had seen the rumors or what he thought. She stammered, Su Mu, let me explain. That photo wasn't sent out by me. I didn't know anyone was taking secret photos at the time. Su Mu casually pulled out his phone, lit up the screen, and held it between them. Mu Change's heart jumped, and she held her breath. Su Mu pointed to the blurry male silhouette in the photo, his tone light and teasing. This person's shooting angle really isn't good. They didn't even get your sugar daddy's handsome face fully in frame. Hearing this, Mu Change's mind went blank for a full 3 seconds. A surge of humiliation mixed with indescribable emotions rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her face flushed from the roots of her ears to her neck. She quickly turned her face away, afraid to meet Su Mu's eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together, and her voice was barely a whisper. Don't talk nonsense. Who's your sugar daddy? Su Mu looked at her flushed profile and nearly steaming earlobes. He found the campus ice queen unexpectedly alluring at this moment. Su Mu took a big step forward, placing his hand on the wall beside Mu Change's ear. His tall frame trapped her between himself and the wall. Gazing at her lips painted with a light bean paste color, Su Mu leaned down and kissed her directly. Mu Change's eyes widened. She made only a token effort to push against his shoulder, then resignedly closed her eyes. Ding. Development target: Mu Changa's first kiss. Development value increased by 5. Current development value 20. Mu Changa's heart churned violently. At first, her mind was filled with a sense of relief that she had survived a disaster. Thank goodness he didn't think I was the one who leaked it. Then came the shame of being exposed face to face. He had so brazenly brought up the sugar daddy identity. Finally, it all turned into a panicked collapse of self-awareness. When did I start caring so much about his opinion? To the point that even being kissed by him didn't feel repulsive. As they kissed deeply, Su Mu's hand began to wander over her body. The atmosphere, which had been intensely intimate, was abruptly broken by Mu Changa's cry of pain. Ow! Su Mu's hand had inadvertently touched the bruise left by the belt. The mood shattered. With a hint of restraint, she pushed Su Mu away. This jerk had never given her a real title. He hadn't even made a proper confession. And then he just kissed her forcefully. The worst part was that she had cooperated just now. She recalled Su Mu's earlier brazen remarks about bringing different women back to his home. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She glared at Su Mu with a face full of shame and fury. You're a bastard. With that, she turned and fled through the back door of the gymnasium. Meanwhile, at the anime club booth, Su Bangxia was staring blankly at the photo circulating in the gossip group. The familiar male silhouette in the photo overlapped too perfectly with Su Mu's figure. Earlier on the field, only Mu Changa had been protecting Su Mu. Combined with the suspicious simultaneous disappearance of Mu Changa and Su Mu, her absurd suspicion grew stronger. The sugar daddy driving the Porsche and Su Mu were the same person. Her mother's words in the hospital echoed in her mind. Meeting the right person is a rare opportunity not to be missed. Missing it means losing it forever. He helped so much as she couldn't just pretend nothing happened. Su Banksia gritted her teeth. Finally, she mustered the courage to pick up her old phone. She opened Su Mu's WeChat chat. She typed a line on the screen and sent it. Watching the sent successfully prompt, her heart pounded so fast it felt like it would leap out of her throat. Mu Changa practically scrambled out of the back door of the gymnasium, darting into a blind corner at the corridor's turn. She leaned against the slightly rough wall, gasping for breath, her fingers trembling weakly. Slowly raising her hand to cover her lips, she could still feel the lingering warmth left by that man's kiss. She stared blankly at the dusty floor for a full half-minute, then raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. The sharp sound echoed through the hallway. She bit her lip and muttered a curse under her breath. Mu Changa, are you out of your mind? She scolded herself 100 times over. Meanwhile, Su Mu sat grandly on the bleachers of the gym, his phone buzzing twice in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a 40-second voice message from his mother, Chen Xiaolan. He tapped play, and Chun Xiaolan's vigorous voice burst from the speaker. Son, let me tell you something hilarious. Your dad secretly bought an 800 yuan fishing rod online. He was clever enough to have it shipped to Old Wang's convenience store next door. But today when Old Wang went to restock, the courier just dropped the package right at our restaurant. I opened it in front of your dad, and guess what? He's now kneeling on the living room washboard, too scared to say a word. Su Mu almost laughed out loud listening to the message. He had just pinned the ice-cold campus beauty against the wall and kissed her fiercely, and now in the next second his mom's words yanked him straight back into the mundane trivialities of family life. The stark contrast felt strangely refreshing. He could even picture his father Su Jiangwo looking utterly dejected, and the pile of bait pellets in the trunk would probably gather dust again. Su Mu pressed the voice button and replied, Mom, be generous and let him off easy. $800 for a bit of happiness isn't so bad. No sooner had he sent the message than Chun Xiaolan's second long voice message came through. Let him off. You always take his side. You're already a freshman in college. I won't harp on about that high school nonsense. That girl dumped you because she thought our family was poor. Fine. Use your college years to find another one and bring her home to show me. I don't ask for much, just a female classmate willing to have a couple of words with you. Su Mu raised an eyebrow at the screen. His mother's nagging about marriage had been brutally simple for as long as he could remember. Too lazy to explain the whole high school love and dump drama, he casually pressed the voice button. Don't worry, Mom. They'll bring home a whole truckload of them. Your restaurant probably won't have enough seats. There was silence for a few seconds. Chen Xiaolan sent a rolling eye emoji. Su Mu shoved his phone back into his pocket and exhaled deeply. Even while joking with his mom, his mind uncontrollably flashed several very vivid images. One was the snow-white back he saw in the fitting room at Hunglong Plaza, with an exaggeratedly perfect silhouette. Another was Su Banksia's faded canvas bag, which contained that tiny piece of fabric scandalously scant. And then there was the image of Su Banksia, her eyes red and teary, looking like a pitiful, bullied little thing. Both women were now firmly in his grasp. The scene shifted to a secluded corner of the playground where Mu Changa leaned against the wall, calming down. She raised the back of her hand to cool her flushed cheeks. As reason returned to her mind, she suddenly recalled something crucial. The registration deadline for her younger sister, Mu Xiaoxiao's study trip, was tomorrow. It cost 500 yuan in tuition fees. She had specifically told her sister not to skimp on this expense. She took out her phone, clicked on her sister's WeChat avatar, and sent a voice message. Xiao Xiao, did you pay for the study trip? It's due tomorrow. After 2 minutes, there was a reply from Mu Xiao Xiao in voice. The girl's voice sounded timid, full of caution. Sis, I didn't use that money for the study trip. Mu Change's heart skipped a beat at those words. She immediately dialed her sister's number. As soon as it connected, she lowered her voice and asked, Xiao Xiao, what's going on? Didn't I tell you that money had to be paid? That trip is a chance to visit the city's key high schools. Others would kill for it. On the other end, Mu Xiao Xiao was silent for a long time, only her labored breathing audible. After a while, she spoke in broken phrases. Sis, don't be mad. The day before yesterday, Auntie came to our house again. She said you must have made a fortune in Shanghai, and she forced Mom to pay back the money she borrowed back then. The moment Mu Changa heard the mention of her second aunt, her brows furrowed tightly. Years ago, most of the compensation from their father's mining accident had been borrowed by his second uncle and second aunt, and not a single yuan had ever been repaid. Now they had the nerve to twist things around. Clenching her teeth, she asked over the phone, then what? How did Auntie cause trouble? Mu Xiaoxiao's voice turned tearful. Auntie said terrible things. She said you must be living a dirty life in the big city. Mom got so angry she was shaking, and then she felt chest pain and couldn't breathe. The village head took her to the town health center on a tricycle. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Mu Change's eyes instantly reddened. Her fingers holding the phone trembled. She pressed urgently for details. How is Mom now? What did the doctor say? Mu Xiaoxiao sniffled and answered. She's home now. The doctor said she can't get angry anymore. The medicine cost over 200 yuan. I used the study trip money for the medical bill. Since I won't go, I can study hard at home just the same. Mu Chang'e felt a lump in her throat. She didn't scold her sister, only gave simple instructions to take good care of their mother. Then she hung up. Her body went limp and she slid down the wall, curling into a corner with her arms around her knees. Not far away, the lively club recruitment fair was in full swing with music and cheers intertwining. She could hear the impatient calls from the anime club, and she could see freshmen wander around with flyers in hand. There was no way she could break down and cry in front of so many people who she had to hold back the tears. Because the eldest daughter of a poor family didn't even have the right to weep. 500 yuan meant nothing to some. Just the cost of a meal at Haidaleo, or maybe not even half a tire on Sumu's Porsche. But for her it was enough to drive her into a corner. She buried her head in her knees, enveloped by a suffocating sense of embarrassment and helplessness. This formed a cruel contrast with the ambiguous feeling just 10 minutes ago when Sumu had pinned her against the wall and kissed her. In that moment she had the illusion that she could truly hide under that man's wing and enjoy such privileges without guilt. But now reality slapped her hard across the face. She took a deep breath, rubbed her reddened eyes vigorously, and gripped the wall to stand up again. She patted the dust off her skirt, pressing all her fragile emotions deep into the depths of her heart. The camera cut back to the gym bleachers where Sumu sat feeling a bit bored. He licked his lips, still a little sweet. That was the taste of the rosebud lipstick Mu Chang'e had worn today. But what his mind was replaying now wasn't the sweetness of the kiss, it was the state she had been in when she ran over to explain herself earlier. Her panicked, startled look was simply too amusing. Instead of clarifying the rumors first or confronting the gossips, her immediate reaction was to rush over and make sure he didn't misunderstand. This subconscious behavioral logic said a lot. Without realizing it, Mu Chang'e had already placed herself in a position where she felt she needed to report to him. Sumu rubbed his chin, feeling he had roughly figured out the hidden traits of this ice-cold campus beauty. Under her aloof and proud exterior there was likely a traditional soul, a kind of obedience reminiscent of a virtuous wife and loving mother from ancient times. Sumu stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. He pondered the current progress. About 20% development, and he had already claimed the first kiss. This was a pretty good start. He thought about Mu Change's plight. She was indeed pitiful. A stunning campus beauty, yet so poor she had to calculate every yuan even for a cup of milk tea. And recently, as his life assistant, she had done all the work she was supposed to do, plus plenty she wasn't. Such as having her back exposed in the fitting room, or being shoved against the wall and kissed today. By any standard that should count as work-related injury. Sumu wasn't the type to take advantage and then deny it. He couldn't do something so irresponsible. He pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and tapped on Mu Change's avatar. He typed in a transfer amount, 10,000 yuan. In the note field, he clearly wrote, "Great job, little assistant. A reward from your patron." Mu Chang'e crouched in the corner of the corridor. She felt as if all her strength had been drained away. Her phone vibrated in her hand. The screen lit up with a green WeChat transfer notification. She opened the chat interface and stared at the 10,000 yuan amount, frozen for a long moment. When she read the line in the transfer note, her blood pressure instantly spiked. This scumbag, does he even have any shame? Mu Chang'e gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Just as she was about to tap the refund button, a second message from the other party popped up. "Since the whole school says I'm keeping you, if I don't actually do it, won't I be losing out?" Mu Chang'e stared at these two arrogant lines on the screen, her fingers trembling with rage as she held the phone. This was the first time she had encountered a man who spoke of keeping someone so brazenly and with such justification. But when the fury surged to her head, she clearly felt the heavy stone pressing on her chest lightened by half. After all, this 10,000 yuan was solid real money. The suffocating feeling of being cornered by the research travel fee finally found an outlet. Looking at Sumu's vile tone and recalling his annoying smile, she wished she could bite him hard right now. But the damn balance still made her breathe a sigh of relief. She directly pressed the voice button, her voice laced with lingering grievance and reluctance. "Sumu, do you think having a few stinking bucks makes you something special? Do you really think this little money can just buy off someone's dignity?" The moment she sent the voice message, she regretted it. This tone didn't sound like the aloof campus belle at all. She was nothing but a aggrieved little wife having a tiff with her boyfriend. Flustered, she tried to recall it, but Sumu's third message ruthlessly slammed into view. "I can't buy your dignity, but I can still buy your time. About the personal assistant position I mentioned last time, you said you'd think about it. No need to think anymore, it's settled. This is the advance payment of your salary." This was a downright forced transaction, leaving her no room to refuse. The fourth message quickly followed. "Your quilt folding is pretty good. The clothes I bought last time are a mess. Come over tonight after the 100 Regiments battle to help tidy up. Mu Changa stared at the screen. Her gaze lingered on the phrase, quilt folding is pretty good. She read this meaningless compliment 3 times, and her mind uncontrollably conjured the image of her pinching the quilt corner that morning. She hadn't expected Su Mu to notice such a trivial thing. Even more absurdly, she actually felt her heart skip a beat because of that insipid praise. Stinky scumbag. All he knows is throwing money around. What kind of skill is that? Mu Changa muttered under her breath, but the blush of anger on her face not only refused to fade, but spread all the way to her ears. She stared at the screen agonizing for a full 2 minutes. Her fingers typed and deleted repeatedly on the 9-grid keyboard. She wanted to reply, I don't give a damn about your money, but feared he would really take it back. She wanted to curse him as an old pervert, but feared it would show she cared too much about that kiss just now. In the end, she bit her lower lip and sent a twisted reply, I'll pay you back. What time tonight? After sending it, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't agreed to be his personal assistant. She would return the money sooner or later, and helping him clean the room was just the interest on the loan. She comforted herself with this thought. The reply came instantly later. He'll pick you up. Mu Changa turned off the screen, still frantically rationalizing in her mind. At most he was a creditor, nothing like a sugar daddy at all. She leaned against the wall, hypnotizing herself over and over, trying to drape a last fig leaf over her crumbling bottom line. As for what happened in the corner of the gymnasium, being held down and kissed, she decided to delete it directly from her brain as if it had never happened. After completing this self-deceiving psychological construction, she reopened WeChat, withdrew the full 10,000 yuan, and casually transferred 3,000 to her sister Mu Xiaoxiao. Go pay the research travel fee right away, don't dawdle. Use the rest to buy some good food and nourish yourself. Mu Xiaoxiao, probably glued to her phone, immediately sent a sobbing emoji. Sis, where did you get so much money? Don't take out any online loans, okay? I won't go on the research trip. Keep the money for yourself. Seeing this string of messages, Mu Changa felt her cheeks burn with shame. A wave of humiliation surged within her. Guiltily she typed, what are you imagining? I got paid for my part-time job. The boss is a rich second-generation dumb with money. He insisted on advancing my salary. To make herself sound more convincing, she deliberately added a rolling eyes emoji. Mu Xiaoxiao was clearly not so easily fooled. She immediately sent a voice message, sis, don't lie to me. Second, and is telling everyone back in the village that you've been taken in by someone in the big city. Seeing you suddenly have so much money now really scares me. Mu Changa felt as if a hammer had struck her chest. She clenched her phone tightly and replied, don't listen to second aunt's nonsense. I'm working as a legitimate personal assistant, just tidying up the house, washing clothes. Rich people have many rules, but they pay well. Just take the money and sign up. Don't worry mom anymore. After typing these words, she felt her face burning. She put away her phone and leaned against the cool tiles to cool her cheeks. Suddenly, the mortifying scene from yesterday, being stared at by her roommates for the marks on her body, flashed unbidden into her mind. Zhong Ling and Fang Jinxi had immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion when they saw the red marks on her body. Combined with the candid photos flying around in the group chat today, they were probably imagining all sorts of twisted abuse by a perverted sugar daddy. The thought made Mu Changa so embarrassed she wished she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment to hide in. On the other hand, she inexplicably felt a pang of annoyance at her roommate's assumptions. He's not that brutal at all, she muttered under her breath, defending Su Mu. Her mind uncontrollably began replaying the high-definition scene from the gymnasium. That kiss, though breathless, was actually quite gentle. It wasn't anything like what Zhong Ling imagined. But many rich playboys do like to play games. Tonight when she goes to Thompson Riviera to organize clothes, there won't be anyone else around. Would he want her to wear some weird piece of fabric while cleaning? Mu Change's thoughts spiraled further and further. She felt her face was hot enough to fry an egg. She raised her hand and knocked on her own head twice. Mu Changa snapped out of it. Did that bastard kiss you, stupid? She rubbed her burning cheeks, vigorously forcing all the messy thoughts out of her mind. Her attention returned to the practicalities of life. She opened the calculator app, fingers flying, and started planning the allocation of the remaining 7,000 yuan. 2,000 reserved for mom's follow-up checkup. 500 for blood-nourishing supplements. 1,000 must be set aside for Xiaoxiao's food and study materials next month. She's taking the college entrance exam next year, so this can't be cut. The remaining 3,500 would go into the postal savings bank card as emergency funds. This way she wouldn't have to beg those relatives for help and face their cold stares if something happened at home. As for herself, she could survive on scattered part-time jobs. She accounted for every penny with clear precision. This kind of penny-pinching born from poverty had long been etched into her bones. Mu Changa carefully smoothed her skirt, checked her cheek temperature with the back of her hand, and only stepped out of the corridor shadows when she was sure she looked normal. She retraced her steps back to the noisy sports field where the speakers from various clubs once again pounded her eardrums. She plunged back into the anime club booth. Zhongling was holding a stack of flyers looking around anxiously. The moment she saw Mu Chang'e, she dropped the flyers and rushed over. "Oh my god, you're finally back. Are you okay? The way you ran off just now scared me to death. I thought something happened to you." Zhongling grabbed Mu Chang'e's arm and looked her up and down. Mu Chang'e instantly switched to aloof campus belle mode. "Just needed some fresh air. I was in a bad mood." Zhongling lowered her voice and leaned in. "The photos in the group chat are going wild. Is that the junior you mentioned?" Mu Chang'e directly cut off her roommate's gossip. "The photos are photoshopped. Don't pay them any attention." She replied in her usual icy tone, casually picking up the registration forms on the table and organizing them with seamless efficiency, a flawless performance. Zhongling stared at her unshakable iceberg demeanor, and her blazing gossip fire was doused. "All right, as long as you know what you're doing. We've got your back. If there's really trouble, be sure to tell us. Don't tough it out alone." Zhongling patted her shoulder in comfort. But as she leaned and closed, her gaze unconsciously lingered on the lower half of Mu Chang'e's face for 2 seconds. Mu Chang'e usually worked part-time jobs late into the night, so her lips were always pale and sickly. But now those 2 lips were a brilliant, tempting red, even swollen around the edges, as if she had just taken a huge bite out of a super spicy fire chicken noodle. Zhongling opened her mouth, her eyes full of confusion, her mind racing through all sorts of indecent rated scenarios. However, seeing Mu Chang'e's frosty face, she swallowed the words back down. Mu Chang'e felt a chill from being stared at, so she quickly turned around, pretending to be busy with the forms. "They'll sort these materials first. You go ahead." She turned her back to Zhongling, burying her head like an ostrich, praying that this endless recruitment drive would end soon. But whenever she thought about going to the Thompson Riviera apartment tonight, her heart tangled into a mess of confusion. The sun began to set. The loudspeakers on the playground finally fell silent. Various clubs were busy packing up their belongings. Sue Banksia's ankle was still swollen, not yet fully healed. She could only sit on a small stool nearby, helping to organize the paper registration forms. Mu Chang'e approached from the other side. She bent down to pick up a few flyers that had fallen to the ground. A gentle breeze happened to blow by. An extremely faint scent of men's cologne drifted into Sue Banksia's nostrils, carrying a chilly cedar aroma. Sue Banksia froze for a second. Yesterday afternoon at the yoga studio, the man who had forcibly picked her up also carried the same scent. Her movements slowed by half a beat. She glanced up at Mu Chang'e, who was lowering her head to fix her hair. Zhongling and Fong Jintz happened to be carrying 2 large display boards toward the storage room. Only the 2 of them remained by the booth. Sue Banksia aligned the stack of forms in her hands. "Chang'e," she called out. "During the recruitment, just now, a freshman stood in front of our booth for quite a while. Do you know him?" Her tone was very casual, as if merely making small talk. Mu Chang'e stacked the flyers together without even lifting her head. "No, I don't. Probably a new student here to sign up." Mu Chang'e's speech was slightly faster than usual. Sue Banksia stared at the back of her neck for 2 seconds. That fair skin was visibly flushing red at an observable rate. That reaction was enough to explain everything. Sue Banksia lowered her head. She didn't continue pressing. She reached out to pick at the nearly worn-out rhinestones on the edge of her phone case. Those scattered clues began to fall into place automatically in her mind. Yesterday morning, Mu Chang'e had returned to the dorm with bruises all over her body. When Zhongling asked, she said she had gotten hurt at a junior's place where she was temporarily staying. Today, Zhao Zixuan had spewed filth in public, accusing her of being kept by a freshman. Plus, Mu Chang'e had disappeared for nearly 20 minutes earlier, and when she came back, even her lips were swollen. These fragments pieced together perfectly into a complete figure. That person was Su Mu, the benefactor who had rescued her from Jiang Lifen. Also the alleged sugar daddy in Mu Chang'e's gossip. This world was really too small. Sue Banksia unlocked her phone screen, tapped on the WeChat chat with the blank avatar, and typed a few words. "That photo circulating in school groups today was the person with Chang'e Yu." After sending the message, Sue Banksia felt her palms sweat slightly. At that moment in the gymnasium, Stan Su Mu was about to get up and leave when his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was actually that little pushover Sue Banksia. Su Mu grinned. That pushover had first-rate observational skills. He never liked to pretend about certain things. If he did it, he did it. He directly pressed the voice message button. "Yes, that person in the photo is me." This voice message was decisive to the extreme, without even a single extra explanation. Sue Banksia sat on the small stool, pressing the phone to her ear to listen to those few seconds of voice. Su Mu's voice was calm, as if this school-shaking incident was just a trivial matter to him, like saying the spare ribs in the cafeteria were good. Sue Banksia put down her phone and stared blankly at the voice message on the screen. The feeling in her heart was very strange. It was like saving up pocket money for a month, finally making it to the claw machine at the mall only to watch someone else just grab the prettiest bear in the display window. She had never even held a boy's hand. She didn't know what heartbreak felt like. All she felt was a tightness in her chest that made breathing difficult. Sue Banksia bit her lip hard. What she was best at since childhood was swallowing her tears after life slapped her. This little emotion couldn't defeat her. But then she suddenly remembered that when Mu Changa came back at noon yesterday, her back and waist were covered in terrifying red marks. If Sumu really was the kind of person who liked to torment others, how would Changa get through the days ahead? The pushover herself had endured so much hardship in life, yet she couldn't bear to see those around her suffer. Sue Banksia typed in the input box, "Changa came back last time with many injuries." After typing that, she felt it was too direct. She quickly deleted everything and reorganized the words. Her fingers rose and fell on the screen. Finally, she sent a very euphemistic probomb. The injuries Changa had when she came back last time, they weren't caused by you or they. She didn't even dare to use harsh words, only inquiring in such a roundabout way. Sumu had just reached the gym entrance. Seeing this message, he quickly understood what Sue Banksia was worried about. This little pushover had quite a quirky way of thinking. She still had the leisure to worry about others. He leaned against the glass door and typed a reply. "You don't think I'm the type to play those games, do you? You actually think that way about your uncle? Disobedience gets punished." After sending those lines, Sumu added another message. "Besides, she's still far from becoming your sister-in-law. You're worrying too early." With that, he shoved his phone back into his pocket. When Sue Banksia saw the words popping up on the screen, her mind buzzed. This person was really too much. Calling himself uncle was one thing, but now he had directly brought up the term sister-in-law, trying every way to gain an upper hand in seniority. Yet her gaze was quickly glued to those 4 words, "still far from." The information contained in those words was enormous. It meant that the current relationship between Su Mu and Mu Changa was nowhere near as intimate as the rumors suggested. At least they weren't really together yet. Sue Banksia felt her heartbeat skip half a beat. She quickly scolded herself inwardly. "Sue Banksia, get a grip, will you?" He said, still far from, not that it would never be possible, and certainly not that he wanted something with you. "What are you so happy about?" She stared at the screen at a loss for how to reply. She typed, "Don't call me that," but it looked too blunt, so she deleted it. She typed an O, but that seemed too dismissive, so she deleted it again. In the end, she rummaged through her sticker collection and sent a sticker of a rabbit that looked like a pushover lying on the ground pounding the floor. Sumu walked to the edge of the playground, took out his phone, saw the pounding rabbit, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Just then Zhongling and Fong Jintz returned from the storage room. Zhongling dusted off her hands. "Finally done. I'm exhausted. Tonight we have to hit the food stalls at the school gate." Fong Jintz immediately raised both hands in agreement, seconded. Mu Changa stood by with her backpack thinking about the evening plans. She just wanted to hurry back to the dorm and freshen up properly. But seeing her roommate's enthusiasm, she could only grit her teeth and agree. At 6:30 in the evening, the 4 girls returned to the dormitory. Zhongling and Fong Jintz, having drunk quite a bit, scrambled onto their beds without a word. Mu Changa hesitated for about 3 seconds, then, as if possessed, pulled open the wardrobe door. She fished out a cream-colored knit top that best accentuated her figure. After changing, she glanced at the small mirror on the table. The girl in the mirror had fair skin, and even without makeup she was stunning. Yet today, for some reason, she felt something was off. She reached up and untied her slightly loose ponytail. She retied it high with a hairband, even carefully tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ears. After finishing, she looked down at the desk and finally realized what was missing. She opened a drawer and found a cheap lipstick with only a little left at the bottom. She carefully touched up her makeup in front of the mirror. From the top bunk, Fong Jintz, just coming out of the post-dinner drinking haze, popped her head out and caught the scene. "Changa, are you going out?" Mu Changa pressed her lips together with a tissue and stuffed the lipstick into her bag. I have a part-time job to go to." Hearing this, Zhongling on the nearby bed instantly sprang up from under the covers. Even the still dizzy Fong Jintz snapped to attention, her eyes wide as saucers. The two exchanged a glance in midair, a silent understanding weaving between them thick enough to knit a sweater. Zhongling had had a few glasses of fruit wine at dinner, and now her mouth was completely unguarded. "Part-time job? What kind? Are you going to see that handsome guy from the photo?" She climbed down from the top bunk barefoot on the floor. "He may be a bit of a player, but his face is really handsome. I saved that photo from the forum this afternoon and zoomed in on it 3 times on my phone." Zhongling leaned in, winking. "That jawline, that profile. If it were me, I'd be happy to be his part-time girl too." Fong Jintz beside her nodded vigorously. Right. Changa, you're being a bit unfair. You came back all bruised last time, and we thought you'd been bullied. We even discussed whether to call the police for you. Now it seems you were totally willing, weren't you?" Mu Changa's face instantly burned. She forced herself to maintain her usual ice school beauty expression, turning to organize her bag. "You're overthinking. I really am going to work." Zhongling wasn't buying it at all. She reached out and draped an arm over Mu Changa's shoulder, bringing her face closer. Changa, let me be honest with you. We're all adults here. Young people have fire in their blood. Dating and playing some exciting games is understandable. But you must protect yourself. Some things you absolutely cannot let a man have his way with. Don't ever go too far. Mu Changa was mortified beyond words. She opened her mouth wanting to explain to her roommate. She wanted to say those red marks on her back were just from an ill-fitting bra that had dug into her skin. But the words got stuck in her throat. Now that the photos were all over the forum, the whole school thought she was being kept by that rich jerk. The more she tried to explain, the more it seemed like a cover-up. Fong Jin's rolled over in bed, lying on her stomach, and whispering from the edge, "Zhongling, you're right. But maybe Changa actually likes it a bit rough." Her eyes grew brighter as she spoke. "I saw an emotional analysis post on Little Red Book last time. It said many girls who seem cold on the surface are actually in private. And those men love that contrast. A girl who appears aloof and cool to others, but becomes completely different in bed." Before she could finish, Mu Changa grabbed a small throw pillow from the desk and hurled it at her. The pillow hit Fong Jin squarely on the head. "Jins, what nonsense are you talking?" Fong Jin let out an ouch, clutched her head, and retreated into her covers. Zhongling slapped her thigh and burst out laughing. Without even bothering to put on slippers, she ran to her own desk, picked up her phone, and swiped her thumb across the screen to open a shopping app. She typed 3 characters into the search bar and shoved the screen directly in front of Mu Changa's face. "How about I order a bottle for you first?" Mu Changa stared at the product image on the screen, momentarily stunned. The thing looked a bit like toothpaste. "What is this?" Zhongling lowered her voice, wearing an "I'm the expert" expression. "Changa, listen to me. I'm not joking. Many science posts on Jihu recommend this stuff. You two are playing hard, so having one of these ready can really reduce the chance of injury. Plus it's good for your skin. If you take it back, he'll think you're considerate." Mu Changa didn't get it at first. She picked up the phone and searched for the purpose of those 3 characters in a browser. A few seconds later, staring at the various indescribable encyclopedia entries that popped up on the screen, Mu Changa felt like she was about to combust. A flush spread from her slender neck all the way to her hairline. Steam practically rose from the top of her head. She couldn't even speak properly, shoved Zhongling's phone away, grabbed her canvas bag, and bolted out the door. "Zhongling, you're dead." She yanked open the dormitory door and dashed out. Before the door closed, she heard Zhongling's voice ringing out from behind. "Changa, be safe. Remember to buy an umbrella on the way." The dormitory door slammed shut with a dull thud. Mu Changa fled the dormitory, building her heart pounding wildly. She leaned against the cool tile wall of the stairwell, gasping for breath. Her mind was filled with Zhongling's smug face and that tube of Vaseline on the screen. She shook her head hard, trying to banish those chaotic images. But the more she thought, the more furious and wrong she felt. The whole world thought she had some dirty deal with Sumu. Yet the truth was that jerk only treated her like a little maid. She suddenly felt incredibly aggrieved. She hadn't done anything, yet everyone assumed she had. Worse still, an absurd thought uncontrollably flashed through her mind. What if Sumu really did make an improper demand? Would she actually need that tube of Vaseline in the future? The moment the thought appeared, Mu Changa startled herself. She slapped her own forehead hard, the crisp sound echoing conspicuously in the stairwell. "Mu Changa, you're doomed." She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and then turned to walk downstairs. Back in the girls' dormitory, Su Banksia was sitting quietly in her own spot. From the moment Fong Jins had started teasing, she hadn't said a single word. She kept her head down, organizing a few books on the desk. That was her usual state in the dormitory. A good girl with a low profile. But only she knew how much pain she was feeling inside. It was like a blunt pair of scissors slowly twisting the flesh of her heart. She watched Mu Changa, who usually couldn't be bothered to glance at a makeup mirror, deliberately pick out clothes and retouch her lipstick to meet that man. She listened to the other 2 roommates teasing and cheering without restraint. Every word felt like a needle piercing her nerves. Many male students might have experienced this moment in their school days, listening to their roommates excitedly discuss delivering a love letter to a girl. Everyone around was cheering and offering advice, while the girl being confessed to happen to be the one you had secretly liked for a long time. You had no ground to object, no right to be jealous. You could only pretend to be unaffected as you listened. That sourness fermented in her stomach, making even her throat bitter. Su Banksia sniffled. She stood up, found an old plastic bag, and packed the daily necessities she needed to take to the hospital. Then she wrapped herself tighter in her washed-out gray coat and walked out of the dormitory. Today her mother had to undergo a checkup at the hospital, and she had to accompany her. She walked along the small path in front of the dormitory building. When she reached the dead spot near the school gate where the streetlight didn't reach, she stopped. A black Porsche Panamera was parked quietly by the roadside. Even in the dim night, the sleek lines of the car exuded an unattainable luxury. Mu Changa walked up to the car, opened the passenger door, bent down, and got in. The sound of the door closing was actually very soft. But in the quiet campus night, the sound seemed amplified infinitely. Each click struck directly against Sue Banksia's heart. At the Municipal Central Hospital during the night, the air was perpetually tinged with a peculiar scent. Sue Banksia walked to the door of the ward at the end of the second-floor corridor. She halted, drew 3 deep breaths, and used 2 fingers to tug the sour corners of her mouth upward. She forced the most ordinary, obedient smile onto her face, pushed open the paint-chipped wooden door, and stepped inside, carrying the discolored stainless steel thermos. Lu Yuzhen, lying on the hospital bed, had been scrolling through short videos. At the grating sound of the door hinges, she turned her head. With just a casual glance, she discerned everything from her daughter's slightly reddened eyes and unsteady gait. "Did you have a quarrel with that young man surnamed Sue?" Lu Yuzhen leaned against the raised headboard, exposing Sue Banksia's disguise with her opening words. Sue Banksia's arm trembled visibly, the heavy thermos nearly dropping onto her shoes. She quickly placed it securely on the bedside table, shaking her head so vigorously that the ponytail at the back whipped into a blur. No, Mom, don't jump to conclusions." Though her denial came faster than anyone else's, the aggrieved expression plastered on her face had already revealed the answer. Lu Yuzhen paid no heed to her foolish daughter's feeble excuses. She reached out from the slightly yellowed hospital gown, picked up the chipped glass water cup on the bedside table, and took a sip of lukewarm water. "No quarrel. Then does he have a girlfriend? Did you see him with some girl?" These 3 rapid-fire questions struck like critical blows, each piercing Sue Banksia's most vulnerable weak spots. At the mention of girlfriend, her mind automatically conjured the scene from half an hour ago at the school gate. Mu Chang'e pulling open the passenger door of that black Porsche and bending to get inside was seared into her retina. A suffocating bitterness surged in her chest, and even her breath carried the tang of aged vinegar. She lowered her head, fixing her gaze on her own toes, 2 fingers digging hard into the fraying strap of her canvas bag. She remained silent, unable to utter a single word for a long time. This beaten-down demeanor, like a frostbitten eggplant, was in Lu Yuzhen's eyes a silent admission. Lu Yuzhen placed the water glass back on the cabinet and looked at her daughter, who had been accustomed to yielding and suffering since childhood. She couldn't help but let out a long, heavy sigh. "Banksia, you need to think this through early. If you draw a clear line with him now, at worst you'll be called ungrateful and a heartless wretch." Lu Yuzhen paused, her eyes seasoned by the vicissitudes of human relationships, turning ruthlessly pragmatic. "But if you wait until you're too deeply entangled to break it off cleanly, then you'll have to sacrifice your entire life." Hearing her mother's words, Sue Banksia's barely held together emotions finally crumbled. Her voice carried an intensely suppressed nasality, shedding all pretense of being the well-behaved girl. She stammered out everything that had happened that afternoon and evening, the rumor of Mu Chang'e and Sue Mu's acquaintance, Mu Change's swollen lips after disappearing for 20 minutes in the gymnasium that day. And that night Mu Chang'e had dressed up specially to get into that luxury car. She poured it all out in one breath. Finally, she sniffled hard, forcing a pitiful mental pep talk upon herself. "Actually, I'm not even worthy of thinking about these things. He's so rich, driving a $1 million car every day. He's already helped us so much, I shouldn't have expected more. My priority now is to earn money and pay back the medical bills," he advanced. This self-hypnotizing speech of dutifulness had barely landed when Lu Yuzhen let out a derisive laugh. She felt like picking up the stainless steel lunchbox on the bedside table and cracking open her daughter's skull to see if it was filled with seawater. "Stop with the useless talk. He'll ask you just one thing." Lu Yuzhen leaned against the pillow, staring straight into Sue Banksia's evasive eyes. "If from this very second you delete his phone number and we chat. And from now on, even if you run into each other in the school cafeteria or on the playground, you pretend not to know him. Would your heart ache?" Sue Banksia stood frozen. Following her mother's words, she seriously imagined the scenario of becoming total strangers. Thinking of never seeing that domineering yet mischievous smile again, the mere hypothetical sent a handful of coarse glass shards rushing up into her chest. Unable to swallow or spit them out, they clogged her throat until tears threatened to fall. She simply couldn't lie to herself and nod that it wouldn't hurt, yet she also lacked the courage to shamelessly shake her head. So she went back to picking at the unfortunate canvas bag. Watching her daughter's pitiful, teary expression, Lu Yuzhen gave her no breathing space. She pressed on with her second question. "Then what about that pretty roommate of yours who got into his car today? If they end up hanging out every day, going on dates every week, and coming back at night to hold hands, hug, and even kiss goodbye downstairs at your dorm?" Lu Yuzhen deliberately described these scenes in excruciating detail. "You watch them being all lovey-dovey and happy. Can you really stand there and clap as if nothing's wrong?" This time there was no need for even a split second of hesitation. Sue Banksia's painstakingly built psychological defenses collapsed entirely. She buried her head lower than an ostrich, her chin nearly poking into her collarbone. Her eyes were overly reddened and her slender shoulders, along with her collarbone, trembled faintly. The jealousy and bitterness concealed beneath her obedient exterior were finally ripped out by her own mother in the most brutal manner and exposed to the scorching sun. Lu Yuzhen saw that the timing was right and asked the final question without mercy. Have they officially gotten together? Have they gone to meet the parents ready to get married? Have they gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate? Su Bangxia was left dizzy by these three questions. She lifted her head blankly staring at her mother on the hospital bed. Probably not. He's only a freshman. He hasn't even reached the legal marriage age. Su Bangxia rubbed her moist eyes with the back of her hand. Besides, he told me personally on WeChat this afternoon that Chang'e is far from being my sister-in-law. Then it's settled. Lu Yuzhen slapped her thigh hard, causing the old iron-framed hospital bed to let out a squeaky groan. As long as they're not married and registered, it's every man for himself. The loser is the third wheel. Lu Yuzhen took a breath. He's still a clear and innocent single young man. You haven't stolen anything or robbed anyone. Why should you have to bow out before anyone else even makes a move? Su Bangxia's worldview of 20 years was shattered by this ferocious logic. She stared wide-eyed at her physically weak but mentally explosive mother, seriously doubting her own existence. Is my mom possessed? Has she been too bored lying in bed all day, secretly binge-watching those pen-a-per-episode cheesy CEO short dramas? Otherwise, how could she spit out such outrageous lines without batting an eye? Lu Yuzhen didn't care at all what her daughter was thinking. She had to thoroughly shake some sense into this tight-lipped gourd today. Stop looking at me like I'm some alien. Use that blockhead of yours to think carefully. Even if your pretty roommate hadn't butted in, even if you two had known each other since you were in diapers, a man with his money, status, looks, and generosity has never lacked young pretty girls throwing themselves at him. Lu Yuzhen snorted. If you don't dare to fight and scramble for yourself, even if you were the first to get together with him with that pushover personality, sooner or later some ruthless character will kick you out on your ass. These words landed like a series of sharp slaps, jolting Su Bangxia into complete clarity from head to toe. Indeed, Su Mu was too dazzling. Even if there were no Mu Chang'e today, there would be a Zhang Chang'e, a Li Chang'e, a Wang Chang'e tomorrow. If she was forever content to hide under the lamppost and secretly envy others. Lu Yuzhen caught the retreat of hesitation in her daughter's eyes and knew her well-intentioned advice had finally taken effect. She lowered her voice. She began imparting wisdom to her lovelorn daughter. To outshine those flashy vixens among a garden of peonies, you have to take an unconventional path. She extended two somewhat withered fingers, her gaze sharper than a school disciplinarian catching early romance. You need to capture his stomach and his body. At the word body leaping from her own mother's lips, Su Bangxia nearly couldn't stay seated. She almost launched herself off the shabby plastic stool. Her face flushed so deeply it threatened to drip blood, and her teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Mom, you. What kind of shameless nonsense are you spouting? Su Bangxia's usually obedient tone warped into a shriek. She felt her mother must have burned her brain from the fever. She herself had never even touched a boy's finger, and yet her mother jumped straight to the body part. Where's your mind going? Lu Yuzhen rolled her eyes at her daughter, as if she were an illiterate imbecile. What kind of trashy yellow stuff is stuffed in that blockhead of yours? I mean, when you learned yoga, didn't you also pick up some massage and acupressure techniques? Lu Yuzhen raised her hand and pointed irritably at her own shoulder. That physiotherapy massage technique you learned is pretty useful, isn't it? A man comes home exhausted after a hard day's work, his bones nearly falling apart. At that moment you serve him a steaming pot of fish soup, and then massage his shoulders and neck to loosen his tense muscles. Lu Yuzhen's face was full of pride and calculation. That kind of tangible comfort trumps those women who only fawn over him for designer bags and makeup 100 times over. Su Bangxia sat frozen on the stool. She had been so embarrassed by her mother's wild words that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Now her mind finally caught up, and she realized her mother's strategy was actually flawless. Su Mu managed such a large yoga studio every day and had to juggle schoolwork. He must be very tired. She couldn't afford expensive gifts for him, but she could offer some physical labor. At 1030 p.m., half of the ceiling lights in the hospital corridor had been turned off by the nurses, casting a dim glow. Su Bangxia sat alone on the bench outside the ward, burying her face in her hands for a full minute. Finally making up her mind, she tapped on the pinned WeChat chat. Her thumbs hovered over the keyboard for a long time before she gritted her teeth and typed a line, "Are you free these 2 days? I recently learned a set of soothing neck and shoulder physiotherapy massages. I want to practice on you. Can I?" After typing the final question mark, she didn't even dare to check for typos. She closed her eyes and pressed send, then prayed fervently to every deity she could think of. Please don't let Su Mu think she's some crazy woman messaging him in the middle of the night. At that very moment, in the top luxury residential area of the Magic City Thompson Riviera, on the top floor duplex massive floor-to-ceiling window, Su Mu was lounging lazily on an Italian pure handmade leather sofa. The phone screen on the crystal coffee table beside him lit up with a brief vibration. He didn't even bother turning his head. His gaze was fixed with interest on the carpet in front of him. The icy campus belle Muchanga was kneeling on the expensive Persian handmade rug. Her beige tight-knit sweater was stretched into a provocative curve by her bending posture. Her face flushed crimson as she helped Sumu organize his clothes like a devoted little wife. Time rewound to a few hours earlier. The black Porsche, like a dormant steel beast, emitted a low rumble as it glided smoothly into the reserved parking spot in the underground garage of Tangshanipin. When the engine died, the cabin fell silent, leaving only the faint breaths of the two occupants. Sumu pushed open the door and stepped out, casually pressing the car key. The sound of the door locking echoed for several seconds in the empty underground garage. He turned his head to look at the passenger side. Muchanga was slowly unbuckling her seatbelt. The dark strap slid from her collarbone, brushing against the edge of her knitted sweater's collar, revealing a slender stretch of neck, so pale it seemed translucent. She seemed completely unaware of how devastating the sight was. Sumu averted his gaze, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, but he said nothing. Muchanga finally got out of the car. A deliberate gap of over a meter stretched between them. She walked with an upright posture, her back straight, her pace neither fast nor slow. But her fingertips kept tugging at the hem of her sweater, releasing and pulling again. Sumu noticed this and strolled leisurely toward the elevator. How many times is this? Muchanga's steps faltered for a beat. How many times what? Sumu didn't look back, his voice carrying a lazy hint of amusement. How many times have you come to my place now? And you're still this nervous? Muchanga's earlobes visibly flushed a thin red. The blush crept down from her ears, seeping into the translucent skin of her cheek. Who's nervous? Her tone was icy cold, but her pace unconsciously quickened by half a step. Sumu reached out to press the elevator button and turned sideways, waiting for her to approach. Muchanga came to a stop beside him. The distance between them shortened from over a meter to less than half an arm's length. She could smell the faint woody perfume on him. It was subtle but invasive. The elevator doors opened. Sumu raised his hand to gesture for her to enter first. As Muchanga stepped in, her shoulder brushed against his hand, which rested on the elevator door frame. The touch was light and brief enough to pretend nothing happened. But once inside, she deliberately positioned herself against the farthest corner. Sumu followed her in and casually pressed the button for the top floor. The doors closed. The elevator began to ascend smoothly. In the enclosed space, the air's flow slowed. The cold white light overhead cast down, illuminating Muchanga like a breathing piece of white porcelain. Her skin was truly pale, not the artificial white from foundation, but a cool-toned whiteness that emanated from her bones. So pale that the two faint blue veins beneath her collarbone were impossible to hide. Sumu leaned against the handrail on the opposite side of the elevator, letting his gaze casually sweep over her. Just that one glance made Muchanga's entire shoulder blades tense up. What are you looking at? Her voice was low with a hint of unnatural hoarseness. Sumu shifted his gaze to the flickering floor numbers on the elevator display. Thinking about something. What? Is that sweater you're wearing today a size too small? Muchanga glanced down at the beige form-fitting sweater she was wearing. The collar was indeed a bit tight, outlining the contours of her already pale neck and collarbone too clearly. Her face flushed crimson instantly. It's not too small, that's just how this cut is. Sumu replied, his tone devoid of any particular meaning. Then he suddenly added, it looks good on you. Upon hearing this, Muchanga clenched her right fingertips, her nails digging into her palm. She desperately wanted to turn her face toward the wall, but that would be too obvious. As the elevator ascended, the sealed space was so quiet that she could hear their interlaced breaths. Suddenly, a harsh screeching sound of metal grinding erupted. The elevator began to shake violently. Then the overhead lights flickered twice and went out with a dull pop. The entire space was swallowed by pure darkness. Sumu was momentarily startled, not out of fear, but because he never expected something like this to happen at the legendary Tangshanipin. It seemed that no matter how hyped something was, after 15 years of where its luster would fade. Muchanga let out a short, frightened cry from the sudden loss of gravity. Her legs gave way, and she lost her balance, stumbling forward. In panic, her hands flailed in the air, searching for support. Sumu extended his long arm, catching her slender waist in the darkness. He smoothly pulled her against his solid chest. The soft, delicate body in his arms was trembling slightly. Through the thin beige sweater, he could clearly feel the girl's wildly pounding heart. In a crisis, calm prevails. Many who are usually unreliable become steadier in critical moments. Sumu held her with one hand, calmly pulling out his phone. He even had the leisure to consider whether to demand mental damages from the system. He turned on the flashlight, wedging it into the gap of the metal handrail. He lowered his head slightly, his warm breath directly brushing against the girl's flushed earlobe, his tone carrying a maddening laziness. A big girl like you, scared of the dark? Muchanga bit her pale lower lip hard, her eyelashes fluttering like startled butterflies. Though she pressed her lips together, refusing to make a sound, her body honestly snuggled deeper into his arms. Sumu stopped teasing her and freed a hand to press the emergency call button. During the few seconds of waiting for a response, his fingers absently caressed her waist. The intercom soon crackled with the tense confirmation from the property security. After a brief exchange, the repairman was already on site, and it would take about 10 minutes to restore operation. Muchanga only snapped out of it upon hearing this. By the faint light of the phone, she realized she was clinging to Sumu like an octopus in an ambiguous posture. Her fair cheeks instantly burned with flame. She frantically pushed against Sumu's chest, trying to step back. But Sumu's arm around her waist was as immovable as iron. He even mischievously tightened his hold, blocking her meager retreat. Don't move so much. What if the elevator jerks again and you get hurt? Would that count as a work injury? Muchanga was so irritated by his twisted logic that her breath hitched. She lifted her face, glaring at the man full of mockery. At a time like this, can't you be serious? Sumu lowered his eyelids, looking at her pretty indignant face, the corner of his mouth quirking up boldly. He actually knew that when an elevator malfunctions, it usually either shoots to the top or plummets instantly. Since it hadn't plunged straight down, there was likely no further danger, or else he wouldn't have the mind to tease her. He whispered warm air against her ear. "I'm being very serious. Right now you're a personal assistant I hired. If you really get hurt, I'd have to pay for the injury compensation." In the cramped, sealed space, the ventilation system had shut down, causing the temperature to rise slowly. The confined environment amplified the fermenting ambiguity between them. After about 7 or 8 minutes with the repairman's efforts, the suspended car suddenly dropped another jolting distance. Muchanga's newly built mental defenses completely collapsed. She let out a terrified scream, abandoning all resistance, instinctively plunging into Sumu's arms like seeking a haven. This time she pressed against him, without reservation, her soft chest flush against his, leaving not a single gap. Due to the sudden physical inertia of the drop, Sumu's hand, originally resting properly on her waist, involuntarily slid downward and landed on a wonderfully soft, curved region. The startling elasticity under his palm made him raise an eyebrow. As a perfectly normal adult male with all indicators functioning, he didn't hypocritically remove his hand immediately. Instead, he honestly savored the sensation. The surroundings fell silent, leaving only their heavy breathing. After a long 3 seconds, a trembling voice finally came from the girl in his arms. "Your hand." Seeing her pitiful state, Sumu not only didn't let go, but instead lifted his hand even more impudently. The body in his arms instantly stiffened like a wooden board. Then in the darkness came a tearful murmur like a cornered little kitten. Don't squeeze. Ding. Target Muchanga's affection has soared significantly. Development increased by 10. Current total progress 30. Triggered the 30-stage major node. Unlocked hidden attribute husband as the pillar. Attribute description: this target lost her father in childhood, and during her growth, she long lacked the shelter and guidance of a strong male figure. Deep in her heart, she yearns for a backbone who can shield her from the wind and rain and hold everything together. Husband as the pillar. Once she subconsciously identifies a male as an absolute strong figure to rely on, she will activate loyalty, obedience, and devotion beyond ordinary levels. Common explanation: once she sets her heart on a man, it's like a hen following her rooster. Even 9 oxen can't drag her back. A translucent virtual panel visible only to him materialized before Sumu. The explanation on the panel was brutally straightforward. Indeed, deep within her heart, this iceberg of a school beauty craved a domineering and powerful man to shoulder everything for her more than anyone else. Once she set her sights on someone, this woman could instantly transform into the most traditional little wife of ancient times. She would follow her husband no matter what, and even if others held a knife to her throat, she wouldn't look back. Sumu let out a silent chuckle in the darkness, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the girl's back. This hidden attribute suited his taste far better than he had anticipated. Just then the crystal chandeliers overhead flickered twice, and the elevator cabin regained its brightness. The lift continued its steady ascent with a faint hum, and the harsh light forced both of them to squint. Muchanga sprang away from Sumu's embrace like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, frantically smoothing out the wrinkles on her clothes. Before she could figure out how to ease the awkwardness, the phone in Sumu's pocket buzzed violently. The jarring default ringtone was particularly grating in the confined space. Sumu pulled out the phone, glanced at the caller ID, answered it, and casually turned on the speakerphone. A gentle, slightly nervous female voice came through the line. "Hello, Mr. Su-im Shunzi, the newly assigned butler for the top-floor residence. Tonight's elevator malfunction was a serious oversight in our inspection work. On behalf of the property management team, I extend our sincerest apologies." Sumu was too busy admiring Muchanga, whose face was reddening to the point of bleeding, to do more than give a perfunctory reply into the phone. "Got it. As long as the elevator works, don't bother making a big deal out of it this late at night." The voice on the other end remained gentle, yet firm, with even a hint of ingratiation. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sue, to make up for our negligence in the work, I'd like to visit you later with a small token from the property department. I hope you'll give me the chance to apologize in person. Sue Mu's mind was entirely occupied with how to verify the newly unlocked hidden attribute. He had no time to entertain a butler had never met, so he cut her off with a curt remark. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Nobody's knocking on my door tonight. With a crisp ding from the elevator, the heavy metal doors slid open sideways. Mu Changa fled out first, eager to find something to do to distract herself. She walked to the shoe cabinet and bent down to grab a pair of slippers. Behind her, the entrance door slammed shut with a heavy thud as Su Mu pushed it closed. Before Mu Changa could even touch the slippers, a tremendous force spun her around. Her vision whirled violently, and she found herself pressed against the marble wall. Su Mu gave her no room to think or retreat. With one hand, he lifted her chin. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers without reservation. Mu Changa raised her hand feebly and pounded his chest twice, but the resistance looked like nothing more than a playful gesture in the face of absolute strength. Within a mere dozen seconds, her long legs began to weaken and tremble. Like a fish gasping for water, she clutched the hem of his shirt at his waist, forced to endure the tempestuous onslaught. The air in the room grew thick with heat. The pleasant woody scent mingled with the girl's rapid breaths, fermenting in the confined space of the hallway. Su Mu's free hand slipped under the hem of the cheap, washed-out, pilled knit sweater, venturing upward. With the control of one in authority, he traced his way up. His fingers groped across the smooth, delicate skin of her back, easily locating the row of metal clasps. With a deft flick of his fingertips, a faint sound of fabric loosening followed, and the last line of defense was effortlessly undone. The loose-fitting knit sweater, no longer supported, slid down her rounded shoulders to the crook of her arm. A vast expanse of snow-white skin was revealed to Su Mu's eyes. Just as he was about to take the next step to savor this delicacy, he had peeled open, his gaze froze in midair. Under the dim, warm sensor lights of the entrance, several shocking bruises, dark and purple, slashed across her otherwise flawless pale shoulders and delicate collarbone. The playful flame in Su Mu's eyes vanished without a trace. A sense of agitation, surprising even to himself, overpowered the surging hormones. He stepped back, creating distance between them. He looked at the girl before him, flushed from lack of oxygen, her eyes glistening with tears, her expression dazed and lost. Without a word, Su Mu grabbed her wrist and led her to the leather sofa in the living room. He pressed her shoulders down, forcing her to sit. Then he turned and walked into the storage room. He rummaged through the medical kit for a while, before finally pulling out a tube of ointment for bruises and sprains. He unscrewed the cap and squeezed a glob of the light brown paste onto the pad of his index finger. This time, without any teasing, he quietly bent down and leaned toward the purplish red marks. The ointment itself was piercingly cold, but his fingers were scorching hot. The extreme contrast in temperature upon contact with her skin made Mu Changa involuntarily flinch, her thin shoulders trembling. Su Mu's movements became even gentler. His fingertip traced small circles, spreading the brown paste, using the warmth of his hand to let the medicinal properties seep into her skin along the texture lines. It was an exceptionally considerate gesture, but some of the bruises extended downward along the collarbone. To apply the ointment evenly, his fingertip, calloused with thin skin, unavoidably brushed against the suggestive edge where imagination wandered. A strange tingling sensation, numb and itchy, instantly shot through her body. Mu Changa bit her lower lip hard, her beautiful misty eyes fixed unwaveringly on the man who was now bent over applying the medicine. Her heart, battered by reality, began to pound uncontrollably. An unprecedented mix of self-pity and inferiority surged within her. Finally, she couldn't hold back the question that had been bottled up inside for so long. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who just lets anyone touch her as long as they pay? Su Mu didn't take the bait of her melodramatic script. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Instead, he curled his index finger, still smeared with ointment, and flicked her on the forehead with a crisp dong that echoed clearly in the quiet living room. Mu Changa winced and clutched her forehead, the tears in her eyes nearly bursting out. Su Mu grabbed a wet wipe from the coffee table and slowly cleaned the remaining ointment from his fingers. Watching her even more pitiful expression, he let out a light snort from his nose. Stop adding these melodramatic lines to yourself. If I really thought you were that easy tonight, you wouldn't be sitting on this sofa getting medicine. You'd be on your knees on this carpet working. Mu Changa stood there holding her forehead, stunned. These crude and unreasonable words shattered the last shred of her defenses. She watched the man's back as he packed away the medical kit, her eyes completely reddened. A sense of security she had never felt before wrapped around her, completely enveloping her whole being. Mu Changa sprang up from the leather sofa, as if fleeing. A faint smear of the bruise-healing ointment still lingered on her collarbone, carrying a tingling warm itch. Her mind was wholly occupied by that brutally unreasonable remark Su Mu had just uttered. To mask the heat flushing her cheeks, she hurriedly busied herself in the living room. She walked over to the costly Persian rug and knelt upon it, her legs folded beneath her. The floor was still strewn with the jacket and shirt Su-mu had casually tossed aside moments ago. She extended her slender fingers, picked up each garment one by one, and carefully smoothed out the creases. When Su-mu emerged and saw her demure and obedient demeanor, so utterly reminiscent of a traditional submissive wife, he was almost amused. Just then the phone on the crystal coffee table let out a short vibration. Su-mu leaned against the sofa back and cast a casual glance. "Su Banksia, are you free these days? I just learned a set of shoulder and neck therapeutic massages and want to practice on you." Su-mu raised an eyebrow at the message. That little girl had finally wised up, daring to send such words in the dead of night. He didn't reply immediately, for there were more pressing matters at hand. Su-mu rose and walked to the carpet. Gazing at Mu Change's slender and slightly flustered back, he bent down, slipped his arms around her waist from behind, and pulled her entire body into his embrace. Mu Change's hands, which had been folding the shirt, froze midair. The man's broad, firm chest pressed tightly against her back. That familiar woody scent mingled with his unique masculine aura instantly enveloped her entirely. In this posture of absolute security, Mu Changa could not resist the urge to bury her head deeply into Su-mu's arm. Burning tears splashed onto the carpet in large, heavy drops. The grievances she had suppressed for over a decade finally found an outlet. She began to speak of her own accord. "Su-mu, you know, when I was very young something happened to my father." Mu Change's voice was thick with nasal congestion as she haltingly poured out those unbearable past events. "My mother has been in poor health, needing medication all year round, and she can't do heavy labor. So I had to work multiple part-time jobs to earn money." She turned around, gripping the hem of Su-mu's shirt with both hands. "But my uncle, aunt, and their family just can't stand to see us do well. They covet the piece of land our old house sits on, left by my father. They come to our home every few days to cause trouble and find all sorts of ways to torment us. The last time I took that accompanying job, it was because we were really at a dead end." As she spoke, Mu Changa bit her lip and looked up to gauge Su-mu's expression. Su-mu listened quietly to all these burdensome tales. He showed no excessive sympathy nor uttered any hollow grandiose vows. Instead, he raised his hand and casually rubbed her head with his broad, calloused palm. "It's nothing big." Su-mu's voice carried that reckless, taky-talent-stride tone. "The past is past. From now on, just stay by my side and be a good life assistant." He lifted her tear-streaked chin with his finger. "All that petty family trouble of yours doesn't amount to a damn thing. Even if the sky falls, your sugar daddy here will hold it up for you." To Mu Changa, these crude, outlandish words were more effective than any sweet talk. The heart that had long floated in icy water was utterly melted by this rough warmth. Mu Changa raised her reddened eyes. She closed her eyes and voluntarily pressed her lips against the man's thin ones. It was a kiss tinged with the saltiness of tears, yet infinitely gentle. Su-mu took the opportunity to cup the back of her head and deepen this belated reward. The two tumbled together on the Persian carpet. The temperature in the living room soared, and everything began to head in an indescribable direction. Just as Su-mu's hand reached for the hem of the knitwear she had only recently put on, a piercingly harsh phone ring suddenly exploded in the empty room. Mu Changa was jolted awake by the ringtone and scrambled out of Su-mu's arms in panic. It was her younger sister Mu Xiaoxiao's call. Unless something earth-shattering had happened, Mu Xiaoxiao would never disturb her in the dead of night. Mu Changa grabbed the phone with trembling hands and pressed the answer button. "Sis." A heart-wrenching choked sob came through the receiver, sounding all the more distressing in the silence of the room. "Come back quickly. Mom fainted." A deafening roar exploded in Mu Change's mind, and her entire body went limp on the carpet. "What happened?" "I just saw Mom recently." Her voice trembled with anxiety. Mu Xiaoxiao was sobbing uncontrollably on the other end. "It's Aunt. Mom was happy today when she received the 3,000 yuan you sent back. But then Aunt found out and came to our house saying that you're not even working as a tutor in Shanghai at all. Aunt has been gossiping with those busybodies in the village. They're saying you've been kept by someone in the big city and are earning money in a shameless way." When Mom heard that, her high blood pressure acted up and she fainted. Neighbor Wang Ma and others helped send her to the town's health center. Mu Changa felt the world spinning around her. Without even a goodbye, she fumbled to hang up the phone. With trembling fingers, she opened the ticketing app on her phone screen, trying to buy a green train ticket to her hometown hundreds of kilometers away that very night. But the late-night schedules were all a dead gray silence. Su-mu watched her as she seemed about to shatter. He walked over directly and snatched away the cracked, worn-out phone. Mu Changa looked up at him blankly, her eyes filled with hopeless helplessness. Su-mu bent down, cupped her tear-streaked, delicate face in his hands. "Don't panic yet. First go back and see how things are." Su-mu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb. "They'll drive you back." Mu Changa finally regained a sliver of reason. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past midnight. Tomorrow was Monday, and she had major courses to attend. If she went back home overnight, she would definitely miss class and would have to ask the counselor for leave. Otherwise, if Sister Man caught her doing something wrong, her future scholarship applications might be jeopardized. Suppressing her sobs under Su Mu's gaze, she picked up the phone again and dialed the counselor Su Man. The phone rang for over a minute before it was answered. Mu Changa. Su Man's voice was thick with sleepiness and irritation. Do you know what time it is? You'd better have a good reason. Mu Changa sniffled, trying to keep her voice steady. Sister Man, there's an emergency at home. My mother is sick and hospitalized. I need to take a few days off to go back. By now Su Mu had already grabbed the car keys and was about to pack a couple of clothes for an immediate departure. The metallic clink of the keys traveled through the receiver to Su Man's ears. Mu Changa, is there a man beside you? Su Man's tone instantly changed. The school has repeatedly prohibited staying out overnight. You're out in the middle of the night messing around with a man, and now you're making up lies to ask for leave and skip class. I think you want to be publicly criticized school-wide. Mu Changa was struck dumb by this scolding. Already panicked, she was now too aggrieved to utter a single word. Su Mu, standing beside her, furrowed his brow more and more tightly. He recognized that voice. It was Su Man, the pretty counselor who had put on such airs during the opening class meeting. Su Mu never expected such a coincidence, that she would be Mu Change's counselor as well. But as far as he was concerned, a counselor meant nothing. He simply reached out, took Mu Change's phone, and turned on the speaker. Who the hell do you think you are throwing your authority around? Su Mu didn't mince words and went straight on the offensive. I'm Su Mu from the freshman economics and management class. I don't give a damn about your stupid rules. Su Man on the other end was stunned, clearly not expecting a student to talk back to her like that. And a freshman who had only just enrolled days ago. Su Mu, you've actually taken a female classmate out overnight. Do you want to lose credit points? Su Mu let out a cold laugh. Cut the crap. Whether it's disciplinary action or a public notice, put it all on me. He hurled one final harsh line into the receiver. We're in a hurry to save a life now, so whether you approve it or not, we're taking the leave anyway. Then he hung up, directly grabbed a long trench coat and tossed it to Mu Changa. Put it on. Let's go. He pulled the still dazed Mu Changa up and strode out of the room with great strides. At the same moment, in the corridor of the downtown hospital in Moda, the air was still thick with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Su Banksia sat alone on the cold plastic bench outside the ward, her hand tightly gripping the old smartphone. Over half an hour had passed since she sent that invitation text. The pinned WeChat chat remained utterly silent. The dim light of the screen cast shadows across her dejected face. The occasional footsteps of nurses at the end of the corridor only made the wait more agonizing. Staring at Su Mu's handsome WeChat avatar, Su Banksia curled her lips in self-mockery like a child who had done something wrong. It seemed her mother's theories weren't entirely correct. Why would a dazzling guy like him bother with her in the dead of night? He was probably out on a date with Changa right now. She sniffled, her nose stinging, and slipped the darkened phone back into her canvas bag. Then she buried her head deep in her knees, huddled in the loneliest corner of this bustling city, nursing her secret sorrow. Little did she know that the man who occupied her every thought was at that very moment racing down the highway in a desperate rush. Empowered by the system's driving expertise, the speedometer of the Porsche climbed relentlessly. The atmosphere inside the car was suffocatingly tense. Mu Changa huddled in the spacious leather passenger seat, wrapped in the men's trench coat Su Mu had thrown to her. Her hands clung tightly to the seatbelt as tears streamed silently down her face. Su Mu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, weaving smoothly through the sparse nighttime traffic on the elevated expressway. He glanced sideways at the woman beside him. In her terrified state, she bore no resemblance to the aloof campus beauty of Moda University. This was her most authentic self, stripped of all pretense. Su Mu freed his right hand, reached into the center console storage, grabbed a couple of tissues, and tossed them onto Mu Changa's lap. Wipe your tears. When we get to your village and your second aunt sees you like this, she'll think you're even easier to bully. Mu Changa picked up the tissues and pressed them to her eyes. She knew Su Mu was trying to distract her from her anxiety in his own way. Thank you, she choked out. Don't thank me yet, Su Mu replied, stepping on the accelerator and overtaking a slow box truck. I've thoroughly offended the counselor tonight. I'll probably have to write a self-criticism. Mu Changa shook her head. At this critical moment, school disciplinary action was utterly insignificant. Even if she were expelled, she had to go back tonight. She glanced at the estimated arrival time on the car navigation. There were still over 400 kilometers to her remote hometown county. Even on the expressway, it would take nearly 3 hours. Turning to look at Su Mu's sharply defined profile, an indescribable emotion welled up inside her. If she had been alone tonight, she couldn't imagine how broken she would be. Having a man to lean on felt so reassuring. Meanwhile, in the faculty apartment building of Moda University, Su Man, who had just been hung up on, furiously hurled her phone onto the mattress. Su Mu, huh? Su Man's chest heaved with rage, her alluring curves visible under her heavy breathing. You'll see. She was already plotting how to report this to the academic affairs office and teach that insolent troublemaker a lesson. The Porsche sliced a straight beam of light through the night. The reflective markers on the guardrails flew backward like fireflies extinguished by the wind. Sumu rested his right hand on the top of the steering wheel and his left elbow on the window edge, casually maintaining a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. Muchanga in the passenger seat had stopped crying. She wrapped Sumu's trench coat tighter around herself and curled up in the spacious seat like a stray cat drenched in rain. Sumu didn't look at her, his eyes fixed on the empty highway ahead as he spoke in a casual tone. "That's second Aunt on the phone. What's the story? Tell me." Muchanga was silent for a few seconds. "My father is Mu Jiangwo, and my second uncle is Mu Jianxi." Her voice was hoarse as if her throat were stuffed with cotton. 6 years ago my father had an accident in the mine. He passed away when I was 15 and Xiao was 12. Sumu didn't interrupt, he just reached out and turned up the air conditioning by 2 degrees. Muchanga sniffled and continued. "After my father died, the mine compensated us 1,000 yuan. My mother used that money to pay off our debts and save the rest for Xiao and me for tuition. When my second uncle found out, he and my second aunt came to our house, claiming my father owed him 5,000 yuan before he died and demanded my mother use the compensation to pay him." Sumu tapped the steering wheel with one hand. "Did he owe it?" "No." Muchanga shook her head firmly, her lips pressed into a thin line. "When my father was alive, he even gave my second uncle's family red envelopes every New Year. He never borrowed a single cent from him. But my second aunt didn't care. She went to the village entrance and told everyone my mother had swindled their money, said we, a widow and orphans, were bullying honest folk." Sumu snorted. "Then what?" Muchanga lowered her head, twisting the coat tie between her fingers. "Later they set their sights on our family's homestead. The old house my father left, including the front and backyards, was over half a mu, a big piece of land in our village. 2 years ago rumors spread that the county was planning to build a road that might pass through our village. If there was demolition, that land would be worth at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. After that my second aunt went completely crazy." Muchanga's voice began to tremble. "First she went to the village committee claiming the land was left by my grandfather and should be split between the 2 brothers. The committee ignored her, so she started slandering us. She pulled up all the vegetables my mother had planted in the yard roots, and all saying the land was hers, and my mother had no right to plant. When my mother hung quilts out to dry, she'd pull them down and toss them into the mud puddle by the door. On holidays she'd stand under the old locust tree at the village entrance and curse us, saying the 3 of us, mother and daughters, had ill-fated stars that killed my father." Sumu's fingers tapped the steering wheel faster. "And your mother just let her bully her?" Muchanga smiled bitterly. "What could my mother do? After my father's accident her health deteriorated. She couldn't even catch her breath when arguing. Once my second aunt brought her 2 nephews to block our door and swear at us all day. My mother went out to reason with them, and my second aunt shoved her onto the steps, cutting the back of her head. Xiao came home and called 110. The police came and mediated, telling both sides to take a step back." "Take a step back?" Sumu laughed coldly. "The step your family took was to get beaten for nothing. The step her family took was to go home and wait for the next beating." Muchanga said nothing because that was exactly how it was. After nearly a minute of silence, Sumu asked, "What do you plan to do?" Muchanga stared out at the dark wilderness beyond the window and said softly, "Endure a few more years. After I graduate and find a job, I'll move my mother and Xiao to the city. Then we'll be far away and my second aunt can't bother us anymore." Sumu was so irritated that he twisted the steering wheel in extra half-turn, forcing the Porsche from the passing lane into the driving lane. Muchanga grabbed the overhead handle in fright. "Muchanga." Sumu stabilized the car, his voice seething with suppressed anger. "Is your brain only good for writing tragic scripts for yourself? A few more years. Your mother is lying in the clinic tonight with a hypertension attack, and you still want to wait. Are you planning to wait until she's driven to death, then bring her ashes to the city?" His words were harsh and venomous. Muchanga was choked into silence, her eyes reddening again. Sumu took a deep breath and slowed his speech. "And letting her family off like that? Can you accept that? All the things your second aunt has done over the years, willful destruction of property, harassment, assault, and tonight's slander that landed your mother in the hospital, every single one of those can get her sued. Calculate everything, the land she encroached on, the things she smashed and destroyed, including your mother's emotional damages and medical expenses. We have to sue her until she's bankrupt." Muchanga wiped her eyes, her voice tinged with obvious hesitation. "But in a small place like ours, hiring a lawyer is useless. The villagers just muddle through. Besides, I can't afford a good lawyer." Sumu shot her a look as if she were an idiot. "Who said you need to hire one?" Sumu drove his Porsche along the empty highway. The soothing in-car music softened the tense and oppressive atmosphere from moments before. Muchanga sank deeper into her seat, gazing at the receding nightscape outside the window, her emotions finally settling. Her perpetually taut heart found a rare sense of repose in the fierce words the man beside her had just uttered. Sumu, however, was calculating another matter. He had grandly vowed to sue that despicable second aunt into bankruptcy, which sounded gratifying enough. But then he pondered and encountered a very real awkwardness. Aside from that bank card that received a daily fixed deposit of 100 million, he had absolutely no connections in the legal circle. It was unrealistic to grab a random lawyer off the street at this late hour. In the past, he couldn't even get through the security gate of the office buildings where the true renowned partners of Magic City's top law firms worked. The system had this flaw. It only dispensed hard cash without providing any living social connections. Sumu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, tapping a rhythm on the edge of the leather seat with the other. Just as he was considering spending millions to put a bounty on a lawyer, a name suddenly sprang to his mind: Shenzi, the exclusive butler of Tangxing Yiping, whom he had rudely cut off earlier. Those who provided exclusive services in top-tier domestic luxury residences held terrifyingly vast resource networks. The social chain of the wealthy was built on money. As long as you had money, you had no fear of finding someone to handle things. Sumu immediately grabbed his phone, scrolled to the recent call, and dialed back. The phone rang only once before being instantly answered without even a moment's pause. Mr. Su, how may I assist you? Shenzi's voice was tinged with undisguised delight and extreme deference. Sumu drove through a curve, his eyes fixed on the reflective road signs ahead. Butler Shen, you mentioned earlier you wanted to make up for your work negligence. I now need a reliable legal team, primarily handling civil disputes and malicious extortion. I require them to set off immediately with their people to handle matters in another city overnight. Shenzi was visibly taken aback on the other end. She had assumed the irritable top-tier wealthy client would demand a few years' waiver of property fees or directly dismiss some employees. But she had reached the position of top butler through exceptionally high emotional intelligence and execution capability. She did not bother asking why Sumu wanted to deal with such grassroots civil disputes in the dead of night. That was not her place. Mr. Su, rest assured I will arrange the finest team in the industry for you immediately. After hanging up, Shenzi stood in the living room of her rented upscale apartment. Moments ago, she had been unsettled by offending a top-tier resident. Now she was completely exhilarated. For a worker like her who had climbed from the bottom, this seemingly tricky request from Sumu was no trouble at all. It was practically a heaven-sent chance to redeem herself, delivered by the god of wealth himself. If she handled this perfectly and pleased this mysterious billionaire, her position in the property management company would become unshakable. Without even slipping on her slippers, Shenzi rushed barefoot across the floor toward the adjoining bedroom. She flung open the door and yanked off the silk summer duvet on the bed. In the bed lay her roommate and best friend Lu Wei, a recognized rising star intern at a Red Circle law firm in Magic City. Lu Wei slept in a skimpy silk camisole, her face covered with a dark repair mask. Shenzi rudely tore off Lu Wei's mask and pulled her up from the pillow. Lu Wei, furious at being roused so violently, her once elegant curly hair, now a complete mess, grabbed her gold-rimmed glasses from the bedside table and put them on her face, a picture of morning rage. Shenzi, what the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? I have to go to the firm tomorrow to sort through files. Shenzi pressed firmly on Lu Wei's bare shoulder. Screw the files, get dressed. I have a case here that can save you 10 years of struggle. After listening to Shenzi's brief account of the case, Lu Wei rolled her eyes unceremoniously. She flopped back onto the pillow. You wake me up in the dead of night to go handle a quarrel between two village women hundreds of kilometers away. Lu Wei pulled the blanket over most of her body. I'm about to obtain my qualification as a senior associate at a Red Circle firm. Asking me to take on such a degrading mess is an insult to my profession. Shenzi wasn't angry, as she just stood by the bed with a cold smile watching the show. She had been in this vain circle too long and knew exactly how to handle these self-proclaimed refined white-collar workers. I hadn't finished speaking. Shenzi deliberately cleared her throat. The client needing a lawyer is the new owner of the top-floor duplex with a helipad at Tangxing Yiping. At those words, the bedroom air fell silent for 2 seconds. Lu Wei's eyes, just closed, snapped open instantly, and she sprang up from the bed like a coiled spring released. The silk strap slid off her shoulder onto her elbow, but she didn't even bother to fix it. In Magic City, a place brutally realistic, no one could resist the aura of a Tangxing Yiping penthouse owner. Whatever Red Circle prestige or intolerable morning rage amounted to nothing against assets worth tens or hundreds of millions. Holy shit, you actually managed to connect with a VIP of that caliber. Lu Wei didn't even bother finding her slippers. She jumped barefoot off the bed and ran to the wardrobe, rummaging for professional attire. Don't talk to me about going to the countryside for a village woman lawsuit. As long as the money is right, I'd even take on carrying manure at the village entrance for him. While dressing, Lu Wei pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts. Knowing that as an intern she couldn't handle the pressure alone, she directly dialed her supervising mentor, Zhou Defong. Zhou was a notorious old fox in Magic City's legal circle, nicknamed Old Glutton. Normally this man looked down on any economic dispute with a subject matter below 5 million. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and old Zhou's slurred curses came through the line. Lu Wei didn't give him a chance to vent, she shut him up with one sentence. Teacher, stop sleeping. It's a job from a Tangqing Yiping penthouse resident. There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the other end. Then came the rustling sound of blankets being thrown off and clothes being put on. You damn girl, luck is shining on you. Send me the address, we'll meet at the intersection in half an hour. Old Zhou's voice carried an excitement akin to smelling blood. Within less than an hour 2 black business vans drove off into the night. Shunzi sat in the back row, sending Sumu a text confirming the itinerary. This was the folding space of the real world. Often money was not just a number, but a capacity to mobilize resources, a kind of attraction. Sumu only needed to utter a casual sentence from the driver's seat of his Porsche, and countless people would go all out to ingratiate themselves and run errands for him. Mu Chang'e, sitting in the passenger seat, had listened to Su Mu's entire phone conversation. She had always thought the matter would be quite troublesome, but in this man's hands it didn't take a moment's effort. She secretly watched the back of Su Mu's hand gripping the steering wheel. That sense of security enveloped by absolute powerful authority made her heart race uncontrollable. The night breeze just past 2 in the morning carried a heavy scent of dew. A Panamera, its engine rumbling with a low raging roar, brutally roared into the streets of a remote county town in Anhui province. The tires rolled over the uneven potholed concrete roads, splashing a trail of muddy water. The commotion in the dead of night roused all the stray dogs nearby, triggering a series of harsh barking. Sumu had no intention of slowing down, emboldened by the knowledge that he could buy a new car anytime if this one broke. He kept his foot on the accelerator and charged straight through the dilapidated iron gate of the township health center. Mu Chang'e didn't even wait for Sumu to turn off the engine. She shoved the door open and rushed out. It was a township hospital so poorly equipped that it brought tears to the eyes. Large pieces of whitewash had peeled off the corridor walls, and the air was a foul mix of cheap disinfectant and mildew. Following the directions of the elderly nurse on duty, Mu Chang'e stumbled to the large ward at the end of the corridor. The ward was dimly lit with only a small lamp by the headboard casting a faint glow. By that weak light, she saw a pale middle-aged woman lying on the bed, an oxygen tube inserted into her nose. A girl with a long ponytail was lying across the bed, sleeping uneasily with her head resting on her arms. That was her younger sister Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Chang'e could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed over and tightly grasped her mother's hand that had an 4 drip attached. Her tears fell directly onto her mother's rough hand. The slight disturbance woke Mu Xiaoxiao, who was lying beside the bed. Mu Xiaoxiao rubbed her reddened eyes and looked up. Even in this dim and dreary ward, it was impossible to hide the natural beauty of the young girl, a born stunner. Unlike her sister Mu Chang'e's inherent aloofness and stubbornness, Mu Xiaoxiao exuded an extremely pure, clean, and ethereal student-like disposition. Her face, free of makeup, was fair and lustrous. Even though tears clung to the corners of her eyes and her expression was full of fear, she was like a living, unsullied white moonlight, radiating a delicate and pitiable fragility. Recognizing the visitor, the white moonlight instantly shed all her pretense and defenses, and like a startled deer, she threw herself into her sister's arms with a loud sob. The girl cried without any restraint, big tears streaming down her face, releasing all the fear she had endured over the past few hours. Sumu leisurely walked to the entrance of the ward, his gaze falling precisely on the tightly embracing sisters, whose temperaments were strikingly different. He did not immediately enter to disturb their reunion. Instead, he walked over to the scuffed payment window, curled his fingers, and tapped twice on the scratched glass. The night shift cashier was a woman in her 40s, dozing off at the desk with a suspicious, glistening trail at the corner of her mouth. Startled awake by the tapping, the cashier rubbed her eyes impatiently, her tone full of annoyance at being disturbed. Payment, or picking up medicine? Pass the slip in. Sumu ignored her remark, directly took out his phone, brought up the payment QR code, and held it against the old scanner. Bring up the account of the patient, named Chun Guichin, inside. Pre-deposit 50,000 yuan first. The cashier's hand holding the mouse trembled. She thought she had encountered a mentally unstable person in the dead of night. Are you okay? This shabby health center charges only a few dozen yuan for a cold. Are you trying to buy the hospital by depositing 50,000 yuan? Sumu didn't want to waste time on such arguments. He simply pushed his phone screen forward, signaling her to do it. The cashier, half believing, scanned the QR code. The next second, the old electronic announcer on the desk emitted a synthesized sound that could lift the roof off the entire emergency hall. Alipay received 50,000 yuan. The perfectly clear voice echoed repeatedly through the silent corridor, jolting awake the other nurses dozing in the duty room. The cashier stared at the actual deposit figure on the computer screen, her mouth open wide enough to fit a steamed bun. Sumu put his phone back into his pocket, propped both hands on the counter, and spoke as calmly as if he had just bought 2 cabbages at the market. This money is just an advance. Transfer Chen Guichin to the best ward immediately. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the medical staff peeking out from the corridor. Also wake up your hospital director. Have him contact the best specialists in the city and county immediately and dispatch an ambulance to bring the patient here for a consultation tonight. They'll cover all the transportation and consultation fees. If it's not enough, come find me to swipe my card anytime. The words were overbearing and domineering, leaving no room for anyone to argue. Mu Changa, standing at the ward entrance, watched Su Mu's broad, upright back the entire time, and tears welled up again uncontrollably. This man just stood there without any superfluous words, and with sheer financial power he subdued all the medical staff into docility. Mu Changa felt her heart and soul completely surrender at that moment. Even if Su Mu asked her to do anything now, she would agree without hesitation. After paying the fee, Su Mu did not return to the ward immediately. Instead, he went to call Shinzi to confirm the travel progress of the legal team. Inside the ward, Mu Xiaoxiao pulled her sister to a corner. Her big eyes sparkled with unconcealed curiosity and admiration. Lowering her voice, she leaned close to her sister's ear like a sneaky little fox. Sis, tell me the truth, that ridiculously handsome guy outside, is he the domineering CEO brother-in-law you hooked up with in Magic City? Mu Changa blushed deeply at her sister's blunt words, the redness spreading to the roots of her neck. She had intended to use the personal assistant excuse to fool this clever girl, but her mind involuntarily filled with everything that had happened tonight. The embrace in the elevator, the gentle fingers applying medicine on the sofa, and the 50,000 yuan he had just dropped without blinking. All these images intertwined, making Mu Changa lower her head guiltily. The words to distance herself got stuck in her throat and wouldn't come out. Mu Xiaoxiao looked at her sister's blushing, shy demeanor and rolled her eyes unceremoniously. Don't try to fool me with that just friends nonsense. Do you think I've been living these 18 years for nothing? Mu Xiaoxiao reached out a finger and poked her sister's side, smiling suggestively, her voice unconsciously rising. What ordinary friend would drive you hundreds of kilometers back home in the middle of the night? What ordinary friend would put down a 50,000 yuan deposit without even asking for an IOU? Mu Xiaoxiao grew more excited as she spoke, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That gossipy second aunt spread rumors in the village that you were someone's mistress. I was so mad I wanted to tear her mouth apart. But now it seems her imagination was too limited. This isn't being kept, it's clearly the script of the dominant CEO falls in love with me. Mu Changa was rendered speechless by her sister's rapid-fire, teasing, her face flushed red. Seeing her sister looking so easily pushed around like a soft persimmon, Mu Xiaoxiao leaned in with a, "Why can't you be more assertive?" attitude, and whispered in her ear. Sis, let me warn you, a man this rare and perfect is hard to find even with a lantern. If you don't hold on tight, when I grow up, I'll snatch him for myself. Mu Changa was so embarrassed she could bury herself. She raised her hand and slapped her sister's wildly imaginative forehead. You little brat. You don't study properly at school, and your mind is filled with all sorts of nonsense. Though she was scolding her sister verbally, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a beautiful smile. This was the first time since she had grown up that she had acknowledged a man's existence in front of her family with such tacit acceptance. Just as the two sisters were whispering in the ward, Su Mu had already walked in. The medical staff, now highly efficient after receiving the money, had already wheeled in a transfer bed to move Chen Guichin to the premium single room upstairs. Su Mu sat on the leather sofa in the private room, his long legs casually crossed, scrolling through the location sharing Shinzi had sent. The 2 business vans carrying the top-tier legal team were expected to arrive at the county toll gate in about half an hour. Su Mu tossed his phone onto the coffee table, stood up, and walked to the window to stretch his sore neck. Have your sister stay here and keep watch. You come with me to your village. Su Mu looked at Mu Changa, who was wiping her mother's face, his tone carrying a chilling edge that suggested he was ready to go on the warpath. I want to see for myself if that second aunt who bullied you so much you couldn't even go home actually has 3 heads and 6 arms. Su Mu's words had just fallen in the ward when a grating screech of curses suddenly erupted from outside the hospital gate. The sound was as sharp as iron scraping against glass, its piercing intensity causing 2 flakes of white plaster to fall from the corridor wall. Mu Change's face visibly paled, the emotions that Su Mu had just calmed instantly tensed again. She knew this voice all too well. It was the nightmare that had haunted her for 6 long years. Her mother Chen Guichin, who lay on the bed, frowned at the noise, and the oxygen tube in the ventilator trembled twice. Su Mu, hands in his pockets, walked out of the ward first, striding down the long corridor toward the main entrance. Mu Changa and her younger sister Mu Xiaoxiao quickly followed. As they stepped onto the steps outside the hall, they saw a battered electric tricycle caked with yellow mud arrogantly parked in the center of the courtyard. The vehicle was positioned directly in front of Su Mu's Panamera, blocking the already narrow passageway completely. Beside the tricycle stood a middle-aged woman with an exaggerated perm that looked like instant noodles. Her figure was as bloated as a leaven bun. The flabby flesh on her face quivered with every curse exuding ferocity. She planted her hands on her barrel-like waist, one leg shaking defiantly. This was none other than Wang Cuihua, the second aunt, who had made Mu Chang'e gnash her teeth with hatred. Behind Wang Cuihua, a few nosy neighbors peeked out, all summoned by her in the dead of night to watch the drama. She had clearly heard the village gossip, known that Mu Chang'e had returned late at night in a luxury car and had rushed over from home to block the way. Wang Cuihua had initially thought Mu Chang'e had at most hired a taxi, but upon entering the courtyard, she saw the dazzling Porsche. Although this rural woman had no idea what the Panamera logo meant, she had lived nearly 50 years and could tell at a glance whether a car was valuable. It was clearly a high-end model worth at least several $100,000. Instead of being intimidated by the luxury car's aura, a barely concealed greed flickered in her triangular eyes, weathered by time. Relying on her status as an elder, she moved her tricycle half a meter closer to the Porsche's front bumper, adopting a stubborn stance that the car wouldn't be leaving easily. "Oh my, who do we have here showing off in the dead of night? It's our illustrious young lady back home." Wang Cuihua yelled in her grating voice across the empty courtyard, making sure Chen Guichin in the ward could hear. "Chang'e, you've hooked up with a rich man in the big city of Shanghai, and now you're turning your back on us, right? Have you no conscience? Your father died 6 years ago. If your second uncle and I hadn't looked after you orphans and widows in the village, could you have survived till today? Now that your man has money and drives such a flashy car back, you should at least show some respect to your elders." Wang Cuihua grew more smug, even reaching out to touch the Porsche's smooth head, clucking her tongue in admiration. Mu Chang'e trembled with rage at these twisted accusations, her eyes instantly reddening. She clenched her fists so hard her nails nearly dug into her palms. "You're lying. When did you ever take care of us? You came to our house every few days to cause trouble, even pulling up the vegetables my mother planted in the yard. If you hadn't spread rumors at our house tonight, my mother wouldn't have been so angry she ended up in the hospital." Mu Chang'e, a shy college student, couldn't bring herself to utter harsh curses no matter how wrong she felt. Wang Cuihua spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the concrete floor. Rolling her eyes, she launched into the shrewish tantrum she was best at. "What's wrong with an elder taking a few vegetables from your house? Your father still owed us money back then, so I'm just taking what's mine. Today, if you don't settle this debt, no one is leaving this hospital. Let's see if this big city boss dares to touch a poor commoner like me." Mu Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, was so furious she jumped up, rolling up her sleeves to charge down. But Sumu reached out and casually grabbed her by the collar. Sumu hadn't even glanced at Wang Cuihua from start to finish. He turned to look at Mu Chang'e, whose eyes were brimming with tears. "Chang'e, take your sister and stand on the steps. Step back 2 paces. Though she didn't know what he planned, her absolute trust in the man made her pull her sister back to the edge of the glass door. Sumu pulled the shield-shaped car key from his pocket and casually pressed the unlock button. The Panamera's sharp headlights instantly blazed, flashing twice in the darkness like a dormant beast opening its eyes. He walked leisurely down the steps, pulled open the driver's door, and sat inside. Instead of backing down, Wang Cuihua grew even more excited, as if she'd been injected with adrenaline. She yanked her battered electric tricycle forward, blocking the Porsche's front completely. Not content with that, she took a big step forward, one hand on her hip, the other slapping the Panamera's brand new hood with loud smacks, leaving dirty black handprints. "Oh, what's this? Trying to scare someone by getting into the driver's seat," she yelled in her raucous voice to the loitering villagers behind her. "Everyone come and see. This city boss thinks he can run over us poor country folk with his money. Today, if I don't get 200,000 in compensation for mental distress, no one's leaving." The idlers, seeing the commotion, crowded forward, adding sarcastic remarks. "Yeah, so what if you're rich? You think you can just hit someone's tricycle and drive off without paying? Driving such a nice car, you've got more money than we could dream of. What's a little cash to you?" Hearing the jeers, Sumu rolled down the window halfway. He fixed Wang Cuihua with a cold, dead-eyed stare, his voice eerily calm. "I'll give you one last chance. Take your dirty hands off my car, get your piece of junk, and get lost." "Oh, I'm so scared." Wang Cuihua clapped her thighs theatrically. Seeing that Sumu wasn't paying up, but instead talking back, she leaned her entire body between the tricycle and the Porsche, her face nearly touching the license plate, spittle flying in the headlights. "You want to run me over? Go ahead. Hit me. I'm standing right here, and I dare you to step on the gas. Even if you just scratch my skin, I'll bring my whole family to lie at your doorstep tomorrow. I'll strip you of everything you own, or my surname isn't Wang." She was convinced that city people cared about their reputation and dreaded messy scenes like this. Besides, the car looked so expensive that even a scratch would make the owner wince. There was no way he'd dare clash with her tricycle. As long as she was bold enough, this rich kid would have to cough up the money. The seconds ticked by, but Sumu stayed silent. Wang Suohua's smugness grew, and the idlers even lit cigarettes ready to watch the city boys suffer the humiliation of paying to avoid trouble. But today they had miscalculated. Sumu slowly rolled up the window, shutting out the noise and stench. He sat in the expensive leather seat, expressionlessly fastened his seatbelt, and placed his right hand on the gearshift, engaging drive. Without a moment's hesitation, he floored the accelerator. The Porsche, worth over 2 million yuan, let out a savage roar like a beast. The thunderous noise tore through the night, making Wang Zuohua's ears ring. Before her smug expression could even freeze, the massive body with its terrifying torque charged straight at the obstructing tricycle like a maddened steel bull. A deafening crash. The Porsche's front bumper slammed into the tricycle's steel cargo bed. With a screech of shattering metal and scraping, the 100-kilogram farm tricycle was shoved 5 or 6 meters backwards, sending a shower of sparks across the rough concrete. The tricycle's rearview mirror flew 10 meters away, smashing against the wall. Wang Zuohua, who had been leaning against it arrogantly, felt a violent gust of air brush past her thigh, missing her by less than half an inch. She let out a piercing scream of terror, stumbled, and fell backward into a stinking drainage ditch by the roads. The idlers, who had been smoking and jeering, dropped their cigarettes in shock. They covered their mouths and stumbled backwards, staring at the young man in the driver's seat, as if he were a complete madman. No one had ever seen such a ruthless character. No haggling, no calling the police, not a word of nonsense. Just ramming a several million yuan luxury car into a broken tricycle. It was like using a gold bar to smash a stinking rock, treating money like dirt. Wang Zuohua sat in the muddy ditch, covered in filth reeking of sour rot. It took her a dozen seconds to realize what had happened. Her courage was completely shattered, but her instinct to wail remained. She slapped her thighs and howled from the ditch, her voice 8 pitches higher. Murder. City people are running people over. Everyone be my judge. There's no justice anymore. They're trying to drive us honest farmers to death. Is there no law? Sumu stopped the car, shifted into park, and got out. He didn't even glance at Wang Zuohua, who was thrashing in the ditch. Instead, he walked to the front of his car and examined the bumper. The expensive metallic paint was scratched with several ugly white marks, exposing the primer. All right, stop your wailing. It's giving me a headache. Sumu walked to the edge of the ditch and looked down at her. This car just came out of the dealership a few days ago. It cost over 2 million yuan on the road. He pointed at the scratches on the bumper, his tone as casual as if he were talking about cabbages at the market. You parked your junk tricycle across my lane, causing a serious collision. According to the official Porsche 4S repair standards, fixing this dent and repainting the original color will cost at least 40 to 50,000 yuan. The curses from the ditch were cut off mid-sentence like a chicken with its neck wrung. She craned her neck, sitting in the mud and shrieking, "You're robbing me. You drove into it yourself. Why should I pay? My tricycle is totaled, and I haven't even asked you for compensation yet. Now you're trying to blackmail me." Sumu pulled out his phone, twirling it in his hand, and sneered. "All I know is I was driving straight, and your scrap metal illegally blocked the passage. We don't need to argue. When morning comes, we'll let the traffic police decide who's at fault and pay accordingly." Just as Wang Zuohua was about to start another tantrum, 2 black Mercedes-Benz vans with Shanghai license plates drove into the hospital's broken gate, their high beams piercing the night. The vehicles came to a stop in the empty yard. The doors opened, and Lu Wei, in a high-end professional suit, and Zhou Dafeng, with his white hair, hurried out. They had barely entered the yard when they saw the scratched-up Porsche Panamera stopped in front of the wrecked tricycle. They glanced at Wang Zuohua sitting in the stinking ditch covered in mud. Lu Wei, in her 10-centimeter heels, gasped sharply. As an elite intern at a top Shanghai law firm, she had seen plenty of so-called tycoons and rich kids. Those people, no matter how much they boasted about their wealth, would fuss over a single scratch on their car, arguing over liability for hours. But this young handsome man had casually smashed his 2 million yuan luxury car into a broken tricycle just to vent his anger. His wild disdain for money made Lu Wei's heart race. She felt that this trip had been worth every mile. Lu Wei stepped in her towering high heels, clutching a Hermes Birkin bag worth tens of thousands. She carefully navigated the murky puddles on the ground to approach Sumu. Earlier that evening, while riding in the car, she had deliberately reapplied her makeup, coating her lips with the most commanding shade of crimson red. Her black tailored blazer hung open, revealing a deep V silk blouse that accentuated her provocative curves to the fullest. She bent slightly at the waist, her face curving into a flawless, impeccable professional smile. "Mr. Su, hello. I am Lu Wei, the lawyer arranged by Steward Shun." The white-haired old man Zhou Dafeng, who had been trailing beside her, quickly stepped forward as well. This supervising mentor, usually haughty and aloof at the law firm, now produced a business card from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Sumu with both hands. "Mr. Su, hello. I am Zhou Dafeng, the lead counsel with 30 years of practice. Steward Shun has already briefed us on your requirements during the ride. May I ask what level of outcome you wish to achieve for this case?" Zhou Defang smiled obsequiously, completely devoid of the arrogant demeanor he usually displayed when commanding the courtroom. In the face of absolute capital, someone like him, who made a living by peddling legal knowledge, could only ever assume the posture of a service provider. Sumu did not reach out to accept the gilded business card. He merely gestured with his chin toward Wang Zuohua, still shivering in the ditch, and then at the scratch on the hood of his car. The woman is here, and you've already seen the scene of the collision. Sumu thrust his hands into his trouser pockets, his tone flat and devoid of any fluctuation, as if discussing a trivial matter. I don't care about the pocket change needed to fix the car. Even if the entire vehicle were totaled, it wouldn't matter. He turned his head to look at Lu Wei and Zhou Defang, his eyes exuding a tyrannical air that brooked no negotiation. What I want is simple: make her family lose everything. Plus, give them a memory so painful they'll never dare to recall it again. Can you deliver? The words were spoken softly, yet steadily, carrying an absolute confidence that came from the power to crush others with money. Lu Wei's heart pounded wildly, and she felt her legs go weak. What she was most addicted to in her life was this intoxicating arrogance woven from power and wealth. Lu Wei edged half a step closer, using the conversation to narrow the distance with Su Mu. The scent of a custom-made perfume drifted into Su Mu's nostrils with the night breeze. Mr. Su, rest assured. Dealing with an ignorant village woman like her, we have 100 legal methods to make her life a living hell. Lu Wei's ruby lips parted slightly as she rapidly began showcasing her professional expertise, as if seeking credit. First, there's a civil lawsuit regarding her long-term illegal occupation of the homestead and damage to the client's property. The evidence is very easy to collect. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the village committee to retrieve the files and find a few neighbors to record statements. That alone will be enough to file the case and recover the money. Lu Wei's voice carried a crisp, no-nonsense professionalism. Second, we can file a combined lawsuit for defamation of character and personal injury. She has been spreading malicious rumors in the village that Miss Mu Changa is a kept woman, and tonight, she directly caused the client's mother to suffer a hypertensive crisis requiring hospitalization. For this, we can demand that she bear all subsequent medical expenses, plus a substantial amount for emotional distress. Wang Zuohua, crouching in the ditch, listened to these professional legal terms, her mind buzzing. Although she was poorly educated and couldn't fully grasp the specifics, the mere mention of multiple fees stacked together, combined with the sight of these city folks in their suits, had already surpassed anything she had ever encountered in her life. Lu Wei paused, lifting her head to gauge Su Mu's reaction. A faint, slightly sinister professional smile curled at the corners of her lips as she lowered her voice, adopting an air of mystery. Of course, since Mr. Su wants them completely ruined, relying solely on the first two ordinary civil compensations won't be thorough enough. Lu Wei's eyes glinted with the light of calculation, like a venomous beauty baring her fangs. People who run small businesses, 9 out of 10 can't withstand a close scrutiny of their background. Tomorrow we'll go directly to the local contacts to investigate that uncle named Mu Jianxi. If we can uncover that they have illegally occupied farmland for unauthorized construction or have a black ledger of tax evasion from their small business dealings, we'll compile it into a signed whistleblower report and submit it to the higher authorities. Then it won't just be a matter of paying compensation. Lu Wei extended her pale fingers and made a slicing gesture in the air. If we're unlucky, the family's breadwinner might end up spending a few years behind bars sewing uniforms. Standing to one side, Zhou Defang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and couldn't help wiping his forehead with his sleeve. This supervising mentor, who usually handled commercial cases with ruthless efficiency, had never expected that his own female student, in her eagerness to please the wealthy patron, would come up with schemes even more sinister than his own. Su Mu, upon hearing the three-pronged approach, gave a satisfied smirk. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes as he looked at Lu Wei. He liked smart people who didn't beat around the bush. Not bad, sharp mind. The plan sounds satisfying. Su Mu turned to Zhou Defang and finalized the plan for the night. Old Zhou, right. Do exactly as she said. Start moving at first light tomorrow. I don't care how much operational money you need to spend to find connections or how you investigate. Dig into every corner. If anything comes up, it'll cover the expenses. Zhou Defang nodded repeatedly, his attitude extremely humble. Rest assured, Mr. Su. This kind of case is a cakewalk for us, a guaranteed success. Lu Wei, seeing her proposal approved by the financier, was overjoyed. She pulled a black and gold private business card from her Hermes bag. Holding it by the edges with both hands, she extended it to Su Mu, her eyes brimming with undisguised hints and ingratiation. Mr. Su, this is my personal contact information. It'll be available 24 hours a day. I will keep you updated on any progress regarding the case at any time. If you have any personal needs, feel free to reach out to me as well. She deliberately emphasized the word personal. Su Mu took the card casually and stuffed it into his coat pocket without even glancing at it. He understood the subtext of the female lawyer's overtures, but his focus was entirely on Mu Changa at the moment. He had no interest in this prey that had thrown itself at his feet. He turned and walked up the steps looking at Mu Changa, who was still standing dazed behind a glass door. After all this commotion tonight, and the several hundred-kilometer drive, Mu Change's cool, delicate face was haggard enough to tug at the heartstrings with dark circles under her eyes from lack of rest. Sumu approached her, reached out, and pressed the back of her head, pulling her directly onto his shoulder. The action was so domineering that it left her no room to resist. All right, I've handed everything over to them. Don't worry about it anymore. Sumu's fingers threaded through Mu Change's silky hair, his voice softening. Go inside and keep your mother company for a while. Tomorrow morning, we'll head back to the village and see how they perform. Mu Changa buried her face in the crook of Sumu's shoulder, breathing in the reassuring scent of this man. All the fear, anxiety, and grievance she had felt tonight shattered into dust at that moment. Sumu patted her back lightly, as if soothing a frightened kitten. Don't worry about anything else. Your man will handle it. At the words, your man, Mu Change's body visibly stiffened. She bit her pale lower lip, her ears burning red, yet she didn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Instead, the small hand resting on Sumu's arm tightened slightly, crumpling his custom-made coat into several distinct creases. Mu Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed, covering her mouth with both hands as she screamed silently in her mind. So this is the power of a divine brother-in-law. So domineering. Meanwhile, Wang Zuehua, still cowering in the stinking ditch, took advantage of the conversation on the steps. She scrambled out of the mud pit on all fours, ignoring the stench on her body. She abandoned the wrecked three-wheeler and, hugging the wall of the hospital's back courtyard, slipped into the darkness like a cornered rat, stumbling and staggering. She was truly terrified now. The string of charges rattled off by those black-suited city lawyers made her heart pound with fear. She had to take a shortcut back to the village tonight to wake up her husband Mu Jinsha, who was still asleep at home, and discuss a countermeasure. Otherwise, their family was about to face a major disaster. Sumu caught the furtive figure slipping away in the corner of his eye, but he made no move to stop her. If you're going to play big, drive them all to the edge of the cliff, and then catch them in one fell swoop. He pulled out his phone, lit the screen to check the time. A message from Su Banksia sent over 2 hours ago lay alone on the lock screen, an invitation text. Sumu looked at the unread message, his mind conjuring an image of Su Banksia's anxious, uncertain expression. He traced the screen with his thumb, then finally slipped the phone back into his pocket. He would deal with the matters in Modu after he had cleaned up the rats here. Sumu wrapped his arm around Mu Change's shoulder and turned to walk into the warm hospital room. Sumu, with Mu Changa in his arms, had barely stepped into the hospital room when a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Changa, are you here? The door was pushed open from outside, and a plump, middle-aged woman in a floral print cotton-padded jacket burst in, carrying a plastic bag containing a few hard steamed buns and a bottle of Laogan Ma chili sauce. The moment she entered, she rushed straight to the bed. Upon seeing Chen Guiqin lying there, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Oh my goodness, Guiqin, you've suffered so much. The woman grasped Chen Guiqin's hand, her face drenched with tears and mucus. I heard about the commotion from old Lu next door. I crawled out of bed and hurried over as fast as I could. Mu Changa quickly stepped forward to support her arm. Aunt Li, please don't worry. Everything's fine now. Aunt Li wiped her face with her sleeve, glanced at Mu Changa, then followed her gaze to Su Mu, who stood by the door. Su Mu stood with his hands in his pockets, one shoulder leaning against the doorframe. Aunt Li's eyes darted around twice. She pulled Mu Changa aside by 2 steps, lowering her voice, though it was loud enough to be heard throughout the entire hallway. Changa, who is that young man standing by the door? He's a friend of mine. Mu Change's earlobes turned crimson. A friend. Aunt Li dragged the word out, scrutinizing Su Mu for a full 5 seconds. A friend who would drive such a fancy car to bring you back in the middle of the night. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice even further, though it was still as loud as a megaphone. That young man is quite handsome, tall too. Your mother will be delighted when she wakes up and sees him. Mu Change's face burned from her ears all the way down to her neck. Aunt Li, please don't talk nonsense. Nonsense. I'm praising your good judgment. Aunt Li patted the back of Mu Change's hand with the knowing expression of someone who had been through it all. Standing nearby, Mu Xiaoxiao, unnoticed by her elder sister, nodded vigorously at Aunt Li several times, mouthing the words silently, brother-in-law. Aunt Li understood immediately, her eyes crinkling into slits. All right, Changa, I'll watch over your mother here. Don't worry at all. Aunt Li pulled over a folding chair and sat down, placing her plastic bag on the bedside table, settling in for the long haul. You take Xiaoxiao home and get some rest. You young girls can't handle staying up all night. She then pursed her lips toward the door. And take good care of your friend. He came all this way, and don't neglect him. She emphasized the word care with extra force. Mu Changa wished she could find a crack in the floor to disappear into. Sumu had listened to the entire piece of village-style gossip from the doorway. He walked over to check on Chun Guichin lying on the bed. Her breathing was steady and the monitor readings were normal. So he spoke up. Let's go. Your mother has someone looking after her. You go home and get a few hours of sleep. You'll be needed tomorrow. Mu Changa nodded, thanked Aunt Li, and led her sister and Sumu out of the clinic. At 4 in the morning, the township streets were deserted. The streetlights were sparse, 2 out of 3 were broken, and the remaining 1 flickered weakly. Mu Xiaoxiao was so sleepy, she staggered as she walked like a broken marionette, swaying left and right. Sumu walked on the outermost side, Mu Changa in the middle. The 3 of them trudged along a potholed cement road for about 7 or 8 minutes. Mu Changa stopped in front of a 2-story building. The red paint on the iron gate had largely peeled off, revealing the rusted metal beneath. The area that should have been a vegetable patch was in complete disarray, with only a few withered roots sticking crookedly out of the mud. Mu Changa stood at the doorstep for a few seconds, her lips tightly pressed together. Sumu said nothing. He stepped forward, gently rubbed the top of her head, then reached out to slide the rusted bolt open, pushing the iron gate and entering first. The courtyard was pitch black. He felt along the wall and found the light switch, clicking it on. The house was small. A worn-out wooden sofa in the living room with exposed hardened blackened sponge on the armrests. On the TV cabinet sat an old cathode ray tube television, its screen covered with a thick layer of dust. But what caught Sumu's attention was the wall. It was plastered with certificates. From elementary school through high school, model student, outstanding class cadre, top of the grade, 3rd prize in provincial competition, one after another, densely covering half the wall. The top half bore the name Mu Changa, the bottom half Mu Xiaoxiao. Sumu thought to himself, if these sisters had been born in ancient times, they'd have been a family of scholarly prodigies winning top honors in consecutive imperial exams. Too bad their luck in being born into wealth had been lacking. Mu Xiaoxiao had reached her limit of exhaustion as she leaned against the wall at the foot of the stairs, her head bobbing like a chicken pecking at rice. Mu Changa nudged her shoulder. Xiaoxiao, go take a shower first, then go straight to sleep. Mu Xiaoxiao staggered upstairs, but after 2 steps, she turned back to look at Sumu, forcing a sleepy, distorted smile. Good night, brother-in-law. Mu Change's face darkened. Get upstairs. Mu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and pattered up the stairs in her slippers. The living room was left with just Sumu and Mu Changa. The old incandescent light bulb hummed faintly, and the air carried the musty smell peculiar to old houses. Mu Changa stood at the kitchen doorway, then walked over carrying an enamel mug. The mug bore a faded peony pattern, and its rim had a chip. There's no good tea at home, just plain boiled water. You'll have to make do. She handed the mug to Sumu. The moment her fingers brushed against his knuckles, she jerked back, as if stung by hot oil. Sumu took the mug and took a sip. The temperature was just right. Mu Changa lowered her head and remained silent for a long while, her fingers twisting the hem of her trench coat incessantly. Then she suddenly spoke, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Sumu, you tonight were wonderful. Just as Sumu was about to say something, Mu Changa suddenly rose on tiptoe. She closed her eyes and darted forward, her lips brushing against the corner of his mouth as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water. So slight, she could barely feel the contact. It was faster than a feather settling on the water. Sumu froze in mid-motion, the enamel mug suspended in his hand. Before he could even savor the fleeting warmth at the corner of his mouth, she had sprung back 2 large steps like a coiled spring. Mu Change's face was crimson as she stared fixedly at her own toes, her hands twisted behind her back like a pretzel. The air was so still that the hum of the upstairs water pipes was audible. The icy school beauty, who during the 100 Regiment battle had only been kissed by Sumu against her will, had now learned to take the initiative. Before Sumu could utter a word, a shriek from the stairwell threatened to lift the roof. Sis, you kissed him. Mu Xiaoxiao stood at the landing, wrapped in a towel, her wet hair dripping, both hands covering her mouth, her eyes as wide as walnuts. That little girl had taken a shower as fast as a firefighter answering an alarm. It was as if she had barely rinsed off. Mu Change's face transitioned from red to purple. Mu Xiaoxiao, shut up. She lunged to cover her sister's mouth, but Mu Xiaoxiao sprinted upstairs, shouting over her shoulder. I saw it. You stood on tiptoes to kiss him. Your heels were off the ground. Say one more word and I won't. Good night, brother-in-law. Don't call him brother-in-law. Upstairs came a clatter of noises interspersed with Mu Xiaoxiao's laughter and Mu Change's growls, lasting a full half-minute before finally quieting. Sumu sat on the old sofa in the living room, raised the enamel mug, and took a sip of water. He thought to himself that if Mu Xiaoxiao didn't become a paparazzo in the future, it would be a terrible waste of her innate talent. After the upstairs commotion subsided, Mu Changa came down with a flushed face, carrying a change of clothes. As she passed through the living room, she didn't dare even glance at Sumu, mumbling under her breath, I'm going to take a shower. Wait in the living room. There's a quilt on the bed on the 1st floor. You can make do for the night. With that, she fled into the bathroom at the end of the hallway and closed the door. The sound of running water soon began. Sumu sat in the living room, and only then did he become acutely aware of an urgent practical problem. He had driven hundreds of kilometers all the way from Magic City, spent money, crashed a car, and met with lawyers at the hospital. Not once had he taken a bathroom break, and had just drunk a glass of water. Now his bladder was sending its final warning signals. But there was only one bathroom in the house, and Muchanga was in there showering. Sumu stood up, intending to relieve himself in the yard. As he walked down the hallway past the bathroom door, his steps unconsciously slowed. The old wooden door was practically falling apart. There was a crack between the door plank and the frame wide enough to fit 2 fingers. Steam was billowing out from the gap, carrying the scent of body wash. Behind the frosted glass partition, a blurred silhouette moved with water droplets tracing curves that were tantalizingly indistinct yet impossible to ignore. Sumu quickened his pace and stepped outside. He took care of his business behind a withered tree in a corner of the yard. When he came back and entered the hallway, the bathroom door opened from the inside. Muchanga emerged wearing a loose, old t-shirt, grayish-white, its hem just reaching the top of her thighs. Her long hair hung, wet over her shoulders, water droplets sliding from the tips down her collarbone and then along the line into her neckline. After a hot shower, the skin from her cheeks to her collarbone was flushed pink. With no makeup, no foundation, her bare face was even more captivating than when she wore haute couture during the day. The two met face to face in the narrow hallway. Muchanga looked up and saw Sumu. His gaze slid from her face to her collarbone, lingering for less than a second. Every hair on her body stood on end. She clutched the clothes she had changed out of to her chest. What are you doing here? Muchanga turned and ran upstairs, her slippers pattering 6 or 7 times on the wooden steps. Only after the bedroom door on the second floor slammed shut did the sound cease. Sumu stood in the hallway, took 3 deep breaths, then walked into the bathroom. He closed the door and was about to take off his jacket to cool off with cold water when his peripheral vision caught something hanging on a small plastic stool in the corner. A pair of light pink cotton panties neatly folded with a smiling Hello Kitty printed on them. Sumu's first thought was Muchanga. The icy school beauty wears Hello Kitty. Just as he was about to contemplate how absurd this contrast was, his gaze shifted to a plastic basin next to the washing machine. Another pair, pure white, the fabric clearly much finer, simple and patternless, and a size larger. Sumu's brain processed for 2 seconds. The white one, that was Muchanga's. The previous one. He felt an urgent need for a basin of cold water right now. He took a cold shower for a full 5 minutes before the chaotic images in his mind began to settle slightly. He put on his jacket as pajamas and lay down on the old wooden bed in the living room. The springs had collapsed when he lay down, his back sank into a hollow, and every time he turned over the whole bed creaked noisily like stepping on a cat's tail. He closed his eyes trying to sleep, but his mind simply wouldn't obey. One moment, it was the pinkish collarbone in the hallway, the next the white item in the basin, and then that damned Hello Kitty popped up smiling at him. Sumu turned over, cursing himself silently. You Sumu, a man who earns 100 million a day, can't sleep because of 2 pairs of underwear. How embarrassing would that be? About 20 minutes later, an extremely faint sound came from the stairs. It was the kind of deliberately light footsteps, each one cautious, as if afraid of breaking something. But the old wooden stairs refused to cooperate. Every step produced a groan more sensitive than an alarm. Sumu kept his eyes closed and didn't move. The footsteps paused at the living room door for about 4 or 5 seconds. The unlocked wooden door was slowly pushed open a crack. The door hinge let out a piercing screech, terribly loud in the quiet night. Muchanga poked half her head in, first glancing toward the bed, using the moonlight filtering through the window. She was holding a pillow barefoot on the cold cement floor and crept softly to the bedside. She bent down, bringing her face close to see if Sumu had covered himself properly. Sumu suddenly opened his eyes. What's up? Muchanga was so startled that she jumped back a full step, nearly dropping the pillow. You're not asleep. Sumu propped himself up on one elbow and looked at her. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on Muchanga's face and hair. She had changed into a clean set of loungewear made of old cotton that looked like it had been washed 200 or 300 times. The color had faded away, but it hung loosely on her frame, giving off an indescribably comfortable vibe. Her hair was half-free, fluffily falling around her face. Muchanga stood in the dark for several seconds, her fingers twisting the hem of her loungewear back and forth. I was afraid you might not sleep well, so I brought you a pillow. She pushed the pillow toward Sumu. He reached out, took it, and placed it behind his head. Then he said unhurriedly, You brought the pillow, but what about the person? Muchanga's fingers froze. Not staying. Under the moonlight, Muchanga's breathing was clearly disturbed. Muchanga did not answer Sumu's life or death question, nor did she move from where she stood. She hesitated for over 10 seconds, then slowly bent down to place the pillow beside Sumu before sitting on the edge of the old wooden bed. Sumu did not urge her at all. He rested one hand casually behind his head, quietly watching the proud campus belle, who usually remained ice-cold at Magic City University. The only sounds in the air were the ticking of the old wall clock and the occasional chirping of autumn insects outside the window. After nearly half a minute of silence, Mu Changa finally spoke, first her voice as soft, as if afraid to disturb something. Sumu, you spent a lot of money today for my mother's sake, and you wrecked such an expensive car. Sumu raised his hand to cut off her pointless reckoning. I told you before, your man's money is meant to be spent. Don't bother me with such trivial accounts. Mu Changa bit her pale lower lip at these words this time, not even bothering to refute the overbearing term your man. She lowered her head for a moment, then made a move that would shatter the hearts of every male student at Magic City University. She leaned in, her slender arms bracing against Su Mu's chest, closed her eyes, and kissed him with earnest intent. This was no fleeting peck like before in the hallway. It was a deep, clumsy kiss with clear intent of offering herself. This woman had never even held a boy's hand at school, and her actions were pure instinct, her teeth even accidentally bumping against Su Mu's lower lip. Su Mu was a vigorous, normal man, and he had no reason to refuse a swan that flew right into his arms. He reached out to encircle Mu Change's slender waist, and drew her into his embrace. The old wooden bed groaned loudly again, eerily thunderous in the empty first floor. Just as the atmosphere was about to spiral out of control, Mu Changa suddenly pushed against Su Mu's chest and sat up. Her face flushed like burning charcoal, even the roots of her neck showing an abnormal pink, a layer of mist swirling in her eyes. I'm sorry. She turned her face away, her voice carrying the shame of near tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Xiao is still sleeping upstairs. The springs on this bed are too old, oh, any movement makes noise. This tearful explanation contained too much implication. The meaning was clear if her sister weren't home tonight. Sumu did not press her. He pulled her back into the crook of his shoulder, his long fingers slowly stroking the nape of her neck. Sumu decided to do something most men would never dare. Changa, I need to make something clear now, so you won't think I've deceived you later. I know a girl named Su Banksia. She works part-time at Fanway Yoga Studio. You probably know her too. Mu Change's body stiffened for a second against his shoulder, but miraculously, she did not pull away. Sumu stroked her long hair and continued speaking his rogue lines with unapologetic confidence. She's interested in me, and I don't plan to refuse her. I have many good qualities, but I never pretend to be a faithful lover. He was issuing a clear notice: if you stay with me, you must accept that there will be other women around me. The room fell into that tense silence again, only the old broken clock ticking away on the wall. Sumu braced himself for Mu Change's jealousy or a door-slamming exit. He was prepared to bind her by even stronger means. But Mu Change's reaction was far calmer than he expected. So calm it was almost heartbreaking. She was silent for about 10 seconds, then looked into Su Mu's eyes without a hint of accusation. I know. During the club recruitment day, when you talked to her at the anime club booth, I saw everything. Banksia is usually a quiet one, as she never strikes up conversations with strange boys. Sumu was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. After speaking, Mu Changa buried her face back in Su Mu's chest, wrapped her arms around his waist, her voice muffled. It's okay if you like her, at least tonight you came to my home. There was a hint of womanly grievance, but more of a resigned acceptance. You drove hundreds of kilometers through the night for me, you paid 50,000 in medical bills for my mother, and you rammed that car into my aunt's shop for my sake. She listed these deeds one by one as if seeking a reason to convince herself. Sumu, with his cold hard cash and violent manner, had proven she was the one held closest to his heart. For her, that was enough to erase all grievances. With the atmosphere laid so bare, Mu Change's face flushed again. Her state of mind was delicate. Half of it stemmed from the absolute security bought by this man's $2 million sports car and 50,000 in cash, making her let down her defenses and accept her fate. The other half was a primal possessiveness stirred by Su Banksia. Since you've made it clear you're a player, then I'll give my all to be the one you can't forget. Under the cover of darkness, she wanted to use other means to fulfill the compensation left unfinished. But intention was one thing, execution another. This icy campus belle had never even touched a boy's hand at Magic City University. Now she relied solely on the scant theoretical knowledge she had picked up from dorm gossip, fumbling like a blind man touching an elephant. Sumu sucked in a sharp breath and grabbed her mischievous little hand. He couldn't help but complain, "Senior, are you needing dough?" Mu Change's already crimson cheeks seemed ready to bleed, her voice as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. I've never done this before. Then, how do I do it? Take it slow. If your hands are too clumsy, try a different approach. Sumu said matter-of-factly, hands behind his head. Mu Changa froze for 2 seconds. Since her hands were clumsy, she'd use something else. Senior, are you a tiger in disguise? After more than half an hour, Mu Changa buried her face deep into the covers, refusing to emerge again. Even the tips of her ears were flushed crimson. Ding. Mu Changa's progress has increased to 50. triggering major node milestone reward settlement. Congratulations, host. You have received a physical asset reward, the complete property rights to the Chongming Island Xinghu private hot spring estate, covering an area of 42 acres including an outdoor natural hot spring, an independent lakeside dock, and a full suite of smart security systems. Market valuation not for sale. This plot is a specially approved land parcel unavailable through the open market. Sumu stared at the last line of gray small print about the property being not for sale. This kind of privately owned land with special approval was a rare treasure in Modu that money couldn't buy. Even if you had the funds, you couldn't find the right connections to acquire it. With this estate as his trump card, once he returned to Modu, he would have the most suitable private venue, far freer than the Thompson Riviera. Mu Changa sensed that the person beside her had gone still, so she cautiously poked her head out from under the covers. I'm going back upstairs. I'm afraid Xiao Xiao will wake up soon. Sumu reached out to touch her slightly disheveled hair, his thumb brushing across her cheek. Go back to sleep quickly, don't catch a cold. Tomorrow morning, you'll still need to watch your second uncle's family put on a show. Mu Changa's face, still flushed, straightened the hem of her loungewear and trotted up the stairs. Sumu listened to the creaking of the old wooden staircase grow fainter until the bedroom door on the second floor was gently closed. He stretched contentedly, just about to close the system panel and get a good night's sleep. Suddenly the panel flickered again, and a completely unexpected notification popped up. Ding. Radar scan complete. Detected level target. Target name Mu Xiaoxiao. Overall assessment excellent. Potential current tags wily and mischievous. Gossip reconnaissance. Drone hidden trait. Locked until development reaches 30. Fatal weakness blind worship of domineering brother-in-law. Current development progress 0. Sumu almost choked on the translucent screen. He mentally cursed this lawless broken system thoroughly. A little girl. What business did she have getting involved? This system was practically testing his moral bottom line. Just as he was about to close the interface and finally sleep, a line of red small print at the bottom of the panel suddenly jumped out, freezing his gaze on the screen. Warning, target is currently in an awake state. Awake state. It was nearly 5 in the morning, and the sky outside was already growing light. Sumu quickly ran through the events of the past few minutes in his mind, and immediately understood the crux of the matter. The wooden stairs in this dilapidated house creaked with every step impossible to conceal in the silent night. That clever little girl had likely been eavesdropping on the downstairs commotion ever since Mu Changa came down for the pillow. Given the thin wooden walls of this house, which couldn't even muffle the sound of breathing, it was entirely possible that the girl had heard every detail of what happened in the past half hour. She might even have sneaked down and glimpsed some silhouettes too inappropriate for her age through the crack in the door. Sumu rolled over, pulling the blanket to his chest, and laughed silently in the darkness. When breakfast came tomorrow, the little girl's expression as she looked at him would be quite entertaining. Definitely the sly look of a little fox who had seen everything but dared not speak. He didn't bother overthinking it. Bathed in the pleasure of the system's reward, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The scene shifted to a certain 2-story villa in the village. Wang Suihua, reeking of a nauseating stench, stumbled and pushed open the rusty wooden gate of her own yard. Her mind was now filled with the string of charges the suited lawyer had recited. Staggering into the master bedroom covered in mud and water, she yanked open the red floral quilt on the heated brick bed. Mu Jinsha, who had been snoring loudly, was jolted awake by the pungent odor. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, cursing. You damned woman, did you fall into a cesspool in the middle of the night? What's that smell on you? Mu Jianshi raised his foot to kick his foul-smelling wife off the bed. Wang Sohua plopped down on the floor, wailing with tears, and snot, her voice laced with genuine terror. Husband, we're really finished this time. That little bitch from the eldest brother's family has latched onto a big shot. That man brought 2 carloads of high-class city lawyers to come after us. Those lawyers said they're going to the village committee first thing tomorrow to check your shady accounts and dig up all the dirty things you've done to send you to prison for sewing. Mu Jinsha's groggy irritation vanished the moment he heard the words lawyers checking accounts. The color drained from his face. He knew better than anyone how much dirt he had buried over the years. For the past few years he had been doing a sideline business in agricultural supplies in the town, and more than half of his income came from scams and swindles never registered with the tax office. Even the impressive 2-story house they lived in now was built on land forcibly taken from others thanks to his connection with the former village party secretary. If a professional lawyer really came down to investigate thoroughly, his flimsy foundation would be exposed in the sunlight. Mu Jianshi was truly panicked now. He didn't even bother with slippers, jumping off the bed barefoot. He scrambled on all fours to the side of the bed, stuck his head under it, and fumbled through the dust for a long while, finally pulling out a heavily rusted biscuit tin. When he opened the lid, his hands trembled like sieves. He didn't even notice the tin edge cutting his finger. Inside the box were a few yellowed old account books, each entry clearly recording how he had skimmed off the top. It's over. If these things come to light, I'll rot in prison for the rest of my life. Wang Suohua sat on the floor still chattering away, trying to shift the blame and extricate herself from the disaster. How can you blame me entirely? Wasn't it you who kept telling me to bully that widow and orphan from the eldest brother's family? Now look, their daughter is back with a rich man, and they want our lives. Shut up. Isn't it chaotic enough already? Mu Jianxi turned and roared viciously, his eyes bloodshot with fear. First he used a lighter to burn the account books in his hands to prevent them from being found as hard evidence. At the same time his mind raced wildly, trying to find a way to remedy the situation. No hiding is out of the question. These city folks came all the way here in the middle of the night. They won't let it go easily. First thing tomorrow I'll have to go to the town health center myself. I'll have to play the pitiful fool. I'll go beg the eldest brother's daughter. We're still family after all. Blood is thicker than water. Her mother was my sister-in-law. She can't really be heartless enough to let her own uncle go to jail, can she? Mu Jianxi crouched on the ground, fantasizing about his begging route for tomorrow, even planning how to squeeze out a few tears. He had no idea that Su Mu had never wanted their cheap apologies. What Su Mu wanted was for them to taste the pain of utter helplessness. The sky was beginning to show a pale hint of dawn. In the living room on the first floor of Mu Changa's old house, Su Mu was awakened by the morning alarm on his phone. The rickety wooden bed had made his whole body ache every turn jabbing his waist, but his spirits were surprisingly high. He reached for his phone and swiped the screen. As it lit up, besides showing the time of 6 in the morning, the unread text message from Su Bangxia was still prominently displayed in the notification bar. It was the invitation Su Bangxia had mustered the courage to send last night, and now almost the entire night had passed. Su Mu stared at the message for a full 3 seconds, the smile on his lips gradually widening. He simply replied with a single OK, then exited the interface. Next he tapped on Shun Zi's avatar. Steward Shin, sorry to trouble you so early. Please check the property rights information for the Xinghu Hot Spring Estate on Chongming Island. I have a friend who said the estate was transferred to my name through special approval last night. Go to the relevant department, confirm that all procedures are in order, and get the keys for me. After sending that voice message, Su Mu clasped his hands behind his head and thought for a few seconds. He quickly typed another message and sent it, arranging the second item on today's schedule. Also order 2 bouquets of flowers for me. They don't need to be too expensive, just warm and nice. 1 bouquet is to be delivered to the town health center this morning, personally brought to Chun Guiqin's ward. The other bouquet is to be delivered to the city center hospital in Modu tomorrow morning to a patient named Lu Yuzhen. After sending these messages, Su Mu tossed his phone back beside the pillow and ignored it. This was his response to Su Bangxia. In this realistic world, all cheap good mornings and good nights and pale explanations were far less impactful than real tangible actions. From outside the door came the faint sound of drawing water from the well. Su Mu stretched and sat up from the rickety wooden bed, ready to greet this exceptionally brilliant day. Just past 6 in the morning. Mu Changa walked down the rickety wooden stairs from the second floor. She wore a set of old home clothes that had been washed to a faded white. Her hair, not yet tied up with a hair tie, hung loosely over her shoulders. As soon as she stepped into the dimly lit kitchen on the ground floor, she saw Su Mu already sitting on a small wooden stool by the stove. Su Mu was holding a black phone in his hand, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen to reply to various messages. Mu Change's ears turned completely red the moment she saw him. Her eyes kept darting around, not daring to meet Su Mu's gaze for more than a second. Mu Xiaoxiao came downstairs reluctantly 10 minutes later than her sister. This girl's state today was quite interesting. There were 2 obvious dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that she had tossed and turned on that broken bed all night without sleeping. Her gaze at Su Mu was completely different from yesterday's pure admiration with shining eyes. There was an added layer of indescribable complex emotion. Her lips parted and closed several times as if she wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Su Mu, on the other hand, waved at her generously. Morning, Xiaoxiao, didn't sleep well last night. Your dark circles are almost down to your chin. Mu Xiaoxiao's face flushed instantly to the roots of her neck. She lowered her head and hummed in a faint mosquito-like voice. Then, like a startled rabbit, she ran behind the stove to help her sister with the fire. She kept her back to Su Mu the whole time, not daring to show her face. Breakfast was the most ordinary pot of plain rice porridge, accompanied by 2 plates of homemade pickled radish and powdered mustard. The 3 of them sat around the old square wooden table with a missing corner. Mu Xiaoxiao held the large chipped porcelain bowl in her hands, her eyes darting back and forth between her sister and Su Mu. Su Mu drank the hot porridge from his bowl as if nothing was wrong, casually picking up a chopstickful of pickled vegetables for Mu Changa. He found it secretly amusing. The 2 sisters were now one playing dead and the other playing dumb. This breakfast in the old rural house was far more interesting than any high-end Western restaurant in Shanghai. Breakfast had just finished and Su Mu had not yet put down his chopsticks. Suddenly a hurried and disorderly sound of footsteps came from the dirt road outside the yard. Along with the footsteps came a deliberately suppressed sobbing tone. Mu Jianxi was carrying 2 bags of cheap fruit bought hastily from the morning market in town and a few boxes of bulk milk. Wang Zuihua closely followed behind him, her 2 hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Her wrinkled, old face was plastered with a smile, dozens of times uglier than crying. As soon as Mu Jianxi entered the yard gate, he began shouting in his hoarse voice. "Chang'e, your second uncle came to see you early this morning." His usual grating voice was now as soft as if it had no bones. The white shirt he wore, which he thought was decent, even had one button misaligned with the hem half tucked into his pants and half hanging out. The cheap price tags on the fruit bags hadn't even been torn off. Any perceptive person could tell that this couple had rushed over at the crack of dawn to grovel and beg for mercy. When Mu Chang'e heard the voice, her face instantly turned pale. Instinctively, she half-step retreated toward Su Mu's broad back, her hands tightly gripping her clothes. Su Mu unhurriedly put down the porcelain bowl in his hand, pushed back the long bench, and stood up. One hand naturally rested on Mu Chang'e's thin shoulder. He looked at the 2 ugly faces at the yard gate, the smile on his lips completely devoid of warmth. Mu Jianxi threw the fruits and milk into a corner of the yard. He trotted all the way to Su Mu's front. Without caring how dirty the ground was, without a moment's hesitation, he thudded to his knees. His knees hit the hard dirt ground of the yard solidly. The tears he squeezed out of his face were as strained as constipation. "Big niece's husband, all the mistakes are your second uncle's fault. I was old and confused, blinded by greed. You are magnanimous, just let your second uncle off like a fart, don't listen to those lawyers' nonsense. We are all family connected by bone and sinew. What enmity between relatives can't be resolved overnight." Su Mu had his hands in his pockets with no intention of helping him up. He looked down at Mu Jianxi kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. "You don't think that coming here to play the victim and shed a few tears can erase the past of bullying Change's family, do you, eh?" Mu Jianxi's kneeling body trembled violently. The fake smile he had been struggling to maintain completely collapsed, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Seeing that Su Mu was as unyielding as a rock, Mu Jianxi immediately unleashed his ultimate skill of throwing a tantrum, which he was best at in these 10 miles of villages. He turned around and grabbed Wang Qihua's pant leg while she was still dazed. He forcefully pulled Wang Zuihua to kneel together in the yard covered with chicken droppings and dust. The couple began kowtowing desperately to Mu Chang'e on the muddy ground. In just a few moments, obvious red blood marks appeared on their foreheads. Mu Jianxi began to repeatedly chant that set of emotional blackmail rhetoric. "Chang'e, you can't just watch your second uncle go to prison. If you really go this far, how will the villagers gossip about your mother in the future? Your mother is already in poor health. Do you want her to never be able to hold her head up in the village?" Mu Chang'e's body began trembling uncontrollably. She was not frightened by her second uncle's threat, she was completely enraged by the shamelessness of this couple. This couple had bullied her and her mother for over a decade, never mentioning any family bond, when they snatched the foundation and took things. Now that they knew they would go to prison, they came to talk about flesh and blood kinship. It was simply nauseating. Su Mu sensed the shoulder under his hand trembling incessantly. He lowered his head directly to look at Mu Chang'e's slightly reddened eyes. "Chang'e, after all, they are your nominal relatives. Tell me how you want to handle this." Mu Chang'e raised her head to meet Su Mu's gaze. She bit her lower lip, tightly silent for several seconds. "They'll listen to you. Whatever you say, he'll do." As she said these words, tears swirled in her eyes, but the expression on her face revealed an unprecedented resolve. Su Mu gently rubbed her hair and gave her a reassuring look. He turned around and spoke to Mu Jianxi and his wife, who were still playing pitiful on the ground. "You're kneeling in the wrong place. The place you should be kneeling is at the county police station." Hearing these words, Mu Jianxi knew that today's matter was completely hopeless. After playing the grandson for so long, he could no longer pretend. He climbed up directly from the muddy ground. He wiped the dirt off his forehead with the back of his hand, the fear in his eyes completely replaced by anger and humiliation. He pointed at Mu Chang'e's nose and began cursing loudly, spittle flying everywhere. "You ungrateful wolf that can't be tamed. All these years of family ties you treat as bullshit, right? Now that you've latched onto a rich man, you've turned your back on us. You should look at yourself in a basin of water and see what kind of goods you are, really thinking you're a wealthy lady." Wang Zuihua saw her man stand up. She also jumped up from the ground, hands on her hips, a perfect shrew cursing in the street. She pointed at Mu Chang'e's nose and began recklessly listing the favors Chen Guiqin owed their family over the years. "If it weren't for our family's help all these years, your mother would have died long ago in this broken house. When your family was so poor you couldn't open the pot, wasn't it my man who carried those 2 bags of moldy old rice for you? During the new year, when other families ate meat and your family could only gnaw on vegetable stalks, wasn't it the 3 gene of pork with skin that I gave you? Sumu just stood with his arms crossed, calmly watching this couple jumping up and down in the yard. He waited until they had poured out all the sour water in their stomachs, nearly having their throats smoke from cursing, before he spoke unhurriedly. Have you two had enough cursing? Then let me take the trouble to add 2 small matters for you. First, those agricultural supply purchase and sales ledger documents in your town, my legal team remotely retrieved and archived them through legal channels last night. Second, the foundation of that grand small building your family now lives in. The original owner's grandson is now a civil servant at a certain unit in the provincial capital. He has always wanted to pursue this matter, but suffered from having no connections. Just 2 hours ago he got the best connections, and is very willing to take the case all the way. As Mu Jianxi's legs turned to jelly, and he prepared to bend his knees again to beg for mercy, a black luxury business car came to a halt on the bumpy dirt road outside the old courtyard. The door swung open, and Lu Wei stepped in wearing a pair of black stiletto heels. Behind her followed Zhou Defeng, impeccably dressed in a suit, and a young assistant clutching a black leather briefcase. The assistant held a thick stack of printed documents tightly. Lu Wei swept her gaze over Wang Cuihua, who was sprawled on the ground, as if looking at trash. She finally fixed her eyes on Mu Jianxia, who could barely stand, and spoke in a highly formal tone. Mr. Mu Jianxia, hello. We are the attorneys representing our client. This is the complete record of all business transactions under your name, as well as the historical changes to your various real estate properties, which we urgently obtained from the relevant authorities early this morning. Lu Wei pulled a document from the assistant's hand and casually waved it in front of Mu Jianxi. You now have 2 choices. First, come with us to the town police station right now and confess to all your illegal activities to earn a lenient treatment. Second, you can continue causing trouble here, and we will submit these materials directly to the county procuratorate this afternoon. Then it won't be a simple public security issue anymore. The nature of the case will be completely different. At the mention of the procuratorate, Mu Jianxi's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He scrambled frantically toward Mu Chang'e, disregarding all dignity. As an elder, his face a mess of snot and tears. Chang'e, your second uncle truly knows he was wrong. Please put in a good word with your boyfriend. I don't want to go to prison. A wave of revulsion washed over Mu Chang'e, and she stumbled back a few steps. Sumu stepped forward and pulled her protectively behind him. He crouched down, leaning close to Mu Jianxi's ear, and whispered a few words that only the 2 of them could hear. I don't have many major flaws, but my only weakness is an exceptionally good memory, especially when it comes to seeing my people wronged. Upon hearing this, Mu Jianxi's pig-like wails ceased abruptly, as if someone had taped his mouth shut. He looked up into Sumu's eyes. He knew he had completely fallen into this young man's trap today, with no chance of recovery. Lu Wei's people gave the couple no further opportunity to put on a show. 2 burly bodyguards stepped forward, hoisted up the utterly limp Mu Jianxi and the still thrashing Wang Cuihua, and dragged them out of the courtyard. The yard finally regained the tranquility of an early morning. Lu Wei sent the others back to the car and stayed behind alone. She opened her briefcase and took out an exquisite light-colored envelope, handing it to Sumu. President Su, I took the liberty of handling a small matter on my own last night. Lu Wei pointed to several signed receipt forms inside the envelope and began to report. Using Mrs. Chun Gikan's name, I sent high-end gift boxes to a few kind neighbors in the village who usually take good care of Mu's mother and daughter. Aunt Lee's family also received one. The contents were imported pastries shipped via cold chain from the Magic City, along with nutritional supplements beneficial for the elderly. Each gift box included a handwritten thank you card. Lu Wei paused, then explained the reasoning behind this arrangement. After Mu Jianxi is arrested, the idle village women will inevitably gossip and spread rumors behind our backs. By using these small favors in advance, we silence the mouths of those neighbors who have received our kindness. From now on, these grateful neighbors will serve as a protective net for Mrs. Chun Gikan's daily life in the village. After reviewing the documents, Sumu glanced at Lu Wei with some surprise. He offered a fair assessment of this female lawyer's execution and perceptiveness. Lawyer Lu, your thoroughness far exceeds my expectations. I'll reimburse you double for this expense. Hearing the compliment, Lu Wei lowered her head and deliberately smoothed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, and her tone softened. Since President Su has entrusted me with a task, I naturally pay extra attention. There's no need for reimbursement. I'm just glad to be of help. Mu Chang'e stood by watching this flawless female lawyer, flawless in face makeup and figure. A woman's intuition is always terrifyingly accurate. She keenly caught the ambiguous undertone hidden in Lu Wei's words. Without a word, she silently walked over to Sumu, naturally wrapping both hands around his left arm. She even leaned her body slightly toward Sumu, a clear gesture of claiming territory. Lu Wei's peripheral vision caught this possessive little move. Being an extremely clever woman, she tactfully dropped the subject. Then President Su, please go ahead. He'll head to the police station to keep an eye on Mu Jianxi's matter and report to you if anything comes up. She turned decisively and walked out of the courtyard in her heels. After dealing with all this mess, Sumu took Mu Chang'e and the usually silent Mu Xiaoxiao to the town health center. Chen Guiqin had already woken up. Thanks to the 4-drip, her spirits were much better than when she had fainted from anger the previous night. The first thing she saw upon waking was not the mottled ceiling above, but a beautifully wrapped bouquet of carnations on the bedside table. A nurse on rounds told her with envy that her daughter's boyfriend had specially arranged for it to be airshipped from the big city early that morning. Chen Guiqin held the bouquet in her hands for a long time. Her calloused fingers gently brushed over the petals, her eyes glistened with tears, but she stubbornly held them back. This rural woman, worn down by a life of hardship for decades, had long learned to swallow her tears. When Sumu pushed open the ward door and walked in, Chen Guiqin, leaning against the chipped iron headboard, looked him up and down. Though this middle-aged woman had little education, her eyes held the sharp shrewdness unique to a rural mother. There was also a cautious scrutiny regarding her daughter's lifelong matter. Unlike Aunt Lee from the previous night, who had exclaimed loudly at Su Mu's wealth, she waited until Su Mu sat down by the bed before calmly asking 3 of the most practical questions. "Young man, how old are you this year? Where are you from? What major did you study in university?" Su Mu sat on that chipped iron stool, patiently answering each question truthfully. "Auntie, I'm a freshman this year. My hometown is a small county town. I study finance at Magic City University." After hearing the basic information, Chen Guiqin fell silent for several seconds. She looked over Su Mu's shoulder at Mu Chang'e, who stood at the ward door, her face flushed and head bowed. Then she spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Our Chang'e is a year older than you, and as you can see, our family's circumstances are modest. If the 2 of you end up together in the future, please don't ever look down on her." Mu Chang'e, standing behind, stomped her feet in frustration, her face flushed as she murmured softly, "Mom, why are you telling him all this?" Su Mu simply nodded in agreement, offering the mother a tacit promise. Su Mu stayed in the ward chatting for about half an hour. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a lengthy message from Shun Zi, the butler of Tangxing Yuping. The message confirmed that all property procedures for the Xinghu Hot Spring Manor on Chongming Island had been fully completed. All the keys and electronic codes for the manor's gates had already been obtained. Attached below the message were several high-definition real-shot photos of the manor's interior. Sumu merely glanced at them and locked his phone screen. A top-tier lakeside manor of over 4,000 square meters, complete with a private hot spring and yacht pier. Such luxuries could wait until he returned to Madwa for a leisurely experience. He stood up to explain the follow-up arrangements to Chen Guiqin. "Annie, don't worry about the medical expenses. I've already instructed my lawyer to contact the county central hospital. In a couple of days, when your condition allows, well, arrange a special car to transfer you to the county hospital for a comprehensive checkup. All expenses are covered." Chen Guiqin kept murmuring that it was too much, that she couldn't accept spending so much money. Yet her rough hand never let go of the hem of Su Mu's sleeve. As he stepped out of the town health center's main gate, the sun overhead had grown glaring. Beside the parking lot, Su Mu received a report call from Lu Wei. Her voice carried a crisp efficiency as she informed him that Mu Jianxia, who had crumbled under interrogation at the police station, confessed to all his past misdeeds after just a few scares. Although the initially investigated sum involved wasn't astronomical due to the heinous nature of the case and the relentless pursuit by a professional lawyer, it was conservatively estimated that Mu Jianxi would have to spend 2 or 3 years behind bars. Regarding the house built on forcibly seized land, the original owner's family had rushed over overnight. They formally signed a power of attorney authorizing Lu Wei's team to pursue a full legal recourse, demanding the demolition of the illegal structure and return of the land. As for Wang Cuihua, after making a scene at the police station for over an hour, she was placed under administrative detention for 15 days on charges of obstructing official duties and creating disturbances. Sumu listened to these results and replied with just 4 words, "Well done. Keep monitoring and keep me updated on any progress." Around 2 in the afternoon, matters here were essentially settled. Sumu and Mu Chang'e had initially planned to stay a few more days to provide care, but Mu's mother, lying in her hospital bed, urged them to return to Madwa immediately, afraid of delaying their important affairs. A sleek black luxury Alfred business van pulled up steadily before him. The sliding door opened, and Lu Wei's slender legs encased in sheer black stockings were the first to step out. "Mr. Su, everything is arranged. My teacher will follow up on the final results here." Mu Chang'e walked out carrying an old canvas bag. Mu Xiaoxiao stood by the worm-eaten wooden gate of the courtyard, her fingers incessantly twisting the hem of her school uniform jacket. Since breakfast, she had barely spoken a word to Sumu, but her eyes, like a radar, never left him for a moment. Sumu walked over and ruffled her hair like an older brother. "Xiaoxiao, take good care of your mother at home, and don't neglect your studies. From now on, I'll transfer living expenses to your card every month. If you encounter anything you can't solve, call me. Mu Xiaoxiao looked up at him. Her lips parted for a long time, her hands wrung together in front of her chest. Finally, tears brimming in her eyes, she squeezed out a single sentence. Thank you, brother-in-law. He'll remember. Su Mu smiled, turned, and opened the car door to get in. Just as one leg was about to step inside, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly seemed to make a great decision. She took a couple of quick steps forward. She grabbed Su Mu's arm. Tiptoeing, she brought her mouth close to his ear. In a voice barely audible to anyone else, she spoke rapidly. Brother-in-law, please, could you not let sister kneel on the floor like she did last night? After saying this, her voice paused for 2 full seconds. The flush on her cheeks spread like wildfire all the way to the back of her ears. Then she bit her lower lip hard and added in an even smaller voice, if later The last words were completely swallowed by the sound of her footsteps running back into the yard. Like a child who had done something wrong, she dashed into the dilapidated house without daring to look back. Su Mu stood by the car door watching the petite figure that seemed to radiate red from her back. He shook his head with a resigned smile and got into the car. The vehicle drove along the dirt road onto the cross-provincial highway heading back to Madwa. Mu Xiaoxiao leaned against the wooden gate frame, poking out half of her fluffy head. She gazed longingly after the car until it disappeared into the dust kicked up at the village entrance. Only when the taillights were completely out of sight did she slowly shrink back behind the gate. Inside the spacious rear aviation-style seats of the Alfred, it had turned into a small-scale battleground. Su Mu sat in the middle. On his left was Mu Changa, whose eyelids were already drooping after the night of travel and emotional turmoil. On his right was the female lawyer Lu Wei, who seemed to be sitting upright perusing case files. The cabin was quiet, punctuated only by the steady hum of tires and wind noise. Mu Changa finally succumbed to exhaustion, her head tilting and falling onto Su Mu's left shoulder, falling into a deep sleep. Su Mu instinctively wrapped an arm around her slender waist to make her more comfortable. Just then Su Mu felt an extremely smooth and delicate sensation against his right calf. He raised an eyebrow. Lu Wei still held the pretentious dossier in her hand, her gaze seemingly engrossed in the legal clauses. But her body leaned intentionally towards Su Mu, and her long leg clad in black stockings gently brushed against his trouser leg, a faint teasing touch through the thin fabric. Once, twice. The motion was discreet but filled with the unmistakable direct temptation and provocation between a man and a woman. Su Mu turned his head. Lu Wei's face still bore the aloof, high-end professional expression, if one ignored her subtle moves. Su Mu watched the rapidly receding highway scenery outside the window and found it amusing. He thought about the time back at Madwa University. That counselor Su Man, whom he had once verbally sparred with to the point of near hormonal imbalance, was probably now stomping into the administrative office with her signature red-bottomed heels, slamming a complaint dossier onto the dean's desk. Imagining this beautiful, cold-faced counselor, always wearing her gold-rimmed glasses, perpetually maintaining a queenly, aloof demeanor, now gritting her teeth and conspiring with the school authorities to decide what punishment to pin on that arrogant new student Su Mu. It was quite amusing. He casually slid open his worn-out phone screen, looking at the account balance that had once again increased by exactly one small target after midnight. Another 100 million. Truly worrying. Can't spend it, absolutely can't spend it. He pictured himself back at school wielding this cash flow, enough to concuss someone, to slap the faces of those self-righteous school officials, especially to slap the face of that aloof, beautiful counselor Su. Imagining her aloof, commanding, queen-like demeanor, gradually cracking, fragmenting, and finally, under the devastating blow of capital, shattering into a comical expression of utter disbelief and shock. Just visualizing that scene, the sheer pleasure of trampling arrogance underfoot, filled Su Mu with an exhilarating satisfaction. Had he known, he would have submitted a transfer application online before leaving. After all, it wasn't some prestigious university, it was a mere institution in the provincial capital. Since he was going to study anyway, why not go to a top-tier university and study abroad in style? But contacting the admissions offices of the world's leading universities would take time. Su Mu suddenly felt that this return journey on the highway was far too slow. The sleek black business sedan came to a steady halt in the exclusive underground parking spot of Thompson Riviera. The door slid open slowly, and Lu Wei's long legs, sheathed in thin black stockings, were the first to step out. In her hand, she held a stack of case files, but just as Su Mu was about to follow her out, her fingers loosened their grip, seemingly by accident. A cascade of white A4 papers scattered across the floor right in front of Su Mu's line of sight. Lu Wei let out a soft exclamation, then bent down gracefully to gather the fallen sheets. Her form-fitting black pencil skirt, already quite snug, stretched taut under the motion, the fabric clinging tightly to her curvaceous silhouette. Her long legs, encased in black stockings, crossed over each other, gleaming under the dim lights of the underground garage with an irresistible luster. This bending posture placed her directly in front of the car door where Su Mu was descending, revealing the most alluring side of an urban high-end female lawyer without reservation. Su Mu stood by the car door, taking in the visually striking scene before him, and silently gave this elite female lawyer's tactics a high score. After Lu Wei picked up the files and straightened up, she casually tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She stepped half a pace closer, and the sophisticated perfume of a mature woman instantly wafted into Su Mu's nostrils. Tilting her head up slightly, she spoke in a tone tinged with a nasal syrupy drawl. "President Su, if you ever have any tricky personal matters to handle in the future, my phone is at your service 24 hours a day, ready at your beck and call." The implication in those words was almost overflowing. Standing on the other side of the vehicle, Mu Chang'e, upon hearing this, widened her eyes, which had been weary moments before. Like a protective kitten whose fish treat had been stolen, she quickly darted around the front of the car and charged over. Without any hesitation, she inserted her own body directly between Lu Wei and Su Mu, clutching Su Mu's arm tightly, even pressing her cheek against his shoulder. Pouting, she glared angrily at this vixen who was always trying to seduce her man. Lu Wei found Mu Chang'e's anxious demeanor amusing. She wasn't angry in the slightest. Instead, she let out a light laugh with the condescension of an older sister looking at a younger one. Stepping back in her stilettos, she left a crisp, decisive echo of footsteps as she headed straight for the elevator. Su Mu watched her swaying, seductive figure tightly wrapped in her professional attire and couldn't help but muse that this woman's ambition was even longer than her black-stockinged legs. He led Mu Chang'e into the private elevator, ascending directly to the top-floor duplex penthouse. As soon as she entered, Mu Chang'e, her face flushed, scurried into her room like a thief, changing her shoes in a flurry. Su Mu paid her no mind, walking straight to the oversized leather sofa in the living room and sprawling out casually, propping his legs up on the expensive marble coffee table. He pulled out his phone to check the various unread messages that had accumulated over half the day. Shunzi had sent a high-definition video several minutes long showcasing a full tour of the Star Lake estate on Chongming Island. The massive private hot spring pool reflected the surrounding greenery and the shimmering lake surface, a luxurious venue perfect for hosting private gatherings. Scrolling further down, he found a brief WeChat message from Su Bangxia. "Sumu, I received the flowers, thank you. There's so much I want to say to you in person." Sumu replied with a curt, "Another day," then locked the screen and closed his eyes to rest. About 20 minutes passed. From the direction of the hallway came a faint rustling sound, as if someone was walking barefoot on the wooden floor. Sumu opened his eyes and followed the noise, and then he felt his breath catch slightly. Mu Chang'e stood at the entrance of the living room, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. She was wearing an eye-catching black and white French-maid outfit. White lace trim peeked playfully from the collar, and cuffs her waist cinched incredibly thin by a black satin ribbon outlining a figure that rivaled Lu Weiss. Her hair was casually tied into a low ponytail with a black ribbon, the stray strands at her forehead still damp from a recent shower. Her bare feet were pressed flat against the floor, her pale toes curled tightly together from sheer nervousness. Her face was so red it seemed to burn down to her neck. She stared at her own toes, lacking the courage to even glance at Sumu. Sumu recalled that this outfit was one he had picked out for her from an upscale private lingerie boutique during their last shopping trip to Plaza 66. In fact, he had also bought a set with cat ears and a tail back then. He never expected this girl would have the nerve to wear this one first today. Target Mu Chang'e's current development progress has experienced a slight fluctuation. The system's notification panel flickered briefly before Sumu's eyes. Sumu leaned back against the sofa, forcibly suppressing the rising heat within him, and patted the empty spot beside him. "What are you standing so far away for? Come sit." Mu Chang'e bit her lower lip and shuffled over reluctantly, but instead of sitting down, she circled around to the back of the sofa. She extended her slender, well-proportioned hands, placing them on Sumu's shoulders, and began to massage him with an extremely unskilled technique. Her control over pressure was terrible. One moment it was as light as a kitten's paw tickling him, and the next it suddenly became so heavy that Sumu nearly gasped. After 5 minutes of this chaotic kneading, Mu Chang'e leaned close to Sumu's ear and whispered, "Are you hungry? Let me go to the kitchen and make you something to eat, okay?" Sumu nodded casually. Mu Chang'e, as if granted a reprieve, scurried into the spacious, bright, open-plan kitchen. Sumu watched her back, clad in the black and white maid outfit, bustling before the stove, the dangerously short hem of her skirt swaying with her movements. He thought that if he could get her to wear just an apron next time, the scene would be 10 times more thrilling, but such things would have to be coaxed out of her gradually. Half an hour later, the two sat facing each other at the high bar table, finishing their dinner. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling window lay the dazzling, extravagant nightscape of Lijiazui. Mu Chang'e stood up to clear the dishes from the table. As she bent over to reach for the white porcelain plate at the far end of the coffee table, the already short skirt inevitably rode up a significant amount. Sumu reached out from behind, firmly grasping her incredibly slender waist, and with a slight tug pulled her onto his lap. Completely caught off guard, Muchanga let out a small gasp before her entire body went limp, curling into Sumu's embrace. Her hands clung tightly to the collar of his shirt, refusing to let go, her beautiful eyes glazed over with a mist of tears. The atmosphere in the living room had reached its peak. Sumu's palm pressed against the black satin ribbon at her waist, just about to slide, less than 2 centimeters down, that dangerously alluring curve, when the phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated. Sumu initially wanted to ignore it, but the ringtone persisted, blaring 3 full times the name Wang Hao flashing on the screen in large letters, stinging his eyes. Sumu sighed, grabbed the phone with his free hand, and pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, his roommate Wang Hao's miserable screeching wail erupted from the earpiece. "So where are you right now? You've got to come save your bro today." Wang Hao's words were completely jumbled, sounding like a gambler pushed to the edge, making a final desperate plea. Frowning, Sumu told him to straighten out his tongue and start over. Wang Hao took several deep breaths on the other end before stammering out the situation. It turned out the student council had organized a tea party event. Wang Hao had asked Sumu if he wanted to join, and Sumu had casually agreed to check it out. But with so much happening over the past couple of days, Sumu had completely forgotten about it. Wang Hao hadn't thought much of it either at first. But just now Senior Wanqing had personally come to the venue to ask Wang Hao specifically whether Sumu was coming or not. Wang Hao's voice on the phone was almost choked with tears. "So you have no idea?" Senior Wanqing spoke to me alone for the first time. "I was so excited I didn't catch a word she said. I just nodded frantically and said you were on your way. If you don't show up now, I'll never be able to face Senior Wanqing again. Can you come? Don't make me crawl over through the internet to beg you." Sumu still had Muchanga flushed and in her maid outfit nestled in his arms. As he listened to Wang Hao's lament on the phone, he idly toyed with the black ribbon on Muchanga's ponytail with his left hand. Sumu ended the call and noticed that Muchanga lying on his chest had a distinctly evasive look in her eyes, as if burdened with heavy thoughts. He reached out 2 fingers to pinch her slightly flushed cheek. "What are you daydreaming about? What nonsense is swirling around in that little head of yours?" Muchanga bit her lip, her hands clutching tighter at the buttons of Sumu's shirt, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm a bit worried that people might cause you trouble when you go back to school. On the phone yesterday, you didn't give any face to the counselor Suman. She's definitely going to mess with you behind your back." Sumu dismissed the concern entirely, even finding it somewhat amusing. He retorted, asking what trouble a mere counselor could possibly stir up. Muchanga lowered her voice to a near inaudible level, pressing her lips close to Sumu's ear to add a crucial piece of information. "That Suman's boyfriend is said to be the young master of some big corporation. Everyone calls him Young Master Chin. This Young Master Chin has a lot of influence at our school. They say his family donates loads of equipment to the school every year, and even Director Qian of the Academic Affairs Office has to show him respect." She stopped there, but her watery eyes were clearly brimming with worry. She was wearing an incredibly alluring black and white maid costume clinging tightly to her body, and she sat curled up in the corner of the sofa in a posture that radiated extreme insecurity. Her brows were tightly knit from excessive concern for him, and her bare feet restlessly shifted on the carpet. Sumu looked at the scene before him, and suddenly felt the suppressed flame within him surge up again, burning even more fiercely than before. He reached out a finger to gently lift Muchanga's small chin, rubbing his thumb pad slowly over her lips coated with clear gloss. His tone carried a knowing smile that exuded absolute control. "Don't worry about Suman's petty issues. What you need to worry about now is that we haven't finished the important business we started earlier." Muchanga's eyes went wide, instantly the blush on her cheeks spreading down to her collarbone. She instinctively shrank back toward the sofa cushions, her speech stammering, "But aren't you supposed to go to that tea party? Your roommates are waiting for you there. That's serious business." Sumu pulled her closer into his arms, leaning in to blow a soft breath near her ear. "The most serious business for you right now is to help me put out this fire." Muchanga's gaze uncontrollably darted a quick glance toward the waistband of Sumu's trousers, purely out of oppressed instinct. Her blush reached an intensity that seemed almost physiologically improbable. Her lips parted and closed several times, but in the end she could not utter a single word of refusal or resistance. Finally she slid down from Sumu's lap with docile submission. Just as Muchanga began her diligent labor, Sumu suddenly recalled the soft, pleading whisper his future sister-in-law Mu Xiaoxiao had murmured into his ear while blushing. He glanced down at the woolen carpet under his feet, custom made by hand in Turkey and air freighted over. This luxury item, costing as much as 5 figures per square meter, felt even softer beneath the feet than cotton. But no matter how plush the carpet, it remained fundamentally a piece of fabric laid on the floor, only slightly softer than the ground. He muttered a rather insincere, silent apology. "Xiaoxiao, your brother-in-law has done his best. This really isn't entirely my fault. It's just that your elder sister is far too obedient." Brother-in-law promises to make up for it next time he'll find a softer spot for sure. While the Tangshan Epine mansion was immersed in a springtime, seeing the main teaching building of Moda University presented a completely different tableau. On the fourth floor, the large conference room, usually reserved for hosting officials at or above the municipal level, blazed with lights and was chilled to full cold. The freshman tea party organized by the student union was nearing completion of its preliminary venue setup. The side door of the venue was pushed open from outside. In walked a girl with a sharp high ponytail wearing a pure white custom-made knee-length dress and a pair of silver flat shoes. Her features were exquisitely refined, and the entire aura was as pristine as a famous painting hanging in a gallery with a do not touch sign. Yet between her brows lingered a sense of distant aloofness that discouraged others from approaching easily. This was Zhang Wanqing, one of the 4 campus beauties and today's host. She was not only one of the 4 campus beauties who had dominated Moda University's forum for 3 consecutive years, but also the powerful vice president of the student union. The student cadres around, who were moving stools and arranging nameplates, unconsciously lightened their movements when she entered. Zhang Wanqing walked straight to the sign-in desk, her fingers gliding slowly over rows of printed freshman lists. Wang Hao, sweat dripping from his forehead, popped his head out from behind a few cases of bottled water, holding a walkie-talkie and giving orders. Zhang Wanqing stopped, turned her head to look at Wang Hao, and spoke in a cool, reserved tone. Wang Hao, have you contacted your roommate Su Mu? Wang Hao quickly put down the walkie-talkie and scurried over to the senior he secretly admired. Yes, I've contacted him, rest assured, senior. I just called him, he should be here in about 10 minutes. Upon hearing this answer, a rare flicker of complex emotion, a mix of nervousness and anticipation, crossed Zhang Wanqing's face. She asked no further questions, but shifted her gaze from the sign-in sheet to the direction of the main door of the conference room. Meanwhile, in the very first row of the VIP seats, Su Man sat, in an aggressively red professional suit, with her legs crossed, leaning back in her chair. On her nose rested the signature gold-rimmed glasses, and the toes of her red-soled high heels tapped impatiently on the floor. Her position allowed her to clearly overhear the conversation between Wang Hao and Zhang Wanqing. Especially when the word Su Mu reached her ears, Su Man's lips immediately curled up into a malicious sneer. Su Mu casually tossed the constantly ringing phone onto the leather sofa. He suppressed the restless urge stirred by the maid outfit and lightly slapped Mu Chang's taut, curvaceous bottom. Go change out of this outfit. Find a set of everyday clothes suitable for going out. Accompany me back to the school. Mu Changa was initially reluctant to go to such crowded places. Su Mu sat on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the marble coffee table. Weren't you just worried about that counselor Su Man causing trouble for me? I'm going to go meet her now. And also see what kind of person that legendary young Master Qin really is. Upon hearing Su Man's name, Mu Changa immediately straightened up. When Mu Changa heard that another woman was looking for trouble with Su Mu, her hidden trait of devotion to her husband instantly erupted with a fierce protective instinct. She ran into the bedroom and changed quickly. In less than 2 minutes, she shed the seductive maid outfit and put on a simple white t-shirt and high-waisted jeans, then followed him out. The two took the private elevator down to the underground garage. The previous Porsche Panamera had been damaged on a rural dirt road and was handed over to stewardship for repairs. Today, Su Mu drove the other Porsche 911 sports car he had bought last time. Accompanied by the arrogant and high-profile roar of the engine, the sleek red sports car sped along the main campus road of Moda University. Su Mu had no intention of playing any low-key games at school. The system had given him too much, his strength simply wouldn't allow it. He slammed the brake pedal to the floor, bringing the sports car to a steady stop, parking it sideways in an open parking spot beneath the main teaching building. He pushed open the door and stepped out, casually stuffing the car keys into his pocket. Mu Changa obediently got out of the passenger seat, closely following half a step behind him. Several male students who had just finished class nearby saw this scene and almost dropped their books. A male student in a plaid shirt rubbed his eyes, turned to his roommate, and wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Isn't that the famous Ice Queen campus belle of our finance department? The plaid shirt student asked incredulously. Am I seeing things? His roommate was equally shocked. The Ice Queen has been conquered. This world is completely insane. On the fourth floor of the main teaching building, the air conditioning in the large conference room was running at full blast. This freshman tea party organized by the student council was in the midst of the most boring self-introduction session. The heavy solid wood door was suddenly pushed open casually from the outside. Su Mu walked into the venue with his hands in his pockets, exuding a relaxed, leisurely air. Mu Changa, the Ice Queen campus belle that all the male students could only admire from afar, followed beside him with her head down like a docile little wife. The originally noisy conference room fell into dead silence within a second. Dozens of eyes all turned to stare at the doorway. Many people had even secretly taken out their phones to snap photos under the table. Wang Hao was bending over in the corner carrying a case of bottled water meant for the guests. The moment he looked up and saw Su Mu and Mu Chang'e walking in side by side, his arms forgot to exert any strength. The entire case of water crashed heavily onto his worn-out sneakers. His mouth hung open as he stared in that direction, too shocked to even cry out in pain. On the first day of school, they had agreed to be unwanted single dogs together. But Su Mu had quietly conquered the top campus belle of the sophomore year. Su Man was currently sitting in the center of the first row in the guest seats. Today she was wearing a strikingly bright red professional suit. On her nose sat her signature gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing Su Mu swaggering in with Mu Chang'e in such a brazen manner, she felt inexplicably furious. This school does not tolerate such arrogant students. She stood up directly in her red-soled high heels. The slender heels clicked sharply against the marble floor. With an air of condescending oppression, she stepped forward to block Su Mu's path and demanded loudly in a tone of a superior reprimanding a subordinate. "You're Su Mu, right? Who gave you the authority to skip the orientation event without reason? You usually defy your teachers, but that's one thing." Su Man crossed her arms, trying to overwhelm this freshman with her authority as a counselor. "Now you barge into the meeting halfway through and disrupt the proceedings. Do you believe he'll post a serious warning notice from the Academic Affairs Office on the bulletin board tomorrow morning?" Su Mu stopped. Without even raising his eyelids much, he leisurely scanned the imposing female counselor from head to toe. A pale blue light screen automatically appeared before his eyes. Ding. Radar scan complete. Detected grade top-tier developable target. Target name Su Man, overall score appearance 92, physique 95, exceptional stunning legs, extremely aggressive, current tags, arrogant counselor, control freak, queen, hidden trait. Requires 30 development progress to unlock fatal weakness. The highest in the sky is an airplane. The most seductive on the ground is a pair of glasses. Current development progress 0. Su Mu silently cursed in his heart, complaining that this damn system had absolutely no standards. He was not intimidated by the threat of punishment at all. Instead, he rudely stepped half a step closer. "Such authority, counselor?" Su Mu questioned in a casual tone. "Is it the backing of that young Master Qin from the big conglomerate, or Director Qian from the Academic Affairs Office, who's supporting you behind the scenes, eh?" This remark directly hit Su Man's weak spot. Her eyes, hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses, stared at the freshman in disbelief. She had never expected that a poor student from a third-tier small city would be so clear about her background. What's more, the other party hadn't even blinked when exposing these details. His attitude of completely disregarding her made her feel an unprecedented panic. At the same time, a wave of humiliating anger surged in her chest. Just as she was about to call the security guards outside to throw him out, in her fury, a scent of luxurious floral fragrance drifted from the side. Zhang Wanqing in silver high heels quietly inserted herself between the two. The pure white custom-made gown on her body traced an elegant arc as she moved. "Teacher Su, please don't be angry." Zhang Wanqing was the vice president of the student council and also the head of the public relations department with rich experience in dealing with people. On her flawless face hung a smile that left no room for criticism. "Today is mainly a welcome tea party. Oh, everyone is here to get to know each other. Freshmen have just arrived on campus, so it's inevitable that they may not fully understand the rules. If there are any misunderstandings, we can take it to the office and resolve it privately later." While saying this, Zhang Wanqing's eyes kept lingering on Su Mu. She was not only one of the 4 campus beauties, but also held the real power of the public relations department director. Earlier, when the campus was buzzing about the Porsche Panamera appearing at the male dormitory, she had already used her network to find out that the owner was Su Mu. Now, seeing Su Mu daring to confront the counselor Hedon with ease, she was even more convinced that this freshman's background was definitely not simple, and that he was absolutely a target worth investing in. Su Man was no fool either, as she was thinking about going back to check Su Mu's file to see if there was anything suspicious. So she took the opportunity to back down and said, "Report to my office tomorrow." After taking 2 steps, perhaps feeling that this made her look weak, she turned back and glared at Su Mu, adding, "If you dare not come, pack your things and wait for expulsion." After dropping that harsh threat, she stormed out of the venue ahead of time in her red-soled high heels. With Su Man's early departure, the disturbance triggered by the counselor's censure finally subsided for the time being. Zhang Wanqing watched the red silhouette vanish through the doorway of the meeting room before slowly turning around, offering Su Mu a disarmingly warm and gentle smile. She extended her impeccably manicured right hand with deliberate grace. "Hello, classmate Su Mu. I'm Zhang Wanqing from the student council. I've heard a lot about you from your dorm mate Wang Hao." She hoped to ingratiate herself with this hidden tycoon and establish a preliminary social connection through this poised demeanor. The pale blue light curtain flickered to life before Su Mu's eyes once more. Ding. Radar scan complete. Detected a grade premium developable target. Target name Zhang Wanqing, overall score appearance 91, figure 88, The elegant temperament, graceful bearing current tags, one of the 4 campus beauties, student council socialite. Hidden trait unlock after reaching 30 development fatal weakness, refined egotism, current development progress 0. Su-mu cast a glance at the prominent evaluation on the system panel and sneered coldly to himself. He thrust his hands into his trouser pockets, showing no intention of shaking her proffered hand. Thanks for helping me out earlier, senior. He tossed out this perfunctory remark with blatant indifference, then grasped Mu Changa by the wrist and led her toward a row of empty seats in the corner. Zhang Wanking's delicate hand hung awkwardly in midair. Despite her masterfully feigned gentleness, a flicker of shock and chagrin leaked through her expression. Never before had any boy so blatantly ignored her overture in front of such a crowd. Yet Zhang Wanqing was no fool. She quickly composed herself, turning to look at the still-dazed backup boy Wang Hao, who had just lost his water bottle. For the first time, she bestowed an exceptionally warm smile upon this perennial fallback. Wang Hao Jr., you weren't hurt by that falling object, were you? By the way, you must be facing a lot of adjustments as a freshman. Zhang Wanking's voice dripped with honey as she continued her manipulation. He'll treat everyone this weekend. Let's arrange a mixer between our girls' dorm and yours. We can all look out for each other. This was purely her second-best strategy, a circuitous route to her goal. She unhesitatingly used Wang Hao as a convenient stepping stone to reach Su-mu. Upon hearing that his dream goddess had taken the initiative to propose a dorm mixer, Wang Hao's face flushed with excitement, completely forgetting Su-mu's warnings about not being a simp. He thumped his chest with gusto and promptly agreed to bring all his roommates to the weekend gathering. This farcical freshman tea party concluded hastily in an eerie atmosphere. Su-mu had originally intended to hold Mu Change's hand and take her back to Thompson Riviera to finish what they had started. But as soon as they exited the venue, his roommates Wang Hao and Lu Chang clung to his arms and dragged him back to the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, Mu Changa was pulled away by her gossip-loving roommate Zhong Ling back to the girls' dorm. The moment the paint-peeling wooden door of their dorm room clicked shut, an interrogation session targeting Su-mu commenced. Lu Chang, the local know-it-all, slammed his hand on the table and dropped a bombshell. Su, how many secrets are you hiding? I saw you getting out of a Porsche 911 just now. Just by looking at the rims and body kit, that's the Topothaline model. Easily over 2 million yuan on the road. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically at this staggering figure. Even Chun Mo, the perpetually poker-faced otaku, couldn't suppress a twitch. They had all agreed to live like poor students eating at the cafeteria. And yet here was Su-mu incognito as a scion of wealth, slumming it with the common folk. Su-mu completely sidestepped the topic of the luxury car. Instead, he redirected his fire at the still grinning Wang Hao, showing no mercy to his friend. Bro, you don't actually think Zhang Wanqing is interested in you, do you? I saw you today. She wrapped you around her little finger with a few words. Wake up. A social butterfly like Zhang Wanqing, who navigates the student council with ease, would never fall for your genuine feelings. Su-mu sat on a chair, ruthlessly dousing Wang Hao with cold reality. You'd better put an end to that pathetic simping career before you get sold and end up counting your own money. But Wang Hao, caught up in his euphoria, refused to listen to a single word. His thick neck flushed red as he frantically defended his goddess. Senior Wanqing is different. She even stuck up for you at the meeting today. She just wants to care for us freshmen like classmates. He then clung to Su-mu's arm like a stubborn leech, refusing to let go. Anyway, I already promised her. You 3 have to show up this weekend and save my face. Su-mu stared at this hopeless, pure-hearted warrior of love. With a roll of his eyes, he decided to abandon all rescue efforts for this fool. Good advice is wasted on the damned. After the dorm lights went out that night, Su-mu lay on the hard wooden bed, feeling a sense of tedium. He pulled out his phone and sent Mu Changa a WeChat message. Did you take off that outfit before you got back to your dorm? If your roommate catches you dressed like that, they'll pin you down and tease you to death. After an agonizing 5-minute wait, Mu Changa sent back a self-destructing photo viewable only once. Su-mu quickly opened the image, and his breathing immediately grew ragged. The angle was deliberately provocative. A slender thigh encased in black and white lace peeked into the frame, startlingly pale under the dim desk lamp. Below the photo came a bashful emoji of a bunny covering its flushed cheeks while rolling around. Su-mu felt the suppressed fire reignite, fueled by this coy game of advance and retreat. He sat up straight, already plotting how to scale the iron gate of the boys' dorm and sneak to the girls' building to bring her back to Thompson Riviera for a night of passion. Just then, a new WeChat friend request notification popped up at the top of his screen. Mr. Su, hello. Imhan Shuyao from the Porsche Center. The accident insurance report for your Panamera collision arrived today. Are you injured? Su-mu gazed at the name, conjuring the image of the female saleswoman in her fitted pencil skirt. He recalled the satisfyingly full touch when she had verified his license plate at the dealership last time. He glanced at the time on his phone. Dragging Mu Changa out of the heavily guarded girls' dorm at this hour was impractical. Since someone was voluntarily offering herself in the dead of night, Sumu naturally saw no reason to deprive himself. His fingers flew across the screen as he typed a reply. I was fine, but now I feel like verifying a plate. Care to see the night view of Lujiazui from the top floor of Thompson, Riviera? Deep in an alley of the old district in the magical city where even the streetlights were too lazy to fully illuminate, Han Shuyao in a modest old pajama sat on the sunken single bed, clutching her phone with increasingly rapid breaths. On the phone screen glowed the message Su Mu had just sent. Want to come to the top floor of One Prime Mansion and see the night view of Lujiazui? Those few simple words to a struggling migrant saleswoman like her were like a golden thread thrown from the clouds. Closing her eyes, she could still recall that day at the Porsche Center when her snobbish manager had groveled before Su Mu and the young man's effortless nonchalance as he casually spent millions to buy a car outright. Biting her lip, Han Shuyao turned her phone over and pressed it against the pillow, then flipped it back to read again. Her base salary was $4,500 with commission maybe reaching $8,000 on good months. But rent was $2,200, utilities and internet $300, food $1,500, and the rest went back home for her younger brother's tuition. In 2 years of living in this city, her most extravagant meal was an Aliocaniat barbecue for $120 per person. Now a man living in the penthouse of One Prime Mansion was inviting her at 1130 p.m. to view the nightscape. She wasn't a child. She knew what that meant. She admitted she was deeply tempted by this top-tier wealth from an elite. But to actually go to that rendezvous in the dead of night, her pride held her back. Just as she was staring blankly at her phone, the thin wooden door to her bedroom was pushed open. Her roommate, rubbing her half-dried hair, walked in wearing only a loose men's t-shirt. A red rose tattoo bloomed on her collarbone, and her taut waistline and long straight legs exuded the raw wildness of someone who had prowled the streets. Han Shuyao often thought to herself, this girl had the looks to be a top car model, yet she preferred to spend her nights in the underground garage revving the throttle of her second-hand Kawasaki motorcycle. Gu Yin, towel in hand, naturally leaned over and glanced at Han Shuyao's phone screen. Who's looking for you this late? Han Shuyao quickly hid the phone behind her, but it was too late. Gu Yin's eyes were faster than her bartending hands and caught the line. One Prime Mansion. Gu Yin tossed the towel over her shoulder, folded her arms, and tilted her head with a look of someone who loved to stir up trouble. Is this the client you bragged about all night last time? The one who bought 2 Porsches at once? He's asking you for a hookup. Han Shuyao's ears visibly reddened, but she still stubbornly retorted, hookup. Maybe he just has some after-sales questions about the car. She quickly turned the phone face down on the bedsheet, blushing and hesitating, claiming she was still deciding whether to go. Her roommate tossed the towel onto Han Shuyao's blanket. Stop faking modesty with me. You're hesitating because you think you're not good enough, right? If you're not going now, just send me his WeChat, and he'll go in your place. Those harsh, raw words struck like a heavy punch, shattering the last shreds of girl's pride and pretense left in Han Shuyao's heart. Indeed, while others were eager to seize the opportunity, what was she hesitating about? If she didn't go tonight, she might never get another chance like this in her lifetime. She gritted her teeth, didn't reply, but directly sent Su Mu her location. Jumping off the bed, she yanked open the makeshift cloth wardrobe. She dug out the ultimate battle outfit she had bought, but never dared to wear. A black bodycon dress with an extremely low neckline and ridiculously scant fabric. The neckline plunged 3 finger widths below her collarbone. Once she put it on, her waist and hips were cinched into an exaggerated curve. From the drawer, she retrieved the ultra-sheer, flesh-colored black stockings she had bought with half a month's salary during last month's promotion at the counter, carefully pulling them up inch by inch from her ankles. Finally, from the pile of cheap skincare products on the dresser, she picked out a bottle of Dior perfume, a sample given by a friend last year that she had been reluctant to use. She spritzed it twice on the inside of her wrists and behind her ears. Leaning against the doorframe, Gu Yin watched the entire transformation while chewing on an unlit Marlboro, her eyes widening. Han Shuyao, how long have you been hiding that outfit? Han Shuyao ignored her and continued applying lipstick in front of the cracked mirror. Meanwhile, after receiving Han Shuyao's WeChat location, Su Mu didn't hesitate. He slipped out of the boys' dormitory. In the empty late-night streets, he drove his red Porsche 911, the 6-cylinder engine roaring arrogantly. When this steel beast came to a smooth stop beneath the dilapidated rental building in the old district, Han Shuyao heard the engine roar through 2 floors even before Su Mu's WeChat notification. As she passed Gu Yin, the latter reached out and grabbed her arm. Hey, be careful. Han Shuyao turned back, said nothing but nodded. Su Mu sat in the driver's seat, one hand on the steering wheel. He watched Han Shuyao and 10-centimeter stilettos cautiously emerge from the dim, broken streetlight alley. The dim yellow streetlight fell on the woman, highlighting the daring black deep-neck dress and the shimmering flesh-toned stockings, accentuating her allure to perfection. Su Mu silently gave the saleswoman's professionalism a perfect score. This woman had really spared no expense to secure her place on his gravy train. It was as if she had the words ambition and climbing written all over her stocking-clad legs. Han Shuyao reached the car, hesitated nervously, then opened the heavy door and slid into the passenger seat. A blend of premium shampoo and Dior perfume instantly filled the cabin. Just as the sports car began to move on the fourth-floor balcony, without a security grill, the rose-tattooed motorcycle-riding roommate leaned against the railing. Gunyan, perched on the windowsill, finally lit the cigarette in her mouth and took a deep drag. Looking down at the red Porsche 911 and the strikingly young silhouette in the driver's seat, she exhaled smoke and then choked, coughing until her whole body shook. Fuck, some people are just born lucky. Flicking ash out the window, she watched the red car emit a low growl and disappear at the alley's mouth, the red taillights flashing once in her pupils. Slowly closing the window, she returned to her own second-hand bed, tossing and turning for minutes. Then she buried her face in the pillow and muttered, "Han Xiao, you bitch, you actually struck gold." After the door closed, the cramped sports car cabin turned intensely intimate. The red seatbelt obliquely crossed Han Xiao's body, exaggerating her already striking curves. She seemed nervous, sitting rigidly with her legs tightly together. The black dress rode up as she sat, exposing a large stretch of her sheer stocking-clad calves and knees under the dim, ambient cabin lights. Sumu pressed the accelerator, his right hand casually resting on the gear shift, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Han Shuyao felt the cabin's silence stifling. Her lips parted, trying to find a proper topic to break the awkward, humiliating quiet. "Mr. Su, I checked today. Your Panamaris repair cycle will take about 2 weeks with parts coming from Germany." Sumu didn't take the bait of insurance talk. Instead, he slowly turned his head and gave her a playful appraising once-over. "You came out dressed like this in the middle of the night. Don't tell me you really want to discuss car claims." The polite scripts Han Shuyao had prepared all stuck in her throat. Her face reddened visibly down to her neck in the dim cabin light. She lowered her head, not denying it, but couldn't muster any bold response. Sumu chuckled. His right hand left the gear shift and casually landed on her thigh. Through the sheer black stockings that were almost non-existent, the touch beneath his palm was both smooth and burning. He mentally compared it to the leather seat of the 4S shop, smoother indeed, and with natural body heat. Han Shuyo's entire body tensed, her breathing rapid and shallow. She looked down at the hand on her stocking. Her legs instinctively pressed tighter together. But a second later, for reasons she didn't understand, her knees slowly shifted apart just a little. This minute movement made the smile on Sumu's lips curl a bit more. "Unfasten your seatbelt." After speeding through the night streets for a while, Sumu turned the wheel right, parking on a roadside with few passing cars. Han Shuyao was flustered by the sudden stop. She looked up nervously. "Why did you stop here?" "I can't drive if I'm distracted." Ding. Target Han Shuyao. Progress increased significantly. Current progress 20. The 6-cylinder engine growled low again. The sports car merged back into the main road, heading toward Lujiazui. As they passed a 24-hour unmanned adult store with pink neon lights on the corner, Han Shuyao blushed, reached out, and lightly tugged at Sumu's sleeve. In a nearly pleading whisper, she asked if he could pull over. She needed to buy something. Sumu raised an eyebrow, hit the brakes, and stopped in front of the pink glowing shop. Han Shuyao pushed the door open, stepped out in her heels, hurried into the store, and stayed for a few minutes before coming out. When she returned to the car, she deliberately kept her purse opening facing inward. Sumu didn't even glance at the bag, staring straight ahead as he asked, "What did you buy?" "A little umbrella." Han Shuyao was stunned, then her face reddened again to the roots of her ears. Seeing her reaction, Sumu knew he was right. He turned to look at the passenger seat and added a heart-stopping line. But won't be used." "I don't like that." Han Shuyao bit her lower lip hard. She lowered her head for a long while, then said in a voice as faint as a winter mosquito, "Then he'll go get morning after pills." Sumu did not give her another chance to get out and buy medicine. He floored the accelerator, and the red sports car shot onto the expressway leading to Lujiazui like a bullet from a barrel. The vehicle raced all the way, soon entering the underground garage of Tangshanipin. The expensive overhead lights hummed with a white glow, illuminating the dazzling array of luxury cars on the ground. After skillfully reversing the Porsche 911 into its designated spot, Sumu pulled out the keys and led Han Shuyao toward the private elevator lobby nearby. Han Shuyao followed behind him, clutching her small bag tightly with both hands. She looked up at the golden floor directory plaque on the wall of the elevator lobby, her gaze lingering on the line at the very top. "Penthouse, duplex, private, and exclusive." As she read those 8 words, her throat involuntarily swallowed. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness and a vast social chasm. She knew all too well how exorbitant the property prices here were. Even a random bathroom in this cloud-level mansion would be worth more than her entire year's salary combined. Even if someone bought it for her, her salary wouldn't cover the property management fees. With a soft chime, the heavy elevator door slid open. Han Shuyao had just stepped inside when the doors hadn't even fully closed yet. Suddenly, Sumu turned around, pinning her firmly against the cold metal wall of the elevator. A reckless French kiss erupted in the confined ascending space. His left hand locked around her slender waist while the fingers of his right hand threaded through her hair and gripped the back of her head. The kiss had no gentle rhythm to it. It was filled with the unbridled dominance and aggression of one in power. It was also a punishment for the little tease's provocation in the car. Han Shuyao was trapped between Su Mu's solid chest and the frigid elevator wall with no escape. The hand clutching her small bag lost its strength, and the black leather purse dropped onto the carpet with a muffled thud. But she was too overwhelmed to care anymore. From the initial resistance and stiffness against the wall, she slowly closed her eyes and parted her lips to respond. The process of her complete surrender took roughly 3 seconds. Meanwhile, in the security monitoring room of Tangshan Yipin's property center, Shenzi sat at the console conducting her routine late-night security inspection. In front of her were 16 high-definition surveillance screens neatly arranged, most showing empty corridors and quiet lobbies. The screen in the top left corner displayed the real-time footage inside the private elevator for the top-floor units. Shenzi's gaze lingered on that screen for 2 seconds. Then, with a composed expression, she changed the label of this footage in the system to Resident Private Activity, Review Exempted, and calmly switched to the next surveillance view. After doing so, she quietly slid the mouse to shift that somewhat glaring image to the fire escape monitor in the underground garage. She took a sip of the cold black coffee on the table. When she set the cup down, a row of distinct teeth marks appeared on the white ceramic rim. The restraint and endurance of a high-level worker were vividly displayed in that moment. The private elevator soon reached the top floor with a crisp chime. The doors slid open slowly to reveal the spacious corridor lined with expensive hand-woven wool carpets. Han Shuyao followed Su Mu out of the elevator, still in a daze from the overwhelming kiss, her legs feeling weak. Standing at the edge of the living room, she gazed through the massive floor-to-ceiling window that covered the entire wall, taking in the dazzling, enchanting nightscape of Lujiazui. The towering Dongfang Mingzhu and the myriad neon-lit financial skyscrapers showcased the ultimate splendor of this magical city. She looked down at her slightly disheveled clothes. "I think I want to take a shower first," Han Shuyao blurted out subconsciously. Su Mu grabbed her wrist, and instead of heading toward the bathroom, led her in the direction of the living room balcony. "Take a shower. Late at night you came to visit my bathroom. Go to the balcony to see the night view." The balcony of this top-floor duplex mansion at Tangshan Yipin was designed with fully enclosed, oversized floor-to-ceiling explosion-proof glass. The luxury cars on the ground below, usually so unreachable to those at street level, now looked like tiny fireflies emitting faint glimmers of light. "Didn't you say you wanted to see the Lujiazui nightscape?" After an unknown stretch of time in this serene space 100 meters above the ground, the familiar system panel appeared again. Target Han Shuyao. Current progress 50. Unlock node reward physique plus. Su Mu felt a surging energy deep within his body, replenishing the vitality and spirit he had just expended. He couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. The rewards from this damn system were always so thoughtful and timely. He glanced down at the equally expensive imported floor beneath his feet. Then he recalled Mu Xiaoxiao's soft, pleading request from this afternoon, and suddenly felt that perhaps he could try a different approach with Mu Chang'e in the future. Back in the evening at Magic City University's female dormitory, as the paint-chipped wooden door was just pulled shut, the quiet atmosphere of the room was completely shattered. Zhongling dragged her chair to the center of the dorm and assumed an interrogating stance. She excitedly pressed Mu Chang'e into the chair, waving her hands and shouting, demanding that Mu Chang'e confess everything to her sisters. "Mu Chang'e, you have to tell us who your significant other really is. The campus forum is in an uproar." Startled by her fervor, Mu Chang'e shrank back, muttering about what the big deal was. Zhongling slammed her palm on the desk, making the calculus textbook bounce. "What's the big deal? You asked me what's the big deal? Your freshman boyfriend today at the tea party stood up to advisor Su Man in front of dozens of people. The famous tigress of our school. Last year a senior got caught playing on his phone in her class and received a disciplinary record that still hasn't been cleared. But your man with Su Man standing right there pointing at him and scolding didn't even blink." Zhongling grew more excited as she spoke, her voice rising. She gestured wildly, as if recounting a martial arts epic she had witnessed firsthand. "And do you know the best part? He not only exposed advisor Zu's boyfriend, young Master Qin, the scion of a major conglomerate that donates millions in equipment to the school every year. And after he said it, his expression was like, 'Who do you think you are? Oh my God, so domineering. Mu Chang'e, what kind of man have you got?'" Mu Chang'e sat in the chair listening to Zhongling's rapid-fire account, unconsciously twisting the hem of her white t-shirt. She didn't blush and deny it like usual. Instead, her lips curled slightly. The sweetness she couldn't hide was fully revealed in the curve of her mouth. Zhongling caught that detail immediately. "Wait, what are you smiling at? Mu Chang'e, you're smiling. Oh no, our finance department's ice queen has really been conquered." Zhongling turned to look at Fong Jintz, who was poking half her head out from the top bunk, and shouted in a tone of heartbreak. Jintz, look at that expression. Is this still the Muchanga who wouldn't even respond to the student council president's dinner invitation? Today at the venue she was obediently walking half a step behind him like a meek little wife. Hearing that, Muchanga finally couldn't help but shoot Zhongling a glare. In her mind, she replayed the scene of Su Mu taking her hand and leading her into the venue that afternoon, even imagining what it would be like if it were their wedding. At that thought, another ripple of sweet smiles spread across her lips. That sense of docile submission to her husband was vividly displayed on her cool face. Fong Jintz, lying on the top bunk, was applying her nightly face mask with a small mirror. She had maintained her innate superiority as a native of Magic City, and at first she dismissed the earlier discussions. Until Zhongling cleared her throat and dropped the biggest bombshell she had gathered tonight. I just heard from the boys' dormitory. Reliable news. Su Mu has already bought the top-floor duplex luxury apartment in Thompson Riviera Lujiazui. When Fong Jintz heard those words, Thompson Riviera top floor, she sat up so excitedly on the iron-frame bed that her expensive face mask fell onto the pillow. She leaned half her body over the edge and asked excitedly if it was true. Muchanga just nodded without speaking. Fong Jintz collapsed over the bed railing, her expression cycling through shocked doubt, acceptance, and ultimate despair. That Thompson Riviera top floor starting at over 100,000 per square meter. Her voice nearly cracked. My family's 2 apartments together couldn't even cover his living room. Hell, maybe not even his bathroom. My dad was going to sell the 2-bedroom in Suway last month to trade up for a larger school district house. After paying off the loan, we'd have about 3 million. How many square meters can 3 million buy at Thompson Riviera? 20 square meters. What can you do with that? It's smaller than his walk-in closet. After saying that, Fong Jintz collapsed onto the top bunk. She stared at the ceiling for a while, then rolled over and buried her head under the blanket, letting out a muffled wail. I can't go on. I thought having a house in Magic City meant we had something, but compared to that, what do I have? Nothing. Zhongling laughed so hard, she doubled over, reaching out to pat Fong Jintz's rear, protruding from under the blanket. Come on, stop wailing. Comparisons kill. If you're going to compare, I'd have to jump into the Huangpu River. The dormitory atmosphere was in an uproar. Zhongling kept at it like a broken record, asking over and over, what does Su Mu do? What business is his family in? Does he have siblings? Do the siblings have partners? But in that dormitory, nearly bursting with noise, one person never spoke a word. Su Banksia sat quietly on the edge of the lower bunk, her fingers pinching the hem of her washed-out cotton pajamas. Listening to the gossip about Su Mu and Muchanga, her meek nature ensured she wouldn't fight for anything. She only felt a sour ache in her heart, an indescribable discomfort lodged in her throat. Su Banksia's mind uncontrollably replayed the scene from that afternoon. The tall sunny boy had spent millions to buy the entire Fanway yoga studio, and casually crushed the bullying fat manager under his heel. He had told her that no one would dare bully her here from now on. That was the first time in her life she had been so dominantly shielded by someone. Su Banksia bit her lower lip hard. She typed a line, deleted it, typed again, her finger hesitating over the screen. Finally, she mustered the courage to hit send. Junior Su Mu, I'm free this week. That's sometime you mentioned. Can we make it these couple of days? I have something I really want to say to you in person. After sending the message, Su Banksia tucked her phone under her pillow and curled into a ball, her heart pounding so fast she could hear the blood thrumming in her temples. After the dormitory finally fell silent with the lights-out bell, Muchanga lay in bed listening to Fong Jintz's restless tossing on the top bunk and Zhongling's fragmented sleep talk. She stared at the pitch-dark underside of the upper bunk. She carefully recalled all the little moves Zhang Wanqing made during the tea party that afternoon. Muchanga was a woman, as she knew too well what was in another woman's eyes. The way Zhang Wanqing looked at Su Mu was no different from eyeing a price-tag designer bag. That gaze held calculation, appraisal, and possessiveness. Even scarier, Zhang Wanqing was better at playing the game. Higher level, better at subtly displaying herself in front of a man. Remembering Su Mu's jerk-like remarks from that night, Muchanga rolled over and her mind raced. Then in the darkness, she quietly took out her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Su Banksia. Banksia, I'm going to see Su Mu tomorrow afternoon. Want to come along? When the message lit up in the night, Su Banksia's phone buzzed. She pulled her phone from under the pillow and saw the sender was Muchanga. Her heart leaped. After reading the message, she shrank deeper into her covers. She turned her head, peering through the dark toward Muchanga's bed. She couldn't see anything clearly, but she knew Muchanga was looking at her too. The two girls lay in their respective beds in silence for about 10 seconds. Finally, Su Banksia typed one character on the screen. Okay. At 7 in the morning in the top-floor duplex of Thompson Epine. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window that occupied an entire wall, illuminating every trace of last night's wild frenzy inside this luxurious residence. A black bodycon dress with a broken zipper lay discarded on the edge of the marble bar counter. The deformed collar and the sheer extent of fabric damage silently testified to the savage actions of the perpetrator from the night before. On the hand-woven wool rug in the living room, 2 pairs of black stockings completely ruined were scattered. One was still hanging on the armrest of the sofa, while the other had been flung by someone's brute force onto the handle of the balcony door. The bathroom door was left ajar, and on the edge of the enormous jacuzzi, capable of accommodating 4 people, a small black strap was draped. This item was one of the purchases Han Shuyao had made last night at a 24-hour adult store. Han Shuyao was awakened by pain. She felt as though every bone in her body had been disassembled and haphazardly reassembled. Each muscle screamed in protest. Slowly opening her eyes in the wildly disheveled king-sized bed, the first thing she saw was the extravagant crystal chandelier, above a price she dared not even guess. She turned her head to look at Su Mu, who was sleeping beside her, observing his steady breathing and unusually relaxed expression. Then she shifted her gaze to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. The entire Lujiazui skyline shimmered with a cold metallic gleam under the morning sun, and the silhouette of the Dongfang Mingzhu Tower was so clear that one could count the light strips on each level. Han Shuyao lay on the bed staring blankly at the scene outside for a long time. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to the shabby 15-square-meter rented room, recalling the aluminum window that couldn't even keep out mosquitoes, the gray peeling wall outside, and the noisy breakfast stall. Then she looked down at the expensive bed she was lying on. From that dilapidated rented room in the old city to this top-floor duplex of Thompson Epine worth over 100 million, the physical distance was merely a 25-minute drive. But in reality, it was a chasm that countless people would shatter their bones trying to cross yet never could. If she hadn't gritted her teeth and attended this meeting last night, she might never have even touched the doorknob of this house in her lifetime. Han Shuyao forced herself to get out of bed despite the soreness. Barefoot on the solid wood floor, her legs were so weak that she nearly performed an impromptu slide and kneel. After steadying herself by the solid wood cabinet beside the bed, she clumsily fumbled around in the open kitchen to prepare breakfast. She didn't recognize any of the high-tech appliances in the kitchen. It took her a full 3 minutes to figure out which of the English buttons on the built-in fully automatic coffee machine dispensed hot water. She found the eggs in a massive refrigerator with a constant temperature function. When she cracked the eggs into the pan, she was shocked to discover that this single pan weighed more than all the cookware she owned combined. After bustling around for nearly 20 minutes, she finally managed to produce a somewhat imperfect Americano and a plate of fried eggs with a rather unappealing appearance. As she carried the breakfast to the bedside table, Su Mu just opened his eyes. Han Shuyao sat by the bed holding the cup of coffee. Her cautious demeanor resembled that of a humble wage earner awaiting approval of her work from the boss. Su Mu leaned against the headboard, took a sip of coffee, and found it passable, though not particularly good. He casually glanced at Han Shuyao. Her neck still bore various red marks from last night, her disheveled hair was a mess, and the carefully prepared makeup from the previous night had long since been ruined beyond recognition. But the light shimmering in her eyes at that moment was even brighter than when she had tested him in the sports car last night. After a long hesitation, Han Shuyao finally gathered her courage and spoke. Mr. Su. Su Mu didn't respond immediately. He simply held his cup and looked at her calmly, waiting to see what she wanted. Will you call me out again in the future? As she said this, she tried desperately to make her voice sound casual, but the trembling at the end of her sentence mercilessly betrayed her inner anxiety. Su Mu placed his coffee cup on the bedside table and uttered a hurtful truth. Depends on my mood. Han Shuyao's expression visibly changed. She lowered her head, tightly twisting her hands together, then looked up at Su Mu's eyes and continued her reckless probing. Then could I occasionally come over to cook for you or clean up? I don't need any official title. I just want a regular chance to see you. As she said this, her eyes reddened. She herself knew how humiliating it was to say such things to a man. But now to climb the social ladder, she couldn't afford to care about face or dignity. Su Mu looked at her on the verge of tears, but did not immediately respond. He picked up his coffee cup again, took a sip, and leaned back comfortably. The way you say that, I feel like I'm some kind of tyrannical landlord. I'm a rather casual person. When we're happy, we stay together for a while. When we're not, we each go our separate ways. I don't have the leisure to deceive you with fairy tales about eternal love, but I won't let you walk away empty-handed each time. If you think it's suitable, well, continue like this. If you feel wronged, you can leave anytime, and I guarantee I won't stop you. Su Mu said this with utter bluntness, without any ambiguous flirtation or the sweet lies typical of a playboy. He simply laid all the cold reality on the table. After hearing this heartless speech, the color drained further from Han Shuyao's face. She sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the corner of the blanket tightly on her knees. In her mind, the abacus was frantically clicking, weighing the pros and cons. But she knew better than anyone that from the moment she stepped into that red Porsche sports car, without hesitation her life had no turning back. Was she to return to that 15-square-meter rented room and continue living a frugal existence? Was she to continue being bossed around like a dog by that snobbish store manager? She was truly fed up with that hopeless life at the bottom. Even if she was now nothing more than a canary without a name for this hidden rich man, it was still 1,000 times better than scraping by in the mud. Han Shuyao stood up silently. Let me think about it. I'll go wash my face first. She walked into the luxurious bathroom, closed the door, and stared at her pathetic reflection in the huge anti-fog mirror. Her makeup was completely ruined, lipstick smeared all over her chin, and her eyeliner had turned into a pair of comical panda eyes. But her attention quickly shifted away from her face. The embarrassing scenes from last night replayed in her mind at high speed, frame by frame. One particular moment suddenly became clear. It was when she called him by a certain title that seemed to evoke a special emotion in this man. She was silent for a full 3 minutes. Should she be a person who stands tall but struggles to make ends meet? Or a pet confined in a cage, yet enjoying luxuries and riches? Having made her decision, Han Shuyao tidied up her appearance thoroughly. She took a deep look at herself in the mirror, then resolutely pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. Sumu was leaning against the headboard, idly scrolling through his phone. Han Shuyao walked up to his bed and knelt down decisively. The thought of what she was about to do made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. But since she had chosen to come last night, there was truly no turning back. In the end, she firmly uttered the address that no man could refuse. Han Shuyao's words were spoken in a soft, hushed tone, yet every syllable was delivered with a delicate but biting precision. Sumu looked down at her from his towering height. In the morning light, the ornament around Han Shuyao's neck gleamed with a cold luster, creating a stark contrast with her ears, which were burning red, a sight that made one's blood pressure spike. Sometimes a single form of address was enough to restore a man's vigor in an instant. Without wasting words, Sumu pulled her back onto the bed. This one-sided domination, which had kicked off early in the morning, dragged on relentlessly until well past noon before finally coming to an end. Han Shuyao's mind wavered between haziness and clarity for dozens of rounds, but in the end she succumbed to the overwhelming exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. When Sumu climbed out of bed, he found that not only were his legs not weak, but even his lower back felt perfectly fine. The basic stamina enhancement that the system had granted him last night was nothing short of an inhuman godlike skill. He felt as if he could go out and run another 10 kilometers on the track. Humming a tune, he slipped into the bathroom for an invigorating hot shower. Wrapping a towel around himself, he sauntered out and grabbed his phone, only to find 2 unread messages on the screen. The first message was from Sue Banksia. Sumu, I'm free this week. Could that sometime you mentioned last time be set for these 2 days? I have something I want to tell you in person. The 3 messages were sent at intervals of 4 minutes and 7 minutes. Just by looking at the increasingly prolonged pauses, Sumu could picture that timid girl lying in bed typing and deleting, torn over what to say. The second message was an itinerary report from Muchanga. I miss you. I want to come over this afternoon. And Banksia too. Can we come together? Sumu stared at the 2 messages for 3 seconds. Then slowly he shifted his gaze from the phone screen and began to survey the scene of the crime that had been ravaged for most of the night. The explosion-proof glass balcony door worth tens of thousands had nearly shattered the night before. The Hermes throw pillows on the living room sofa had been kicked into disarray. One of them lay pitifully under the coffee table, while another was wedged deep into the crevice of the leather, so stuck that it couldn't even be pulled out. Barefoot, Sumu walked around the living room. Even if he called the royal housekeeping team from Tangshanipin, right now it would take at least 2 hours of intense cleaning before the place was presentable. Earlier, when Mu Change's progress had broken through 50, the system had rewarded him with a private hot spring estate on Chongming Island, the Xinghu Private Hot Spring Manor. Covering a massive 4,000 square meters, it not only boasted a highly private hot spring, but also came with an independent lake view. Sumu's fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed a message to Mu Changa. Don't come to Tangshanipin today. They'll take you out for a trip. Wait for me at the school gate at 2 in the afternoon. Dress lightly. We're going to soak in hot springs. Having smoothly arranged the upcoming itinerary, Sumu turned and sauntered back to the master bedroom. Han Shuyao was still curled tightly under the premium down comforter, deeply nestled in the center of the large bed. The half of her face that was visible had tiny droplets clinging to her lashes. Whether sweat or something else, it was impossible to tell. She was sleeping so soundly that her breathing was barely perceptible, and she even unconsciously burrowed a little deeper into the still warm bedding beside her. Sumu didn't intend to wake this newly caged songbird. He pulled out his phone, found Han Shuyao's WeChat, and casually transferred some pocket money to her. Contact the property management to clean this apartment when you wake up this afternoon. Your performance just now was good. I've always liked keeping cats, you know. After sending the money and the message, he strolled to the custom key cabinet in the entryway. Opening the drawer, he took out a spare access card and placed it next to Han Shuyao's bag. Having completed the aftercare, Sumu turned and went into the dressing room, changing into a clean casual outfit. Grabbing the keys to his Porsche 911, he strode out the door. As the private elevator sped downward, his phone screen lit up. It was the latest reply from Muchanga. Okay. Accompanied by a particularly obedient rabbit face sticker. Sumu slipped his phone back into his pocket, whistled cheerfully, and was in a great mood. Since both of the top-tier little lambs were ready, he wasn't going to hold back. After all, having just tasted the forbidden fruit, he was at the height of his newfound appetite. With the constitution-enhancing cheat to back him up, Han Shuyo's meager fighting capabilities were far from enough to satisfy his operations. At 1:30 in the afternoon at the girls' dormitory building of Mota University. When Muchanga received Sumu's message, the speed at which she sprang up from bed was even faster than her reaction to the whistle during military training. She yanked open her wardrobe door and began frantically rummaging through it with both hands. She picked out clothes one by one and tossed them onto the bed. After spreading out all her belongings, Muchanga sat cross-legged on the bed, her brows furrowed even more tightly than when tackling a final calculus exam. Su Banksia sat on the lower bunk opposite, holding an unopened CT6 vocabulary book, her eyes secretly darting toward Muchanga. She hesitated for over 10 seconds, her lips opening and closing repeatedly before she finally squeezed out a small sentence. Sister Changa, could I take a look at your white tank top? Muchanga paused in her clothes sorting. She looked up at Su Banksia, a flicker of indescribable complex emotion passing through her eyes. After a few seconds' pause, she spoke. Come over and pick together. Muchanga shifted her bottom farther back on the bed to make half a seat for Su Banksia. The two squeezed onto that 1.2-meter single bed and started rummaging through the pile of clothes. Changa, actually, with your good looks, you'd look great in anything. But for going to a hot spring, this pink t-shirt with the collar stretched out from washing really doesn't seem appropriate. Muchanga hurriedly flipped through the clothes and took out a pair of black shorts. What about these? I bought them when I first arrived as a freshman. Do they go with this white t-shirt below? Su Banksia glanced at the shorts, which were slightly frayed. Changa, Sumu, our junior, is so rich. Should we go out and buy a couple of new outfits before we go? Muchanga sighed at this. How can we go by now? He's waiting for us at the school gate at 2 o'clock. The two huddled on that tiny bed, only 1.2 meters wide, chattering away. Zhongling, who had been taking a nap, was woken up by the crisp sound of a clothes hanger hitting the floor. She poked her head out from the covers, rubbed her eyes, and said weakly, I say, you two young ladies, what are you messing around with in the middle of the day instead of sleeping? I stayed up late last night binge watching a show and was dead tired. I finally fell asleep, and you woke me up. As she complained, she looked down and happened to see Muchanga holding up a slightly backless dress to compare. Zhongling's gossip radar instantly powered up to full capacity. Wait. She leaned half her body out of the upper bunk, her voice still hoarse from just waking up. What are you two up to? Picking out clothes in the middle of the day. And together? Muchanga didn't know how to respond, so she just kept rummaging through the pile of clothes. Su Banksia's face reddened all the way to the roots of her neck at the question, and the shorts in her hand nearly dropped. Seeing no one answer, Zhongling scrambled down the ladder from the upper bunk in 2 steps. She held the shorts up to her eyes and examined them for 2 seconds. These are way too short, Muchanga. When did you develop this style? She turned the shorts over to look again, then twisted around to stare into Muchanga's eyes. Where exactly are you going? Come clean. Muchanga glanced up at her, took back her shorts, and continued folding. Going to a hot spring. A hot spring. Zhongling's voice jumped an octave. With that domineering junior from yesterday. Not telling you. If you don't have to say it, I know. Who else but your divine boyfriend? Zhongling got excited herself as she spoke and plopped down next to Su Banksia. Wait a minute, Su, you're going to. Su Banksia's head nearly buried into her chest. She nodded once, then quickly shook it. Zhongling looked back and forth between the two, her expression shifting from curiosity to shock. Changa, you're taking Su to meet your boyfriend. And soaking in a hot spring together. What kind of move is this? I can't figure it out. Fong Jin's on the upper bunk was also woken up. She poked half her face out from the covers and asked in a muffled voice. What's all the noise about? Zhongling immediately looked up and shouted. Jin's, come down quick. Changa is going to a hot spring with that Tang Shinipin Jr., and she's bringing Su too. Fong Jin's head popped out from the covers. A hot spring. The one who bought the top floor of Tang Shinipin. Su is going too. The 3 questions shot out like rapid fire, and Fong Jin's body slid down the upper bunk ladder. Which hot spring place? I'm going to. Muchanga looked helplessly at her 2 roommates whose eyes were practically glowing. What are you going for? To see the world. Fong Jin said matter-of-factly. I haven't even seen that mysterious junior in person. Yesterday Lingling described him as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Plus I've never met someone so rich in my life. A real person right there. If I don't go see him with my own eyes, I'll regret it for my entire 4 years of college. Zhongling nodded frantically beside her and grabbed Mu Change's arm. Sister Changa, good sister, dear sister, take me too. Mu Changa gave her a suspicious look. Didn't you see him yesterday? Why are you joining the fun? Zhongling said with a perfectly natural expression. You're all going, and if I don't, won't I be missing out? Mu Changa looked at the two faces full of gossip and excitement, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's not my treat, so how can I decide? Then ask your boyfriend. If you ask, how could he refuse? After saying that, Zhongling leaned close to Mu Change's ear and added in a low voice. Besides, don't you think it's safer with two more people around? What if your guy has any designs on Su Su? This remark hit a nerve in Mu Changa. She glanced at Su Banksia, then down at her phone. They'll ask him first. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Banksia softly said she was going to the bathroom. She hid in the restroom at the end of the hallway, leaning against the tile wall, her heart pounding so fast that she could feel her temples throbbing. She pulled out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Sumo. Junior Su. Mu Changa said, she's bringing me and the roommates to meet you. Did she find out something? Maybe I shouldn't go? If you think it's inconvenient, I can make an excuse not to. After sending the two messages, she gripped the phone tightly in her hand, her palms sweating. In her mind, Mu Changa had taken the initiative to invite her last night. There was only one explanation: the lawful wife had discovered the existence of the concubine. This was a show of force. What awaited her next was not a hot spring, but an execution ground. Yet she had agreed yesterday because she didn't want Su Mu and Mu Changa to have a conflict because of her. So today she planned to explain everything face to face with Su Mu and Mu Changa. But now with the other two roommates joining, the situation was different. If a conflict erupted in front of outsiders, it would surely make Su Mu lose face, and she didn't want that to happen. At that moment, Su Mu, who was driving his Porsche 911 on the road, almost laughed out loud when he saw those two messages. This little pushover's way of thinking was quite something. Clearly she herself was upset, yet she was still trying so hard to consider his feelings. He had just seen Mu Change's message as well. Thinking about the scene of four completely different college girls all gathered together, he was actually quite looking forward to it. Su Mu held the steering wheel with one hand, while his other hand rapidly typed on the screen. Bring them all. The more people, the merrier. Then he replied to Su Banksia. Just treat it like a vacation, don't overthink. After sending, he casually dialed Shen Ziyi's number. Steward Shen arranged two of the best cars to pick people up at the girls' dormitory of Moda University. Be there punctually at 2 o'clock. Also activate the highest level of private reception at Xinghu Estate. Keep the hot spring pool in advance and prepare several sets of women's swimwear. On the other end of the line, Shen Ziyi's voice was as steady as ever. Very well, sir. The cars and estate will be fully ready before 2 o'clock. Do you have any preference for the brand or style of swimwear? You're a woman, you know better than I do. Just pick the best. Understood. After hanging up, Su Mu thought for a moment, then casually transferred 100 yuan to Shen Ziyi's personal WeChat. A token of appreciation. Even an emperor doesn't starve his soldiers. He found Shen Ziyi quite convenient to command. In the monitoring room of the Tangshan Yiping Property Center, Shen Ziyi was sipping a cup of black coffee while processing last night's security logs. A WeChat notification sounded as she tapped to open it. The long string of zeros after the amount made her hand that was holding the mouse pause for a second. 100,000 yuan. Just for an instruction to arrange cars and swimwear, he casually transferred 100 grand. Shen Ziyi turned the phone screen face down on the desk and took a sip of coffee. When she set down the cup, a new bite mark appeared on the rim. She sighed silently. Damned capitalist. Bossing people around like this leaves you no room to complain. He pays way too much. On the cement path before the female dormitory of Moda University, two black Rolls-Royce Phantoms stood steadily in the middle of the road. The extended bodies bearing consecutive license plates completely clogged the already narrow pathway. The heavy metallic texture of these behemoths itself made the surrounding air feel oppressive. The dormitory matron stopped scrolling through short videos on her phone. The sunflower seeds she had just shelled fell into the gap of her slippers, but she didn't bother to pick them up. Female students entering and exiting the building in 2s and 3s all halted their steps. Dozens of phone rear cameras aimed in unison at the two steel giants. Whispers erupted from the crowd in waves. Holy shit, is that a Rolls-Royce? Two extended versions with consecutive plates. Who on earth are they here to pick up? Just as the surrounding chatter threatened to lift the roof off the building, the sliding door of the dormitory was pushed open from inside. Leading the way, Mu Changa had changed into a white short-sleeved shirt and high-waisted denim shorts. Her hair was casually tied in a low ponytail, Su Mu's favorite hairstyle. When her long legs stepped out, they still firmly captured the attention of everyone present. Behind her, Su Banksia wore a light blue crop top that revealed her perfect yoga-honed waistline. With her hair loose, she kept her head lowered, her ears red enough to drip blood. As she walked, her hands kept twisting the hem of her clothes nervously. Zhongling was dressed in a bright yellow miniskirt carrying a bulging canvas bag. Her mouth had been running nonstop since she came downstairs. At the rear, Fong Jin's wore a full set of light makeup and a white dress exuding a faint campus first love vibe. That was the outfit she had rummaged through her wardrobe to find the one she thought could best captivate a man. The four girls walked toward the two luxury cars under the gaze of over 100 pairs of eyes. The murmur in the crowd reached its climax. Zhongling was the first to spot the golden emblem on the hood. Her legs went weak and she leaned half her body weight on Fong Jin's shoulder. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Zhongling blurted out 3 expletives in a row, leaving red marks on Fong Jin's arm. What kind of divine ride is this? Fong Jin, as a native of Modu, had seen plenty even if she hadn't experienced it herself. She had already swallowed several times. Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom Edition. After scanning the car's body, her breathing quickened. A car of this level costs at least 8 million. 2 cars would be 16 million. Zhongling felt her knees were completely out of control. 2 cars cost 16 million. Mu Chang's face showed no exaggerated expression. She had already experienced Su Mu's domineering style of treating money like dirt. The scene of Su Mu crashing his Panamera into her aunt's broken tricycle was etched in her memory. So now she felt not so much shock as pride. This man was now her man. The white-gloved driver in a dark custom suit opened the heavy rear door for them. The 4 of them sat in the back row of the second car. It was only then they realized the car in front was merely for clearing the way. After a few minutes in the car, Zhongling's curiosity got the better of her. She glanced at the driver and noticed the partition blocking the rear, so she relaxed a little. She began to examine the car's details, thinking this might be her only chance to ride in a Rolls-Royce in this lifetime. Her eyes first landed on the built-in mini-fridge next to the business seat. Pulling open the frosted glass door, she saw a neat row of Evian mineral water and sparkling water. She raised her phone and snapped a frenzy of photos at the fridge. Look, this is that Evian that always appears in those CEO short dramas, right? Zhongling wriggled on the leather seat while taking photos. Her finger accidentally touched the hidden control panel on the side of the armrest. The wide seat immediately began to vibrate in a rhythmic massage. This chair can move by itself. Oh my god, it's 10,000 times more comfortable than the foot spa I went to last time. Fong Jin sat in the innermost seat. At first, she also followed Zhongling, touching and looking around. But when she looked up and saw the starry ceiling that changed with the light, she gradually fell silent. Fong Jin leaned back into the top-grade leather seat, sinking into a long silence. The little pride she had as a local had vanished into thin air. She quickly did the math in her mind. Her parents, who had been petty citizens of Modu all their lives, had saved for 20 years only to buy an apartment worth a few million. And that freshman named Su Mu could make 2 extended phantoms appear on time at the dormitory with just 1 phone call. Mu Changa sat next to Su Banksia. She said nothing, only quietly reached out her left hand to hold Su Banksia's cold fingers. Su Banksia's fingers were still trembling uncontrollably. The motorcade drove for another 40 minutes on the highway toward Chongming Island. The scenery outside the window turned into a secluded path lined with tall metasequoias on both sides. The road, paved with gray flagstones, was so narrow that only 1 car could pass one way. This was the private passage exclusive to this manor. In the quiet cabin, only the dull friction of wide tires rolling over stone gaps could be heard. When the car's navigation emitted a prompt tone, an all-black vintage wrought iron gate appeared ahead. The gate slowly opened to both sides. On the left gatepost was embedded a polished brass plaque engraved with 4 large characters, Xinghu Private Manor. The car continued along the private driveway deeper into the estate. On both sides were hedge walls trimmed so neatly that not a single stray leaf could be found, and endless manicured lawns vast enough for a game of golf. After another full 3 minutes of driving along the tree-lined avenue, the main building came into view. Zhongling was the first to stick her head out the half-open window. The next second her voice rose by an octave. Is this really a private house? She turned and tugged hard at Fong Jin's sleeve. Shouldn't a place this scale be called a resort or an ecopark? Fong Jin, forgetting her composure, pressed against the glass to look outside. The ridiculously large standalone manor and the distant private lake shattered her concept of what rich meant. Even more terrifying was that she had grown up in Shanghai all these years and never knew such a place existed on Chongming Island. She vaguely realized this might not just be a matter of money anymore. Su Banksia never once looked out the window. She kept her head down, staring at her hands clasped on her knees. She felt her heart beating so fast that it sent a continuous buzz against her eardrums. Her mind kept replaying scenes from Douyin videos of wives publicly confronting mistresses. The car stopped steadily on the spacious flagstone plaza at the entrance of the estate. 12 service staff in uniform dark gray suits stood in 2 rows. As the white-gloved driver opened the door, the 12 people bowed in perfect unison. Welcome, Miss Mu and esteemed guests. Zhongling clung tightly to Fong Jin's arm. She felt her feet were weak as she stepped on the ground. Jins, pinch me quick. I think I'm having a daydream. Fang Jin's twisted Zhong Ling's arm hard. Listening to Zhong Ling's sharp intake of breath, she turned to look at Mu Chang'e walking ahead. The usual local superiority was gone from Fang Jin's eyes. She finally fully understood why the iceberg campus belle had fallen so completely, even willing to endure injuries the other day without complaint. If it were her, she wouldn't even need to become an assistant. She would probably have to queue up just to be his dog. Sumu stood by the Roman column at the entrance of the manor's main building watching the 4 female college students alight from 2 extended phantom limousines. The scene felt almost like stumbling onto the set of a short drama largely because the expressions on their faces were each more dramatic than the last. Zhong Ling's jaw had been hanging open since she stepped out of the car. Her mind, usually brimming with gossip, was now spinning like a top darting in every direction. Fang Jin's wore a dazed look as if she had been struck on the back of the head with a blunt object. Su Banksia was even worse. From the moment her feet touched the cobblestone path, her chin seemed glued to her collarbone. Her head was buried so low it threatened to disappear into her chest, and she moved only by being pulled along by the person in front. Only Mu Chang'e appeared the most composed. But Sumu keenly noticed that her steps were distinctly faster than usual as she approached. Most tellingly, the curve of her lips was wider than at school, a hint of pride tinged with a touch of showing off. It was as if she were telling everyone, "See, this is my man, impressive, isn't he?" "Everyone here?" Sumu asked casually, though it was a redundant question. Could a 4-person dorm room sprout a 5th person? But Zhong Lin bounced forward like a spring, eagerly answering. All here, all here. Hello, Sumu Jr. Im Zhong Ling changes roommate. She rattled off the words without taking a breath, as if afraid that if she slowed down, Sumu would shove them all back into the car and send them away. Her bounce was so vigorous that her body and her 2 prominent assets seemed to move independently. Sumu glanced at her assets, smiled without a word, and turned to lead the 4 girls, each lost in their own thoughts, deeper into the manor. The exterior was already extravagant, but the interior decor was even more outrageous. The central hall of the main building had a ceiling soaring at least 6 meters high. Directly facing the entrance was an enormous panoramic blast-proof glass wall, through which the private lake and the surrounding walking path were fully visible. Sumu led them along a corridor carpeted with thick wool. To the left they passed an open kitchen larger than their entire dorm room. To the right was a temperature-controlled double-door private wine cellar. Inside, a wall was densely lined with foreign-labeled bottles. Zhong Ling's feet seemed glued to the floor as she pressed her face nearly against the glass door with its password lock, her eyes fixed on the central bottles of red wine for several seconds. Sumu Jr., how much do all these wines cost? I don't know, never bothered to check, Sumu replied without turning back, his pace unbroken. For someone with a daily cash inflow of 100 million, calculating the cost of wine would indeed be an insult to the system. Zhong Ling swallowed hard and hurried after him on legs that had gone weak. By the time they reached the private hot spring area, this self-proclaimed gossip engine of the female dormitory finally gave in. The area featured 3 natural hot spring pools emitting steam. The pools were enclosed by oddly shaped black volcanic rocks into semi-private spaces. On the wooden racks by the pools were neatly arranged full sets of La Mer skincare products alongside perfectly folded light gray towels and bathrobes. Zhong Ling glanced at the bottles and jars worth more than several months of her living expenses, then bent her legs and crouched on a polished stone, clutching her head and wailing, "I've lived 20 years for nothing. Truly for nothing." After 2 seconds, she sprang up, rushed to Sumu, and tugged at his sleeve. Her eyes in this steamy room shone like headlights. "Sumu Jr., can I experience the life of the rich too? Just one dip, okay?" Sumu was amused by her ungraceful display. "Everything's ready. It's all for you to enjoy." Zhong Ling's shriek nearly scattered the steam rising from the pool surface. After showing them around, Sumu led the 4 to the guest rooms on the 2nd floor of the main building. At the end of the corridor was an absurdly spacious changing room. On the large vanity in the center were 4 extravagantly wrapped gift boxes, each tied with a ribbon and bearing a handwritten name, card Mu Chang'e Banksia, Zhong Ling Fang Jins. Zhong Ling's eyes reddened at the sight of her own name. "Wow, there's one for me. You're all Change's roommates, make yourselves at home," Sumu said, leaning sideways against the brass-trimmed doorframe. "Take your time changing. He'll go change too." With that, he turned and headed downstairs, leaving the 4 female college students in the changing room, filled with surprise boxes. Fang Jins, the local Shanghainese experiencing the greatest psychological shift, was the first to open her box. After peeling back several layers of fragrant silk tissue paper, she revealed a light blue Italian bikini set, paired with a thin sheer, sun-protective cover-up. The fabric was so delicate it felt silky to the touch. She flipped the box over, pinched the price tag with her thumb, and glanced at the number. Fang Jins's face shifted through several shades of color. She took a deep breath, her expression complex, and snapped the lid shut. Zhong Ling, like a curious child, leaned in. "What brand is this? How much does it cost?" "Don't ask," Fang Jins replied curtly. But Zhongling was never one to contain her curiosity. She reached for her own box. She pulled out the price tag on her bright yellow bikini and stared at the number for a full 3 seconds. Her lips began to tremble slightly as she turned to look at Mu Chang'e, who was quietly opening her gift box in the corner. Chang'e, this one swimsuit costs as much as a year of my living expenses. A whole year. Mu Chang'e ignored her roommate's exclamations, silently lifting the lid of her own box. Inside was a white tie-side bikini. The design was a dimensional blow to her 20 years of conservative living. The fabric coverage was so minimal that at first glance, she immediately pressed the lid back down firmly. Her face and neck flushed crimson instantly. Her ears were so hot, they could have fried an egg. Zhongling caught a glimpse of white fabric and pounced with a yelp. Let me see how skimpy yours is. Mu Chang'e slapped her hand away. What's there to see? Why are you blushing, Chang'e? It's just a bikini. Haven't you already rolled around on that ridiculously expensive bed at Thompson Riviera with your man? Why the shyness? Mu Chang'e was left speechless, but her face grew even redder. Zhongling carefree grabbed her bright yellow bikini and disappeared into a changing booth. Soon she emerged, boldly twirling before the mirror, quite satisfied with her figure. Then Fang Jins poked her head out from her booth wearing the light blue bikini and looked timidly at the mirror. Zhongling, do you think I've gained weight? I should have eaten less last month. Zhongling didn't turn around. You're just a bit plump, and it's all in the right places. She circled and eyed Fang Jins, lingering a couple of seconds on her backside. Guys probably love your type. I even want to squeeze you. Fang Jins blushed, but was clearly pleased by the comment. She finally mustered the courage to step out of the booth. Mu Chang'e was the last to change after much mental preparation. Standing before the mirror in the white bikini, she kept trying to pull the thin side straps lower. It was useless. The fabric coverage was so minimal, she felt practically naked. Just as she was agonizing over whether to ask Su Mu for a different outfit, a very quiet voice came from behind. Chang'e. She turned to see Su Bangxia standing at the booth entrance. The light pink bikini on Su Bangxia was a devastating sight. It accentuated her waistline honed by years of yoga to an astonishing degree. But the girl's state was terrible. Her hands were crossed in front of her, her eyes fixed on the floor, her voice barely a whisper. I've never worn anything like this. Is it too revealing? Mu Chang'e looked at her flustered state, and the vague bitterness in her heart suddenly faded a little. She walked over, pulled Su Bangxia's hands down, and studied her seriously for 2 seconds. You look great. I'll definitely like it. Su Bangxia's fingers shrank in her palm, but didn't pull away. 20 minutes later, the 4 girls wrapped in oversized gray bath towels made their way to the edge of the temperature-controlled private pool. Su Mu was already soaking comfortably in the water. He lounged half-naked against the volcanic rock at the edge of the pool. His arms were casually draped over the rough stone border. The waterline just brushed against his waist. The perfectly sculpted Adonis belt, enhanced by the system, was faintly visible beneath the clear ripples. This visually striking display of male allure was blatantly presented before the 4 college girls. The distinct muscle contours of his forearms were visible even through the rising mist, with beads of water clinging to them. It was a scene brimming with masculine tension. If a wealthy older woman had seen this, she would probably fight to secure Su Mu for herself. Even those young girls without money might decide to work to support him. Upon seeing this, the 4 girls halted in perfect unison. Zhongling was the first to react. This time she didn't let out a gasp. But the sound of her swallowing was loud enough for Su Mu to hear. Who said only men could be lustful? Judging by Zhongling's reaction, Su Mu suspected that if no one else were around, she would charge straight at him. Fang Jins's gaze swept over Su Mu wildly twice before she quickly turned her face away. Her ears were burning red, almost bleeding. Although she wasn't the type to lose her composure over a handsome face. But when it came to someone with both wealth and looks, she truly couldn't handle it. Su Bangxia was the most pathetic. She buried her entire head into the soft fluff of her towel, pretending to be an ostrich. Especially after hearing Mu Chang'e's words in the changing room. She became acutely aware that Mu Chang'e must have known something. She just didn't understand why Chang'e seemed not to be very angry. In fact, she even felt a hint of relief. Although Mu Chang'e was shy while changing clothes, she was the most generous at this moment. Because she knew that if she continued to be coy, it would only embarrass Su Mu. She pulled off her towel, folded it neatly, and placed it flat on the wooden rack beside her. The white bikini paired with the eternal cold pride on her face, plus a section of dazzlingly pale, exquisite waist. The pure yet alluring contrast made Su Mu's gaze instantly change. If Mu Chang'e could still get out of bed tomorrow, Su Mu would consider himself defeated. Seeing Mu Chang'e remove her towel, the others began to react. Su Mu glanced at Su Bangxia beside him. At that moment, she looked like a schoolboy being punished, hesitantly taking off her gray towel. The pale pink bikini accentuated her flexible waistline, honed from years of yoga practice. Zhongling, wearing the bright yellow bikini, had no psychological burden at all. After all, she had already danced in front of him in a miniskirt. The girl even performed 2 very standard stretching moves by the pool. Then stepping on the stone steps, she plunged into the water with a splash. Fang Jin's followed behind Zhongling. Standing by the water's edge, she secretly took a deep breath, forcing her chest to rise a full 2 dimensions. After completing this small gesture, she stepped through the splashes and slowly moved into the pool. She even glanced sideways at Su Mu's expression. To her dismay, she found that the Tycoon Jr.'s gaze never drifted towards her. Su Mu's eyes were glued to Mu Chang'e and Su Bangxia. The small hope that had just risen in Fang Jin's heart instantly deflated. She pursed her lips and quietly retreated to the edge of the pool, finding an inconspicuous corner to soak in. Just as the remaining 2 were about to step down the stone stairs into the water, Su Mu fished out a bottle of sunscreen from a pile of jars and bottles by the pool. Although the hot spring is indoors, the UV rays are still quite strong. Su Mu flipped open the cap and twirled it on his fingertip. Any lady need help applying sunscreen? The moment he said this, the atmosphere in the pool became incredibly subtle. Zhongling and Fang Jin both thought Su Mu's words were specifically directed at Mu Chang'e. He had deliberately asked just a little playful banter between the 2. Su Bangxia heard it, and she actually wanted it. She had longed for the feeling when Su Mu massaged her ankle. But even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to ask in front of Mu Chang'e. Mu Chang'e first glanced at Su Mu. Then her gaze shifted to Su Bangxia, who was pretending to be an ostrich. 1,000 thoughts raced through the mind of the official consort in that instant. She stared at Su Bangxia for a full 5 seconds. Finally, a faint, subtle smile curled at the corners of her lips, one that even made Su Mu's scalp tingle. Apply it for Su first. Mu Chang'e spoke very slowly. Her skin is fair, prone to sunburn. Su Bangxia's head shot up. She stared at her best friend in shock. Fang Jin was also stunned by this statement. The girl's mental capacity was now completely insufficient. She watched Mu Chang'e voluntarily push her charismatic boyfriend to apply sunscreen for another girl. Such an explosive move stunned the native of Shanghai, causing her jaw to drop. Was it a test of Su Mu's loyalty? But judging by Mu Chang'e's injuries the other day, and the way she defended Su Mu, that shouldn't be the case. Her mind was in turmoil. What kind of twisted plot development was this? Could it be that this junior and Mu Chang'e weren't in a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? A very dangerous thought suddenly crossed Fang Jin's mind. Since the official consort could accept 1 roommate, wouldn't it be fine to add 1 more? This idea had barely formed in her mind when it scared her half to death. She quickly submerged most of her face into the steaming hot spring water, trying to use the heat of the pool to conceal her now wildly beating heart. Su Mu paid no attention to the inner turmoil of the girls in the water. He squeezed a large blob of white sunscreen into his palm and slowly rubbed it open. A faint sound of the white lotion being rubbed between his fingers. He extended a hand towards Su Bangxia. All right, come to Uncle's side. The others thought he was saying Su, but only Su Bangxia knew what he meant. This man didn't he see the situation. He was still thinking about taking advantage of her. Chang'e was clearly showing signs of knowing something, and he actually agreed. Su Bangxia stood frozen for a few seconds. She looked at Mu Chang'e in a plea for help. Then she turned her head to look at Su Mu sitting by the stone edge. The little pitiable one had already bitten her lower lip almost to the point of drawing blood. Su Bangxia's toes gripped the slippery stone slab tightly. At this moment, taking a step forward. What difference was there from walking to the executioner's platform? Mu Chang'e watched from behind for 2 seconds, then circled around to her back. Her pale palm pressed against that stiff shoulder with a slight push. Hurry up. If you don't go over soon, he'll probably come up to drag you himself. Su Bangxia's bare feet slipped on the moss-covered edge. Her entire body lost control and tumbled toward the hot spring pool. Su Mu didn't even change his posture. A long arm reached out from the water. Effortlessly and naturally, he scooped her into his arms. Be careful, it's slippery here. He then pressed her down to sit on the steaming stone step in front of him. Su Mu squeezed a large dollop of white sunscreen into his palm and slowly rubbed it open. His warm fingertips pressed against that trembling shoulder, gliding down along the lines of the spine. Relax a bit, your muscles are so tight, I can't push through them. Su Bangxia bit her lower lip and nodded, but her thin back only tensed up even more. Su Mu's palm, slick with lotion, slid over her shoulder blades and followed the perfect waistline shaped by years of yoga practice. When his fingertips passed over the 2 deep dimples at her lower back, he pressed down with a hint of mischief. Neither too hard nor too soft. Su Bangxia's originally tense knees suddenly went weak. Her body lunged forward and most of her face headed straight for the misty water surface. Su Mu's other hand reacted swiftly, grabbing that slender waist and pulling the startled little bunny back. If you keep being this unruly, I'll have to hold you down and apply it. Su Bangxia's ears were as red as a boiling kettle. She opened her mouth and let out a few monosyllables, but couldn't force out a single complete word. Zhongling, soaking opposite, was so stunned her mouth hung open. Her entire face was submerged in the water, only her eyes and nose visible. After staring blankly for a full half-minute, she kicked Fong Jin's under the water. Look at Su Mu's hand. Fong Jin's rolled her eyes dramatically. I'm not that blind. That's not what I mean. Look at Change's expression. Zhong Ling elbowed Fong Jin's twice and jerked her chin toward the pool edge. Fong Jin's stealthily glanced in that direction. She found that the official girlfriend was sitting on the bank splashing water with her feet without a hint of displeasure on her face. Fong Jin's felt her mind truly couldn't keep up. Su Mu lingered on that yoga-toned waistline, applying sunscreen thoroughly, then gave her shoulder 2 pats. All right, go soak now. When Su Banksia stood up, her legs trembled, as if electrified. She supported herself on the mossy edge and stumbled step by step into the pool. The girl finally stopped at a blind spot a good 20 meters away from Su Mu. She crouched down and submerged half her head under the water, blowing bubbles frantically. Su Mu casually rinsed the lotion off his hands in the water and turned to look at the tall figure standing on the bank. He swaggered over and patted the stone slab in front of him. Your turn, Your Majesty the Empress. Mu Change's beautiful eyes went wide. What Empress? And you with all these formalities? Though she grumbled, her 2 long shapely legs obediently moved over. She sat down on the warm stone with her back to Su Mu. Her slender fingers swept the low ponytail over her left shoulder vulnerably, presenting the perfect curve of her back. This time Su Mu didn't even bother to spread the lotion in his palm. His palm pressed against the edge of the white bikini's strings, moving back and forth repeatedly. Each stroke hovered at the brink where the strings were about to slip off. Mu Change's breathing soon became utterly disordered. Even the rhythm of her chest rising and falling began to quicken uncontrollably. Su Mu leaned forward, his voice low against that reddened ear. You look really good in this. Wear this tonight. Mu Changa turned her head with a mix of shame and annoyance, her eyes glistening with a moist mist. This expression held no intimidation whatsoever. It only made one want to tease her more. Don't even think about it. I only meant wear this for swimming tonight. Where did your mind go? Su Mu chuckled, his knobby fingers pulling back and forth on that thin string ready to come undone at any moment. Are there some inappropriate images stored in that head of yours? Mu Change's face, now including her neck, burned scarlet. She stood up, didn't look back, and rushed down the steps into the water. Wading all the way to Su Banksia's side, she submerged half her face and joined in blowing bubbles. Zhong Ling had watched the entire show from across the pool. She turned to look at Fong Jin's, also blowing bubbles, feeling like a giant light bulb that could illuminate the whole scene, even without glowing. The thick, ambiguous atmosphere in the air kept rising with the steam. Zhong Ling, whose mouth couldn't hold back words, decided to find a topic to change the atmosphere. She paddled a couple of steps toward the middle of the pool, her hands gripping the black volcanic rock edge. Junior Su Mu. How many small goals did this estate cost? Su Mu leaned lazily against the warm stone wall, not even opening his eyes. Didn't cost anything. It was a gift. Fong Jin, who was soaking in the corner, had just swallowed a mouthful of spring water. Hearing this, she choked and coughed for a long time. Zhong Ling quickly went over and patted her bare back. Fong Jin coughed so hard her tears streamed down, and with a hoarse voice, she stared at the man leaning against the stone with his eyes closed. Fong Jin, while coughing silently, started mental arithmetic in the water. A private estate on Chongming Island covering about 40 mu, about 6 acres. Not counting the exclusive lake and lawn outside. Plus this entire house of naturally diverted hot spring pools. She ran the property prices she'd heard from her parents through her mind over and over again 3 times. In the end, she found she couldn't even come up with an approximate figure. Fong Jin simply gave up, resisting entirely. This was simply not an asset level that her family could imagine. After the 1-hour hot spring session ended, the 4 girls were led into the spa center. 5 senior female therapists in professional uniforms stood in a row in front of the treatment beds. Beside each therapist was a steaming white towel, and next to it a neat row of bottles that looked expensive. Zhong Ling lay face down on that costly bed, feeling the therapist's technique soften every bone in her body. Miss, what essential oil are you using? Hello, ma'am, this is La Mer's high-end custom essential oil series. The therapist's voice carried the perfect professional tone. Zhong Ling rested her chin on the cushion and turned her head to look at the neighboring bed. Jins, have you used this brand before? Fong Jin was enjoying the shoulder and back massage with her eyes closed. She recalled how she used to save for 2 or 3 months just to buy a small bottle of La Mer lotion, the smallest and cheapest batch, and even then she used it drop by drop. Can you not bring that up? Zhong Ling chuckled, turned over, and stared at the dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling. In my 20 years of life, this is the first time I've tasted such luxury. With today's treatment, I can brag to my dorm neighbors for the remaining 3 years. The therapist's palm with the hot essential oil pushed down along the spine. Zhong Ling let out a satisfied moan, but her mouth kept going. Changa, what? Came Mu Change's muffled voice from the neighboring bed. Does your boyfriend's harem need a gatekeeper? Do you believe he'll pour this bottle of oil down your throat? Come on, if you're too busy, I can really help share the load. That mouth of yours will only stop when something feels it wanted. Sue Banksia, lying on the farthest bed, hadn't uttered a word from start to finish. She pressed most of her face into the soft velvet cushion, hearing her roommates' laughter and chatter around her. The scorching sensation of Sue Mu's touch on her lower back dimples refused to fade. At 6:30 in the evening, Star Lake Manor was fully illuminated by the lights of the lakeside open-air restaurant. The entire long table was draped in exquisite ivory-white linen, and before each person lay a full set of intricately patterned silver-plated cutlery. The edges of the bone china plates bore the manor's discreet, exclusive emblem. In the distance, the vast private lake shimmered with patches of golden ripples under the sunset's afterglow. Sue Mu leaned back in the spacious high-backed chair at the head of the table. He swirled a glass of red wine, observing the cautious demeanor of the four young women before him. He found this scene far more entertaining than the exotic ingredients on the table. Zhongling gripped her knife and fork tightly, sawing at the food on her plate with such force that the sharp metallic screech caused even the professional waiters standing nearby to momentarily lose composure. Fong Jintz, as a local, managed to maintain a semblance of decorum, but barely. She stabbed her silver fork into the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside French foie gras with excessive force, causing the oily liver to launch from the plate's edge. It tumbled twice across the ivory tablecloth before halting beside the base of a wine glass. Fong Jintz's fair face flushed crimson. Sue Banksia, meanwhile, was in a state of mental paralysis from start to finish, unable to determine which hand should hold the knife and which the fork. In the end, she simply used the fork like a chopstick, slowly shoveling food into her mouth. Among the four, only Mu Chang'e maintained an air of composure. This iceberg campus belle, though also a first-timer at such a high-class banquet, possessed an unspoken confidence with Sue Mu by her side. She knew that even if she made a mistake, as long as Sue Mu was willing, she could be in the right. Mu Chang'e tilted her head slightly to glance at Sue Mu. Those beautiful eyes, usually radiating an air of unapproachability, now held only an uncontainable spring of tenderness. The sweet, proud smile at the corner of her lips was impossible to suppress. Just then, the manor's executive chef pushed a silver cart along the stone path. On the cart lay an entire, strikingly large bluefin tuna. The crushed ice beneath it emitted wisps of white mist in the summer evening air. The chef, speaking fluent French, swiftly gave instructions to his young assistant. He picked up an exceptionally sharp filleting knife, and before everyone began slicing the fish along its grain. Zhongling watched the deep red slice of fish being placed into her shallow dish. Could this be the legendary bluefin tuna? Yes, miss. It was airlifted in this afternoon on a private plane. The chef's impeccable Chinese carried a powerful, almost condescending weight. Zhongling, abandoning her fork, picked up a slice with her fingers and popped it into her mouth. She closed her eyes in pure bliss. Wow, my life is complete. She chewed twice, reluctant to swallow, then opened her eyes to look at Sue Mu across the table. No, this is the third time today I've said my life is complete. Zhongling's mouth, even stuffed with delicacies, never stopped. One truly wondered when that little mouth of hers would ever cease. Junior Sue Mu, do you eat like this every day? No, I usually eat at the school cafeteria. Sue Mu swirled his wine glass and replied casually. The cafeteria? Zhongling found the information density of those two words from Sue Mu's mouth quite overwhelming. With your status, you still compete with us for the cafeteria? The braised pork rice on the third floor of the cafeteria is pretty good. 8 yuan a serving, and the portion is generous. Sue Mu said this naturally, and it was truly how he felt. These top-tier ingredients were indeed excellent, but home-style dishes also had their merits. At the very least, he felt that the food from his mother's small restaurant was no less delicious than this. Fong Jintz's thighs, hidden beneath the table, pressed tightly together. The way she looked at Sue Mu had uncontrollably shifted. From the initial shock of hearing he had bought a Porsche outside the girls' dormitory to the numbness of sitting in the back seat of that extended Rolls-Royce with consecutive license plates to this very table. Her mother's lifelong indoctrination about finding a local man shattered into fragments before this meal. She secretly glanced at Sue Mu under the cover of the ivory tablecloth, then at the gentle Mu Chang'e beside him, and finally at Sue Banksia, who was silently struggling with a piece of broccoli diagonally across. A terrifying heretical thought, one she herself deemed scandalous, took root and flourished deep in her mind. Since Mu Chang'e could tacitly allow Sue Banksia into this circle, wouldn't adding her be acceptable too? Perhaps even Zhongling could be brought along. What man could resist such a temptation? The moment this seductive thought fully formed, it startled even her. Fong Jintz guiltily lowered her head and gulped down the remaining half-glass of Romani Conti. After dinner, the four young women were politely escorted to the lakeside viewing terrace for dessert. Bored upstairs, Sue Mu carried his water glass down the wooden staircase and spotted a graceful figure in a dark gray haute couture business suit waiting on the stone path at the manor's entrance. It was his personal butler Shinzi. She held a sleek black leather folder in her hands, her long hair meticulously coiled into a neat low bun. She stood silently among the row of temporary service staff in dark gray uniforms. Compared to the naive college girls upstairs who had yet to face the harsh realities of life, Shinzi's trained, capable demeanor was strikingly prominent. Sumu leaned against the cool Roman stone pillar, finding her increasingly efficient and pleasing to employ. Butler Shin, today's arrangements were well handled. Hearing his voice, Shinzi immediately turned and bowed slightly in Sumu's direction. Mr. Su, if you plan to stay overnight, the main building and guest rooms have all been changed and prepared. Do you have any adjustments regarding the service team's work details today? No issues. Sumu twirled his glass between his fingers. Where did today's service staff come from? Are they attached to the manor itself? After the property rights of Star Lake Manor were fully transferred to your name, the old management team was completely withdrawn as per protocol. The staff here today were temporarily borrowed from the cooperative security channels of Thompson Riviera to fill the scene. Shinzi stepped forward, opened her leather folder, and handed over a densely packed report sheet. If you plan to use Star Lake Manor long-term or frequently, I recommend directly recruiting a dedicated permanent team for daily maintenance and reception. Sumu glanced at the paper for half a second before closing the folder. You handle this. Shunzi's fingers holding the folder paused in midair for half a second. She lifted her eyes to look directly at Sumu. The Thompson Riviera Penthouse and Star Lake Manor. Both will be under your management from now on. It'll triple your annual salary. Sumu chose to directly poach her with money. After all, finding someone both capable and pleasing to the eye wasn't easy. If money could solve it, he didn't mind spending a bit extra. Yet Shinzi didn't immediately nod in agreement. She remained still, thinking quietly for nearly half a minute. Mr. Su, my labor contract with the original property company still has 14 months to run. What's the penalty? Shunzi softly quoted a 7-figure compensation that would make any ordinary person wince. Sumu didn't even furrow his brow as he held his water glass. That's not a problem. If you're willing, the money will be in your personal account before noon tomorrow. Think it over tonight. With that, he handed the report sheet back to Shinzi. Standing in the night breeze, Shinzi watched his tall, upright figure grow distant. She looked up at the brightly lit terrace on the second floor where the 4 chattering young girls were visible. Feeling the cool night air, she hugged the heavy folder to her chest. Turning, she walked toward the black business car parked outside the manor gates. The mechanical click of the door locking was especially crisp in the silent night. She sat in the driver's seat, staring at the steering wheel for a full 3 minutes. It was a decision that would determine her future. What she contemplated was never refusal, but rather in what capacity she would join. Finally, Shinzi picked up her phone and sent Sumu a message. Mr. Su, there's no need for you to advance the penalty. I can handle it myself. But since it's dual management, I'll need you to set a time to sign a formal employment agreement specifying my scope of duties and authority. Sumu chuckled when he saw these 2 lines on his phone screen. Dealing with a smart and ambitious woman was truly refreshing. Neither servile nor arrogant, no coy games or push-pull. Fine, but you'd better think clearly about how far you're willing to go. Evening came, and it was time to assign rooms. 4 girls stood in the corridor on the second floor. The manor's housekeeper came respectfully to ask Sumu. Mr. Su, there are 12 guest rooms on the second floor. 6 on this side face the lake view, and the other 6 face the garden. How would you like to arrange them? Sumu didn't even glance at the floor plan in the housekeeper's hand. He turned directly to Mu Changa. You decide. After coming to her senses, Mu Changa took the floor plan, scrutinized it twice, and then pointed her finger at several rooms. Let Jin Se and Zhongling have the 2 lakeview rooms on the second floor. Su can stay in the side bedroom next to the master bedroom. The administrator marked 3 spots on the map with a pen. Mu Changa hadn't assigned herself a room at all. After returning the floor plan to the administrator, she turned and stared directly at Sumu. She clearly remembered the words Sumu had said by the hot spring pool that afternoon. Were this set tonight? The housekeeper, perceptive, took the map, bowed, and withdrew. After getting her room, Zhongling began rolling wildly on the custom-made king-size bed. She rolled from the headboard to the footboard and back again, finally wrapping the blanket into a ball, hugging it to her chest, and screaming. I've never slept on such a big bed in my life. It's wider than my living room. But Fong Jin's didn't return to her own room. Instead, she turned and knocked on Su Banxia's door. Su Banxia opened the door wearing a silk robe provided by the manor. Her hair was still half wet, and her eyes were slightly red. Jins, why are you here? I can't sleep and wanted to chat. Is that okay? Fong Jins carried 2 cans of sparkling water inside, and plopped down on the sofa beside Su Banxia's bed. Su, you've actually known Junior Sumu for a long time, right? Upon hearing this, Su Banxia twisted the belt of her robe, tightly hesitated for a long while, and then nodded. Then do you know what he usually likes? Or what hobbies he has? Su Banxia gave Fong Jins a puzzled look. Fong Jins felt a bit uneasy under the gaze and cleared her throat to cover up. I'm just curious, that's all. Since he went to so much trouble to entertain us today, I want to know his preferences just in case I have a chance to return the favor someday. Sue Banksia lowered her head and thought carefully. Actually, I haven't known him for very long either. He doesn't seem to have any special hobbies. It's just, he likes to take advantage of people verbally. Fong Jins silently noted this information, and after some idle chatter, she began probing again, intentionally or not. So when did he and Chang'e get together? I'm not sure. Sue Banksia's answer came too quickly with a hint of deliberate concealment. Seeing this, Fong Jins tactfully didn't press further. After exchanging a few more trivial words, she slipped back to her own room. She lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, her mind full of everything she had seen today. The stretched Rolls-Royce, the private luxury manor, the airship Bluefin Tuna, and Romanicani. And Su Mu's clean, handsome face, and that unforgettable vline. She turned over, burying her face in the pillow and pressing her burning ears hard. The master bedroom was at the far end of the 3rd floor. After closing the door, Su Mu didn't rush straight to the point. Instead, he led Mu Chang'e to the bedside table. On the solid wood surface lay a Tiffany blue gift box, its ribbon tied neatly. Open it. Mu Chang'e glanced at him, and then untied the ribbon. Inside the box, black velvet lined the base, and in the center lay a minimalist platinum collarbone chain. The pendant was a tiny, perfectly cut star-shaped diamond refracting dazzling light under the warm glow of the bedroom. Sumu took the necklace from her hand, walked behind her, and fastened it himself. The platinum chain felt cool against her collarbone, carrying a hint of early autumn. Sumu leaned down, his lips close to her ear. This is the star of Star Lake Manor. From now on you are the mistress here. Mu Chang'e looked down at the star-shaped pendant on her collarbone. Hearing Su Mu's words, all the iceberg-like defenses she had built up completely collapsed. She turned around, stood on tiptoe, and pressed her lips to his. Su Mu's fingers slid down along Mu Chang'e's waistline, hooked the side tie of her white bikini, and gently pulled it down. Mu Chang'e trembled as if electrocuted. Su Mu's enhanced physique was firing on all cylinders. Mu Chang'e completely shed her icy facade. But just at the most critical moment, the phone screen on the floor began vibrating wildly again. Su Mu raised his hand and flung the phone out through the half-open window into the lawn below. Fuck the phone, interrupting my fun again. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, nothing would make him stop. About an hour later, Su Mu looked down at the woman in his arms, limp as mud, his eyes sweeping over the blooming red plum blossom on the sheets. On time, the familiar mechanical prompt of the system sounded in his mind. Target name Mu Chang'e, overall rating ice skin and jade bones, Snow White, and stunning hidden trait husband. As the authority, current progress 65. Su Mu gazed at the evaluation panel, lost in thought. He finally understood what Snow White and stunning meant. Truly white. Every inch of her body without a trace of darkness. Also, this development progress was very interesting. He had tried it before with Han Shuyao. Even going all the way didn't mean the progress would reach 100. Moreover, the standards for each target were clearly different. He was genuinely curious now. What conditions exactly were needed to achieve this so-called 100% complete development? Mu Chang'e turned her head to see Su Mu, who was still brimming with energy, completely defying reason. She bit her rosy lips, reached her hand into the small bag under the pillow, and pulled out something that looked like a tube of toothpaste. When Su Mu saw it clearly, he was utterly stunned. You usually carry this in your bag. Mu Chang'e buried her burning cheeks entirely into the soft pillow. Last time when Zhong Ling was educating us on this topic in the dorm, I casually bought one online and kept it in my bag just in case. Su Mu had still harbored a trace of pity for a beginner. But now, with a beauty extending an invitation, how could he say no? Ding. Target Mu Chang'e progress breaks through 70 major milestone. Congratulations, host, on triggering an epic reward. Reward 67 absolute controlling stake in Starlight Commercial Plaza, core business district of Magic City University Town. Su Mu looked at Mu Chang'e, who had fallen asleep, and reached out to cover her securely with the expensive goose-down quilt. Meanwhile, in the side bedroom on the 2nd floor, Su Banksia and Fong Jins had been huddled on the bed whispering gossip. Although the soundproofing of the manor's master bedroom was truly flawless. But at a certain silent moment, just now, Mu Chang'e's overly high-pitched cry of pain had faintly traveled through the ventilation ducts. The two girls instantly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Fong Jins's fair face quickly flushed like a boiled crab. She crawled out of Su Banksia's bed and coughed twice, very awkwardly. Well, I'm suddenly a bit sleepy. We'll go back to sleep now. Su Banksia lowered her head, pinching the edge of the blanket, and replied, Fong Jins gently closed the solid wood door and returned to her Lakeview room. She tossed and turned on the 2-meter-wide bed, her mind full of those messy late-night theater scenes. The manor night was so quiet that only the occasional chirping of summer insects from the distant lake could be heard. At the same time, the fluorescent lamp in the counselor's office at Magic City University stubbornly remained lit. Su-Man sat behind the solid wood desk, twirling a black pen in her hand restlessly round after round. The clock hands on the wall mercilessly pointed to 10 o'clock in the evening. She had waited relentlessly from 9 in the morning until now, yet that freshman named Su-Mu hadn't even shown a single strand of hair in this office. The phone screen on the desk lit up, still no answer. Su-Man could no longer contain her anger and slammed the pen onto the desk. Fine you, Su-Mu. Considering you can drive a Porsche, I was originally going to give you a way out today. Looks like you think I have no way to deal with you, huh? We'll see about that. The sharp clicking of high heels echoed through the office corridor late at night. The sound was urgent and fierce. Muchanga had no idea how long she had been unconscious. It could have been 3 days and 3 nights, or merely half an hour. When she reopened her eyes, she felt as though she had been hauling bricks at a construction site for 3 days straight. Even turning over was an effort, and her throat was parched to the point of smoking. But she didn't even bother to wipe the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. Her first instinct was to feel down her neck. Only when she touched that cool metallic texture did she feel at ease. The star-studded platinum chain lay faithfully against her skin. Muchanga pinched the star-shaped diamond between her fingers and rubbed it repeatedly. A faint smile quietly bloomed on her usually cold and aloof face. Awake. Next time see if you dare to be so stubborn. Su-Mu handed her a glass of warm water. Muchanga gritted her teeth, propping up her aching waist to barely sit up. She held the cup with both hands and swallowed several mouthfuls of water. Finally, her dry throat could produce something like normal sound. She stared at the energetic culprit beside her and protested. Su-Mu, you bastard, I was already begging for mercy, but the more I yelled, the harder you went. Were you trying to dismantle me? Su-Mu remained in a reclining posture, casually took the empty glass and placed it on the solid wood bedside table. I'm not taking the blame for this. He patted Muchanga's pert bottom through the blanket. At that time, someone was the one who took it out. Su-Mu's eyes held a playful glint. Now that you're full, you're trying to push all the responsibility onto me. Muchanga's fair cheeks flushed red from her neck to her earlobes like a steam engine about to emit heat. She grabbed the edge of the blanket with both hands and pulled it up repeatedly, trying to cover her burning face with the top of the quilt. I was only thinking of using that to help you because I was afraid you'd overwork yourself. Su-Mu laughed out loud at that. Afraid I'd overwork myself. He deliberately dragged out the last syllable, teasing. You underestimated your man's abilities. Now you know how powerful your man is. This suggestive banter completely defeated Muchanga. She simply yanked the blanket over her head, covering herself tightly, and curled into a ball in the center of the bed, even hiding her restless toes. She was no different from an ostrich. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Su-Mu graciously let her off. He rubbed her head through the thick blanket and stopped. The lump of bedding wriggled on the bed for a full 2 minutes. Only after confirming that Su-Mu no longer intended to tease her did she slowly slide open a crack. Muchanga poked her tousled head out again, her expression turning serious. Su-Mu, I want to talk about something serious, don't interrupt. She inched closer to Su-Mu's arm, still wrapped in the blanket. She clutched the corner of the blanket tightly against her chest, took a deep breath to steady her rhythm, and after a few seconds of gathering herself spoke. Actually, this afternoon, by the hot spring pool, I asked you to put sunscreen on Su-Su first. Su-Mu felt the sincerity in her tone and refrained from joking, simply watching her quietly. Those beautiful eyes of Muchanga now surged with unprecedented honesty. I wasn't testing Su-Su, nor was I testing you. Nor was I pretending to be generous to win your favor. She lowered her gaze and once again rubbed the star-shaped pendant between her fingers. I've really thought it through. Lifting her eyes again, she looked directly into Su-Mu's pupils, as if she wanted to lay her inner world bare for Su-Mu to see through her eyes. I can't live without you, Su-Mu, do you understand? I've been thinking these past few days how wonderful it would be if that day of the companion playdate I wasn't just pretending to be your girlfriend, but was actually your girlfriend. But as you said, someone like you can't be trapped by a single tree. In the future, you won't just have Su-Su. There will be all kinds of new women like that housekeeper or that female lawyer. These words Muchanga seemed to say both to Su-Mu and to herself, laying all her thoughts honestly before Su-Mu. That was her way of loving him. At this moment her mind was perfectly clear. She had never harbored the illusion that Su-Mu would live his life only for her. Or rather, under her doctrine of taking her husband as the center, she had always been the one accepting. Even if Su-Mu confidently declared himself a playboy, she had never considered leaving. But I have one request. No matter how many girls you come to like in the future, she rubbed the necklace on her chest again, biting her lip, uttering the most humble plea with the fiercest tone. Don't give the same chain to any other girl. At least let this necklace truly belong only to me. The air in the master bedroom stagnated for 2 seconds. Looking at this woman who was hard to tell if she was foolish or wise. Su-Mu leaned down and pressed his lips to her forehead, still beaded with fine sweat. His deep masculine voice echoed in the room. Everything as you wish. The moment Mu Changa heard those words, she finally shed all the armor she had been forcing herself to wear. She naturally buried her face in Su Mu's solid chest and rubbed greedily like a kitten receiving its master's response. Then we have an agreement. Even if you really meet a more charming temptress later, you must never give a necklace like this, with stars, to anyone else. By the end her words blurred together. The rhythm of her breath against his chest gradually became long and steady. Her inexperienced body couldn't bear the earlier ordeal. Having just poured out the card she had been holding back, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep again. Su Mu raised a finger and carefully tucked a few strands of damp hair behind her ear. He lifted the edge of his own blanket, slipped on his slippers, and got out of bed. He casually grabbed a gray robe and threw it on. Thanks to the physical enhancement from the system, Su Mu's body now brimmed with enough energy to run another 10,000 meters on the playground. The word rest simply didn't exist in his dictionary. After all, there was still a little lamb waiting for him for a long time. Su Mu stood outside the door of the side bedroom. A thin strip of warm yellow light faintly seeped from under the thick wooden door. The little aggrieved one inside was clearly still tossing and turning on the bed. Su Mu rapped twice on the door panel. For a long time there was no response from inside. After a full 5 seconds of silence, just as Su Mu wondered if he had guessed wrong, and she had already fallen asleep, a voice thick with nasal congestion and obvious tremors squeezed through the crack. "Who is it?" Knowing she was still awake, Su Mu didn't reply and simply pushed the door open. Inside, Su Bangxia was curled up in the corner of the bed in her nightgown. Her slender legs were tightly pressed against her chest, and her arms squeezed the pillow so hard it seemed about to suffocate. When she clearly saw that the intruder was Su Mu's face, her rigid back noticeably relaxed by half an inch. But within half a second her thin shoulders started to tense up again. She was relieved because the intruder wasn't some strange pervert. But she was aggrieved because this was the same pervert who had just been bullying her best friend next door without a care. Su Mu's gaze roamed casually over this little aggrieved one's face. Both of her eyes were puffy with red rims. There were still undried watermarks on the pillowcase beside her. No need to guess, as she had been hiding under the blanket, secretly wiping away who knew how many tears. Su Mu casually crossed his arms and leaned lazily against the doorframe. He didn't follow the script by asking some nonsense like, "Why are you crying?" Rather than provoke her into crying again, it was better to give her something to do directly. That would calm her emotions faster. Someone once boasted on WeChat that she would show me her newly learned massage skills. Su Mu kicked off his slippers and stepped directly onto the soft carpet. "My bones are aching all over today. Is your promise still valid?" Su Bangxia was visibly taken aback by those words. She glanced up at Su Mu, then lowered her gaze to the fingers clutching the pillow. "Now? You mean right now, eh? If not now, do you expect to wait until tomorrow?" Su Mu strode in casually and sat directly on the edge of the bed. In truth, Su Mu didn't really care about the massage itself. He knew the temperament of this little pushover. The more you tried to console her directly, the deeper she burrowed into her own corner of stubbornness. It was better to assertively give her something to do first to pull her attention away. Su Bangxia hesitated only for a few seconds before obediently setting down the crumpled pillow she had been kneading, crawling on her knees from the corner of the bed to behind Su Mu. The moment her soft fingertips touched his shoulders and back, her hand trembled. "Relax, I'm not going to eat you." I know." Su Bangxia, blushing, began earnestly pressing Su Mu's shoulders. Her technique was unexpectedly skilled. She had practiced yoga for several years, so her understanding of meridians and acupoints was indeed different from an ordinary person. Su Mu had originally just wanted to give her something to do to calm her emotions. Unexpectedly, it actually felt quite pleasant. He hummed softly, shifted position, and leaned back. "Nice technique. Where did you learn it?" "I learned some from an instructor at the yoga studio before, and later I watched a lot of tutorials online." Su Bangxia's voice gradually steadied, and the pressure of her hands slowly developed a rhythm. "The muscles in the shoulder area are indeed quite stiff, probably from too much exercise." "You guess." Su Bangxia recalled that he had just been in the next room. So she didn't pursue the topic any further and continued pressing with her head down. Uncontrollably, images flashed through her mind of Su Mu throwing down millions to acquire the yoga studio, and the way he stood at the shop entrance uttering those words to the snobbish manager who had bullied her. That night, she secretly cried herself to sleep under the covers. Not out of grievance. It was simply that no one had stood up for her like that in a very, very long time. As she pressed on the force in Su Bangxia's hands gradually lightened. "Su Mu." Her voice suddenly became very small, tinged with a sob. "Moi, I want to tell you something. Don't think him annoying." Su Mu didn't turn around. "Go ahead." Su Bangxia bit her lip. The fingers clutching Su Mu's robe tightened and loosened several times in succession. "I'm really not the kind of girl who throws herself at rich people. It's not because of how much you spend on the yoga studio, or because you paid my mom's medical bills. I'm very grateful for these things, but I also know that doesn't equal love. But when I heard Chang'e talking about you in the dorm, my heart ached, I felt terrible, and even started to. Su Bangxia's voice began to tremble. At that moment, I finally confirmed that my feelings for you are love, not just gratitude. But I really can't control it. From the moment your back shielded me at the yoga studio, I've completely lost control of myself. The more she spoke, the more urgent she became, her tear-soaked sentences tumbling out like beads from a broken string. But Chang'e is my best friend. She's been so good to me, yet here I am secretly longing for her boyfriend. I feel like I'm the most shameless person. Last night, I kept cursing myself. Su Bangxia, how could you be like this? How could you do such a thing? But just seeing you today, I knew last night's scolding was in vain. Su Bangxia sniffled hard, her voice completely hoarse. I said I had something to tell you. I originally thought Chang'e hadn't found out yet, and I wanted to draw a clear line with you. But I'm sorry. Su Mu sat there listening to the intermittent sobbing of the girl behind him. With her personality, whenever she was wronged, she only ever turned the blade on herself. She never harbored resentment toward anyone. Bullied by the world for 20 years, she finally encountered someone who treated her well, yet she still had to berate herself before daring to take a step forward. Su Mu turned around. One hand directly encircled Su Bangxia's slender arms-spanning waist, pulling her entirely into his embrace. Su Bangxia stiffened in fright, her eyes wide with lingering tears. Then let me tell you something too. Su Mu looked down at the tear-streaked little face in his arms, his tone devoid of any teasing. I'm a greedy man. I want to keep both Chang'e and you. Su Bangxia was completely stunned. You, what did you say? Actually, Chang'e has known for a long time. I told her before. Didn't you notice at the hot spring pool today? She deliberately let me apply sunscreen on you first. Su Mu's arms tightened a bit more. He spoke his rogue declaration with complete seriousness. Little Su, I don't want to lie to you. I am indeed a fickle player, but am also a responsible man. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. They'll bear all the responsibilities and consequences alone. You don't need to think about anything. Just stay by my side peacefully. Su Bangxia's lips opened and closed, opened and closed. Her mind was a jumbled mess. Finally, she squeezed out a single extremely faint sentence from her throat. Is this really okay? Su Mu didn't speak, he answered with actions. He lowered his head and kissed her directly. Su Bangxia's body stiffened for about 3 seconds. The hands that had been clutching the bedsheet slowly, tremblingly let go. Not only did she not push him away, at one moment her soft, slender arms even timidly wrapped around Su Mu's neck. Meanwhile, in the second-floor guest room overlooking the lake view of the manor, Fong Jins tossed and turned on the 2-meter-wide king-size bed, completely unable to fall asleep. She pulled out her phone and glanced at the time, 1:17 a.m. After hesitating for a moment, she found her mother's chat window on WeChat. Mom, do you think a guy who's rich, good-looking, and nice to people, but has a few too many girls around him, can I date someone like that? After sending the message, Fong Jins pressed the phone against her chest and started counting seconds while staring at the ceiling. She bet her mom was definitely asleep. If her mom didn't see it, then she would decide to go to sleep and stop overthinking. But the phone instantly vibrated against her chest. Her mother actually replied instantly with a voice message, 57 seconds long. Fong Jins pressed play, and the earpiece blared with the sound of sunflower seeds being cracked and mahjong tiles. Are you out of your mind? A few more? How many? 2 or 3? That's called ability. Our square dance team's leading dancer Aunt Zhang brags endlessly every day. Isn't it just that her daughter works as a personal assistant for some foreign trade boss in Pudong? Look how smug she is. A capable man having women around is not a flaw. An incapable man, even one, is too many. If you really encounter that kind of situation, for heaven's sake, don't shrink in a corner waiting for others to snatch him away. Listen to your mom. Fong Jins directly paused the voice message, not even letting her mother finish. She was afraid that if she listened any longer, her mom would even calculate the bride price for her. Fong Jins shoved the phone under her pillow, rolled over, and buried her face in the soft blanket. Well then, even her mother thought it was fine. What was she hesitating for? They'll listen to my mom. Fong Jins sat up from the bed, stepping out in her silk pajamas. She planned to confront Su Bangxia while this surge of emotion hadn't faded. They were all roommates of Mu Chang'e and now united on the same boat against a common enemy. Rather than harboring secret thoughts and feigning ignorance, it was better to lay everything out in the open. She walked along the corridor to the door of the side room. Fearing that Zhong Ling and Mu Chang'e might hear, she didn't even knock and directly turned the doorknob. As the door swung open, Fong Jins's gaze froze. A pair of large gray men's cotton slippers sat neatly by the bedside. That size was far too big for Su Bangxia's feet. Fong Jins's gaze lifted, and she saw 2 distinct contours beneath the wide silk duvet. Her heart leaped into her throat in that instant. The moment Su Bangxia heard the door open, she nearly jumped out of bed. In a panic, the timid girl instinctively pushed Su Mu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, down and frantically pulled the silk duvet over them both, pretending to be dead. Fong Jin stood at the doorway swallowing hard. She had intended to retreat quietly, but a wild idea flashed through her mind. She silently repeated her mother's words, took a deep breath, and stepped into the room. Feigning ignorance, she walked around the slippers on the floor and sat down at the foot of Su Bangxia's bed. Su, are you asleep? Under the covers, Su Bangxia was so nervous she nearly bit her tongue. She wanted to pretend to be asleep, but feared Fong Jin's might lift the duvet. That would be a disaster, so she had to reply, no, not yet. Fong Jin crossed her legs, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, her voice low and slow. I've been thinking for a long time in my room and finally figured something out. What is it? Su Bangxia's voice trembled like a sieve. It's about Junior Sumu. Fong Jin said, sneaking a glance at the extra bulge under the duvet. Don't you think it's no big deal if a man who's rich, handsome, and kind has a few more women around him? Su Bangxia's face was hot enough to fry an egg. Jin, why are you suddenly talking about this in the middle of the night? I was just thinking, since Chang'e is so magnanimous to bring us along, shouldn't we, as her roommates, learn from her generosity? Fong Jin cleared her throat, staring straight at the extra outline under the duvet. What kind of girls do you think Junior Sumu likes? The cold type like Chang'e, or the soft type like you? Su Bangxia was about to go crazy. Not because of Fong Jin's question, but because someone not only refused to behave, but even dared to slap her. Ding. Su Bangxia's current progress 30 unlocked attribute resignation to fate. Fong Jin continued, speaking unhurriedly from the foot of the bed. Actually, I think for someone like Junior Sumu, a complete setup would be someone to manage affairs, someone to be clothes, and someone to serve tea and water. Su Bangxia was on the verge of tears from Su Mu's teasing, all while pretending to chat normally with Fong Jin. Jin, did you drink too much tonight? I only had a small glass, imperfectly clear-headed. But seeing Su Bangxia about to break, Fong Jin knew in her heart that if she kept acting, Su Bangxia might blow their cover. Fong Jin stood up, smoothed her skirt, and deliberately paused at the door. She turned and tossed a comment toward the lump on the bed. Su, if Junior ever needs someone to serve tea and water in the future, remember to give your sister a chance. She laughed, her voice at a moderate pitch. Don't let good fortune slip to outsiders. The door clicked shut softly. As the footsteps faded away, Su Mu threw off the duvet and rolled over, pressing down on Su Bangxia, ready to let loose. But then he felt a damp warmth on his shoulder. Su Bangxia was crying. Not a fleeting emotional reaction, but honest tears silently falling. Su Mu paused, thinking she was unwilling. He wasn't the type to force himself on a girl. Forget it if you don't want to ill. He immediately withdrew his hands and prepared to leave. But before he could finish, he heard Su Bangxia's soft curse. Stupid uncle. Su Mu stopped in his tracks. I didn't say I didn't want to. Su Bangxia wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her voice both aggrieved and angry. I'm mad at you for teasing me in front of Jins. Do you know how nervous I was? What if she lifted the duvet? How would Chang'e and I face anyone? Su Mu looked at her red, tearful eyes, and something clogged in his chest. Because he suddenly realized something. These days he had been teasing Su Bangxia too easily. Because this girl never resisted, never lost her temper, never even said no. So he got used to it, thinking he could tease her any way he wanted. But on second thought, who was born to be toyed with like that? She endured the fear of being touched in public, the embarrassment of being discovered by her roommate, all the humiliating things, silently taking it all. In the end, she only called him stupid. She didn't really enjoy being bullied. She cherished the rare moments of tenderness he occasionally showed. Even if it was just once or twice, she was willing to suffer countless grievances for those moments. At that moment, the ache in Su Mu's heart far outweighed everything else. He leaned down and gently pulled Su Bangxia into his arms. One hand covered the back of her head, pressing her face against his chest. I'm sorry. Su Bangxia's body trembled. She had never heard those 3 words from Su Mu before. It won't happen again. His voice was very soft. This time Su Bangxia buried her face in his chest and sobbed quietly for a long while. Slowly her arms wrapped around his waist, holding him tightly. The night grew deeper. The lake outside the manor reflected the starry sky, and the chirping of summer insects drifted through every window left ajar. Meanwhile, in a freshman dormitory building on the east side of Magic City University, room 408 at the end of the 4th floor hallway was still lit. A few first-year girls had just finished showering and were lounging on their beds, excitedly gossiping about the campus forum scandal they'd seen today. Did you guys see? That Porsche guy, they say his name is Su Mu. I heard he's with Chang'e from finance. Yeah, I saw it. The photos are all over the place. 2 matching stretch Rolls-Royces parked in front of the girls' dorm to pick her up. Oh my god, that was such a power move. Lu Chang, the big mouth from finance, is his roommate. He said they live in Thompson Riviera apartments starting at tens of millions. No way. What does his family do? A girl on the lower bunk by the window listened quietly to her roommate's chatter. Her hair was like a waterfall of black silk, her skin fair as snow, her eyes bright. Her delicate features held a hint of innocence. She had remained silent until the name Su Mu was mentioned 7 or 8 times. Her brow slowly furrowed. She picked up the phone from beside her pillow, opened WeChat, and scrolled to a chat labeled sister. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she typed a line and sent it. Sis, is that ex-boyfriend of yours Su Mu enrolled in the finance department at Magic City University? At 7:30 the next morning, the first thing to stir in the second-floor corridor of Xinghu Manor was Zhong Ling's vibrant voice. Get up, get up. We've got general education class this morning. If we're late and Su Man catches us, we'll get chewed out again. Dressed in the manor's light-colored robe, her hair tied into a messy bun, she radiated an absurdly high level of energy. Last night a bunch of them had been up late, but she alone resembled a freshly charged electric toothbrush, buzzing straight into action. Zhong Ling first knocked on Fang Jins's door. Jins, are you up? If you don't get up soon, the teacher will mark you absent. After a long pause, the door cracked open. Fang Jins poked out half her face, 2 faint dark circles under her eyes. Her half-dead appearance was a far cry from the exquisite princess she'd been at the banquet the night before. Zhong Ling instantly sensed something off and leaned in. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well? Fang Jins pulled the door closer. Nothing much. Zhong Ling narrowed her eyes. You are in a really weird state. Dark circles, pale face, dry lips. You didn't sneak off watching adult movies until midnight, did you? Fang Jins almost choked on her own saliva. Zhong Ling, what kind of garbage is always filling your head, oi? Zhong Ling stroked her chin. Don't get defensive. The more you do, the more I think I'm right. Fang Jins hurriedly pushed the door outward. I'm just not used to the bed, okay? Zhong Ling nodded. Getting this and used to it. Was a math teacher sleeping in your bed last night? Fang Jins blushed and shooed her away. Go, 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 wake up, Chang'e. Stop being crazy here. Pushed out the door, Zhong Ling still shouted at the panel. You'd better really be not used to the bed. If you secretly studied movies behind our backs, I'd be very sad. Fang Jins leaned against the door, covering her face with her hand. Sometimes I really want to tape Zhong Ling's mouth shut. I absolutely cannot let that girl know about Susu and Su Mu's situation. Zhong Ling bounced over to the master bedroom door. She knocked. Chang'e, time to get up. The room was silent as if empty. Chang'e. 3 more knocks, still no response. Mu Chang'e had actually woken 10 minutes earlier, but her whole body was so sore that lifting a hand felt like competing in a triathlon, let alone getting up to open the door. She buried her face in the pillow, choosing to play dead. After waiting a while outside, Zhong Ling muttered softly, Chang'e didn't get devoured by Su Mu, did she? She pressed her ear to the door and whispered again, she couldn't have been devoured by Su Mu, right? Then she chuckled to herself. Haha, Ice Queen campus bell crushed by junior student. That headline could trend on the forum. Inside the master bedroom, Mu Chang's ears slowly reddened at those words. She pulled the blanket over half her face and cursed in a very low voice. Damn, Su Mu, so embarrassing. Zhong Ling didn't hear her and kept amusing herself at the door. Chang'e, if you're still alive, knock on the wall once. If you don't knock, I'll assume you've been pinned down so hard you can't get out of bed. Mu Chang'e closed her eyes and chose to ignore her. Getting no response, Zhong Ling had to knock on Su Bangxia's door. Su Bangxia in the adjacent room had already been woken by the earlier commotion. Now she was leaning against Su Mu, still a bit drowsy. The two had talked late into the night, as she only remembered holding on to Su Mu's waist before blacking out at some point. Susu, time to get up. Zhong Ling's voice came through the door. Su Bangxia snapped, fully awake. She turned her head to look at Su Mu beside her and lowered her voice. Get up quick. Su Mu opened his eyes, glanced at the door, then at the young woman in his arms. What's the rush? Su Bangxia was on the verge of tears and pushed his shoulder. Zhong Ling is outside. Hurry and hide. Su Mu sat up and gently tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. Your hair's a mess. Su Bangxia was exasperated. Now is not the time to worry about my hair. Su Mu looked at her flushed, anxious little face, feeling quite amused. Little Susu, you look just like a kid caught sneaking a lollipop. Su Bangxia blushed deeply and bit her lip. Say that again and you'll really cry. Outside, Zhong Ling, receiving no answer, directly twisted the doorknob. The door wasn't locked. Su Bangxia heard the lock click and her heart nearly fled her chest. She quickly stuffed Su Mu back under the covers, grabbed the blanket, and sat at the head of the bed, forcing a just-awakened expression. Zhong Ling poked her head in. Susu, you're awake. Why didn't you answer me? Su Bangxia squeezed out a smile, more pain than tears. Just woke up, throat's a bit dry. Zhong Ling, utterly unsuspecting, pounced onto the bed. Hurry up and get up. There's a big general education class at 10 with several departments together. If we're late, there won't be seats. As she spoke, she flopped right onto the bed. Su Mu barely stifled a grunt from the impact. The girl wasn't heavy, but the 2 points that landed on him carried quite a bit of weight. Zhong Ling squirmed a bit on the bed. Susu, why is your blanket so hard? Su Bangxia pressed down hard on the corner of the blanket. Maybe it's not folded very well. Zhong Ling buried her face in the blanket. This manor blanket is so comfortable, but why is it so warm inside? Su Bangxia's face went from pale to red and back again. Her lips trembled before she finally managed to say, Zhong Ling, get out first. I need to change clothes. Just change here. Nobody else is around. Zhong Ling refused to move. Your bed is so big, let me lie a little longer. Fong Jins happened to pass by in the hallway and glanced into the room. Seeing Zhong Ling bouncing on top of a conspicuously lumpy blanket, the corner of her mouth twitched violently. She coughed. Zhong Ling, weren't you calling everyone for class? If you keep lying there, nobody's going anywhere. Zhong Ling finally got up. All right. She turned back to Su Bangxia. Su, hurry up and wash up. Breakfast looks ready. After Zhong Ling was dragged away by Fong Jins, and the door finally closed, Su Bangxia collapsed backward, covering her face with a small groan. It's all your fault. We almost got caught again. Sumu sat up from under the blanket and rubbed his shoulder. Zhong Ling's enthusiastic, but she doesn't play by the rules. Su Bangxia grabbed a pillow and pretended to hit him, but only managed to swing halfway. You still say that? Sumu caught the pillow and smoothly leaned in, gently pressing a kiss to her forehead. Su Bangxia froze like a piece of wood. He didn't linger. He got up, slipped on his slippers, pushed open the door, and walked out. Downstairs in the dining room, breakfast was already laid out. Shunzi, in her signature dark gray business suit, had everything perfectly arranged. Warm milk with handmade croissants and neatly plated fruit platters. When Sumu came downstairs, Shunzi approached and handed him something. Mr. Su, this is your phone. The manor staff found it this morning on the lawn below the third-floor window. Sumu took it, pressed the power button, and the screen lit up. Luckily not broken. Shunzi continued reporting. Breakfast is ready, and the car to take you back to school is waiting at the gate. The drive from the manor to Modi University takes about an hour and 20 minutes under normal conditions. If you leave before 9, you can make the 10 o'clock class. Sumu looked at her. You even know I have class this morning. Shunzi's expression was professional. Miss Zhong Ling mentioned it 3 times on the terrace last night. Her volume didn't exactly require eavesdropping. Beside her, Zhong Ling, who was drinking milk, choked. Also, I should be able to finish the handover with my former company by next week at the latest. We can schedule a time, then to sign the formal employment agreement. Sumu pocketed the phone and nodded. Fine, contact me directly then. Mu Changa was the last to come downstairs. The Ice Queen campus bell's gate was noticeably different from usual. She forced herself to walk normally and sat down next to Sumu, silently stuffing bread into her mouth. Zhong Ling across the table tilted her head and stared at her for a long while. Changa, why are you walking funny today? Mu Changa didn't even look up, replying with an unchanged expression, my legs are a bit sore from soaking in the hot springs too long yesterday. Fong Jins quickly picked up a slice of bacon and placed it on Zhong Ling's plate. Just eat your food. Zhong Ling looked puzzled. What's going on with all of you today? Are you hiding something from me? Sumu took a slow sip of coffee. Yes. Zhong Ling's eyes lit up. What? Sumu set down the cup. You really hurt when you pounced on someone this morning. Zhong Ling was baffled. Who did I pounce on? Su Bangxia buried her face in her kanji, her ears red beyond measure. At 9 o'clock sharp, a black business van drove out from the entrance of Xinghu Estate. Mu Changa did not return to school. She was forcefully kept in the master bedroom by Su Mu to rest. This decision was met with her rather feeble resistance and the especially honest surrender of her body. In the car, Zhong Ling sat in the front row holding her phone and scrolling through forums. Fong Jinshi and Su Bangxia sat in the middle. Su Mu sat in the last row, leaning against the seat as he opened WeChat. The moment his phone unlocked, a pile of unread messages popped up. Hushang male models, dorm group, 29 messages. Su Mu scrolled up. Wang Hao had been going non-stop since yesterday afternoon. Su, are you coming to tonight's self-study? Su, where have you been all day? Never mind, I mark you present. You must come to the weekend dorm social. Lu Chang interjected with a bunch of stickers and campus gossip. Chen Mo only sent a screenshot of the class schedule. Su Mu suddenly realized something. Since the military training ended, he hadn't attended a single regular class. This university life felt like he was a nominal shareholder. If this continued, even his diploma would become strangers with him. Su Mu typed a message in the group. What class do we have this morning? Wang Hao replied almost instantly. Damn, the missing person returns. Lu Chang quickly followed. Su, you finally remembered you're a college student. Chen Mo sent a screenshot. 10 o'clock general education class, teaching building 3, room 102. Wang Hao sent a crying emoji. Do you know how much pressure I've endured for you these past few days? Every time the counselor takes roll call and sees you absent, she looks at me. I'm a single male college student, and being stared at by the beautiful counselor made me sweat. Lu Chang sent a voice-to-text message. Stop pretending you call that enjoyment. Wang Hao replied. Enjoyment my ass. Every time I hear her high heels clicking, I feel like a disciplinary notice is waving at me. Sumu replied, I'll go today. Wang Hao immediately sent, really? If you're coming, I'll save a seat for you. Lu Chang, save a seat. No need, now the girls from the whole school looking for me to ask about you are already a company. Someone asked if you're single. Someone asked if your family owns a mine. Another asked if you like girls who dance. Wang Hao, someone asked if you like girls who cook. Chen Mo, someone asked for the last 4 digits of your ID. The group went silent for 2 seconds. Lu Chang, that's a bit illegal. Sumu laughed. Don't go selling my info. Lu Chang, don't worry, my lips are sealed. I didn't even say anything when they gave me milk tea. Wang Hao, no wonder you've had so much milk tea these days. Lu Chang, I was just surveying public opinion on Su's behalf. Chen Mo, he also accepted chicken cutlets. Lu Chang, Chen Mo, you're not fit to be a brother, you're fit to be an auditor. Su Mu typed. He'll treat you all to lunch. Wang Hao, adoptive father. Lu Chang, dad. Chen Mo, okay. Su Mu watched the group's banter and realized that besides chasing girls, university had many interesting things. In a good mood, he casually posted a moment on WeChat. The photo was of the lake's surface flashing past the car window with a simple caption, ready to experience the beauty of university classes. Meanwhile, at the female dormitory building of Moda University, Lin Jiyue had already left with her backpack. Walking to the stairwell, she glanced at her phone and turned back to the dormitory. Her roommates, who never got up until the last 10 minutes before class, were still lying in bed, with eyes closed, clinging to their sleep. Hearing the door, one of them mumbled, "Yeah, didn't you leave?" Lin Jiyue put down her bag, sat in front of the makeup mirror, and picked up a curling iron to fix her bangs. Just remembered today's the general education class. The roommate turned over. What's so special about a general education class? The teacher doesn't look at faces. Lin Jiyue stared at herself in the mirror. The teacher doesn't, but someone does. The roommate propped herself up halfway. What's up with you today? Lin Jiyue picked up a lipstick and gently applied a layer to her lips. Nothing, just need to look decent. The roommate squinted at her. Are you meeting someone? Lin Jiyue turned on her phone screen, which showed Su Mu's just posted moment. She gave it a like and put the phone back on the table. Meeting a classmate. The roommate sat up. Which classmate is worth coming back to curl your bangs, eh? Lin Jiyue turned off the curling iron, her tone airy. Su Mu. The roommate was fully awake now. That Portia Su Mu. Lin Jiyue glanced at her. Keep your voice down. The roommate lowered her voice. Didn't you say before that he looked pretty ordinary? Lin Jiyue picked up the thin cardigan over her light floral dress. That was before. People can change. The roommate's expression was complicated. Is this change you're talking about tied to the balance of his bank account? Lin Jiyue was not annoyed at all. Don't be so harsh. I just think that since we're classmates, it's not good to be too distant. The roommate looked at her. Are you really planning to chase him? Lin Jiyue arranged her hair in front of the mirror. The word chase is too low level. I'm just giving him a chance to get to know me again. The roommate grimaced. Do all you pretty girls talk in such circles? Lin Jiyue picked up her bag. Later when you go to the classroom, help me sit next to his roommates. The roommate was startled. What for? Lin Jiyue looked at her. Reserve the seats next to Wang Hao, Lu Chang, and Chen Mo for me. Don't let Su Mu sit there. The roommate's eyes widened. You're trying to force him to sit next to you. Lin Jiyue smiled sweetly. How can you call it forcing? This is called rational allocation of classroom resources. The roommate watched her back. Yeah, it's a pity you don't join the student union. Lin Jiyue walked to the door and turned back to say, hurry up. He'll treat you to milk tea. The roommate immediately got out of bed. Deal. Teaching building 3 room 102 was a large lecture hall. By 9:40 many people were already seated. Lin Jiyue arrived 20 minutes early and deliberately chose a 2-seat spot near the back by the window. She remembered this spot very clearly. During the first class meeting, Su Mu had sat nearby. People are sometimes like this. When you think someone is ordinary, no matter where he sits, he seems ordinary. But when you discover he drives a Porsche, lives in Thompson Riviera, and rides in a Rolls-Royce with consecutive license plates, even the chairs he sat on start to carry some feng shui. Lin Jiyue placed her bag on the seat to her right. Gradually a guy tried to come over and ask, excuse me, is this seat taken? Lin Jiyue looked up and smiled sweetly. Sorry, it's taken. The guy rejected, laughed awkwardly. It's fine, it's fine. 2 minutes later another person came to ask. Lin Jiyue continued to smile. Sorry, this seat is taken. After the third guy left, a few girls nearby whispered, who is she saving a seat for? Could it be her boyfriend? Does Lin Jiyue have a boyfriend? No, she has very high standards. Lin Jiyue heard these words and felt very steady inside. Actually, when a girl pursues a guy, the most important thing is the measure. Too forward seems desperate, and guys won't value it. Too cold, and there's no chance. What she needed to do was reserve the seat, set the atmosphere, and hand the choice to Su Mu. Let him feel like he sat down naturally. On the other side of the classroom, Lin Ziyu's roommate had already sat next to Wang Hao as arranged. Wang Hao looked at the girl who suddenly appeared beside him, a bit bewildered. Excuse me, is this seat taken? The roommate gave him a sweet smile. Can I sit here? Wang Hao, who had been single since birth, had never experienced this. Sure. Lu Chang glanced at them and immediately sent a message in the boys' dorm group. Alert, a girl is getting close to Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked down and saw the message. Don't talk nonsense, she's just sitting here. Lu Chang, a boy and girl sitting together in university, translates to can get to know each other. Chen Mo, or maybe there were no other seats. Lu Chang, Chen Mo, you really kill the romance. Wang Hao looked at the girl beside him, feeling a little excited inside. He even started to wonder, could he be having some romantic luck lately? At 9:55, Sumu walked into Building 3, Room 102. The classroom had been quite noisy. As soon as he entered, several patches of chatter died down. It felt rather strange, as if you had merely come to class only to have the entire class treat you like a moving exhibit. Sumu was dressed simply today, a white short-sleeved shirt, black casual pants, and a pair of clean sneakers. After military training, his skin was slightly darker than at the start of the semester, which actually gave him a fresher, more youthful look. Wang Hao called out, "Suzy, over here." Sumu glanced toward Wang Hao. He then noticed that there was someone next to Wang Hao, someone next to Lu Chang, and someone next to Chinemo. The seats near his three roommates were almost all taken. Wang Hao spread his hands with a very innocent expression. He lowered his head and typed, "It's not that your bro didn't save a seat, it's that the enemy is too cunning." Sumu was about to find any seat in the back row when a sweet, clear voice came from beside him. "Sumu, there's a seat here." Sumu turned his head. Lin Jiue was sitting in a double seat near the back by the window. The backpack on her right had already been removed. She had dressed carefully today, a light floral print dress, her long hair draped over her left shoulder, and her collarbone area clean and bare with no flashy accessories. Her smile was sweet, yet not overly ingratiating, as if she had genuinely saved a seat for a classmate. Sumu glanced at her, then looked around. Back row by the window, only one person beside him. For someone who didn't want to be stared at by the whole classroom, this seat was indeed convenient. He walked over and sat down. "Thanks." Lin Ziyu's ear tips felt a little hot, but her tone was natural. "No problem, there was no one here anyway." Lu Chang gave a live commentary in the group chat. "Pay attention, this woman is called Xiao Yu. She's using a set of green tea combos trying to capture the wild, godly rich guy Xiao Mu. Wang Hao, Su Zi is in danger. Chinemo, no, he's enjoying it. Wang Hao, how can you tell? Chinemo, he didn't leave." Lu Chang, the observation angle of a top student, is always so down to earth. The other boys in the classroom watched this scene with very expressive faces. A boy in front whispered, "I asked her earlier, and she said someone was sitting there." Another boy said sourly, "So that someone turned out to be Su Mu. Of course, if you drove a Porsche you'd have someone too. What if I ride a shared bike? That counts as green commuting." Lin Jiue spread her textbook open and naturally placed it in the middle of the desk between them. She leaned her body slightly towards Su Mu. The distance wasn't excessive, but it was just enough for her left shoulder hair to occasionally brush against Su Mu's arm. The strands carried a faint scent of shampoo. Su Mu leaned back in his seat and casually opened his book. Of course he knew what Lin Jiue was thinking. But there was reason why men fell for green tea girls. It wasn't that they couldn't see through their acting, rather, even knowing she was putting on a show, you had to admit that the service experience was far better than a straightforward "girls, I'm going to take a shower." The bell for class rang. The professor began lecturing on diminishing marginal utility. On the podium the teacher was earnest, below not many could understand. Lin Jiue tilted her head and asked softly, "Su Mu, what does diminishing marginal utility mean?" She spoke very close to him, her voice perfectly modulated, not disturbing others yet ensuring Su Mu could hear clearly. Su Mu glanced at her. "Simply put, your first sip of bubble tea tastes great, the second is also good, but by the 10th sip it's not so amazing." Lin Jiue blinked. "Oh, I see. I get it now." She paused, then added softly, "You're amazing. You even understand lectures like this." Su Mu chuckled. "It's not advanced math." Lin Jiue pursed her lips and smiled. "But the professor's explanation is so convoluted. Ooh, I get drowsy listening. The way you put it I understood right away." Su Mu casually scribbled on his book. "Are you praising me or complaining about the professor?" Lin Jiue quickly lowered her voice. "Of course I'm praising you. I wouldn't dare complain about the professor. If he calls on me to answer a question, he'll be really nervous." Su Mu watched her seamlessly executed performance and mentally gave her an 80. No wonder she was the class beauty. Her level was far above those girls who immediately ask what your family does. Lin Jiue handed him her pen again. "Could you circle the key points for me?" Su Mu took the pen. "Circle key points on the first class." Lin Jiue rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. "I'm afraid I won't have a chance to ask you when reviewing later." Su Mu circled 2 concepts in the book. "These 2. Lin Jiue leaned in to look. "Thanks." Her hair naturally brushed against Su Mu's arm again. It carried a trace of shampoo scent. Lu Chang started broadcasting in the group again. "Player Xiao Yu activates skill hair slight sweep." Wang Hao stopped broadcasting him, listening to class. "Lu Chang, you're holding your book upside down." In another corner of the classroom, that girl with jet black hair and snow-white skin was also in this classroom. Several roommates next to her whispered, "Do you think he and that Lin Jiue are together? They're sitting so close." But isn't the forum saying he's with Mu Chang'e, a sophomore in the finance department? So he's juggling 2 boats. Maybe they're just classmates sitting together. Have you ever seen Lin Jiue save a seat for any other guy? The dark-haired girl didn't join the discussion. She looked in Su Mu's direction, picked up her phone, and discreetly took a photo of the seat by the window in the back row. In the photo, Su Mu's profile was clear, and Lin Jiyue was close. She opened WeChat, and found the chat labeled Sister. The last message was from last night. Sis, did your ex-boyfriend Su Mu enroll in the finance department at Magic City University? The other side hadn't replied. She sent the photo. Sis, I saw him in a general elective class. He seems very popular. After sending the messages, the other side remained silent. The dark-haired girl stared at the screen for a few seconds, then turned her phone face down on the desk. A roommate leaned over. Xing, why did you take a picture of him? The girl pushed her phone further under her book. Nothing, just sending it to my sister to see. Her roommate immediately got interested. Your sister knows him? The girl looked up and glanced at Su Mu. Sort of. The roommate grew more excited. What do you mean, sort of? The girl didn't answer. She lowered her head and opened her book, her pen tip pausing on the paper for a long time. On the podium, the teacher noticed that many students' gazes kept turning towards Su Mu, the male student by the window in the back row. The entire classroom fell silent for a moment. Su Mu looked up. The teacher adjusted his glasses. Regarding the diminishing marginal utility, I just explained, give everyone a real-life example. In an instant, all eyes in the room landed on Su Mu. Lin Jiyue turned her head to look at him and whispered a prompt, the bubble tea one. Su Mu stood up and casually closed his textbook. Professor, for example, when someone receives 100 million into their account on the first day, they'd be very excited. The classroom was quiet for a moment first. Then someone couldn't help but laugh. Su Mu continued, on the second day, receiving another 100 million might still make them happy. But when it happens every day, that happiness diminishes. That should also be considered diminishing marginal utility. The professor on the podium paused with chalk in hand for 2 seconds. The whole classroom erupted. Lu Chang lowered his head and typed frantically, damn rich guys use billions as their currency unit. Wang Hao Suzi left the professor speechless. Chen Imo, the example fits the definition. Lin Jiyue sat beside him, unable to suppress the smile pulling at the corners of her mouth. She suddenly felt that Su Mu was not only rich, but also quite humorous. The bell rang across room 102. The tiered lecture hall was still vibrating from the aftershock of having 100 million yuan rolling in daily. The general education instructor on the podium was tidying his lesson plan, lowering his head. Every few seconds of organizing, he would lift his gaze to glance at Su Mu in the back row. That look had shifted from the helplessness of a teacher dealing with a mischievous student to a complicated sense of you'd better really be making a point. Su Mu had just shoved his textbook into the drawer when his phone buzzed violently in his pocket. In the Shanghai male models dorm group chat, Lu Chang was spamming like crazy. Lu Chang sent messages, did you guys see the expression on the teacher's face just now? I'm putting that line about having 100 million a day into my personal signature. Wang Hao walked over laughing and looked at Su Mu. Bro, you're on your own. Your counselor Su Man was asking in the group this morning whether you showed up. From the look of it, she's definitely going to make an example of you. Su Mu leaned back in his chair, scrolling through his phone nonchalantly. Let her try. Lin Jiyue took advantage of the moment of packing up books to naturally lean a little closer to Su Mu. She held the textbook she had just used. Su Mu, I also made a copy of the notes for today's class. She handed the book over her eyes, carrying just the right amount of expectation for praise. Can we have lunch together? Su Mu didn't take the book. I appreciate the thought, but I already have lunch plans. Lin Jiyue didn't seem embarrassed. She casually put the book back in her bag, her smile still sweet. All right then. By the way, I'm planning to go to the nearby mall this weekend to buy a couple of outfits. You have great taste. Could you help me pick something? Please, please. Her tone was natural, unhurried, making it clear she wasn't desperately throwing herself at him. I don't know anything about women's clothes. How could that be? You have such a good sense of style, Su Mu. If you're free this weekend, you can't refuse me again. Without pressing further, she slung her bag over her shoulder and walked out of the classroom with elegance. Su Mu stood up from his seat and had just stepped out of the room. His phone buzzed again. Su Mu, please come to office 302 in the administration building before 1200 today. The signature read Su Man. Su Mu glanced at the time on his phone. It was 1140. He pocketed his phone, showing no hurry to head to the administration building. Instead, he called to his roommates and strolled toward the cafeteria. Halfway there, Lu Chang said, oh no. The counselor just messaged me asking where Su Mu is and why he hasn't gone to the administrative office yet. Su was about to get solo killed by the hot counselor. Wang Hao patted his chest, striking a dramatic pose of brotherly loyalty. If you don't make it back by lunch, I'll eat your share for you. They hadn't expected Su Mu to completely disregard Su Man's urgency. The world can wait, but food comes first. You three hurry up and pick your dishes. Whoever's late pays for themselves. The scene cut to the other side. Zhao Zishuan sat in his Audi A6, scrolling through his phone. The air conditioning inside the car was freezing cold. Yet beads of cold sweat were slowly forming on his forehead. He was browsing a hot post on the campus forum. The title was bold and enlarged: Porsche 911 and Panamera owner confirmed as freshman Sumu. Beneath the post was a photo taken by a passerby. Zhao Zishuan stared at the license plate on the screen. His fingers slowly hovered over it as a chill climbed from the soles of his feet all the way up his spine. He swallowed hard. He recalled that day during the club recruitment fair how he had put on airs in front of Su Mu at the anime club booth. Back then he thought the guy was just a pretty boy Mu Changa was secretly keeping. He never imagined Su Mu was the very big shot who had picked Mu Changa up in that car. Now he realized he had practically been asking for death. Zhao Zishuan opened WeChat. He took 2 deep breaths and sent a message to his underground girlfriend, Zhou Jiqing. You'd better stop messing with Mu Changa from now on. Hear me? Zhou Jiqing replied almost instantly with a long string of question marks. Are you crazy? Why can't I go after her? Who does Mu Changa think she is? Are you still hung up on that bitch? Zhao Zishuan couldn't be bothered to explain to this brainless woman. He simply tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. Gripping the steering wheel with both hands, he thought about how the foraying emblem on his car had once seemed so impressive, allowing him to strut around the university town. But today he stared at that logo for a long time. Now no matter how he looked at it, this second-hand Audi seemed pathetically shabby. He ran his fingers through his hair, his mind racing to calculate whether he had crossed Su Mu irredeemably. He had thrown some harsh words that day, but nothing physical had escalated into a major mess. Zhao Zishuan lit a cigarette. He had to lie low for a while, let this storm pass. He blew out a smoke ring, picked up his phone, and glanced at the post again. The more he thought about it, the more his heart pounded. A freshman who could casually drive 2 luxury cars worth millions. The wealth and background behind that dwarfed his family's few 4S stores. If his father Zhao Defa found out he had provoked such an unknown tycoon at school, he'd surely break his legs. At that moment, Zhou Jiqing's call came through. Her voice was shrill on the other end. Zhao Zishuan, explain yourself. Why are you protecting that Mu Changa so much? Hasn't she been passed around enough? Do you still want to crawl after her? Zhao Zishuan, irritated, yelled, shut up. If you don't want to die, do as I say. He hung up and turned off his phone. That woman was all chest and no brain. She would drag him down sooner or later. Zhao Zishuan rolled down the window a crack. The autumn breeze blew in, cooling him down. He decided to ask for leave and stay away from school for a while, holing up in his shop until Su Mu forgot about him. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Su Mu was carrying 2 full plates of meat dishes toward the table his roommates had saved. Lu Chong waved from afar. Su, over here, over here. I'm honestly not afraid of the counselor dragging you into a dark room. Su Mu set the plates down and pulled out a chair. What would she drag me in for? Wang Hao handed him chopsticks. Who knows? I heard from the seniors that our counselor has a huge temper. You've been skipping class every day. She's definitely going to make an example of you. She lords that little bit of authority over the students. Su Mu took a bite of braised pork. This braised pork is delicious. You guys have more. He ate slowly and unhurriedly, thinking about the system's evaluation of Su Man. The highest in the sky is the plane, the lowest on earth. After finishing his meal, he really wanted to go see for himself. What kind of face hid beneath that arrogant demeanor that earned such a review from the system? At exactly 1 in the afternoon, Su Mu was still in the cafeteria, leisurely sipping the free seaweed and egg drop soup with his roommates. It wasn't that Su Mu was reluctant to spend money. The university cafeteria was so affordable that even eating to his heart's content wouldn't cost much. He couldn't possibly imitate those CEO types in short dramas topping up his meal card with millions just to shock the entire cafeteria and catch a goddess' attention. To be honest, it was really awkward. Although he was no longer short of money, now he didn't truly feel any different. He maintained the same mindset as before, eating and sleeping normally. It's just that he had more confidence in everything he did. In office 302 of the administration building, Su Man sat behind the desk with a cold expression. She was dressed in a crimson professional suit, impeccably tailored. The shoulders were structured, the waist cinched tightly, making her appear both efficient and fierce. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on her straight nose, and behind the lenses her eyes were as cold as frost. At 24, she already possessed an aura of oppression far surpassing that of women her age. She was not the kind of gentle and approachable counselor. Instead, she exuded pressure from every strand of hair to the tips of her high heels. The more unapproachable and aloof she was, the more she aroused a dangerous curiosity in others. It was as if whoever could crack that icy facade, breaking through the arrogance and disdain in her eyes, would gain a satisfaction far more intense than ordinary submission. The other teachers had all gone to lunch or returned to their dorms to rest. Only she sat here foolishly waiting for over an hour. Su Mu had stood her up again. Su Man had never been treated this way. Staring at the text message that still had no reply, she grew even angrier. Frustrated, she turned the air conditioner up another notch. This was a habit of Su Man's for many years. The more agitated she felt, the stronger her emotions became. Su Mu finished the last sip of soup. He stretched and said goodbye to his 3 roommates. He then ambled toward the administration building to walk off his meal. As he walked, he suddenly remembered that last time he bought his father Su Jiangwo a fishing rod. He hadn't bought anything decent for his mother Chen Xiulan yet. After all, his mother had to mind the family's small restaurant, squeeze in time for mahjong, and occasionally play matchmaker for free. Thinking about it, she must be quite tired. Sumu found a shady spot under a tree and sat down casually. He dialed Chun Xiaolan's number. The phone rang several times before it was answered. There was an obvious sound of sunflower seed shells being cracked on the other end. Hello. Just hearing that familiar voice, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Mom, it's me. Isn't the stove in our shop 10 years old? Shouldn't we replace it? Chen Xiulan spat out the sunflower seed shell. Why are you suddenly concerned about my stove? Did you get into trouble outside? You usually don't call for 10 days or half a month. And the first thing you ask is about the stove. Spit it out. What do you want from buttering up your mom beforehand? Sumu felt a bit helpless. Can't I be filial? Chen Xiulan let out a cold laugh. The last time you said that was in your sophomore year of high school. You stood up for old Li's daughter next door and argued with the school's discipline director at the assembly. Come on, what kind of trouble have you stirred up this time? Sumu was rendered speechless for 2 seconds. Mom'll get you a new stove. And add a central air conditioner for the shop. It's too hot in the summer, don't keep using that broken fan. Chen Xiulan quieted for a moment. Her tone immediately became wary. Where did you get the money? You're studying in Modu. Your tuition, living expenses, and dating allowance are all given by me monthly. Sumu fabricated a reason without batting an eye. Scholarship. Chen Xiulan sneered repeatedly. You've only been in school for a month. Where would you get a scholarship? Are you trying to fool me? Sumu kept blathering. It's an advance. The school specially approved it because of my good performance. Chen Xiulan cursed outright. Do you think your mother is a fool? I may not have gone to university, but I have browsed TikTok. Which school advances scholarships? Are you messing around with some online loan outside? Sumu patiently explained. No, really. I just did a little business with classmates during military training. And I got lucky and made some money. Chen Xiulan was half convinced. She also knew her child's character. He wouldn't do anything deceitful. Since you made money, keep it for yourself. Don't just buy things for the family. Your father and I aren't old yet. Have you bought anything for your female classmates? She began earnestly lecturing her son. Let me tell you, Mom, you can't be stingy when chasing girls. Now that you're in university, you're a grown man. Even the Samoyed on the next street knows to carry a sausage to please a female dog. Are you even worse than a dog? Sumu was silenced by his own mother's words. He suddenly felt that his family's genetics might contain some inexplicably absurd genes. What kind of mother compares her son to a dog? Sumu quickly cut her off. Alright, I get it. I have enough money. Before hanging up, Chen Xiulan still loudly reminded him, don't bully girls at school, and don't let them bully you either. If it comes down to it, bring one home for me to see. They'll help you vet her. Sumu casually agreed. That feeling of being nagged by family softened his mood. The irritation that Su Man had stirred up gradually dissipated. When away from home, the most precious thing is nothing more than a parent's nagging. He hung up. Sumu sat under the tree to cool off. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair. He looked down at his phone screen and suddenly thought of Mu Xiaoxiao, who was far away in the countryside of Anhui province. Compared to many normal families, these two sisters had truly endured too much hardship. Since he had slept with the older sister, he also had to fulfill his responsibilities as a brother-in-law, especially with what his mother had just said about not bullying girls. That shouldn't count as bullying, Mu Changa, right? Sumu opened the Doghead shopping app. He directly ordered a latest model smartphone for Mu Xiaoxiao along with a pink kawaii protective case. He also added a pair of limited edition Hello Kitty co-branded earphones and a bunch of exquisitely crafted small trinkets. He filled in the address and paid successfully. Then he switched to WeChat and sent a screenshot of the shopping list to Mu Xiaoxiao, so there wouldn't be any missing packages when she picked them up. I bought you some stuff. Remember to check the delivery these days. Mu Xiaoxiao replied almost instantly. She first sent an animated sticker of Hello Kitty spinning with a red heart. Then came a text message, brother-in-law, how did you know I like this? Sumu's mouth twitched as he looked at the screen. Unconsciously his mind conjured the scene he had seen that night in the old house's bathroom. A pink kawaii pair of panties swaying before his eyes. He then understood why he had subconsciously chosen the Hello Kitty earphones just now. Before Sumu could reply, Mu Xiaoxiao quickly added another message. Since brother-in-law gives me gifts, I can't accept them for nothing. They'll help you enlighten my sister, hee. Brother-in-law, you don't know how conservative my sister is. Before, when there was kissing on TV, she would cover my eyes. What era is this really? Sumu's finger paused on the screen for half a second after reading this. This girl really has her mind full of messy stuff. He directly replied, children should stay out of adults' business. Focus on your studies. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. This time she directly sent a short voice message. Sumu opened the voice message. A girl's clear, slightly coquettish voice came from the phone. I'm 18 already, brother-in-law. Don't treat me like a kid. Also, my sister has been really hard working all these years. Please, brother-in-law, don't ever bully her. After hearing this, Su-mu decisively locked his phone screen. He brushed his chin with the back of his hand. This little girl and her sister truly had very different personalities. At 1:30 p.m. Office 302 Administration Building Mota University. The office door was slowly pushed open. Su-mu walked in with his hands in his pockets looking utterly at ease. Thanks to the chat with his mother and Mu Xiaoxiao on the way, he was actually in a pretty good mood. Su-man saw him looking so cheerful. A surge of anger flared up in her heart. Her voice was icy. Su-mu, do you know what time it is? I clearly said before 12. Can't you read Chinese characters? Why are you late? Su-mu wasn't intimidated by her torrent of reprimand. After all, back in high school, he had even stood up to the dean of discipline during a school assembly. In Su-mu's view, many things were simply right or wrong. Just because someone held a title didn't turn wrong into right. Some might accept that, but Su-mu wouldn't. It had nothing to do with whether he had a system or money. He glanced at the half-exposed disciplinary report on the corner of the desk. Teacher Su, first, the time of 12 was set unilaterally by you. You neither consulted me nor did I ever agree to come. So where does being late come from? He pointed at the disciplinary report. Besides, you've already printed and filled out this punishment in advance. Then why did you still call me here? Was it to follow the school's procedures? Or to take the chance to scold me again and vent your personal emotions? Su-man was left speechless by his words. She had prepared a whole lecture of criticism. Now she couldn't utter a single word. She put on her authoritative posture as a counselor. Su-mu, what kind of attitude is that? Do you think just because you have a little money you can completely ignore the school's rules? Look at how many classes you've skipped just a few days into the semester. Su-mu let out a soft laugh. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the edge of the desk. He met Su-man's eyes directly. Teacher Su, let's be frank. Are you giving me this punishment because I skipped class? Or because I embarrassed you in public at the tea party? You should know the answer better than I do. Su-man hadn't expected that a freshman facing such a situation wouldn't show even a trace of fear. Su-mu's casual and direct manner had pinpointed the real cause of the conflict between them. He ruthlessly tore away the moral veil Su-man used to disguise herself. Su-man took deep breaths, trying to suppress the shame and panic surging in her chest. As she breathed rapidly, her chest began to heave quickly. The clicking of her high heels grew faster and faster. The angrier she got, the more her emotions took over. And just then, a series of virtual system prompts appeared before Su-mu's eyes. A crisp sound rang in his mind. Ding. Special information about the target detected. Target name Su-man. Overall rating appearance 92, figure 95. Current tag arrogance. Hidden trait. Special information air conditioner. Current progress 0. After reading Su-man's panel information, Su-mu exclaimed in his mind, what a find. Having seen through the truth, the smile on his face grew wider. Su-man noticed his unabashed grin. She frowned, and her palms began to sweat. What are you smiling about? I'm discussing serious matters with you right now. Su-mu slowly stood up. At over 1.8 meters, he was half a head taller than Su-man. He stepped around the desk and came to her side. The distance between them suddenly became extremely close. The oppressive sense of being looked down on made Su-man instinctively lean back. But for some reason she couldn't stand up and move away. Her long legs clad in black stockings twisted even tighter under the desk. Su-mu looked down at her, his voice low and soft. Teacher Su, the office has the air conditioner on, so why are you sweating so much? Under normal circumstances this sentence would have been unremarkable, but the look in Su-mu's eyes and the tone of his voice sent a faint chill down Su-man's spine. She didn't know if Su-mu had really discovered something. Su-man never expected a student to be so bold. In the past, every student she had scolded wouldn't dare to lift their heads in front of her. She forced herself not to retreat further. Su-mu, what nonsense are you talking about? Please correct your attitude and stay away from me. Having seen through her true nature, Su-mu had no intention of reasoning with her. He dropped his earlier mild demeanor. Instead of moving away, he leaned even closer to her cheek, whispering by her ear. Teacher Su, you really are a fine example of a teacher. Su-mu clearly felt the change in her body. He straightened up and stepped back half a pace. Teacher Su, next time you want to throw your weight around when talking to a student, don't forget to turn off the air conditioner. His tone was as if he were sincerely caring about the teacher. But in this context, every word in those sentences was like an invisible slap, gently landing on Su-man's proud face. Su-man bit her lip and said nothing. She wanted to retort, to curse, but her body had completely betrayed her expression. Her face still tried to maintain a cold sternness, yet the back of her neck had flushed crimson like a sunset. The system prompt chimed pleasantly again. Ding. Target Su-man's development progress has reached 10. Note the target is currently in an extremely conflicted psychological state. Surface extreme anger, underlying extreme nervous excitement. Su-mu glanced at the system panel and finally understood the weight of that phrase, the most seductive thing on earth. Just as Su-man's psychological defenses were about to completely collapse, Her phone on the desk rang urgently. Su-man grabbed it like a lifeline, swiping the answer key in a flash. A man's hoarse voice came through the line. Man, are you free tonight? Come out for a meal with me and meet the person in charge of Starlight Plaza. The manager Wong I mentioned last time. I've run into some trouble lately. Su-man wasn't really listening to the phone call at all. She used it as an excuse to look up at Su-mu, pointing toward the door to signal him to leave. Her voice trembled slightly. I have some personal matters now. You can go first. Su-mu kept his hands in his pockets. He didn't intend to expose Su-man's bluff. Saying it outright would spoil the fun. Before leaving, he turned around at the door and asked, Teacher Su, so about my skipping class, do I still need to be punished? Su-mu deliberately emphasized the word punishment. Su-man waved her hand, feigning anger. Considering you're a new student, I'll let it slide this time. Now go. Before leaving, Su-mu glanced at the unstarted air conditioner on the office wall, a faintly mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. This Su-man really had a peculiar obsession. Stepping out of the administrative building, the scorching sun beat down on Su-mu's face. In the September afternoon of Modu, the heat from the concrete pavement rose in waves. He stretched lazily on the steps, sighing inwardly. The system didn't lie. Glasses-wearing women truly had the most striking contrasts. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Su-mu pulled it out. The caller ID showed Shenzi. He answered, Mr. Su, I apologize for disturbing you at this time. Shenzi's voice carried its usual composed steadiness, but her pace was slightly quicker than usual. I've drafted the preliminary employment agreement and would like to report to you in person. She paused, then added, if it's convenient, I'd like to treat you to afternoon tea. Su-mu raised an eyebrow. This prospective steward was even more eager than he had anticipated. All right, you choose the place. 300 meters to the right from the school's east gate, there's a tea house called Qingji. The ambience is quite good. Ooh, I've already booked a private room. Mister, so you can come whenever you like. Su-mu glanced at his phone. Just past 2 in the afternoon. He'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, he strolled toward the east gate. On the way, he sent a message to his dorm group chat. Something came up this afternoon. I won't be back tonight. Lu Chang replied instantly, Father, you're still alive. Wang Hao followed. Did the counselor lock you in a dark room? Chen Mo sent 2 words, it's fine. Lu Chang immediately added, Chen Mo means as long as you're not dead. Su-mu found it amusing. He replied, the punishment is rescinded. Let it slide this time. The group chat went silent for 3 seconds. Lu Chang sent a string of question marks. Damn, did you win over the counselor? Su-mu didn't bother to explain and simply turned off his phone. Some things were better left unsaid. Saying too much might tarnish teacher Zu's glorious image among the people's educators. Qingji Tea House looked like an unremarkable gray building from the outside, but inside the decor was exquisite. Chinese-style screens divided several private rooms, and a faint fragrance of tea lingered in the air. The front desk staff glanced at Su-mu's appearance and led him straight to the second floor without a word. The door opened. Shenzi was already waiting inside. Today she wasn't wearing the uniform of Thompson 1. She was dressed in a dark gray high-end tailored suit, the cut clean and sharp, the waistline neatly cinched with black stockings wrapping her long legs. She looked more like a corporate powerhouse than she had at the estate. She stood up. Mr. Su. Su-mu sat across from her. Manager Shin, this outfit today gives off quite a negotiation vibe. Shenzi pushed a document toward him. Indeed, today is for negotiation. This is the preliminary agreement. The annual salary will be tripled as you mentioned, covering Thompson 1 Xinghu Manor and other properties under your name that require property management, asset maintenance, and personal schedule coordination. Su-mu flipped through a couple of pages. You've written this quite comprehensively. Shenzi poured tea for him. Since I've decided to come, I won't just be a butler who pours tea and serves water. If Mr. Su only needed a personal assistant, many people in the market could do that. But if you need someone who can manage your assets, manage people, and manage processes, I can try. Su-mu took a sip of tea. Quite ambitious. Shenzi didn't avoid his gaze. I have ambition. And I have self-awareness. Someone like you will inevitably gather many people around you. Some will seek money, some resources, some status, and some you yourself. Without someone to filter out the trivialities, you'll waste time on low-value people and matters. Su-mu actually looked at her when he heard that. You sound like you're already planning to be the chief steward of the inner court. Shenzi paused, teacup in hand. Chief steward isn't a flattering title. If you're willing, I'd prefer you see me as the head of your private asset office. Even bigger talk. Because the stage you've given me is too vast. Shenzi turned to another page. But before I sign, I need to confirm one thing with you. The assets you've explicitly assigned to me now include the top-floor duplex at Thompson 1, the private hot spring estate at Xinghu, on Chongming Island, 2 Porsches, and any personal assets that may be added later. If it's only these, I can handle it quickly. But if there are hidden assets, I need to know the approximate scope in advance. Otherwise, my budget, staffing, security levels, and legal support will all be based on conservative estimates. Su-mu leaned back, twirling the teacup. You want to know how much more I have? Shenzi looked at him. I need to know whether I'm boarding a yacht, a cargo ship, or an aircraft carrier. If it's a yacht, I can be a butler. If it's a cargo ship, I'll need to build a team. If it's an aircraft carrier, I'll have to find more help as soon as possible. Sumu laughed. Manager Shin, you really dare to ask? If I don't dare to ask now, I won't be worthy of sitting by your side later. The room fell silent. Outside the window, the afternoon voices of the university town filtered through the glass, reduced to a faint background hum. Sumu set down his cup. All right. Since you want to play big, let me give you one first. Shunzi straightened her posture. Sumu looked at her. The core commercial district of Modi University Town. Xinguang Commercial Plaza with a 67 absolute controlling stake. Manager Shin, can you handle that? Shunzi's hand holding the teacup froze in midair. Steam from the tea rose upward. She didn't speak immediately. A full 5 seconds passed. Only then did Shunzi set the cup down. Mr. Su, are you referring to the Xinguang Commercial Plaza, east of the university town? The one above the subway entrance, surrounded by 3 universities, 1 vocational school, and 2 commercial streets, with an estimated value of nearly 10 billion based on last year's public disclosures. That should be the one. Shunzi stared at Sumu. Should be. Sumu spread his hands. Just acquired it. Haven't had time to take over yet. Shunzi raised a hand to rub her forehead, finally losing her composure. Mr. Su, do you know what 67 means? It means I have the final say. Shunzi looked at him. It means you don't just control a shopping mall. It's the entire consumer gateway to the university town. Dining, retail, training, cinemas, fitness, medical, aesthetics, car showrooms, short-term rentals, campus communities, student traffic. If managed well, the cash flow it generates annually will far exceed the book rental income. Her previous expectation was that Su Mu came from a wealthy family with a few luxury homes and sports cars with a ceiling of 10 billion at most. Shunzi's hand holding the teacup froze in midair. Steam from the tea rose upward. She didn't speak immediately. A full 5 seconds passed. Honestly, managing assets worth 100 billion. Are you really comfortable leaving that to me? Shunzi sat up, straight, her voice steady. If you dare to bet, I dare to take it. Within a month, I'll deliver a complete operational proposal and management structure. I'll put the power of the entire Xinguang Plaza in your hands. Sumu leaned forward. Since you mentioned a bet, what if you fail, eh? Shunzi met his gaze. You can deduct my annual salary. Sumu shook his head. I don't need your salary. Shunzi was silent for a moment. If I fail, I'll come to Thompson 1 in person to report to you. Wearing whatever professional attire you specify. I'll report until you're satisfied. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Manager Shun, that's quite a pledge. Shunzi picked up a pen and signed her name at the bottom of the agreement. This is the sincerity I can offer. Of course, I'd prefer to bring a brilliant operational plan when that time comes. Sumu took the pen and signed on the other side. Manager Shun, don't let me down. Shunzi stood by the tea table, still holding the agreement. Mr. Su, it'll make you understand that today you didn't just hire a butler. You hired someone who will bite into trouble for you. Sumu smiled. The word bite is well chosen. He turned and left. After the door closed, Shunzi stood alone in the room. She stared at the half-closed door, her fingers clenching and releasing at her side, still bearing the warmth of the teacup. After a long moment of calm, she pulled out her phone and scrolled to a name. Lu Wei. She typed the line, deleted it, thought for a few seconds, and retyped. Wei Jia, are you free now? I'd like to talk to you. The reply came quickly. What's wrong? Did the signing go badly? Shunzi stared at the screen for a while. It went smoothly. Too smoothly. So smoothly that my hands are still trembling. Lu Wei's reply came quickly. Speak plainly. Shunzi sat back down in the private room's chair, picked up the cup of tea that had already gone cold, and took a large gulp. Sister Wei back when you help Mr. Su handle that matter with his girlfriend's hometown. What's your assessment of him? Lu Wei typed quickly on her end. Young, decisive, and without the usual bad habits of rich second generation. He crashed a multi-million Panamera without hesitation. His family assets are probably 9 figures or more. What's up? Shunzi bit her lip, lifted her phone to eye level, then lowered it. Sister Wei, you underestimated. Underestimated by a lot. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Tell me specifically. Shunzi thought over her wording before finally typing it out directly. Starlight Commercial Plaza, 67 absolute controlling stake, is in his hands. This time the silence on the other end was noticeably longer. After about 10 odd seconds, Lu Wei finally replied. A piece of property this size, and he trusts you to manage it just like that. I signed a performance agreement with him. Within a month, produce an operational plan and overhaul the management structure. Lu Wei's next message took a long time to arrive. You could feel she was digesting the information. That pledge you made. Isn't it a bit too big? An asset at this level is bound to have all sorts of people mixed in. To achieve results in just a month. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Shunzi looked at this message and recalled the look Su Mu had given her earlier. She had a very strong intuition. This man didn't care at all whether she could succeed. He even seemed more willing to see her fail and then to come report to him. Sister Wei, if you don't get on this table, you'll never get on it. If you get on, and when you turn your life around completely. This time Lu Wei didn't hesitate at all, replying immediately, what if you lose? Shenzi stared at those words, her heartbeat quickening 2 beats. She didn't answer that question, because she herself wasn't sure whether the so-called consequence of losing would make her afraid, or a little expectant. 6 o'clock in the evening. In the master bedroom of Xinghu Manor on Chongming Island, Mu Chang'e lay curled sideways under a white blanket, her fingers playing with the platinum star-shaped pendant on her collarbone. Her body was still aching terribly, especially her legs. She had never imagined in her life that she would be unable to get out of bed for such a reason. Outside the window, the lake's surface shimmered with the afterglow of the sunset, exuding a serene beauty. The tremella soup sent over by Shenzi still sat on the nightstand, barely touched. The phone lit up beside the pillow. It was a video call request from Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Chang'e hesitated for 2 seconds, then accepted. As soon as the video connected, Mu Xiaoxiao's youthful collagen-rich face pressed up to the screen. She was still wearing her school uniform, not having changed after classes, with the background showing the old bedroom in their hometown, its wall plaster half peeled. Sis, your face is so pale. Are you sick? Mu Chang'e quickly pulled the blanket higher to cover below her collarbone. No, just a bit tired these past 2 days. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around and immediately locked onto the shiny pendant necklace visible on the screen. Wow, what's that? So pretty. Did brother-in-law give it to you? Bring it closer, let me see. Mu Chang'e pressed her hand over the top of the screen. Cut it out. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted. Stingy, I just want to see it. She leaned in a little closer to examine it. Wait sis, why is your shoulder bare? What are you wearing? Mu Chang'e's face reddened visibly. I'm wearing a camisole. Then where's the strap? I don't see it. Mu Chang'e bit her lip. Why do you have to ask so many questions? Mu Xiaoxiao, seeing her sister's rare flustered expression, suddenly dropped her playful grin. Her voice became soft and earnest. Sis, stop pretending. Mu Chang'e's fingers paused. That night at the old house, I heard everything. In the video frame, neither of them spoke. 3 seconds of silence. Mu Chang'e went stiff under the blanket, her fingers gripping the phone's frame so hard her knuckles ached. Mu Xiaoxiao quickly leaned back, her speech speeding up. I really didn't mean to eavesdrop. That wall is paper thin, you know that. And the sounds you two made were really quite loud. Mu Chang'e's ears burned all the way to her temples, her face nearly dripping with blood. She gritted her teeth and forced out a sentence from her throat. Mu Xiaoxiao, shut up. Mu Xiaoxiao studied her sister's expression. She hadn't hung up, nor was she really angry. She knew her sister's temperament too well. If truly angry, she would just hang up with a dark face. She wouldn't say another word. Not hanging up meant her sister actually wanted someone to talk to. She just didn't know how to start. Mu Xiaoxiao softened her voice. Sis'll just ask you one question. Answer with just one word. She paused, her tone uncharacteristically lacking its usual bounce. Brother-in-law, is he good to you? Mu Chang'e was silent for a long time. So long that Mu Xiaoxiao thought the signal had frozen. Then she saw her sister's eyes redden on the screen, her fingers stroking the star-shaped pendant, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. Good. Just one word. Mu Xiaoxiao stared at her sister's face on the screen for several seconds. Her nose suddenly started to sting. She had watched her sister bear everything alone since childhood. Dad left, mom got sick, the second aunt spread rumors in the village, and her sister worked 3 part-time jobs to pay tuition. She was only 2 years older, yet she always protected her. She had forcibly disguised herself as an iceberg. But when they were little, her sister was also a girl who liked to act spoiled and buy pretty dresses. Now that piece of ice had finally allowed itself to melt a little. That's good. Mu Xiaoxiao sniffled and smiled into the camera. As long as he's good to you, then I approve of this marriage. Even if he were a pauper, I'd still approve. But he doesn't seem to be a pauper, haha. Mu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh at the last part, scolding with reddened eyes. Get lost. Mu Xiaoxiao chuckled and pressed closer to the screen. Sis, you should get some good rest. Looking at your face, I can tell you've been through a lot. Mu Xiaoxiao. Okay, I'll stop. The video ended. Mu Xiaoxiao lay on the creaky old bed in her hometown, spacing out for a long time. She tapped on Su Mu's WeChat avatar and stared at it for a while. The avatar was a casual campus photo. The young man's profile in the sunlight looked very clean. She typed a line, then deleted it. She typed another line and deleted it again. Finally, she sent one, brother-in-law, thank you. At the end, she attached a sticker of a little person bowing. After sending it, she pressed the phone to her chest and stared at the old crack on the ceiling. Her heart beat a little faster. Her mind started replaying the sounds that had come through the wall that night. She knew her sister's voice too well. She had never heard her sister make that kind of sound since childhood. And there was another low male voice. Mu Xiaoxiao turned over and saw several pieces of clothing drying on the windowsill, including a pair of panties with a Hello Kitty pattern. She buried her face in the pillow. Stupid brother-in-law. He must have seen them in the bathroom that day. At precisely 8 in the evening. Top floor duplex at Thompson Riviera. Han Shuyao wore one of Su Mu's white long shirts from the walk-in closet, with only the middle 3 buttons fastened paired with a pair of short leggings underneath. Her previous outfit had been torn beyond wear by Su Mu, leaving her no choice but to find a substitute in the closet. She swirled the half glass of red wine in her hand as she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire nightscape of the Huangpu River. The lights on the river shimmered upon the water while cruise liners came and went, dragging long trails of radiance behind them. If someone had told her 3 days ago that she would one day stand before a floor-to-ceiling window at Thompson Riviera, sipping wine and admiring the night view, she would have thought that person was out of their mind. Her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Gun Yin's number. Han Shuyao pressed answer. Han Shuyao, you finally picked up. I thought you died in some lap of luxury. Han Shuyao took a sip of the red wine. Don't talk nonsense. Gun Yin asked. Where are you now? Thompson Riviera? Damn. A lighter clicked on Gun Yin's end. You're really living there. Sort of. How big? I mean, how big is the place? Han Shuyao glanced back at the empty living room. Very big. Gun Yin cursed. That description is as uneducated as you. Video call. Han Shuyao switched to video. The lens swept across the living room, the river view, the open kitchen, the spiral staircase, the walk-in closet. Gun Yin fell silent for a long moment. Yao Yao. Moi. Don't ever come back in this lifetime. Han Shuyao let out a laugh. Can't you have a little ambition? I'm so broke, what ambition would I have? Gun Yin was sitting on the tiny balcony of her rented room, a cigarette dangling from her lips with a mess of clothes and a helmet piled in the background. She stared at the luxurious mansion on the screen, her tone dripping with genuine envy. I used to think you were already working yourself to the bone selling cars. Now it looks like you've rolled straight under the bed of high society. Han Shuyao blushed. Gun Yin. What? Embarrassed. Don't think I didn't see it. What was that black thing in the shot just now? Han Shuyao paused, the glass of red wine in her hand frozen midair, too embarrassed to answer. Actually, I wanted to ask for your advice. Do you think what I did yesterday made me look cheap to him, that he'll get bored quickly? Gun Yin rolled her eyes. Foolish. You really are foolish. Han Shuyao frowned. What did I do wrong now? Gun Yin sat up straight. Do you think a man of his wealth is short on women? Innocent ones, beautiful ones, highly educated ones, gentle ones, those from good families. They're queuing up, and even then they might not get a spot. And you want to play hard to get. If you can't throw yourself into it, you'll only bore him faster. Han Shuyao fell silent. I just want him not to forget me too soon. Gun Yin pointed at the screen. Then you need to leave a lasting impression. How did you make him remember you last night? Han Shuyao's face flushed. Don't ask so many details. Gun Yin scolded her. Why are you pretending with me? I lived with you for 2 years. I know which of your favorite little movies are which. And now you're putting on airs. For whom? Han Shuyao was left speechless. Then what do you suggest? Gun Yin squinted. Is there anything special in the walk-in closet? Han Shuyao thought for a moment. Yes. What? There's a Cartier set. Gun Yin slapped her thigh. That's it. Han Shuyao bit her lip. Wouldn't that be too over the top? Over the top is exactly right. Gun Yin sounded like someone disappointed in a promising student. Your current position is not girlfriend. You know that yourself. Since you chose to stay, don't gamble with the ordinary girlfriend routine. Whatever he likes about you, take it to the highest level. Han Shuyao looked down at the slippers on her feet. I'm afraid he'll think him too cheap. Hearing that, Gun Yin went quiet for a moment. She snuffed out her cigarette. Yao Yao. Listen to me. Right now the most worthless thing you have is that shred of pride. Han Shuyao's eyes reddened slightly. Gun Yin continued. I'm not scolding you. I know you've had a hard time before. And I know you want to climb up. This city is just like that. Some people are born into Riverview apartments. Some people deliver takeout their whole lives and still can't afford a bathroom. Running into him is actually an opportunity for you. But opportunities won't wait forever just because you're pitiful. Han Shuyao murmured. I know. Gun Yin softened her tone. Don't try to compete with those campus beauties in aloofness. You can't win that game. Do what you're best at. Lower your stance. Provide ample emotional value. Make sure that when he opens the door he knows there's a woman waiting for him in this home. Han Shuyao looked toward the entrance. Gun Yin kept directing. Put everything on. And hang the access card around your neck. Han Shuyao's face burned even hotter. Huh, what's that for? No-brainer. That's your pass. And the most important thing you have right now. Let him see at a glance that you know who you're depending on to stay. Han Shuyao bit her lip. Isn't that too degrading? Is this the kind of strategy you come up with? Gun Yin snorted. How, what man doesn't love this? Every time I strut down the street in a micro-minute, the eyeballs of every man on the road practically dive into my skirt. The ones without girlfriends beside them. They'd kneel down to look if they could. Han Shuyao was amused. What nonsense is that? Gun Yin stared at her. Stop laughing. Be serious. If you keep young Master Su happy tonight, remember to transfer me 2,000 tomorrow. Han Shuyao was speechless. You were so touching just now, but in the end it's still about the money. Gu Nian said without shame. Duh, I don't live in Thompson Riviera. I still have rent to pay. Han Shuyao laughed and scolded her. Money grubber. Gu Nian said. Less chatter. Go change. The call ended. Han Shuyao downed the rest of the red wine in one gulp and set the glass on the coffee table. She walked into the walk-in closet and found the Cartier black silk set still hanging with its price tag. She held the outfit up in front of her, comparing it against herself. She took a deep breath. Then she unbuttoned and slipped off the white shirt she was wearing. 20 minutes later, Han Shuyao looked at herself in the mirror. Then she glanced toward the direction of the living room entrance. She turned off all the main lights. The entire living room was left illuminated only by the night view of the Huangpu River seeping through the floor-to-ceiling windows, coating the floor and furniture in an ambiguous dim glow. She took out Su Mu's men's slippers from the cabinet and placed them in advance on the rug. Then she knelt down on the entrance mat, waiting. At 10 in the evening, the door lock emitted a soft electronic beep. The combination lock turned. The door swung open. When Su Mu stepped inside, the living room was pitch black. He was about to reach for the light switch. Suddenly, he felt something at his feet. He looked down. The access card around Han Shuyao's neck caught the faint glimmer of the night. Meow, welcome home. It was past 11 at night. In the sophomore girls' dormitory of Moda University, the air conditioner was set to 26 degrees, yet it couldn't fend off the oppressive heat of late September. With Mu Chang'e absent, the dorm lost its anchoring iceberg, and the atmosphere had grown noticeably lax. Zhongling had just finished her shower, her damp hair draped over her shoulders as she sauntered out of the bathroom bare-legged. She toweled her hair while casually tossing her discarded clothes onto the back of a chair. But they didn't stay put. A large black lace garment slid off the chair back, and with a flick of her hand it landed with a soft smack beside Fong Jins's bunk. Fong Jins was at her desk patting on toner, half a hydrating mask still on her face, pausing mid-motion at the unexpected projectile. Zhongling, could you please put away your weapon? If this thing stands up on its own in the middle of the night, it'll think the dorm is haunted. Zhongling glanced down, utterly unembarrassed. It was a girls' dormitory after all. Everyone understood. Behind closed doors no one pretended to be a delicate fairy. Slippers on the floor, nightgowns on chairs, towels hanging by the bed. The air was thick with the scent of body wash shampoo and a faint hint of laundry detergent from freshly washed clothes. Outsiders probably imagined a girl's dorm as a sweet, soft princess chamber. In reality, it was sweet and soft, but also chaotic. Especially when it came to someone like Zhongling. She herself was boisterous, and so was her chest. Zhongling picked up the garment, tugged at the fabric over her own chest and frowned. So annoying. I think I've grown again. Fong Jins turned to look at her, the small face beneath the mask twisted in disdain. Could you spare a thought for us ordinary people when you say that? Zhongling sighed. What's the use of being this big? It bounces when I run, presses down when I sleep, and makes buying clothes a hassle. I haven't even managed to trick a boyfriend into liking me. Is it really true what they say? Big chest, empty head. Fong Jins screwed the cap back on her toner and replied lazily, you do have a fair bit of self-awareness. Zhongling glared at her. Jins, your mouth is going to get taped up one day. I'm serious, she said. My old size is so tight I can barely breathe. Wearing it all day feels like torture. Su Bangxia sat on her own bed with her curtain half drawn. She had been flipping through a yoga theory book, but at those words her ears started to burn. It was normal for girls to chat about lingerie, but now hearing such talk made her involuntarily imagine all sorts of improper scenes. Especially after last night. She felt she was no longer innocent. Back then she would only blush at topics like this. Now the reason for her blush had upgraded. From pure shyness to guilt. Fong Jins glanced at the black lace in Zhongling's hand, then at the outline of her chest strained against her sleepwear. She clicked her tongue. Changing your size is easy. My mom's lingerie store in Xinguang Commercial Plaza just got a few new batches in. Come this weekend and pick out a couple. My treat. Zhongling's eyes lit up. Really? Isn't your mom's store pretty expensive? Last time I passed by, one set cost me half a month's meal money. Fong Jins peeled off her mask and tossed it into the trash. It is a bit pricey, but in your case buying regular ones is just wasting yourself. If you don't wear the right size you'll ruin your shoulders sooner or later. Zhongling immediately hugged the underwear to her chest, deeply moved. Jins, from now on you're my sister from a different mother. Fong Jins rolled her eyes. Cut the crap. I just don't want you to pass out from tightness in the dorm and have the school make us write incident reports. I've already thought of the title for you. Sophomore girl faints late at night, cause wrong bra size. Zhongling laughed so hard she nearly dropped her towel. Even Su Bangxia couldn't help but smile behind her curtain, biting her lip. Xinguang Commercial Plaza. The words gave her heart a small flutter. The yoga studio where she had worked part-time was just outside the mall. It was also where she had first crossed paths with Su Mu. Almost every student near the university had been to Xinguang Plaza. Eating, shopping, watching movies, buying clothes. That place was a vacuum for student wallets. Zhongling had already climbed into her bunk. She leaned over the railing, her gossipy spirit ignited. Hey, do you think Chang'e will come back tonight? Fang Jin's put away her skincare products. It's this late, what do you think? Zhongling scratched her wet hair. I doubt it. Chang'e used to be so cold. She'd speak one word to a guy when she could have said two. But now, after being taken out by Su Mu once, she hardly comes back. That iceberg has completely melted. She paused and clicked her tongue again. But Su Mu is really deep. Luxury cars a manner tension peen. I'm starting to wonder if he's some lost prince from a mysterious family, coming to our school to experience life and collect campus beauties. Fang Jin slipped into her covers, rolling over at that comment. Her bed was next to Su Bangxia's, separated by just a narrow aisle. She lay on her side, her voice lazy. He's indeed deep. Our Su had better be careful too. Don't get drowned. Su Bangxia crumpled the page of her book slightly. Her entire face flushed down to her ears. Zhongling didn't catch on at all, just nodding stupidly. Right. Su is so innocent, never even held a guy's hand. She might get tricked away with just one sentence. Su Bangxia opened her mouth behind the curtain. She wanted to say she hadn't, but the words sounded hollow. Holding hands. She had done far more than that now. She had been seen in her most shameful state. Fang Jin's peeked through the gap in the curtain at her, grinning mischievously and winking as if she had I know everything written on her forehead. Zhongling was still sighing from the top bunk. Su, let me tell you, a girl has to protect herself outside. Especially from guys like Su Mu who look clean but are actually very smooth. Just look at Chang'e. She used to be so tough, and now she walks funny. Fang Jin shook with laughter under the covers. Su Bangxia pulled her blanket over her head. The world fell silent. At least it seemed quiet on the outside. Under the blanket, it was pitch black. The air she breathed out was sucked back and hot and stifling. Su Bangxia closed her eyes, but felt no trace of sleep. Yesterday in the side room of Xinghu Manor, she had only meant to talk things out with Su Mu. But things had spiraled far beyond her control. Until he had whispered that question. Bangxia, aren't you very good at basic yoga moves? Under the blanket, Su Bangxia bit her lower lip, recalling the shameful events of that night. In the dorm, Zhongling was still tossing and turning, the bed frame creaking. Fang Jin wasn't fully asleep either. Occasionally the soft glow of her phone screen flickered. Su Bangxia buried her face in the pillow, her cheeks burning. Suddenly she missed him. The thought startled even her. It hadn't been that long since they parted. How could she already be missing him? She felt hopeless. Outside the blanket, Fang Jin suddenly tapped the bed frame gently. Su. Su Bangxia was so startled she nearly kicked off the covers. What? Fang Jin lowered her voice. Don't steam yourself. Zhongling, half asleep on the top bunk, chimed in drowsily. If she's cooked, don't waste her. Sprinkle some cumin. The dorm was quiet for 2 seconds. Then Fang Jin couldn't help laughing. Su Bangxia also smiled under the covers, but as she smiled her eyes grew hot. She really missed him. Yet beneath that longing there was a flicker of fear and insecurity. Last night she had been too shy. She had shrunk at the slightest touch, and that backbend while looking in the mirror hadn't lasted long. He had seemed to enjoy seeing her like that. Her shyness might have dampened his mood. After tossing and turning for a while, she remembered what her mother had said. She pulled out her phone from under the pillow, tapped on the pin chat, and typed and deleted words repeatedly. After taking a few deep breaths, she gritted her teeth and pressed send. Then, like a startled ostrich, she tossed the phone to the foot of the bed and pulled the blanket tightly over her head. The phone screen, still lit, showed just one short line. I'm sorry. Next time it'll work harder to last longer. 1 o'clock in the morning. A high-end apartment in Modu. A floor lamp still glowed in Lu Wei's living room. The warm yellow light spilled onto the gray carpet. 2 wine glasses sat on the coffee table, next to a pile of folders. It was clear the owner of this place usually lived a refined life, and was also quite lazy. A suit jacket was draped over the sofa. A shirt hung over the back of a chair, and a pair of high heels lay by the entrance, one pointing east, the other west. A classic case of a daytime legal elite turning into a nighttime slob. Shenzi came out of the guest bathroom after her shower. She wore an off-white silk pajama set. Her hair half-dried, her face still carrying the moisture of steam. She pushed open the door to Lu Wei's bedroom. Only a small bedside lamp was lit in the room. Lu Wei was already in bed. The blanket pulled up to her waist, one long leg exposed. Shenzi lifted the covers and slipped in. The moment she lay down, she brushed against Lu Wei's smooth calf. She paused for 2 seconds. Wei Jia, when are you going to break that habit of sleeping naked? Good thing it's me here tonight. Lu Wei rolled over. Her long hair spread across the pillow. Looking as languid as a cat just home from work. I've been playing the elite all day outside. Can't I let my true nature loose when I get home? Besides, who would dare take advantage of me? Shenzi pulled the blanket a little closer to her side. You're speaking too confidently. One day a bold one will come along, and don't you cry then. Lu Wei snorted. The man who can step through my door hasn't been born yet. But there is one woman. She finished speaking and gently nudged Shenzi's calf with her foot. Pretty bold of you. Taking a shower, and then crawling into my bed. Isn't that trespassing? Shenzi leaned back against the pillow and closed her eyes. My mind is too chaotic tonight. I can't sleep alone in bed either. Lu Wei looked at her for a moment, her playful demeanor gradually fading. Thinking about the contract. Shenzi didn't deny it. The room fell silent. Outside the window was Modu in the early morning. Most of the lights in the tall buildings were off, and occasionally a car drove by on the distant road, its white headlights sweeping across the curtain gap before disappearing quickly. Shenzi recounted the events from the afternoon tea room to Lu Wei, from beginning to end in complete detail. Especially the 1-month bet she had made. After hearing it all, Lu Wei was silent for a long time. She reached over to the nightstand, grabbed her glasses, and put them on, instantly switching from a lazy, naked sleeping female lawyer to the state of someone who could work until 3 in the morning and still yell at opposing counsel. Lu Wei propped herself against the headboard and massaged her temples. You have a master's in management from the UK and the highest BBI Butler certification. I graduated from a 985 law school, fought my way through a sea of people, and slogged through the ranks at a law firm. In the eyes of many were the poster children of a successful life. She laughed a little, a tired laugh. But what's the use of being outstanding? Killing yourself with late nights, killing yourself to get certifications, killing yourself to get into big platforms. In the end, all you've done is sprint a little bit ahead of the ordinary crowd. The finish line we run toward until we're about to throw up. Many people are already lying there on the day they're born. Shenzi listened, her fingers slowly tightening around the corner of the blanket. Lu Wei's words were too true. So true they weren't pleasant to hear. Shenzi's parents were ordinary working-class people. They had scrimped and saved every penny to send her abroad. While she was studying overseas, some of her classmates drove sports cars to class. Others flew to Switzerland to ski during breaks. And some went straight home after graduation to take over the family trust. Back then she would eat cold sandwiches in the library while calculating her rent. The gap between people sometimes showed up in that single lunch. She used to think that as long as she worked hard enough she could eventually catch up. Later she realized that hard work could only outrun 90% of the people around you. But that last 10% was on a different track. They didn't compete with you on effort. They competed on the lottery of birth. Shenzi spoke softly. That's why I refuse to be just a high-end wage slave. I don't want to end up like my parents, spending half their lives groveling for a mortgage. I know the table Mr. Su is offering is dangerous, but I want to sit down. Even if someone pushes me off, it's better than standing by the sidelines pouring tea for the rest of my life. Lu Wei turned her head to look at her. If those bosses heard you say that, they'd probably adore you. Shenzi curved her lips. I don't need my bosses to adore me. I need them to be unable to do without me. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow. That's a good line. You're starting to sound like a future head steward. Shenzi didn't laugh. She turned over, grabbed the tablet from the bedside, and opened the memo she had prepared. The screen light illuminated her face. Her expression looked much calmer than before. I have 3 things in front of me right now. First, terminate the contract with Enal High-End Management Group. I can't burn that bridge. In the future, I'll need to lead a team and allocate resources. If my former employer spreads the word in the industry, it'll cause a lot of trouble. Lu Wei took the tablet and glanced at it. How much is the penalty? 3 million. Lu Wei gave a cold smile. Leave this to me. I'll negotiate with Enal. Shenzi looked at her. You're willing to take it? Lu Wei placed the tablet on the blanket. Sumu hasn't officially discussed my legal consultant fee yet, but I figure I can start making my presence felt. Besides, since you're about to board the ship, I can't just stand on the shore and cheer. That would be too unsisterly. Shenzi breathed a sigh of relief. Second thing. Xinghu Manor and Thompson Riviera need a private service team. Security drivers, cleaners, chefs, personal assistants, all that. Third thing, and the hardest one. Xinguang Commercial Plaza. I have very little information so far. But for a complex valued at nearly 10 billion, the original management can't be clean. Leasing, property management, parking, advertising spaces, suppliers, renovation permits. Every single channel can leak money. Plus the local merchants and outsource companies. If no one there is taking kickbacks, I'll eat this tablet. Lu Wei crossed her arms, her tone turning serious as well. This really is a deep well. You're a newcomer, and you don't have your own people. That management team has been entrenched there for years. The finance department won't necessarily listen to you, property management may not cooperate, and the leasing side will play dumb. You go in with Su Mu's authorization, and they'll call you Su Zong to your face, but behind your back, they'll still find a way to sideline you. She reached out and tapped Shenzi's tablet. If you want a clean house, you need a sharp blade. Shenzi was silent for a moment. Lu Wei could tell she had more to say. Have you already thought of who to bring in? Shenzi gave a soft When I was studying in the UK, there was a senior. She handled asset liquidation for large commercial complexes in London's financial district. After she came back to China, she did internal anti-corruption work for several groups. Her methods were ruthless. She specialized in dealing with local strongmen and old foxes. Lu Wei's interest was piqued. Who? Shenzi picked up her phone and scrolled to a number she hadn't contacted in a long time. The note had only 3 characters. Yin Qingwu. Lu Wei saw the name and raised an eyebrow. That name sounds like someone you don't want to mess with. Shenzi looked at the screen, her voice lowering a little. She really isn't easy to mess with. Back in London, she led a team that liquidated a Chinese commercial building project, and within 3 weeks, she uncovered 7 gray fund flow lines. She forced 2 directors to hand in their resignations overnight. The industry gave her a nickname. Lu Wei asked. What? Shenzi looked up at her. The female king of hell. Lu Wei laughed. Perfect then. The maggots at Xinguang Plaza are just waiting for the king of hell to call their names. Shenzi's finger hovered over the dial button. She knew that once she made this call, things would really begin. Getting on Su Mu's boat, taking over Su Mu's mess. Biting open the first wound at Xinguang Plaza for Su Mu. This wasn't something that could be propped up with a few pretty words from the afternoon tea room. There were accounts, people, interests, and hands that had been reaching in for too long. Lu Wei looked at her. Make the call. You're at the table now. Don't sit down and then be afraid to touch the cards. Shenzi didn't hesitate any longer. She pressed the dial button. The phone rang for a long time. Just as she thought the other party wouldn't pick up, a woman's voice came through on the other end. Very light, very cold, and very lazy. Shenzi, you know that calling me at this hour means you'd better have something earth-shattering. Shenzi looked out the window. Senior Qingwu, I have a cleanup project for a $10 billion shopping mall here. The boss is rich, generous, and willing to authorize. Are you in? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Then the woman let out a laugh. Is the boss handsome? Shenzi hadn't expected that to be her first question. Lu Wei nearly burst out laughing beside her. Shenzi pressed her lips together. Very handsome. This time the silence on the other end lasted even longer. Then Yin Qingwu's voice carried a hint of interest. Send me the details to my email. Inside the penthouse duplex at Tangshan Yiping, the living room lights were off. Only the glow from across the Huangpu River poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the rug by the entrance like a thin layer of gold dust. Su Mu stood at the door gazing at the scene before him. Wow, a cat-eared girl. Sales have gotten this cutthroat these days. Selling cars by day, acting cute by night. Han Shuyao was so embarrassed her head felt like it was about to steam. Gunyan had made it sound simple: lower your stance, give him all the emotional value he needs. But when the door actually opened and Su Mu stood before her, the little courage she had mustered began to deflate instantly. Especially since Su Mu kept silent, just looking down at her. Han Shuyao had no idea if he was pleasantly surprised or shocked, but she braced herself and let out another meow. Gunyan's words were etched into her mind. The cheapest thing you have right now is your pride. Han Shuyao used to hate that saying. It was too harsh. But tonight she suddenly realized that harsh words are often the truth. Su Mu reached out and lifted her chin. Who taught you that? Han Shuyao hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. My roommate. Su Mu chuckled. She's quite clever. Han Shuyao's face grew even redder. Those words didn't sound like a compliment at all. Su Mu changed into his slippers and strolled slowly into the living room. Han Shuyao remained kneeling on the spot, unsure whether she should get up. Su Mu walked to the sofa, sat down, sank into the leather, and patted his lap. Come here. Han Shuyao bit her lip, deciding to see it through to the end. She placed herself in a position so low that even she found it unfamiliar. But when she looked up at Su Mu, there was a hint of cautious expectation in her eyes, as if waiting for praise. Su Mu reached out and ruffled the cat ears on her head. Good girl. Han Shuyao's eyes suddenly welled up. Just 2 words, and she actually felt it was worth it. People could be so pathetic at times. When they're poor, they want money. When a glimmer of money appears, they want to be seen. The living room lights stayed off. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a pleasure boat drifted slowly across the river. And on the balcony, 2 people gazed at the view with burning enthusiasm. So much so that they pressed their faces against the glass for a better look. In the middle of it all, a phone lying nearby began vibrating wildly. This time it wasn't Su Mu's phone. Han Shuyao gasped and glanced toward it. He'll hang up. Su Mu held her down. He used his toe to hook the phone over, glanced at the name on the screen, Gunyan. So this was the Rumatecum strategist of the little cat girl. A smirk tugged at the corner of Su Mu's mouth. Instead of letting Han Shuyao end the call, he pressed the answer button with his toe and casually turned on the speaker. Han Shuyao was frozen in horror. Hey Yao Yao. Gunyan's voice came through the phone, accompanied by the sound of a lighter. How's it going? Does young Master Su approve of the catgirl outfit? The living room fell into a terrifying silence. Han Shuyao bit her fingers, wishing she could swallow the phone on the spot. Gunyan kept going on the other end. Don't play dead on me. This plan isn't free. If you're satisfied, transfer me 2,000. Don't miss a single cent, or it'll go ballistic on your moments. Su Mu looked down at Han Shuyao. Her eyes were all pleading. This best friend of hers was truly something. She had to call at the worst possible moment. Su Mu nearly laughed out loud. Gunyan had a certain flair. Ding. Han Shuyo's progress increased to 52. Ding. Han Shuyo's progress increased to 55. Ding. Han Shuyo's progress increased to 58. Ding. Han Shuyo's progress increased to 60. This surge was even more ridiculous than a hot stock on the share market. A flash of insight struck Sumu. He stared at the wildly jumping progress bar as a thought rapidly took shape in his mind. What was Han Shuyo afraid of? She was afraid of being seen as cheap, of others knowing what she was doing, of her pitiful pride being stripped bare. So when Gu Nian's voice echoed from the phone, her psychological defenses crumbled faster than ever. This wasn't something brute force could achieve. It was precise psychological demolition. Sumu silently named this tactic mental stimulation method. After Han Shuyo had completely collapsed, the phone went silent for a long time. So long that Sumu thought Gu Nian had hung up. Then that calm voice sounded again. Young Master Su. Sumu caught his breath and answered casually. Is Yao Yao still alive? If you like playing rough, want to come out for some more fun? Sumu glanced at the night outside the window. It was past 1 in the morning, and the cruise ship lights on the Huangpu River had grown sparse. Where are you? Yinjiang Avenue. The roar of an engine came through from Gu Nian's side. Just finished a lap. Sumu didn't answer immediately. After hanging up, he leaned back into the sofa for a moment, then picked up his own phone and saw a message from Su Bangxia, sent not long ago. I'm sorry. Next time I'll try harder to last longer. Sumu looked at the line and smiled. This little bunny had probably already buried herself under the covers after sending it. He typed quickly, alright, then next time I'll buy a few more floor-to-ceiling mirrors and surround you with them, so I can watch you to my heart's content. The moment the message was sent, the top instantly showed, typing. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. In the end, there was no reply. Sumu's shoulders shook with laughter. Occasionally teasing this little pushover was really quite amusing. He put away his phone and looked down at Han Shuyo on the rug. Get up. Han Shuyo lifted her face, her eyes still rimmed red. Huh. Put on a long trench coat and come out with me. Han Shuyo glanced down at herself. Out in this? Without changing underneath. Sumu picked up the car keys. What fun would that be if you changed? 1:50 in the morning. Underground garage of Thompson Riviera. Han Shuyo sat nervously in the passenger seat of a Porsche 911, wearing only a black trench coat. If a security guard sees me, we're done. Sumu started the car. Relax, the property here is more sensible than you think. Protecting the privacy of the wealthy is a basic service here. Han Shuyo thought for a moment. She figured he had a point. After all, who among the residents here didn't have some questionable hobby? Their antics probably seemed mild compared to other owners. The Porsche exited the garage and merged into the late-night streets of Shanghai. At this hour, the city had shed much of its daytime frenzy. A delivery rider crossed the intersection, taxis waited outside hotels, and a few young people at a roadside barbecue stall were arguing, faces flushed from drink. Han Shuyo gazed out the window, feeling dazed. Life was utterly absurd. So absurd that she couldn't even be bothered to question its logic. After all, the supposedly sensible life hadn't brought her much happiness. As the car approached Yinjiang Avenue, the roar of a motorcycle engine sounded in the distance. It wasn't the harsh noise of a reckless teenager's tricked-out bike. It was the deep, rumbling growl of a heavy machine, like a black beast panting in the dark. Near a gas station by the roadside, a pure black Kawasaki stood under a streetlight. Gu Nian sat astride the bike. Her hair was short. She wore a tight leather riding jacket on top and black shorts that left her thighs fully exposed, with combat boots reaching up her calves. One leg rested on the ground, the other casually draped by the bike. She looked wild and bold. Her boldness wasn't the polished kind you'd find in an influencer's filter. It carried a hint of cigarette smoke, a trace of sweat, of "this is who I am, take it or leave it" attitude. When Han Shuyo saw her through the car window, her first instinct was to crawl under the seat. But Gu Nian showed no awkwardness. She knocked on the car window and bent down to look inside. Yo Yao Yao still alive. Cold all better. Han Shuyo turned her face away. Shut up. Gu Nian laughed mischievously. I didn't hear a thing just now. I only heard someone with a hoarse voice from a cold. Han Shuyo covered her face with her hands. This best friend was too much. She'd list her on a second-hand platform later. Sumu got out of the car, wearing a black hoodie and dark sweatpants, looking like a college student just off evening classes. Gu Nian's gaze landed on him, sizing him up directly. Young Master Su, you look even younger in person. Sumu glanced at her, recalling how she had teased Han Shuyo. And you're even more mischievous than on the phone. Gu Nian didn't take offense, instead she grinned. Good, I was afraid you'd be the boring kind of rich kid who always drops his dad's name. Sumu walked to the convenience store entrance. I don't usually mention my dad. He's busy fishing. Gu Nian paused. Han Shuyo paused too. Come on, let me buy you a drink. So they bought 3 cans of iced Americano at the gas station convenience store. No drinking and driving. Han Shuyo didn't want to get out. Mainly because what was under her trench coat was way too exciting. Sumu told her to stay put in the car. Gu Nian crouched by the curb, opened her iced Americano, and took a sip. The wind along Yinjiang Avenue at 2 in the morning was strong. It tousled her short hair wildly. She didn't bother fixing it. This woman exuded a distinct aesthetic of let it all fall apart. Sumu leaned against the hood of the Porsche and took a sip of his coffee. You often ride at this hour. Gunyan shook her can. About 3 or 4 times a week. Work is too stifling during the day. If I don't get a ride at night, I feel uncomfortable all over. Sumu looked at the Kawasaki parked outside the gas station. That bike isn't cheap. Bought on installment. Gunyan was straightforward. Monthly payment is 3,600. I saved up for 2 years by eating instant noodles. Sumu regarded her. Do many people ride on this road? Gunyan scanned the empty expanse of Yinjiang Avenue. Quite a few. Before 2, mostly male riders. After 2, mostly women. Sumu was surprised by the answer. Why? Who are they? Gunyan set her iced Americano on the ground and counted on her fingers. There are office administrators who wear suits and heels all day smiling at clients, then switch to leather pants at night and become queens of the curves. There's a stay-at-home wife who can't stand her husband snoring, so she sneaks her bike out of the basement at midnight, rides 50 kilometers, and comes back to pretend she was asleep. And there's an art school student whose graduation project is a documentary on female midnight riders. She filmed for 3 months and ended up becoming one herself. Gunyan finished her coffee, tossed the empty can down, and kicked it away. We all share something in common. By day the world forces us to bow our heads. At night, when we ride we feel like we're living for ourselves. That was a crude statement, but Sumu found it made sense. Everyone wears a mask during the day. In the dead of night some open short videos, others open private videos, all taking off their masks to find themselves. Gunyan glanced at him and suddenly asked, Young Master Su, do people like you ever feel like going crazy? What kind of person am I? Rich, young, clean, never short of women. Gunyan counted on her fingers. Heaven gave you a luxury starter pack. Us ordinary players are still picking up scraps in the newbie village. Sumu smiled. You think you have me figured out just from that? You can't be clueless about what your good friend is wearing under that trench coat, can you? Gunyan looked up at him. The gas station light illuminated her face. Her eyeliner was a bit smudged, but that wild edge was even more prominent. Everyone has a beast inside. It's just that the powerful have more means to let it out. The poor can only fantasize. At those words Sumu's coffee paused for half a second. Faces flashed before him. Muchanga Su Banksia Han Shuyao. The thought in his mind grew clearer. He was indeed more than one face. With Muchanga he was warming a piece of ice, letting it melt bit by bit to reveal the softest part inside. With Su Banksia he was leading a wounded little animal gently, slowly, letting her dare to lift her head and look at him. With Han Shuyao he was indulging a certain dark amusement. Was this fair? No. But who could be so unified? No one wears just one face. Some people play the saint their whole lives, but rot inside. Others admit they're bad, and that leaves them with a shred of decency. The system didn't make him a saint, nor did it make him a slave to tasks. But precisely for that reason the demands on Sumu himself were higher. When people gain power the first thing they often do isn't become noble. It's to test the boundaries. So how far could he go? He thought a lot, but time passed quickly. Gunyan stood up and stretched. Her short top lifted, revealing a small edge of a tattoo on her lower back. Sumu glanced at it. He couldn't see the full pattern, but it looked like the kind of succubus motif common in niche circles. He'd read about it in a post before. Among contemporary female motorcyclists, 8 out of 10 liked to get some decoration on their lower back. They called it a symbol of freedom. But more often it was freedom shown to others, codes left for those in the know to decipher. Succubus marks, proprietary tattoos, in-group symbols. A bunch of people rebelled against rules verbally, yet etched a new set of rules on their bodies. Humans. So complicated, like a university cafeteria's spicy hot pot. Anything and everything thrown in. Gunyan noticed Sumu looking at her lower back, but didn't cover it. Instead she lifted her jacket higher. Like it. Sumu was honest. Not bad. Gunyan clicked her tongue. You really don't waste words when complimenting someone. I haven't seen the whole thing. Gunyan laughed until her shoulders shook. Young Master Su, you really don't put up a front. She picked up her helmet, put it on, leaving only her eyes visible. Dare to race a lap. If you win, I'll show you the whole thing. Sumu turned and opened the car door. You sure? Gunyan swung a leg over the Kawasaki and revved the throttle. The roar of the motorcycle spread through the empty street. Don't think just because you're driving a sports car you'll win for sure. Yinjiang Avenue at 2 in the morning is the female rider's home turf. Sumu sat in the car and fastened his seatbelt. The driving expertise rewarded by the system, the moment his hands gripped the wheel became like an instinct. Routes, distances, curves, tire grip, throttle response. He didn't have to think about these things, his body just did them. Han Shuyao looked at Gunyan outside, then at Sumu. You two are really going to race? Sumu stared ahead. Hold on. The next second the Porsche 911's engine roared to life. The Kawasaki shot out first. The black motorcycle stuck to the road and darted into the night. Gunyan was confident at first. The heavy bike had a quick start, and agile handling. She had taken the curves along Yinjiang Avenue so many times that she knew by instinct when to ease off and when to lean. But after the first bend, she caught a glimpse of the side mirror and nearly cursed. The Porsche was right on her flank, maintaining the exact same distance like an inescapable patch. Second curve. Gunyan leaned low, her knee nearly scraping the ground. She thought she could pull away, but the Porsche cut the apex even more sharply. The body hugged the inside steady, as if it weren't street racing. This rich kid was insane. Not only did he buy a sports car, he could actually drive it. Gritting her teeth, Gunyan twisted the throttle harder. The night wind rushed past both sides of her helmet. The speed increased. Inside the sports car, Han Shuyao gripped her seatbelt, her heart about to leap out of her throat. Slow down. Sumu steered with one hand, the other casually resting by the center console. Outside, Gunyan's bike pulled alongside several times. Suddenly a coat belt was thrown out of the car window. Then the Porsche accelerated abruptly. The engine roar drowned out the motorcycles. Gunyan watched helplessly as the car swept past her, its taillights leaving 2 red streaks. Damn, he really can drive. The Porsche ultimately parked beyond a stretch of barren land by the river. It was already far off the main road. Adjacent stood an undeveloped vacant lot, where distant construction lamps shed a dim glow. The breeze off the river carried the scent of moisture and earth. The engine still idled with a low hum. Han Shuyao lay limp in the passenger seat, her face alternating between pale and flushed, her hair disheveled, and her trench coat completely undone. Sumu looked at her. Get out. Get out for what? Sumu had already pushed open the car door. At 2:30 in the morning, the wasteland was devoid of a single soul. Only the occasional sound of a truck passing on the riverside avenue could be heard in the distance. The wind off the river carried a chill. The air smelled of soil and grass. Sumu walked to the front of the hood and pulled Han Shuyao out of the passenger seat. Here. Right here. Han Shuyao's voice trembled. The hood was still not fully cool. In the distance, the sound of a Kawasaki engine could be heard. The sound drew closer. In Sumu's mind, the system panel for Han Shuyao flickered wildly. Han Shuyao, current development progress, 62. 65. 67. 69. Ding. Congratulations, host. Han Shuyao's development progress has broken through the 70th major milestone. Triggered epic reward. Reward content information blocking aura permanent passive effect description. The host's information automatically gains the highest level of legalized shielding. When any institution or individual conducts a background check on the host, this aura will be triggered. This aura is a permanent passive effect and does not need to be manually activated. Sumu stared at this notification in his mind, stunned for several seconds. Although he had been receiving an income of 100 million every day with mansions, estates, and supercars, a thorn had been buried deep in his heart. Could the source of the money withstand scrutiny? If someone got serious and traced the funding chain up, could the 100 million the system transferred in every day legally hold up? Or even if it was checked out as legitimate once his own background was dug up, could the money still be secured? He was not sure. After all, the richest man in a certain province, despite possessing trillions in wealth, ultimately had his company acquired for a single dollar. Sumu did not want to repeat that mistake. So while he spent lavishly, he remained cautious on certain levels. He would not actively provoke institutions that truly had the ability to investigate to the bottom. But now this problem had been directly extinguished at its root. Information blocking. In this country, the most frightening thing is not those who can be found out, it's when you cannot find out who someone is at all. Sumu let out a long sigh. This reward was far more valuable to him than any estate. He never expected that Han Shuyao, whom he had casually taken under his wing, would give him such a big surprise. After tonight, both psychologically and objectively, he had taken the first step. He truly was no longer an ordinary person. Behind him on the hood, Han Shuyao had completely lost her strength. When the wind blew, a fine layer of goosebumps rose on her skin. Gunyan had stopped at the entrance of the wasteland. The single headlight of the motorcycle shone there like a distant eye. Han Shuyao heard that sound. She knew Gunyan had arrived, but she had no strength left to resist. Gunyan watched the rocking Porsche from afar, raising an eyebrow. She probably guessed what was going on over there. But instead of approaching, she helped block the entrance for them. She lit a cigarette, sat on the Kawasaki, and gazed at the river. Sitting on the bike, she looked at the taillights of the Porsche. That stretch just now, she had lost quite cleanly. So cleanly that there was no excuse to find. The car was good, that was one thing. But driving skill was something that couldn't be faked. Whether someone could drive was evident in a single corner. Gunyan had seen rich people drive sports cars before. Most stepped on the gas on straights and slowed to a crawl in corners. They claimed to love speed, but what they truly loved was the car emblem and the legs in the passenger seat. She suddenly felt that tonight was quite interesting. Originally, she had only wanted to meet this man who had brought Han Shuyao into Tangchenipin, and maybe see if there was a chance to get some benefits. After all, Gunyan was no saintly ascetic. Poor people pretending to be aloof usually ended up with their pretense recorded in their Huabei bills. But after actually meeting Sumu, she found that he was not what she had imagined. Young, wealthy, fun-loving, and genuinely capable. Most importantly, there was a strange sense of relaxation about him. It seemed that the rules of this world were nothing more than a piece of paper he could crumple and discard at will. Gu Nian exhaled smoke and murmured softly, "Yao Yao. This time you might really have hit the jackpot." Back at the Porsche, the two had already moved inside the car. Han Shuyao leaned against the passenger seat, her trench coat completely removed by Sumu. Although the wasteland outside was vast, there could still be patrol cars passing by the river. Sumu did not go too far. At least he did not cross the line that would really cause trouble. Taking Han Shuyao out for a spin today not only verified the system's rules for increasing openness, but also unexpectedly earned him the divine skill information blocking. This night had really been worth the effort. Han Shuyao lay in the passenger seat, utterly spent. She didn't know what Sumu had just obtained. She only knew that she seemed to have finally crossed a line. She clutched the access card hanging from her neck in her hand. As if grasping a ticket, Gu Nian rode her bike closer and stopped a few meters from the Porsche. She didn't look inside the car, she just hung her helmet on the handlebar. "Master Su, you've raced and played. Is Yao Yao still alive?" Han Shuyao weakly cursed from inside the car. Gu Nian shut up. Hearing that she still had the strength to curse, Gu Nian was relieved. She walked to the car and handed over a bottle of water. Sumu took it, unscrewed the cap, and first fed Han Shuyao a couple of sips. Gu Nian watched this scene with a slightly subtle expression. She had originally thought that someone like Sumu was just playing around. Now she saw that he could also take care of people. But his way of caring was very much his own style: first bully someone until they are in tears, then give them water to drink. The old trick of a slap and then a candy. But the candy was truly sweet, and the slap was truly electrifying. Gu Nian leaned against the car door, tapped the cigarette pack, but didn't light one. Sumu looked up at her. "You're very smart." "No shit." Gu Nian shoved the pack back into her pocket. "I may be poor, but my brain hasn't run out of credit." She glanced at Han Shuyao in the car, her tone losing some of its playfulness. Yao Yao seems realistic, but actually she's not that daring. If she were truly bold enough to go all the way, she would have already gone further than this. She's just scared. Afraid that after she gives it her all, she'll find out she doesn't even have the right to be someone's toy. Han Shuyao's eyes reddened again. "Can you just stop?" Gu Nian ignored her. She looked at Sumu. "So if you're just playing around, that's fine too. But don't let her dream last too long. The thing poor people fear most is not that they've never seen good things. It's having seen them and then being sent back." After Gu Nian's words fell, the wind by the river fell silent for a few seconds. Han Shuyao leaned against the passenger seat, clutching the access card in her hand. She dared not look at Sumu. Gu Nian had spoken too bluntly. Bluntly, as if she had lifted the veil of shame in her heart and hung it out to dry by the river. What the poor fear most is not the unfamiliarity with luxury. It is the taste of it only to be driven back. The apartment at Thompson Riviera, the passenger seat of a Porsche, the Huangpu River beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. These were like candy. But too much candy makes one forget the days of plain buns and pickled vegetables. That was what Han Shuyao dreaded. She feared waking up one day to find all this merely a game Sumu casually played. She didn't even have a save file. Gu Nian looked at Sumu, waiting for the young man who seemed too youthful for his power to speak. Most wealthy men at such a moment would offer some platitudes. Promises of treating her well, assurances of not being that kind of person, declarations of having it under control. Gu Nian had heard too many of these. At banquets and bars, through tearful phone calls from friends by their bedside. When men painted a rosy picture, each one seemed like a Michelin-starred chef. But when it came time to settle the bill, their wallets were cleaner than their faces. Yet Sumu merely chuckled. He offered no explanation, nor did he adopt a deeply affectionate pose. Instead, he pulled out his phone from his pocket, casually tapping a few times. The motion was as relaxed as ordering takeout. Gu Nian's brow furrowed. Han Shuyao was also bewildered. 3 seconds later, the screen of the phone on the passenger seat lit up. Han Shuyao, lacking strength, still picked up the phone at the sound of the notification. On the screen was a bank SMS. A single glance, and she froze. "Your account, ending in 4716, received a deposit of 1,000,000 RMB. Remark for cat food. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 100,000. 1 million. Han Shuyao stared at the string of zeros, her mind blank for 2 seconds. Then realization dawned. 1 million. A full 1 million. Remark, 3 words for cat food. Her hand holding the phone began to tremble. The access card she had been clutching was now pressed beneath the phone, a thin card whose edge bit into her fingertip with pain. Yet she could not bear to let go. Gu Nian stood outside the car, but in the darkness the light from the screen was starkly visible. Her hand holding the cigarette paused midair. The smoke she had just inhaled got stuck, causing her to cough on the spot. Cough, cough. As she coughed, she saw the numbers on Han Shuyao's phone. She was numbed. Truly numbed. What need was there for reasoning? Any reasoning felt weightless before 1 million in cold hard cash. Sumu tossed his phone onto the dashboard and turned to Gunyan. Dreams can indeed shatter if dreamt too long. But if the dream pays enough, it becomes a reality harder than reality itself. Gunyan coughed, the corners of her eyes turning red. She wanted to curse, but her mouth opened and closed, the words failing to come. The poor sense of security sometimes wasn't that complicated. The stone that had been hanging over her heart was smashed down by that million. What was a million? It was money she couldn't save even after years of not eating or drinking. It was money that when her parents fell ill, she wouldn't have to calculate the balance in the hospital corridor. It was money that allowed her to quit her job whenever she wanted. It was also the cushion that even if Sumu kicked her out one day would prevent her from immediately falling back into the mud. More importantly, Sumu gave it so casually. So casually that it struck her as absurd. To him it seemed like just a nice evening buying some extra feed for the cat. Han Xia lifted her face to look at Sumu, the corners of her eyes read, her lips moving. Moss. Her voice was soft, so soft that the wind scattered it. Sumu glanced at her. Keep it. I don't like raising a kitten that's always afraid of starving. Han Xia's nose tingled. That sentence was more cutting than any love confession. Some pets always tried to escape the cage. She only wanted to weld the cage door shut. Gunyan leaned against the car door, silent for a long time. She stubbed out her cigarette and tossed it into an empty water bottle nearby. Master Su, you're really a bastard. Sumu nodded. Thanks for the compliment. I wasn't complimenting you. Then your expression skills are lacking. Gunyan was choked. She found she couldn't even out-insult him. Sumu pushed open the car door and got out. The river wind blew, swaying the drawstrings of his hoodie. He walked around to face Gunyan, his gaze dropping to her waist. I've heard your warning. Now it's time to talk about our business. Gunyan was taken aback. Our business? Sumu reminded her. The bet from the street race earlier. Gunyan paused for 2 seconds, then laughed. A normal person would at least pretend to play hard to get. He didn't even bother. Gunyan raised a hand to push back her short hair. Fine. I keep my word. She unzipped her motorcycle leather jacket all the way down. Beneath was a tight crop top. She turned around, facing away from Sumu, lifting the hem of her top and pressing the fabric at her waist down a little. The small of her back was fully exposed. The light was dim, but the tattoo on her fair skin was striking. Black lines extended from the dimples of Venus outward with a winged imp pattern in the center, its tail curling into an ambiguous arc mixed with a hint of dark red at the edges. Seductive, wild, and a little provocative. Gunyan turned her head to look at him. See clearly. Sumu looked seriously for 2 seconds. Gunyan waited for him to compliment her. Something like wild, cool, or suits you. But after looking, Sumu only said one thing. Ride slower from now on. Don't turn yourself into a medical bill one day. Gunyan's smile froze on her face. She turned around, pulling her clothes down. Seriously, Sumu, are you insane? I show you my tattoo, and you lecture me about insurance. Sumu opened the car door. Your monthly payment is 3,600. One crash, and the hospital will teach you that installments are just the beginning of life. Gunyan was amused despite herself. You're like an 18-year-old dad. She found that he never played by the rules. Talk about feelings, and he throws money. Talk about morality, and he asks if you've paid off your car loan. Who could handle that? Sumu sat back in the driver's seat. Dad or not doesn't matter. Living matters more. Han Xia leaned against the passenger seat, listening to the bickering, and let out a small laugh. Her mind was still floating. 1 million for cat food. She didn't know how to face Gunyan anymore. Gunyan glanced at her. What are you laughing at, you rich cat? Han Xia hugged her phone tighter. Don't be jealous. Gunyan nearly choked. Fine. Already defending her master, huh? Just a moment ago she was pitiful, eyes red, as if she owed the whole world. Now with 1 million in the account, she had the nerve to sass her best friend. Capitalism changes a cat girl's personality with remarkable effect. Sumu started the car. The Porsche's taillights lit up. Gunyan stood outside, arms crossed. Master Su. Sumu lowered the window. Gunyan looked at him. You're just leaving like that. You want to talk about life? Gunyan rolled her eyes. I'm asking who's paying for my Tuthasandayuan consultation fee. Sumu looked at the passenger seat. Han Xia immediately turned her head away, pretending to be asleep. The motion was smooth as silk, like a greedy cat that took the money and refused to acknowledge the debt. Sumu grinned. That's none of my business. Ask my cat if you have the guts. Gunyan was so angry she kicked a small stone by the roadside. You two are something else. The window rolled up. The Porsche drove out of the wasteland, tires crunching over gravel, kicking up dust. Gunyan stood there, eating the exhaust. She waved a hand in front of her face, then flipped the bird at the fading taillights. Bastard. After cursing, she laughed again. She leaned against her Kawasaki, pulled out her phone, and opened Han Xia's chat. She was about to continue cursing when she saw a screenshot Han Xia had sent. A screenshot of a bank transfer of 20,000 yuan. Below it was a message: Nyan, thank you. I feel like I can sleep tonight. Gunyan stared at it for a long time. She deleted and retyped her curse words over and over. Finally she replied, only sleep, well, rich cat. She shoved the phone into her pocket, fastened her helmet. The Kawasaki restarted. The black motorcycle charged into the night. Wind rushed in through the edges of the helmet, making her eyes sting. Whether it was the wind or the million, she didn't know. Damn, it felt good to be rich. 9 in the morning. In the master bedroom of Tycoon System. When Sumu woke up, the curtains had already been half-drawn automatically. Sunlight reflected from the river surface falling at the foot of the bed. He opened his eyes, feeling completely refreshed and invigorated. Last night he had fooled around from Tycoon System to Yinjiang Avenue, then to the riverside wasteland, and didn't return until nearly dawn. An ordinary male college student would probably still be in sage mode at this moment. But Sumu was not. The initial stage of physical enhancement indeed had its merits. Apart from being a little hungry, everything else was fine. He sat up from the bed and casually picked up his phone. There were quite a few WeChat messages. Han Shuyao was not in bed. From the living room came the faint sound of mopping. Sumu put on his slippers and walked out only to see Han Shuyao wearing his men's shirt, kneeling at the edge of the floor, wiping away the remnants of last night's battle with a rag bit by bit. The robot vacuum was right beside her, but Han Shuyao had turned it off. Sumu found it amusing. The robot is unemployed. Han Shuyao looked up and realized Sumu had come out. She said with a slightly flushed face, "It's a bit noisy. I was afraid it would disturb your sleep." Sumu glanced at the robot vacuum that was as quiet as a socially anxious person. If it had a mouth, it would have gone to labor arbitration by now. Han Shuyao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. She had slept very little last night, but her spirit was excellent. That kind of well-being didn't come from catching up on sleep. It was the exhilaration after her heart had settled. After the 1 million yuan arrived in her account, she became a completely different person. Before, when she stayed in this apartment, she always felt like a temporary guest, as if she could be kicked out at any moment. Now it was different, even though she still had no official status. But at least she knew that Sumu was willing to spend real money on her. That was stronger than many people's love. Han Shuyao asked softly, "What do you want for breakfast?" "I just saw there are eggs and milk in the fridge." "Whatever." Sumu sat down on the sofa and carefully looked at the WeChat messages. Shunzi had sent a document early in the morning. "Mr. Su, the preliminary materials for Xingguang Commercial Plaza have been compiled. I have listed 3 key points. First, the existing management has been taking kickbacks for a long time. Abnormal pricing exists in engineering, maintenance, advertisement space, leasing, and security outsourcing. Second, the investment promotion department secretly charges merchants team money, and the renewal conditions for some contracts are not transparent. Third, the current responsible person Wang Qinyan has a close relationship with the second shareholder Qin Group and has bypassed the board of directors multiple times to handle mall resources. There were also several tables attached. Su Mu glanced over them roughly. Didn't understand. But it was clear that Shunzi worked quickly. He replied, "I only look at the results." After sending, Su Mu put down his phone. For someone who makes 100 million yuan a day, he really has no interest in doing business. After all, what business could earn 100 million a day? He just needed to let professionals help him convert this money into more valuable resources. He was responsible just for seeing the results. On the other side, in the teaching building of Moda University, Mu Chang'e sat by the window in the classroom. Sumu hadn't returned to the manor yesterday, so she came to school early this morning. The platinum star-shaped necklace around her neck was hidden inside her collar. Only when she sat down and bowed her head would the pendant gently touch her collarbone. Her phone lit up. It was a message from Sumu. "You didn't come back to the manor yesterday, did you? Eat well?" Very short, and he didn't explain where he went yesterday. Her finger lightly touched the star-shaped pendant on her collarbone. The cool touch calmed her heart considerably. If Sumu didn't say, she wouldn't ask. She had long known that Sumu wouldn't have only her by his side. That answer had been on the table since the moment she agreed to stay at Xinghu Manor. But Su Bangxia was in the school dormitory yesterday. So who was Sumu with last night? Mu Chang'e lowered her eyelashes and replied, "I've already eaten, thank you, husband." After sending, she turned her phone face down on the table. Zhongling beside her leaned over and asked softly, "Chang'e, why do you look like you're about to catch a mistress?" Mu Chang'e glanced at her, and Zhongling immediately sat up straight. Su Bangxia beside her hadn't listened much during the entire class. Her phone was under the textbook, the screen brightening and dimming repeatedly. In the chat box, Su Mu's words from last night still lay there. "Okay, then next time I'll buy a few more full-length mirrors and surround you in the middle to look at you to my heart's content." Every time Su Bangxia read it, her ears turned red. Those words had kept her from sleeping well all night. Her mind was full of mirrors. 1, 2, many. Fang Jin sat beside her and had long noticed something wrong. "Susu, why are your eye circles so red?" Su Bangxia was startled. "No, I just didn't sleep well." "You weren't crying, were you?" "Really, no." Fang Jin approached suspiciously, but it was too late for Su Bangxia to block. She only glanced at the chat history and almost slid off the chair. Fang Jin covered her mouth and spoke in a low voice. "Are you two chatting so openly like this?" Su Bangxia's face was so red, she almost buried it in the textbook. Don't look. Fong Jin's pushed the phone back, her expression very complicated. Surrounded by full-length mirrors. What kind of perverted game is this? Fong Jin swallowed. Su, if you really go next time, can you tell me in advance? Su Bangxia looked up, her eyes full of panic. What are you going to do? Fong Jin said seriously. He'll prepare glucose for you. Su Bangxia was so embarrassed, she directly lay on the desk. This class was completely unlistenable. The teacher was talking about the market demand curve on the podium. In her mind, there were only curves in the full-length mirror. 10 in the morning. Su Mu drove his Porsche back to Moda University. As soon as he parked in the lot near the school, he got out and walked toward the teaching building. Just as he reached the downstairs, a sweet voice appeared right on time. Student Su Mu. Lin Jius stood beside the steps. Today she had obviously dressed up carefully. Her hair was curled naturally, her makeup was clear, and her dress was just right. Innocence with a little cunning. She was holding 2 cups of coffee. I brought you an iced Americano. Su Mu glanced at the coffee. Then he glanced at the dark circles under her eyes that weren't completely covered. He couldn't help giving her a mental thumbs up. This girl, for the sake of an accidental encounter, had probably staked out more diligently than a security guard. Thanks. Su Mu took the coffee. Lin Jius smiled, even sweeter. You're heading to the classroom, right? Let's go together. She said it very naturally. So naturally that it made people think she really just happened to be passing by. The two walked into the building. Lin Jiu mentioned, as if casually, by the way, are you free this weekend? Before he could answer, suddenly rapid footsteps came from behind. Wang Hao rushed over panting. Su. He held his phone, his face both nervous and excited. Senior Wanqing just sent me a message. The weekend social event location is set at Xingju KTV on the 3rd floor of Xingguang Commercial Plaza. Senior Wanqing said all 4 girls in their dorm will go. After Wang Hao finished, he realized Lin Jiu was standing nearby. Lin Ziu's internal alarm bells immediately went off. From Wang Hao's words, it seemed Zhang Wanqing had also set her sights on Su Mu, a junior vice president of the Student Union Minister of External Relations. Long ranked among the 4 campus beauties. Good at dressing up, good at talking, and good at making full use of resources. She didn't demand that Su Mu must go, but emphasized that her whole dorm would go. That way, if the guy's dorm was short of people, it would make Wang Hao, the male contact person, feel very uncomfortable. Su, whether I can get a girlfriend this time entirely depends on whether you show up and hold down the fort. Su Mu glanced at him and sighed inwardly. I'm afraid if I really go, you'll only stay single longer. Wang Hao immediately replied, absolutely not. As long as you go from now on, you'll be my sworn brother regardless of blood. Lin Jiu chimed in with a smile. I also want to go to Xingguang Plaza this weekend. How about we go together? At the same time. In the management office of Xingguang Commercial Plaza, Wang Qinian sat in a large executive chair holding a cigarette, his expression not very pleasant. He was in his 40s with oily shiny hair and a slightly pot-bellied figure. Such a person was easy to recognize in a crowd. Clearly the type who sat in an office for a long time and liked others to report while standing. Several trusted subordinates stood in the office. The investment promotion manager, property manager, deputy finance officer, and security captain. Wang Qinian stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. There's movement from the new major shareholder. The deputy finance director frowned. So fast. Wang Qinian sneered. A little girl in her 20s with some title of private asset office wants to audit the accounts. If she wants to check, let her check. But whether she can find anything depends on her ability. The investment promotion manager then added. I've already informed those merchants. The property manager also nodded. I've also arranged people on the security side. They won't really stop her when the time comes. Wang Qinian nodded with satisfaction. He hated these parachuted people the most. Especially young women. Beautiful, well-dressed, smooth talkers. When faced with merchants surrounding them to argue, cleaning ladies crying, and security guards not cooperating, they would immediately show their weakness. Such women are not suitable for charging into battle. They are only fit to crouch under the boss desk. Mall management is not about sitting in an office drinking coffee. There's nothing but mud in this business. Around 2 in the afternoon. The campus of Moda University was unbearably hot. The cicadas on the trees chirped as if they owed a payday loan, their noise grating on the nerves. Su Mu sat on a bench in the lobby of the teaching building scrolling through his phone. Mu Chang'e had a professional course. Su Bangxia also had class. Su Mu found himself unexpectedly free. He opened WeChat and saw a message from Han Shuyao sent half an hour ago. I've wiped all the balcony glass clean. Su Mu couldn't help but smile. That outfit from last night could essentially be declared honorably retired. Moreover, the rate at which Han Shuyao wore through stockings had already earned the status of daily necessities. Such strategic supplies must be replenished. After all, raising a cat food must be bought. Cat litter must be bought. Toys are also indispensable. How could a qualified little cat be without toys? Otherwise the cat might get depressed. Of course, whether Han Shuyao would become depressed was unknown, but Sumu rather looked forward to her being unable to hold back. Sumu thought for a moment and sent Han Shuyao a WeChat message. Drive the 911 to the school gate to pick me up. Han Shuyao replied almost instantly, okay. After a 2-second pause, she sent another, can I drive it? Sumu replied, it'll cover any damage. Sumu put away his phone and leisurely walked toward the school gate. That afternoon, the school gate was crowded. A few boys were squatting in the shade of trees, smoking, chatting about basketball games, and who had worn black stockings today. The topics of male college students were most of the time rather simple. In summary, 3 things. Games, women, and what to eat tonight. If they were a bit more mature, a 4th item would be added, no money. A few minutes later, a familiar exhaust note came from the intersection. A red Porsche 911 slowly pulled into the temporary parking area by the school gate. The car sat low with beautiful lines as sunlight hitting the paint made the nearby electric scooters look somewhat self-conscious. The driver's window was half lowered. Han Shuyao wore sunglasses, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her lips a light red, yet her expression was cold. She wore a black tank top with a thin shirt over it, and the access card around her neck was pressed into her cleavage. Her face was inherently striking and aggressive. Back when she worked at the 4S dealership, she could charm customers into losing their bearings with that face. Now sitting in the Porsche, her aura upgraded instantly. A dangerous beauty face, pale cool-toned skin, a top-tier sports car. These 3 elements combined created a lethality more absurd than the campus confession wall. Several boys at the gate soon stared wide-eyed. Whoa, who's this sister? She's something. This car must be over $1 million, right? I don't want to struggle anymore. Don't worry about the car's price, worry about whether you're worthy. The boys verbally jabbed each other, but their bodies were honest. Soon someone stepped forward. A boy in a white short-sleeve shirt went first. He ran his hand through his hair and put on what he thought was a natural smile. Sister, can I add you on WeChat? Han Shuyao didn't even lift her eyes. No. 2 words, clean and sharp. The boy in white stood there, his smile faltering. The others immediately ribbed him. You're not working, you got eliminated right away. Let me show you, buddy, it'll demonstrate sincerity. The second boy stepped forward. He held a cup of milk tea in his hand, his tone very gentle. Little sister, I don't have any ulterior motive, I just. This time Han Shuyao didn't even bother to speak. Before he could finish, she rolled up the window. The message was very clear, you keep talking, you'll keep pretending not to hear. The laughter around grew louder. The third boy was obviously from the sports department. Fitted tank top, his pecs stretching the fabric impressively, and his arms had nice lines. He carried half a cup of protein powder and swayed slightly as he walked, a contender quite confident in his physical condition. He bent down close to the window. Sister, don't be so cold. I'm not bad. Height 186, a low body fat, 6-pack abs. If you don't want a relationship, I can be your little wolf dog. The school gate burst into laughter. This guy was truly shameless. But you have to admit some girls actually fell for that. However, Han Shuyao just turned her head and glanced at him. Her sunglasses hid her eyes, but the disdain was almost seeping out through the lenses. Not short of dogs. The sports student's smile froze for 2 seconds. Someone nearby was laughing so hard they squatted on the ground. Damn dude, you've been excommunicated from the canine species. Hilarious, not short of dogs, this sister's mouth is poisonous. The sports student was a bit unwilling. He wanted to say more, but Sumu had already walked over slowly, hands in his pockets. Just as he was about to step forward, the boy in white short sleeves stopped him. Bro, listen to me. Sumu looked at him. The boy in white lowered his voice. Don't go, seriously, don't go. This woman is ice cold. The 3 of us just fed like noobs. Another guy also came over. Did you see that car? A 911. A sister who drives a car like that has ridiculously high standards. The sports student rubbed his nose and also advised. Bro, even with my great conditions, I got nothing. If you go over, you'll just be a clown. Sumu glanced at him. This guy's pecs were indeed big, but his brain might have been marinated in protein powder for too long. Looking at this group, Sumu felt a sudden urge to act. He deliberately sighed to draw everyone's attention. I'm not going to hit on her. The one in the car is my relative. The atmosphere changed instantly. The white-shirted boy's eyes lit up. Relative, he. Another guy immediately changed his attitude. Bro, why didn't you say so earlier? The sports student also perked up. Then do us a favor and introduce her. Someone even slapped Sumu on the shoulder. Little brother-in-law want a cigarette. When that address came out, Sumu almost lost his composure. Good heavens. Just a moment ago they were telling him not to be a clown. Now they were already calling him brother-in-law. Human adaptability was sometimes truly amazing. Sumu waved a hand. No smoking. The one in white wasn't giving up. Brother-in-law, put in a good word for me, okay? I really like your sister's type. The sports student also began listing his qualifications. I'm in good shape, good personality, can cook, work out, and give massages. Someone beside him undercut him. You can't massage for shit. Last time you pressed my shoulder, you almost sent me to the school hospital. The sports student glared at him. What do you know? That's called deep relaxation. Sumu suppressed his laughter, waited for them to finish their clamor, then raised his hand to quiet them. All right. The boys immediately fell silent. Sumu then spoke slowly. Actually, I'm not her brother either. The others froze. White shirt, then who are you? Sumu said very seriously, I'm her father. The school gate went silent. The wind rustled the leaves. The Porsche's engine still hummed low. The expressions on the boys' faces were so rich, they could be sent directly to a film school as teaching material. The one in white looked from Sumu to Han Shuyao in the car. The sports student's lips quivered, half a cup of protein powder frozen in midair. Someone wanted to laugh, but wasn't sure if they should. This relationship was off the syllabus. They hadn't even passed college English test band 4, but the band 6 of life had already started early. Inside the car, Han Shuyao had been watching him intently ever since he left. When she heard Sumu's final remark, her face flushed a bit. But she reacted quickly. She lowered the window, pushed her sunglasses down a little, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. Then in front of a dozen boys her voice turned soft and sweet. Baby, get in the car. Smack. The half cup of protein powder dropped from the sports student's hand, spilling white liquid all over the ground. The expressions around collectively lost control. Someone cursed under their breath. Damn. Others stared at Sumu, their expressions so sour they could turn into pickled Chinese cabbage. Still others looked at the Porsche with the expression of someone seeing the world anew. Is this how rich people play? I used to think novels were exaggerated, but now I see novels were still conservative. Dude, I'm broken. I'm broken too. I even want to call him God Grandpa. Sumu opened the passenger door and glanced back at them before getting in. The guy who wanted to call me Grandpa play less Valorant in the future. The door closed. The Porsche slowly drove away from the school gate, leaving the boys standing there, each with an expression more priceless than the last. The sports student stared at the spilt protein powder, his heart aching so much he forgot to work out his chest. One boy stared at the taillights and gritted his teeth. Degeneracy of society. The white-shirted boy chimed in, moral decay. A boy beside them added in a wistful tone, but I also want to be called baby. Several people turned to look at him at the same time. That boy coughed awkwardly. Ahem, I was joking. Inside the car, Han Shuyao gripped the steering wheel, her ears still slightly red. Sumu leaned back in the passenger seat, watching her. You got into character pretty quickly, Han Shuyao said softly. I was afraid of embarrassing you. Just now you didn't call me that. Han Shuyao's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. The car merged into the main road. Han Shuyao drove steadily. Although she had been kept up until nearly dawn the night before, she was in good spirits today. The arrival of the 1 million had transformed her demeanor entirely. In the past, when she drove the shop's cars, she would be nervous, afraid of scratches, afraid of fines. Now with Sumu's simple words, if you crash it, it's on me, her hand steadied. Security sometimes was a very tangible thing. Bank account balance could cure a lot of mental exhaustion. Sumu watched her drive for a while, then suddenly asked, what car brand do you like? Han Shuyao was taken aback. Huh, they'll get you a car as a reward for just now. The car body swayed slightly. Han Shuyao quickly steadied the wheel. Catching the red light ahead, she braked and turned to look at Sumu. For me? Is there a third person here? Han Shuyao's lips parted. Just last night he had given her 1 million for cat food. Today he was talking about buying her a car. The candy-coated bullets were coming too thick and fast. She felt less like she was being kept and more like she had been airdropped into a vault. She asked cautiously, isn't that too much trouble? I don't go out much anyway. Sumu stared at the red light ahead. It's also a hassle to take a cab from Top Sun 1. ITLL be more convenient for grocery shopping and for visiting Gunyan. Han Shuyao's heart stirred at the mention of Gunyan. He remembered Gunyan's name. If a man remembered the name of your friend, it meant he cared about you. Of course, if that friend was a beauty, it might be a different story. But either way, it made her happy. Han Shuyao thought for a moment, still afraid to name anything too expensive. She tested the waters. Well, how about a BMW Mini? Sumu looked at her. You like it? It's cute and easy to drive. She paused, then added, and it's not expensive. Sumu gazed at her. Are you trying to save me money? Han Shuyao blushed slightly. I'm afraid of being too greedy. Sumu leaned back into his seat. A greedy cat isn't scary as long as it's obedient enough. The light turned green. Han Shuyao restarted the car. She didn't speak immediately, but she drove even more steadily. After a long while she said softly, I will be very, very obedient. The Starlight Commercial Plaza soon arrived. This commercial complex was a landmark near the university town. Its facade was a vast glass curtain wall, and the electronic screen at the entrance scrolled through various brand advertisements. Han Shuyao drove into the underground parking lot. Sumu glanced at the sign nearby, first floor auto showroom, second floor apparel, third floor Starjade, KTV, fourth floor dining, fifth floor cinema. Sumu smiled. This place would soon be his. But for now he was still entering as an ordinary customer for the first time. It felt quite novel. On the first floor of Starlight Commercial Plaza, Han Shuyao walked arm-in-arm with Sumu into the auto showroom. Inside the Audi showroom, Zhao Zishuan was lounging on a sofa in the rest area, scrolling through short videos. He had taken sick leave from school for the past 2 days, mainly to avoid Sumu. Just as he was watching a borderline streamer dancing, his peripheral vision caught two figures approaching from the parking entrance. Zhao Zishuan's hand jerked, and his phone slapped him right on the nose. Shoo! He clutched his nose, jumped up from the sofa, and bolted toward the manager's office. The sales consultant stared in bewilderment. Young master, what's wrong? Zhao Zishuan didn't even turn back. My condition's gotten worse. On a weekday afternoon, the mall wasn't as crowded as on weekends, but it was still bustling. Han Shuyao had worked at a 4S shop before. This kind of place was all too familiar to her. The glass walls, the lights, the fragrance, the standard smiles on the sales consultants' faces. She could close her eyes and guess the next line. Welcome, may I ask what model you're interested in? The only difference was that back then she was the one standing there smiling. Now she was being let in as a customer. The shift in roles made even the air feel right. At the entrance of the BMW mini showroom, a female sales consultant spotted them and immediately approached. Good afternoon, sir, madam. Are you looking at cars? Just as Han Shuyao was about to speak, Su Mu pointed at the cream-white Mini in the center of the showroom. Is this one available now? The female sales consultant's eyes lit up. Yes, sir. This one is in stock, fully equipped, very suitable for a lady. Han Shuyao's eyes clearly brightened at the sight of the car. She really did like it. Small, pretty easy to park. Back when she sold cars at the 4S shop, she had fantasized about driving her own little car to work one day. But back then it was just a fantasy. Rent, utilities, food, cosmetics, and sometimes money for her family. Her salary plus commissions seemed decent, but in practice they vanished faster than a boyfriend's promises. Seeing her liking it, Su Mu asked directly how much out the door. The female sales consultant was about to introduce various plans when Su Mu cut in. Cash, as long as I can drive it off today. The smile on the sales consultant's face became noticeably more genuine. Absolutely, sir. With a quick process we can finish everything this afternoon. Han Shuyao tugged at Su Mu's sleeve. How about we look around a bit more? No need to rush. Su Mu looked at her. Don't you like it? I do like it, but then we buy it. Han Shuyao fell silent. The mini paperwork was completed swiftly. The female sales consultant held the contract and keys, her smile sweet. Ms. Han, the car is being cleaned and the temporary plates are being processed. You can pick it up in a little while. When Han Shuyao took the keys, her palms felt warm. This was the first car of her life. Hers. Not a customer test drive car. Not a showroom display. Not even a car from her dreams. It was a car with her name on it, real and tangible. She looked down at the keys, her eyes a little red. Su Mu glanced at her. What are you crying for? Han Shuyao shook her head. Nothing. If you like it, drive it. If not, we'll change it. Han Shuyao bit her lip and smiled. I like it. The words were spoken softly, but she knew that another thread of her heart had just been wound tighter around Su Mu. Su Mu had planned to head upstairs directly. But as he passed the luxury car joint exhibition area, he stopped. The area featured several high-end business cars and ultra-luxury SUVs. They were spacious, and more importantly, the back seats were roomy. With the seats folded down, they looked quite practical. Su Mu glanced at them, then couldn't help feeling disdain for his 911. It was stylish, sure, but it was really cramped inside. Last night, when he wanted to do some stretching exercises, there wasn't enough room. There was a reason mature men preferred cars with more space. A nearby sales consultant, seeing him stop, immediately stepped up to introduce it. Sir, this is the Maybach GLS. The rear seats are very comfortable, perfect for business receptions. Su Mu sat inside to try it. The back was spacious. With the seat adjusted, he could stretch his legs. He nodded. He'll take this one. The sales consultant froze. Sir, do you mean? Cash, will buy it. The sales consultant's face lit up instantly. Before he could finish smiling, Su Mu pointed at a black Toyota Alphard high-spec modified version nearby. That one too. The sales consultant felt lighter by half a pound. Sir, both? Yes. The consultant immediately bowed. Very well, sir. I'll arrange it right away. Han Shuyao stood beside him, her mind already drifting. She had just been moved to tears over a Mini. And then Su Mu went and bought two more, even more expensive ones. Buying cars for him was like buying milk tea. The only difference was that milk tea required queuing, while cars made the sales consultants queue. Several salespeople swarmed around Su Mu, some fetching water, some with contracts, and one coordinating the temporary plates. Not only that, but a female sales consultant in a tight pencil skirt with a figure that was hard to ignore leaned forward deliberately while handing him a pen to sign. Her seductive, inviting gaze practically screamed that she would gladly package herself as a gift and stuff herself into Su Mu's passenger seat. Han Shuyao stood to one side, watching the scene, her internal alarm bells ringing loudly. Only one thought remained in her mind. She had to weld the cage door shut. Weld it thicker. And maybe wrap it with steel bars, just to be safe. The paperwork for the two cars would take some time. Su Mu, too impatient to wait, simply told the salesperson to contact Shinziyi later. He then led Han Shuyao up to the third floor. The third floor was far more bustling than the first, with restaurants, KTVs, leisure stores, and an indoor playground, all clustered nearby. Han Shuyao followed Su Mu for a few steps before quickly spotting a store with an understated facade. Above the entrance were several characters' private life aesthetics gallery. She paused for a moment. She knew exactly what kind of establishment this was. She had seen such places before while shopping with Gunyen, though the two of them had never ventured inside. At most they would pretend to pass by deliberately sneaking a peek at the lace lingerie in the window display, only to later tease each other for being secretly provocative. But now Sumu walked in with an air of complete ease, his leisurely stride as natural, as if he were stepping into a convenience store downstairs. Sumu's gaze swept across the room, and he inwardly gave the store's design a thumbs up. The lighting wasn't from large fixtures, instead small spotlights or recessed lights were used throughout. The color wasn't that cheap pink typical of street-side adult shops, but a dim warm orange. Accompanied by the mellow, languid tones of jazz music and the faint, elusive scent of incense in the air, the atmosphere of intimacy was heightened to its peak. There weren't many customers in the store, and the sales assistants were all remarkably quiet, as if deliberately preserving this hushed, amorous ambience. A female clerk approached. Her eyes first scanned Sumu's face and neck, a flicker of admiration and regret flashing in her gaze. Then her attention naturally shifted to Han Shuyao. Seeing the way Han Shuyao's hands were tightly clutching Sumu's sleeve, the clerk took less than a second to mentally decipher the hierarchy between the two. A professional, "I understand" smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Lowering her voice, she pitched her sales pitch directly at Sumu. "Sir, we just received a new shipment yesterday. It's very gentle on beginners, especially for a young lady with skin as delicate as your girlfriend's." Hearing that recommendation, Han Shuyao's entire face flushed crimson, and it looked like steam might rise from the top of her head. Sumu nearly burst out laughing. What did it mean to be professional? This right here was the very definition of it. Initially, Han Shuyao was tense and reserved. But as she took a few steps further, the memory of Sumu giving her money for cat food last night, coupled with his nonchalant attitude after spending nearly 10 million on a car, began to crush her feelings of shame with a rising tide of ambition. She had to stay. To do that, she needed to make Sumu feel she was useful, interesting, and novel. She couldn't wait until the day he grew tired of her and kicked her out of the cage, only to start regretting it then. With trembling hands, Han Shuyao reached out and picked up an item. The clerk beside her beamed with an affectionate Annie smile. "This one suits you perfectly. The contrast in temperament will be incredibly striking." Her cheeks burning, Han Shuyao's gaze fell upon the matching accessories nearby. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she gritted her teeth and picked those up too. Sumu stood nearby, hands in his pockets, watching her quietly. Han Shuyao turned around and held the items up to him. She kept her voice very low but enunciated those 2 words with perfect clarity. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Han Shuyao's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. Even the female clerk, for all her professional composure, couldn't help her mouth twitching wildly at the stark contrast between Han Shuyao's demeanor upon entering the store and now. Sumu looked at the items in her hands, then at her face, which seemed to radiate heat, and thought to himself, well damn. This cat's learning ability was alarmingly exceptional. She was already trying out this advanced version so quickly. Sumu casually tossed the items into the shopping basket. "Well, take them all." Han Shuyao's heart skipped a beat before suddenly racing. Watching Sumu's retreating back, a glimmer of secret delight shone in her eyes. Perfect. The cage was welded shut another inch. To the clerk's barely suppressed excitement, Sumu began his shopping spree. His main targets were stockings, black, white, gray, in various thicknesses and styles. Han Shuyao stared at the growing pile of trophies, her mind already starting to autoplay scenes that would likely require censorship tonight. She felt that her body tonight was probably going to need to be declared a total loss again. But that was fine. If stockings got ruined, they could just be replaced with new ones. The cat absolutely could not afford to lose her job. After paying, the two walked out carrying several beautifully packaged bags. Before Han Shuyao could fully recover from that atmosphere, Sumu was already striding purposefully towards another store selling formal wear. "Come on, let's go buy some normal clothes for a change." Han Shuyao looked up. The sign read Jin's Life Lingerie Boutique. This one looked like a legitimate store. Without giving it much thought, she followed Sumu inside. Female salesperson Zhang Li had just finished arranging the latest silk nightgowns on the racks when she turned around and froze completely on the spot. She recognized that face. Just a few days ago, this same handsome young man had brought an icy, stunning girl here for a shopping spree. Zhang Li had worked for 3 years in this high-end lingerie store at Starlight Plaza. She had seen wealthy people and beautiful people, but the girl from last time was so cold she could have saved the store on air conditioning. Her face was pure, untouched by worldly dust, and her skin was so white it made the plastic mannequins next to her feel inferior. And yet just a few days later, this guy was back, and he had a different girl with him. This one was even more devastating. Black spaghetti strap top, thin trench coat, the classic femme fatale, fair skin. Her eyes, when she looked at someone, seemed to have little hooks in them. Compared to the last one cold, one hot, one pure, one sensual. 2 completely different pinnacles of beauty and style, yet within days both were being led around by the same man. Zhang Li swallowed hard, her expression so complex it felt like a barrage of comments was about to pop up in real time. Bro, what happened to that icy beauty from last time? Do you need me to help with the fitting room scenario again? Sumu recognized her too. Hands in his pockets, his tone was as casual as ever. Small world. Zhang Li immediately suppressed her internal torrent of commentary and plastered on a flawless professional smile. Sir, hello. Nice to see you again. Han Xiao, who was browsing the styles nearby, caught on. So Sumu had brought other people here before. But she didn't ask, and she certainly didn't make a scene. She obediently followed Zhang Li to find her size. A sweet smile graced her lips, but in her heart, she was already starting to take mental notes. A well-behaved cat could be jealous inwardly. She could also act cute and pouty to her owner when feeling wronged. But she absolutely must not hiss just because her owner petted other cats. Just as the saleswoman was about to lead Han Shuyao inside to choose styles, a commotion erupted from outside the store. What's wrong with your store? Don't you know the display is blocking the aisle? The fire escape is obstructed. And who gave you permission to put up this promotional sign? A middle-aged woman's voice trembled with anxiety. Our sign has always been here. The contract allows for outdoor display, and it doesn't block the way. Don't talk to me about contracts. When the mall management inspects and says you're in violation, then you're in violation. Rectify, immediately pay the fine, and sign the supplementary terms. Standing by the shelf inside the store, Sumu looked out through the glass window. A crowd had already gathered outside. The third floor was primarily the women's fashion and lifestyle area, so there were naturally more shoppers. Hearing the argument, everyone stopped to watch the spectacle. The love for watching a drama unfolding knows no gender or age. As long as there's a quarrel up ahead, someone behind is sure to pretend to check their phone or tie their shoelaces, unwilling to leave until they've gotten the full scoop. The argument outside was escalating. Sumu stood by the shelves of Jinshi Life lingerie store, taking in the situation through the glass door. Leading the property management team was a man in his 30s, clad in the mall's standard dark blue uniform, with a name badge pinned to his chest. Though the name was illegible, his arrogant demeanor was unmistakably clear. Behind him stood two security guards in uniform, their backs ramrod straight, clutching walkie-talkies as they communicated with someone. Facing them was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, her face bearing the marks of time, yet still well-maintained. The quintessential sharp, affluent Shanghainese auntie. The moment she spoke, her formidable combativeness as a local Shanghainese auntie came to the fore. Are you out of your mind? The contract is crystal clear in black and white. Promotional items are allowed within a 1-2-meter radius of the entrance as long as the main walkway remains unobstructed. My shelf is half a meter away from the main walkway. On what grounds do you claim I'm violating the rules? And a fine of 2,000. Do you take me for some naive young girl fresh off the boat in Shanghai? The onlookers perked up with interest. The middle-aged man opposite her wore a strained expression. He pointed at the display rack on the floor, his voice rising several notches. This is a mall-wide fire safety inspection. I say you're blocking the passageway, so you are. Sign the fine and remove your things immediately, or this isn't over. The shop owner was having none of it. She pulled the lease contract from behind the counter and slapped it onto the adjacent display stand. Come on, take a look. Page 7, clause 13. If you can't read, I'll read it out to you word by word. The property management leader's face burned with embarrassment. A customer nearby couldn't stifle a laugh. A few young women shopping whipped out their phones to record the scene. Spotting them, he immediately pointed a finger. What are you filming? This is internal mall management. No photography allowed. The girl rolled her eyes, utterly ignoring him. The property manager's composure finally cracked. He picked up his walkie-talkie and pressed the button. Fire safety surprise inspection. All security personnel on the third floor section report here immediately. He lowered the walkie-talkie, fixing his gaze on the formidable shop owner. Fine, you want to talk contracts? Well, we're done with contracts. This is a fire inspection. Fire safety trumps everything. No matter how solid your contract is, can it outweigh fire regulations? At this, the auntie's expression shifted. It was the most infuriating tactic. When you argue contracts, they bring up safety. When you argue safety, they cite higher-ups' orders. In the end, it always boiled down to one thing: if they said it wasn't allowed, it wasn't. Several security guards sprang into action at the command. Two approached the entrance of Fang's mother's shop, reaching for the display rack outside. Fang's mother moved to block them. Who said you could touch that? That's my store's property. If you damage it, you'll pay for it. The guards dared not shove her, so they awkwardly blocked her while shifting the rack. Meanwhile, two other guards entered the neighboring shops. Zhang Li had just helped Han Shuyao pick out 2 nightgowns when the commotion outside sent a chill down her spine. Having worked at the mall for 3 years, she knew all too well how vexing such inspections could be. Normal checks were bearable, but the worst were those conducted with a hidden agenda. They weren't there to find problems. They were there to create them. A guard strode into the store, his voice booming. Stop browsing. There's a surprise inspection. This store has safety hazards. All customers must leave immediately. Zhang Li rushed over. Sir, I assure you our fire safety is up to standard. The guard waved her off dismissively. Orders from above. The entire area must be cleared. Please cooperate. Zhongli broke into a cold sweat. She had witnessed firsthand the young gentleman's spending spree last time. He hadn't even blinked when swiping his card. A single customer like that could net her half a month's commission in one transaction. It was like a god of wealth entering a temple only to be swept out by a monk with a broom. If word got out, even the Buddha would slap him twice. Soon the guard approached Su Mu and Han Shuyao. He glanced at Su Mu's attire, then at the expensive-looking shopping bags in Han Shuyao's arms, and softened his tone slightly. Sir, please step outside for now. Orders from above. For customer safety, the entire area needs to be evacuated. Han Shuyao clutched the bags tighter, edging closer to Su Mu. Su Mu eyed the name badge on the guard's chest. Whose orders? Does mall management have such sweeping authority to shut down stores and eject customers on a whim? The guard faltered. Sir, we're just following. Before he could finish, a rapid clatter of high heels echoed from the store entrance. The sound grew louder and faster. Shenzi pushed her way through the crowd outside. She wore the same dark gray custom-tailored professional skirt, suit, her hair tied back, neatly, a phone clutched in her hand, a thin sheen of sweat on her brow. She had been reviewing documents in a temporary office on the 5th floor when news of the disturbance on the 3rd floor reached her. Her first instinct was to rush down and take control. Ordinarily, she would have dismissed such matters as petty, underhanded tricks she could handle on the fly, waiting for her senior sister, Yan Qingfu, to arrive and launch a full-scale purge. But today was different. The car showroom on the 1st floor had just contacted her to process vehicle paperwork. That meant the boss was in the mall. A sense of dread crept into Shenzi's heart. When she reached the 3rd floor, she found a crowd gathered in heated argument. Peering into the store, her heart skipped a beat. She felt as if the sky had fallen. Just this morning, she had confidently sent Su Mu a detailed report on Xinguang Commercial Plaza's issues. Now her boss was being ejected by the mall's own security. What kind of workplace horror story was this? Shenzi pushed through the crowd and stepped into Jinshi Life lingerie store. Su Mu saw her, his expression unchanged. You made it here quickly. Shenzi's brow beaded with more sweat, her voice tight. Mr. Su, I happened to be upstairs and heard about the situation below. Your morning report was quite thorough. Shenzi opened her mouth to explain, but Su Mu didn't give her the chance. He turned, pulled Han Shuyao close, and tossed a bank card to Zhongli, who stood nearby. Ring it up. Su Mu led Han Shuyao out, pausing briefly as he passed Shenzi. She looked up at him, her lips parting. I only care about results. With that, Su Mu walked away, without waiting for her explanation. Han Shuyao followed her steps, quick and small, glancing back at Shenzi as she passed. Shenzi stood frozen, the back of her blouse soaked through with cold sweat. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she turned around, her entire demeanor had shifted. She fixed her gaze on the bewildered security guards still lingering in the store, her voice icy. Who authorized you to enter? The guards were intimidated by her presence. The property manager ordered a fire inspection. I am the fully authorized management representative of the new major shareholder. Since when does the property manager have the authority to issue such orders? Shenzi pulled out her phone. Her first call was to her newly hired assistant. Xiao Zhou, bring your phone to the 3rd floor and start recording evidence. Now. Her second call was to Lu Wei. Wei Jie, draft a formal warning letter regarding the property management's misconduct. Send it out by tonight. The two guards exchanged uneasy glances, and the leader muttered under his breath, Bro, who is this woman? Shenzi overheard him and turned her head. You can go ask your property manager. And tell him effective immediately he's suspended pending an internal investigation. If he has any objections, tell him to come find me. They'll be on the 5th floor. The guards slunk out defeated. In Jinshi Life lingerie store, Zhang Li was still reeling. She stared at Shenzi's retreating figure, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. That young gentleman. First he brought an ice-cold school beauty to buy lingerie, then a knockout beauty like this one, and now even the new major shareholder's representative was bowing and scraping before him. She suddenly worried that with his mood ruined today and missing out on the dressing room fun they'd had last time, he might never come back to their store. Inside the upscale apartment they shared, Shenzi shrugged off her custom-made coat, letting it fall carelessly to the floor. She kicked off her high heels with equal abandon, collapsing into the wide sofa, as if drained of all strength. Lu Wei retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, poured 2 glasses, and carried the stemware over to her best friend. Seeing Shenzi, usually so capable, now wearing an expression of utter desolation, as if her soul had been sucked dry, Lu Wei couldn't help raising an elegant eyebrow. What on earth happened at the mall to shake you, the golden steward, like this? Shenzi took the glass, tilted her head back, and gulped down a large mouthful of red wine before she felt her racing heart settle back into her chest. She set the glass heavily on the coffee table and began recounting her ordeal at Xinguang Plaza that afternoon. You know, this is the first time in my life I've had a boss check up on me so ruthlessly. All she could see in her mind was Su Mu's indifferent gaze as he left. Covering her face, her voice was thick with defeat. That attitude of his is 100 times more terrifying than if he'd given me a thorough scolding. Lu Wei took a sip of wine, shook her head with a smile, and listened quietly as she continued to vent. Shenzi sat cross-legged on the sofa, growing more convinced that something was off. And Wei Jia, think about it carefully. She began to analyze Su Mu's behavior. I think he did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that he went to browse the lingerie store on the 3rd floor? Shenzi slapped her thigh as if she had uncovered a shocking truth. Even if he needed clothes, he could have had someone deliver the season's new arrival straight to his home at Tangshan. He must have come specifically to inspect my work. Lu Wei put down her glass and tapped the table lightly after hearing this speculation. You're overthinking it. Maybe he really just took his companion to buy some lingerie to spice up life. But none of that matters. Your real problem now isn't whether he's testing you. Lu Wei sat beside Shenzi and helped her sort out the situation step by step. You forced the suspension of a property manager today in your capacity as the controlling shareholder's representative. It might have looked bold and impressive on the spot. She cut straight to the core crisis. But tomorrow these people will double down and throw all kinds of dirty tricks behind your back. If the underlying issue isn't resolved, whether he caught you or not is irrelevant. Lu Wei leaned back into the sofa cushions, her tone turning grave. The real mastermind hasn't even made a move yet. Shenzi massaged her throbbing temples, feeling her mind churned into a mess. She had anticipated they wouldn't cede power easily, but hadn't expected them to resort to such self-damaging tactics. A young woman new to the game trying to purge these seasoned veterans in a short time. A profound sense of helplessness began to spread within her. She started to realize that managing a large shopping mall was entirely different from managing a wealthy person's daily life. At this thought, she quickly grabbed her phone and sent a message to her senior sister abroad, Yan Qingwu. Senior sister, when can you arrive in Shanghai? Seeing her anxiety, Lu Wei finally decided to give her best friend a nudge. Given young Master Su's capital, what he values is your attitude and efficiency in solving problems. Actually, don't worry too much about the mall. Once Yan Qingwu is in place, you can strike like thunder. Lu Wei shifted her tone, her gaze turning playful. But before those official matters are resolved, the most urgent thing for you now is to soothe the big boss' spoiled shopping mood today. Lu Wei deliberately dragged out her words. After all, this is exactly where you as his personal butler excel, isn't it? Shenzi was stunned, bewildered. Soothe. She stared at her best friend in disbelief. Are you asking me to go to Tangshan in the middle of the night to apologize on bended knee? Lu Wei nodded with a smile and took a sip of her wine. You're right, and the key isn't the apology. It's that you've forgotten young Master Su is also a normal young man and one with extremely refined taste. Lu Wei leaned in closer, her voice laced with obvious teasing. You forgot that when you signed that pledge you agreed to an additional clause. At these words, Shenzi's face flushed crimson down to her neck. She recalled what she had said that day, wear the clothes you like and report until you're satisfied. Without giving her time to hesitate, Lu Wei stood up and walked directly into the walk-in closet. Come here. Shenzi eyed her warily. What for? Pick a battle outfit. Shenzi remained seated, speaking hesitantly. But it's not yet time for the contract bet. Lu Wei turned and gave her a deep look. Do you think that still matters? Shenzi closed her eyes and then rose to follow her, because she suddenly understood what her best friend was trying to tell her today. When the balance of power is unequal, no agreement, no contract matters. If she couldn't pass this current test and change Su Mu's impression of her in time, there might not be a future at all. The walk-in closet was spacious. Lu Wei, a lawyer who wore business suits every day, surprisingly had quite a few clothes here. Business suits, evening gowns, blouses, skirts, shoes. All organized by color and occasion. As soon as Shenzi entered, Lu Wei began rummaging. The first outfit, a black fitted pencil skirt suit. The tailoring was snug, the waist cinched severely. Shenzi glanced at it and felt her ears burn. Isn't this too tight? Lu Wei held it up against her. Tight is what makes it a battle outfit. Loose is just a uniform. The second, a white blouse paired with a black skirt. The blouse's neckline was cleverly designed. Looked demure at first glance, but a slight bow could spell trouble. Shenzi's scalp tingled. No way, this is too risky. Lu Wei nodded. That means it's the right choice. The third, rimless glasses paired with black stiletto heels and an unopened package of black stockings. Staring at these items, Shenzi began to question her life choices. Why do you have so many clothes in your room? Lu Wei's expression was perfectly natural. I'm a lawyer, not a nun. Shenzi was left speechless for a long moment. Lu Wei shoved the stockings into her arms. This set, professional, intellectual, and a good attitude for admitting fault. Shenzi looked down at the items in her arms, her face burning. She gritted her teeth. If it means keeping this job ID, wear black stockings to report any time. Even if he makes me stand and report until dawn, I'll take it. Lu Wei glanced at her. Are you sure it's just standing? Shenzi grabbed a throw pillow and hurled it at her. Lu Wei dodged with a laugh. Enough, don't be coy. Young Master Su has very discerning taste. Ordinary people don't even get the chance to dress up for him. Now go change. Remember to bend low when you report. Shenzi stood there clutching the clothes, blushing furiously. Eventually she turned and entered the adjacent room. After the door closed, the sound of fabric rustling came from inside. Lu Wei stayed outside drinking wine when her phone suddenly buzzed. She glanced down. It was Shenzi's phone lighting up. A message popped on the screen: Yin Xingwu, arriving Shanghai this weekend. Lu Wei read the message and couldn't help laughing. This game was getting more interesting. She wondered when she herself could step onto the stage. A few minutes later Shenzi emerged. Lu Wei looked her over from head to toe and nodded approvingly. I'm really curious how young Master Su will evaluate you tonight. Shenzi picked up her bag and paused at the door. She turned back to Lu Wei. If I don't come back tonight. Lu Wei answered quickly. Then he'll prepare a celebration banquet for you tomorrow. Shenzi gritted her teeth. You're really my best friend. Lu Wei raised her glass in a toast. Go for it, Chief Steward Shun. And remember, don't just focus on apologizing. Modu in the evening shed the sweltering heat of the day. In the top-floor duplex mansion of Tangxing Yiping, the air conditioner was perpetually set to a constant 23 degrees Celsius. Sumu nestled comfortably into the expansive Italian leather sofa in the living room. He casually picked up the half-glass of Romanicani on the coffee table. He gently swirled the crimson liquid. His gaze swept over the mountain of shopping bags that had just been brought back from Xinguang Plaza, dozens of high-end shopping bags stacked in a haphazard, yet visually striking pile. Beneath those elegant and restrained wrappings lay all the spoils of a single afternoon. She walked toward the bathroom with her head bowed, her legs and steps somewhat unsteady. Although she tried her best to put on a professional and obedient demeanor, from her earlobes reddening to the point of nearly bleeding to the violently heaving fair chest, everything betrayed the overwhelming shame about to burst within her. Sumu took a sip of the red wine, watching her retreating figure as if she were fleeing in panic, a mischievous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Han Shuyao stopped in front of the wide vanity counter. The large floor-to-ceiling mirror in the bathroom reflected her trembling body. Han Shuyao gasped for air heavily. She stared at the woman in the mirror, who was biting her lip tightly, frantically building up her mental fortitude. The 1 million yuan for cat food was right there in the mobile banking account balance. The keys to the fully paid BMW car were lying on the coffee table outside. These were all the sense of security bought with cold hard cash. Everyone knows how hard it is to find a job out there nowadays. Many places offer a base salary of 3,000 yuan a month with a bunch of messy troubles. Even some old lecher who wants to pull the strings, making people work like oxen during the day and go to bed like a prostitute at night. Now meeting Sumu, a boss who never dangles empty promises, but pays first and asks for work later. A truly rare good boss. If I lose this job, I'd be inviting divine punishment. Isn't it just learning to act cute like a little kitten? As long as the food in this cage is good enough, forget being a cat. Even if I had to be a husky, there would be a long line of people on the street fighting for the job. Forget it, I'll go for it. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and walked toward the bathroom door. Walking out upright. Not an option. Since she was going to do it, she had to do it thoroughly. Maximize Sumu's user experience. In the living room, the warm orange accent lights adjusted to create a highly atmospheric ambience poured down. Sumu was leaning on the spacious Italian leather sofa, waiting to see Han Shuyo's new look. The door opened. Her pale spine glowed with a breathtaking halo under the soft light. Sumu stared at this unspeakable scene on the carpet, tactically taking a sip of the Romanicani in his glass. It had to be said, under the encouragement of cold hard cash, this cat's self-cultivation and professional ethics were astonishingly high. Damn near infuriating. Sumu leaned down to her ear. You seemed quite unhappy when you heard this afternoon that I took someone else there. Han Shuyao was so frightened that she shook her head repeatedly. No, I didn't. She eagerly expressed her loyalty. Yao Yao is a cat that doesn't hiss. Sumu casually tossed the wine glass in his hand onto the coffee table. A few drops of red liquid splashed onto the white carpet. Night completely enveloped this Inchoff gold land of Lujiazwi's wealthy district. The expensive, huge, explosion-proof glass of Tangxing Yiping once again witnessed a legendary scene. This cat who had tried to seize the initiative still didn't understand the boss' strength. In front of this pervert with the initial stage endurance physique enhancement, any skill or initiative was futile. At the beginning of the battle, Han Shuyao could still cooperate a few times. Later there were only 2 words cycling back and forth. Sumu glanced at the wall clock, then calmly pulled over the new shopping bags on the coffee table. Again, Han Shuyao now deeply suspected that the 1 million Sumu gave her wasn't really cat food money, but an advance settlement of her work-related injury compensation. This utterly unfair, one-sided flattening attack lasted a full 2 hours, until the neon lights on the opposite bank of the Huangpu River had flickered who knows how many cycles. On the carpet lay 3 pairs of completely ruined high-end stockings like a battlefield littered with the wreckage of war. Han Shuyao was utterly exhausted to the point of collapse. In stark contrast, Sumu barely showed any sign of heavy breathing, and his mental state was infuriatingly vibrant. The moment Han Shuyao's head touched the plush leather pillow, she tilted sideways and drifted into a deep sleep within seconds, leaving only the sound of her long, weary breaths. Sumu casually grabbed a bath towel and wrapped it around his waist, then walked out onto the terrace outside the bedroom to let the river breeze wash over him. Gazing at the bustling traffic of Lujiazui below, a sigh involuntarily escaped his heart. He turned and made his way to the terrace outside the bedroom to enjoy the wind. This was truly the monotonous life befitting a genuine tycoon. Inside the female dormitory of Modi University, Su Banksia sat at her desk dressed in a loose old pair of pajamas. She held a cup of instant braised beef noodles that had been steeping for a few minutes, and on the desk lay a worn-out notebook with frayed edges. She ate the noodles while scribbling with a ballpoint pen in the notebook. The pages were densely filled with records of her part-time earnings over the past few months: 80 yuan a day for flyer distribution, 200 yuan for weekend tutoring. Every single entry meticulously noted. Fong Jins had just finished washing her hair and stepped out of the bathroom. Drying her hair with a towel, she leaned over to glance at Su Banksia's notebook. When Fong Jins saw the numbers on the page, she couldn't help rolling her eyes dramatically. "I say, Su, what exactly are you thinking?" Fong Jins pulled a chair over and sat down beside her. She reached out and poked the steaming cup of noodles, whispering close to her ear, careful not to be overheard by Zhong Ling and her big mouth. "You're now the woman chosen by Junior Sumu." Fong Jins felt the world was utterly insane. If it were anyone else, they'd be showered with bags and sports cars by now. How can you, such a treasure, still be eating instant noodles in the dorm like a pauper? Su Banksia's cheeks flushed at Fong Jins' words. Like a child caught doing something wrong, she hastily closed the old notebook and awkwardly used the noodle cup to cover its cover. "Don't talk nonsense." She clutched her faded clothes tightly, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible, yet her tone carried an unyielding stubbornness. She didn't mind others calling her poor or shabby, and she was used to bearing some hardships herself, but she didn't want anyone to misunderstand Sumu. "Sumu, he's very good to me. He spent a lot of money on me." Su Banksia lifted her head anxiously, afraid her roommate might think Sumu was stingy, her eyes reddening slightly. "Just to stand up for me, he spent a huge amount of money acquiring the yoga studio. Later he also paid off all my mother's medical bills." At this, she timidly lowered her head again, staring at the few nutrient-depleted, dehydrated vegetable leaves floating in the bowl, her voice even softer, but filled with earnestness. "And then last night, he suddenly transferred 1,000,000 yuan into my account as living expenses. It's just that I don't want to spend it. It's not that he won't give me money." In truth, Sumu had never been one to play favorites. That night, while transferring 1,000,000 to little kitten Han Shuyao, he also casually sent 1,000,000 to the senior ice queen and the bullied girl who came earlier on the list. When Fong Jins heard the number whispered by Su Banksia, she nearly slid off her chair in shock. 1,000,000. Although Fong Jin's family was native to Modu, coming up with 1,000,000 in cash was no simple matter. Most of her family's funds were tied up in her lingerie store. Fong Jins grabbed Su Banksia by the shoulders and shook her. "Sis, you have 1,000,000 sitting in your account, and you're here eating instant noodles. And you're still calculating those few $100 from part-time jobs?" Su Banksia felt dizzy from the shaking. She quickly pressed down on Fong Jin's arm. "Him giving me money is his business. But I think I can't just take everything for granted." Her voice was soft, but her tone was resolute. "Besides, he's always the one helping me. I've never done anything for him. I want to use my own money to buy him a gift." Fong Jins rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Su, wake up, will you? He lives in a mansion and drives luxury cars. What can you possibly buy with your part-time earnings?" Su Banksia's eyes slowly reddened. She was well aware of the vast class chasm between herself and Sumu. They were fundamentally from two different worlds. Even though he doted on her to the skies, deep down, she was still consumed by an extreme sense of inferiority. That night, he threw his phone out the window. Su Banksia muttered softly. "It must have been shattered after falling from such a height. Last time I saw him, he hadn't found time to replace it. I want to withdraw all the money I've earned from my part-time jobs." Su Banksia earnestly counted on her fingers, plus the living expenses I've saved these past few months by being frugal. It should be enough to buy him the latest model phone. Fong Jins looked at her stubbornness, momentarily unsure whether to keep teasing or to envy her. In the face of someone like Sumu who never lacked money, Su Banksia's silly affection seemed remarkably rare. Fong Jins sighed and stood up. "When you've saved enough to buy the phone, call me. I'll go with you." Meanwhile, at Chongming Island, Star Lake Manor, Mu Changa was holding a book on modern finance. Dressed in a loose set of pajamas, she half reclined on the bed, her collar slightly low, revealing the platinum star-shaped pendant nestled between the two curves. Admittedly, Su Mu's physical stamina was somewhat excessive. Even after a day or two had passed, many parts of her body still ached faintly. Her phone suddenly vibrated violently on the nightstand. Mu Chang'e glanced at the screen. A video call from her younger sister, Mu Xiaoxiao, back home in Anhui province. She answered and propped the phone against the bookshelf. A cheeky little girl popped up on the screen. Mu Xiaoxiao had just washed her face, her hair disheveled atop her head. In front of her sister alone, she never put on the sweet act she showed to others. Sis Mu Xiaoxiao's big eyes darted slyly across the screen, her gaze bypassing Mu Chang'e's face to lock onto the necklace. Have you been wearing the necklace brother-in-law gave you every day these days? Mu Chang'e instinctively raised her hand to cover her collar. She cleared her throat awkwardly, trying to sound natural. You're just a kid. Why aren't you asleep or studying and instead making a video call? Mu Xiaoxiao pouted on the other end. Stop changing the subject. With my grades, I don't even need to study, okay? I'm just concerned about my filthy rich brother-in-law. Mu Xiaoxiao pressed her face close to the camera. It's late, and he's not here with you. Come clean. Where did he go? Mu Chang'e paused her hand, flipping the page, deliberately brushing it off with a casual tone. He has so many things to take care of, he can't just revolve around a woman all day. Mu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes dramatically on the screen. Sis, stop deluding yourself. When a man says he's busy 80% of the time, he's busy in another woman's bed. Mu Xiaoxiao put on the air of a seasoned veteran, continuing to act as Mu Chang'e's clueless advisor. Sis, how can you keep up this cold school beauty act? Do you even realize the prime piece of Tang Monk's flesh you're guarding? There must be plenty of vixens in Magic City eyeing it every day. Mu Chang'e's ears burned at her sister's. On the other end, Mu Xiaoxiao clearly hadn't expected that her sister, who had always been indifferent to boys, could be so open with her brother-in-law. In Mu Xiaoxiao's mind, seeing her sister lower her head that day at home had already shattered her perception of her elder sister. Afraid her sister might still be holding back, she continued, urging, if you keep letting him roam free like this, sooner or later others will devour him down to the bone. This little girl had barely turned 18 a few days ago, having gone mad listening to gossip from the Annies back home. Mind your own business, Mu Chang'e glared at the screen. Just focus on your studies. Seeing her sister still in that infuriatingly calm state, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around before she finally couldn't help revealing her true intentions. Sis, since you can't handle it alone, Mu Xiaoxiao patted her budding chest, this young lady will have to step in with you. Like brothers in battle, sisters in crime. She exclaimed excitedly. The study tour I signed up for is heading to Magic City for National Day. They'll drop by to see you then. Mu Xiaoxiao's scheme was so loud it could be heard hundreds of miles away back home. He'll come investigate in person. To scope out all those vixens around your brother-in-law. Mu Chang'e saw right through the girl's little trick. All that talk about watching for vixens was nonsense. She just wanted to come to Magic City during the holiday to mooch off Sumu for food, drinks, and gifts. Last time Sumu said he bought her some things, and the little girl was probably still thrilled. Now she was thinking of restocking. Don't run off, Mu Chang'e complained, but deep down she still favored her quirky little sister. You can come with the group to Magic City, but once you're here you must follow my arrangements. Absolutely no causing trouble for your brother-in-law, got it? Seeing her mission accomplished, Mu Xiaoxiao erupted into deafening cheers on the other end of the screen. Long live brother-in-law. Mu Xiaoxiao shouted, then realized her mistake. She quickly corrected herself to the camera. No, long live sister. Without giving Mu Chang'e a chance to take it back, she swiftly ended the video call. Mu Chang'e stared at the darkened phone screen, helplessly rubbing her temples. She turned her gaze back to the finance book. She hadn't even read 2 pages of her fingers unconsciously tracing the star-shaped pendant on her collarbone. Deep down she knew her sister was right. Sumu, that piece of Tang Monk's flesh, was simply too tempting. Those who wanted a bite were far more than just her and Su. Mu Chang'e switched to her phone's background, where a 9-second video had been looping countless times. In the footage at the school's main gate, a Porsche 911 was parked by the roadside. The camera shook, the videographer clearly trembling. As the car door opened, the woman inside flashed a perfectly obedient smile at the approaching guy. She clearly called out, "Babe, get in the car." On the terrace of Thompson Riviera, the river breeze was pleasant. Sumu, wrapped only in a towel, held an unlit cigarette, looking down at the neon lights of Lujiazui. In the master bedroom behind him, Han Shuyao was already asleep. The cat that had tried to rely on its professional instincts during the day now struggled even to turn over. He had really worn the woman out today. Just as Sumu was about to go back for a lighter, the phone on the small round table lit up. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was from Mu Chang'e. No words, just a photo. In the picture, the warm light of the master bedroom at Star Lake Manor was on. Mu Chang'e, in a loose light-colored pajama, was half reclining against the headboard, a finance book in hand. The neckline was a bit low due to her posture. The platinum star-shaped pendant lay quietly in the snowy valley, the light making it shine with presence. Then another message followed: "Can't focus on reading alone." Sumu found it amusing. This wasn't about not being able to read, it was the senior using a little hook to beckon him from afar. Quite clever. People really do grow, especially after being developed. the growth rate rivaling a membership accelerator. Sumu's fingers moved, deliberately teasing her. Then look at something else. The message was barely sent when the reply came almost instantly. Just want to see you. Sumu stared at those 4 words for 2 seconds and laughed out loud. What a direct hit. Mu Change's progress was so fast that if Zhongling knew, she'd probably write a manual on taming the Ice Queen overnight and sell it online for $9.99 with free shipping. Sumu directly called her. The line connected quickly. There were a few seconds of silence on the phone, only the faint sound of breathing. Still awake. Sumu leaned against the terrace railing, asking lazily. On Mu Change's end came the sound of pages turning quite loud, the kind that clearly showed she wasn't reading, just making noise to avoid seeming too eager. Women's little tricks can be quite endearing sometimes. Mu Change's voice was soft. Where are you? On the terrace at Thompson Riviera, Sumu glanced at the Huangpu River below, enjoying the breeze. There was a brief silence on the line. Then Mu Changa spoke. What's the fun of enjoying the breeze alone? The river breeze here at the manor is nicer than Lujiazui. After saying this, she fell silent herself, as if she had placed the words at Sumu's hand, but was too shy to push them into his palm. Sumu smiled. Miss me? There was no answer, but that was the best answer. Wait for me, clean. The sound of fabric rustling came through the phone. Mu Change's voice grew softer. They'll be waiting for you at home. Home. Those 2 words were more effective than any flirtation. With Mu Changa saying it, Star Lake Manor instantly had a different flavor than Thompson Riviera. It was as if someone had left a light on for him, and a place reserved just for him. Sumu hung up the phone and returned to the master bedroom. Han Shuyao was still in the same position, curled up under the blanket, like a cocoon, her breathing slow and steady, a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. Her sleeping posture was far from elegant, yet she seemed utterly at ease. After 2 intense hours of Hansen training tonight, this little cat had truly powered down completely, likely not waking until noon tomorrow. Sumu walked over and casually tucked the blanket around her. His gaze swept across the battlefield of scattered debris on the floor, several pairs of torn stockings strewn between the balcony and kitchen, and a piece of sheer fabric draped over the sofa back. If a cleaner were to step into this room now, she would probably stand at the door in stunned silence for 30 seconds before quietly raising her price. Sumu changed his clothes and grabbed the Porsche keys. As he stepped into the elevator, he sent Han Shuyao a message. Order some food when you wake up. Don't push yourself tomorrow or rest. After a moment's thought, he added another line. Let me know if the cat food runs low. Almost as soon as Sumu drove his 911 out of the Thompson Riviera underground garage, a ride-hailing car pulled up at the entrance. The rear door opened, and Shunzi stepped out, her black stilettos clicking against the ground. She was wearing the battle armor Lu Wei had meticulously chosen. A crisp white blouse, a black pencil skirt, frameless glasses perched on her nose, and her long slender legs encased in sheer black stockings. Every inch of her exuded a restrained, professional sensuality. Shunzi stood at the entrance of Thompson Riviera, clutching a folder in her hand. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She had spent half the day mentally preparing herself. A work report, an apology, a pledge with additional clauses. Lu Wei's words had sounded so easy, but now that she was actually standing here, Shunzi realized this was even more nerve-wracking than her master's thesis defense. At most, the defense meant getting scolded by professors. This time she could really be. She gripped the folder tightly and walked toward the security booth. The duty guard immediately recognized the former private butler who had recently resigned. A broad smile spread across his face as he approached. Butler Shin, are you here to see Mr. Su? Shunzi nodded. The guard checked the vehicle log, his expression turning awkward. Mr. Su's 911 just left a few minutes ago. Shunzi looked up. Just now? Yes, just a few minutes ago. The property manager glanced at the folder in her hand, then at her attire, but his professional restraint kept him from prying further. Yet the look on his face was as telling as a billboard screaming gossip. Shunzi stood there silent for 2 seconds. Perfect. She had mustered the courage to come and apologize, only for the boss to slip away just ahead of her. She glanced at her own outrageously alluring outfit, then at the dark garage entrance. A wave of crushing disappointment washed over her. After all that effort and mental preparation in the dead of night, the boss had already fled. How awkward. If Sumu wasn't at Thompson Riviera, his most likely destination was the Xinghu Manor on Chongming Island. To go or not to go? If she ran into Mu Changa there, she would feel like a fool staking out the boss doorstep. But remembering the massive blunder at Star Plaza earlier today, Sumu being thrown out by security at the mall, and those cold words, "I only care about results," still echoing in her ears, Shunzi felt that Lu Wei was right. If she didn't settle things face-to-face tonight, she might not even have the chance to speak tomorrow. Shunzi bit her lip and dialed Sumu's number. It rang several times without an answer. With no other choice, she looked at the late hour, then turned and got back into the ride-hailing car. Driver to Xinghu Manor on Chongming Island. The driver took another look at her in the rearview mirror. Late at night, a beautiful woman in stockings and business attire chasing after a luxury manor on Chongming Island from Thompson Riviera. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The rich sure lived well. Shenzi turned her face toward the window. She had no time to care about the hundreds of dramas the driver might be fabricating in his head. She knew only one thing Sumu had said, he only cared about results. And tonight she had to show him her sincerity, to buy herself the time to deliver those results. Meanwhile, the Porsche 911 glided along the late-night elevated highway. Sumu had seen Shenzi's call, but had no intention of letting a trivial mall incident ruin his mood. After all, with his wealth growing by 100 million a day, this mall wasn't worth a second thought. By the time he arrived at Xinghu Manor, it was nearly midnight. He went upstairs. The heavy wooden door to the master bedroom was unlocked. Sumu pushed it open. Inside, only a dim, intimate wall lamp was lit. The air conditioning was on full blast. Mu Changa was casually leaning against the headboard, her signature star-shaped pendant resting deep in the snowy cleft of her chest. She turned her head at the sound of the door opening, her eyes shimmering with a lazy, seductive allure. This expression, once utterly impossible on the icy campus beauty, was now flawlessly rendered by her. Her ethereal cold face, paired with that alluring gaze, created a contrast that sent one's blood pressure soaring. Sumu looked at her and smiled. Still reading? Mu Changa set the finance book on the nightstand. What are you waiting for? Hearing her direct invitation, Sumu wasted no words. He strode to the bed, not even bothering to undress. Bending down, he propped one hand beside her and forcefully cupped the back of her head with the other. His lips pressed down on hers. Mu Changa arched backward, clutching the hem of his t-shirt. After a long kiss, he finally pulled away. Mu Change's breathing had already grown ragged, two unnatural flushes blooming on her cheeks. She wrapped her arms around Sumu's neck, her nose twitching slightly. A strange sweet scent of some shower gel, a woman's fragrance, lingered. Mu Change's lashes trembled. Her fingers paused in their motion of stroking the pendant. But she asked nothing. Instead, she proactively tilted her slender neck upward, looping her arms around Sumu's. He looked down at her in his embrace. He felt the shift in her grip, tighter than usual. Sumu didn't play dumb. He reached up, lifting her chin, so she had to meet his eyes. Smelled it. Mu Change's gaze flickered, her lips parting. In the end, she shook her head. Sumu pressed his thumb to her lips, stopping the denial before it could leave her mouth. A saleswoman at the 4S store, I met her when I bought the car. He looked into Mu Change's eyes, his tone as casual as discussing what Head had for dinner. She's well-behaved, so I let her stay at Thompson Riviera. Mu Changa listened quietly, not interrupting. Her expression went from slightly stiff to gradually calm. She had already guessed. This was most likely the woman from the video. Mu Changa slowly sat up straight, staring at the star-shaped pendant on her collarbone. She was silent for several seconds. Then she lifted her head, her voice soft, but each word distinct. Does she have one of these? Her finger tapped the star-shaped diamond on the necklace. Sumu shook his head. This is yours alone. A faint smile curved at the corner of Mu Change's mouth, small but genuine. Then she reached out, grabbing the hem of his t-shirt, her movements unhurried. Then I won't ask about the rest. Mu Change's movements carried a vengeful tenderness. She reached out and dimmed the bedside lamp to its lowest setting, plunging the room into a hazy, ambiguous atmosphere. As she moved, the star-shaped pendant that symbolized her identity swayed gently between her collarbones. It occasionally brushed directly against Sumu's chest, its icy touch sending a thrilling sensation through him. Your body hasn't fully recovered, yet has it? Mu Changa looked up at him. The redness at the corners of her eyes was even more pronounced now. Her tone carried a willfulness and petulance rarely seen from her. You said I am the mistress of this house. Does the mistress need permission to do what she wants? Sumu was exasperated into a laugh by her words. This little girl was growing bolder by the day, even daring to use such words to corner him. Sumu was silent for 2 seconds. He turned over and pressed her back into the soft, large bed. Fine, then the mistress takes full responsibility tonight. Outside the window, a lake breeze blew. The light in the master bedroom was dimmed even further by Mu Change's hand. Sumu's enhanced stamina from his constitution manifested again, but unlike the relentless domination at One Hyde Park, this was different. Sumu held a very special place in Mu Change's heart. After all, she was also his first. Yet tonight Mu Changa showed no appreciation for Sumu's consideration. Instead, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Are you trying to save your strength for somewhere else?" The room was filled only with their heavy breathing. The concept of husband as the guiding principle revealed its terrifying power at this moment. How had he managed to pry open this icy campus bell in the first place? But Sumu knew that this woman now truly belonged to him alone. Watching the once aloof and icy campus belle, the dream girl of countless men at Modi University, now appearing before him as a doting little wife, Sumu felt this was far more satisfying than seeing an extra small target appear in his account every day. He leaned against the headboard and reached out to smooth the hair that had fallen over Mu Change's face. The phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. He glanced down at the caller ID. It was Shunzi again. Mu Changa felt the muscles of the chest she was pressed against tense slightly. She paused her movements and slowly looked up at him. Sumu answered the phone, his voice lazy. Speak. As if sensing his displeasure at being disturbed, Shunzi's voice on the other end was very fast. The background noise faintly carried the sound of wind, clearly indicating she was standing outside. Shunzi forced professionalism and calm into her voice. Mr. Su, I'd like to give you a progress report on Star Plaza in person. She paused. I'm already at the manor gates. Is this a convenient time for you? In the dead of night, a beautiful housekeeper shows up at the door proactively requesting to report on work. Anyone would be bewildered by this scenario. Sumu didn't give an immediate answer on the phone. He lowered his head to look at Mu Changa in his arms. Mu Changa was also looking back at him with her eyes wide open. Their gazes met directly in the dim light. Neither spoke. The atmosphere suddenly became subtly tense. Then Mu Changa did something that surprised Sumu. She used her arms to push herself up from the bed, slowly sitting up from beneath Sumu. Casually she grabbed the sheet beside her and wrapped it around her body. Then with a perfectly natural motion she reached out and took the still active phone from Sumu's hand. Housekeeper shouldn't wait for him in the first floor study. After saying this, Mu Changa handed the phone back to Sumu. The line went silent instantly. It wasn't a hang-up. It was Shunzi's brain momentarily crashing. She stood at the entrance of Star Lake Manor, holding a folder, the phone still pressed to her ear. She recognized that voice, of course. It was Mu Changa, and judging by the proximity of the sound, she had just been right next to Sumu. Even closer. Shunzi looked down at her own attire, a white blouse, a black skirt, black stockings, and high heels. She suddenly felt that Lu Weiss battle robe tonight was a bit too forward. This wasn't an apology for a fault. This was like bringing a resume to the boss wife to apply for the position of mistress. She really couldn't be sure just how many layers of meaning were in Mu Change's words. Sumu took back his phone and said lazily, "You heard her." Shunzi snapped back to reality immediately. "Yes, Mr. Su. Go to the study." "All right." As the call ended, Mu Changa got up from the bed. Her steps were still a bit unsteady, but she still walked to the coat rack, picked up a black men's bathrobe, and draped it over Sumu's shoulders. Sumu looked at her. So generous. Mu Changa straightened the collar for him. "You're such an animal." She leaned close to his ear, her voice very low. "I could tell you weren't even close to being satisfied just now." Sumu chuckled. "So you're trying to find someone to share the burden for you." Mu Change's fingers paused on his chest. "Housekeeper Shin chased you all the way here in the middle of the night. She couldn't really just be here to deliver a document." Sumu reached out and pinched her cheek. "Aren't you afraid I might?" Mu Changa didn't let him finish, looking up at him and interrupting. "You said the pendant is only for me." She paused for half a second. "So I'm not afraid." Sumu draped on the black robe, fastened the sash, and walked to the door of the master bedroom. His hand had just touched the doorknob. "Wait a moment." Mu Change's voice came from behind. Sumu raised an eyebrow and turned back, already smirking inwardly. Indeed, she couldn't keep up the act, could she? That whole grand performance of "I'm not afraid, and I won't ask anything else." The queenly declaration lasted less than 5 minutes before she was about to show her true colors right. He had even already rehearsed the lines, ready to take the opportunity to tease the little girl for her forced pretense of magnanimity. But Mu Changa, wrapped in the bedsheet, walked up to him, raised her hand to straighten the slightly crooked collar of his robe. Lifting those beautiful eyes to meet his gaze, she spoke with a tone of earnest caution. "The one who came from outside, her background is unclear. Be mindful of your boundaries, and don't court any trouble." Sumu was taken aback. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. He had thought Mu Changa would be jealous, would act coy, would say something like "don't touch her." But she didn't. What she said was about being mindful and avoiding trouble. That tone, rather than being jealous, was more like an empress consort adjusting the emperor's dragon robe before his departure. Before Sumu could fully process this shock, Mu Changa lowered her voice. This time it was so soft that only the two of them could hear. "If you just didn't get your fill earlier and are feeling pent up." She paused for a second. "Call Su over or call the one from Tangshanipin. Either is fine. Don't force yourself." Sumu felt a surge of smug satisfaction in his heart. This was the true essence of a top-tier empress consort. Sumu gently pinched her still flushed, tender cheek. "You said it yourself. Next time I'll call all three of you over for a gaming session." Mu Changa shot him a direct glare. She raised her hand and pushed against Sumu's chest. Sumu smiled and turned to leave. The first floor of Xinghu Manor was very quiet. The night breeze from the lake drifted in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the courtyard lights cast tree shadows across the floor. It looked quite elegant. Yet for some reason, a very untimely thought suddenly popped into Sumu's mind. This manor was so large. If it ever really filled up with people, the cleaning lattice salary would have to go up. Otherwise, when she walked in the next day and saw the living room, the study, the hot spring pool, she might just hand in her resignation directly. Sumu arrived at the study door. The door wasn't fully closed. A warm yellow light shone from inside. He pushed the door open. His eyes immediately fell on Shunzi standing before that massive rosewood desk. He had to admit tonight's outfit was something else. A tight, white shirt where the second button bore a strain ready to tender its resignation to the organization at any moment. A black pencil skirt paired with premium black stockings, delicate high heels on her feet, and a pair of rimless glasses perched on her nose. From head to toe, she was a single message abstinence, yet breakable. If this ensemble were featured in a classic channel on some late-night website, just the opening scene would rake in a flood of subscriptions. But Sumu didn't rush to speak. Too much had happened in the past 2 days. Han Shuyo's unconditional obedience and cooperation, mood changes, tolerance, and indulgence, plus the system's daily income of 100 million. Sumu's mindset had completely changed from when he first awakened the system. He was no longer that green youth whose heart would race at the sight of a beautiful woman. He was now a power player sitting atop resources, and his perspective on everything was shifting. Sumu strode over and sat down in the spacious executive chair behind the desk, leaning back, his chin slightly raised, gazing at Shinzi. That gaze held no urgency of desire, it was more like appraising a commodity waiting to be priced. Shinzi felt profoundly uncomfortable under that stare. Suppressing the thunderous pounding in her heart, she reached out to flip open the blue folder she had brought as a cover. MMR. Su. She stumbled over the first word. Cursing herself inwardly, Shinzi reorganized her words. This is the interim plan for cleansing Wang Katai's team at Starlight Plaza. She tried to speak in a steady professional tone. I've already completed the suspension of the property manager, and lawyer Lu Wei is drafting a warning letter. The study was so quiet that only her voice could be heard. Sumu didn't respond with a single word, didn't even glance at the report. His gaze remained fixed on Shinzi. Unconcealed, uninhibited. Under Sumu's intensely quiet, yet oppressive stare, Shinzi felt she didn't even know where to place her hands or feet. Her breathing grew increasingly erratic and her cheeks began to flush. She started to regret wearing this outfit. The pages in the folder rustled as she flipped through them, and imperceptibly the distance between the two of them grew closer and closer. Her voice also grew softer until it was almost a low murmur to herself. Sumu finally spoke. You came all the way here in the dead of night just to read me a report. The words Lu Wei had said tonight flashed through Shinzi's mind. To offer a humble apology, the key was in the humble. Shinzi gritted her teeth fiercely in her heart. She had already chased him all the way from the city center to this Chongming Island manor in the dead of night. If she started playing coy now, it would only displease Sumu further. Shinzi steeled her resolve. She snapped the folder shut and walked around the rosewood desk that stood between them. Shinzi, in her black stiletto heels, walked directly to Sumu's executive chair. She boldly bent down, leaning over. Using the pen in her hand, she feigned pointing at some data on the report. Boss, look at this anomaly in the cash flow. As she deliberately lowered her body, the taut collar of the white shirt gaped open, revealing an angle that sent one's blood pressure soaring. Sumu watched this half-genuine, half-acted office drama, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. Ding. High potential target detected entering effective contact range. Target name Shinzi. Comprehensive ratings grade. Current development progress 0 surged to 10. Hidden attribute locked, hint triggers upon reaching the 30 major node. Fatal weakness, class anxiety, an intense desire to break through the ceiling of her original social class, deeply yearning for the stable security of class ascension. Special note, extremely high professional compliance. As Sumu gradually began to make his move, Shinzi's legs tensed noticeably, but she didn't evade. Seeing that entry of extremely high professional compliance on Shinzi's panel, Sumu conceived a new game. He brought his lips close to her ear. Secretary Shun, are you planning to test your boss with this? Shinzi discerned the subtext in Sumu's words from the terms secretary and boss. The cap of the pen in her hand was pressed down by her thumb. With a click it sprang back, then she pressed it down again. As her eyes flickered, her tone carried a hint of grievance and 7 parts of obedience. Boss, I was wrong. You may punish me however you wish. This classic scene of a workplace powerhouse adept at understanding men's minds voluntarily bowing her head and admitting fault. In any drama, it would be a high-energy segment driving ratings. Sumu leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. What did you do wrong? The Star Plaza incident was due to my managerial oversight. Shinzi lowered her head, clutching the folder tightly to her chest. Isn't that what you said on the phone earlier? Sumu's tone was light, unreadable. Chasing from the city center to Chongming Island in the dead of night, just to recite the same line in person again. Shinzi's breath hitched as she knew he was toying with her. But coming here dressed like this tonight was already a statement in itself. Feigning innocence now would only make her seem foolish and cowardly in his eyes. Then what do you want me to say? Shenzi lifted her eyes to meet Su Mu's. Behind her lenses her gaze no longer evaded. The question is, have you truly made up your mind? I want to stay. Shenzi's voice dropped half a tone, but each word was enunciated clearly. Not just as the housekeeper. Sumu looked at her silent. The study fell quiet for a few seconds, broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioner vent. Do you know the price of staying? Yes. Tell me. Shenzi bit her lip, her voice growing hoarse. Obedience. A pause. Subservience. Another pause. And don't ask what you shouldn't. Sumu smiled. He stood up slowly, walked around the wide rosewood desk, and stopped before Shenzi. The distance between them shrank to less than half a step. Shenzi's height, with her stilettos, barely reached Su Mu's chin. She looked up at him, her Adam's apple bobbing. Sumu reached out and took the folder she held against her chest, tossing it carelessly onto the desk. Starting now, Secretary Shun. His voice dropped low, a hint of mischief curling at the corner of his mouth. Your performance review officially begins. First question. Sumu extended a finger, lifting the temple of Shunzi's rimless glasses, slowly removing them from her face. Secretary Shin, tell me, what car do I like to drive the most? Shenzi was baffled by this abrupt question. Her beautiful eyes, now unshielded by glasses, were filled with confusion. She quickly ran through the cars in Sumu's name. Porsche. Sumu shook his head. Maybach. Another shake. Shenzi frowned. Sumu patted the edge of the desk beside his chair, signaling her to come over. She clicked over in her heels and stood beside his executive chair. Sumu placed a hand on her shoulder and gently pressed down. Actually, I prefer domestic cars, BYD. Shenzi froze for a second. 2 seconds. She looked at his half-smiling face. The moment realization dawned, her ears turned a visible crimson. The air was silent for about 3 seconds. Then Shenzi did something that even surprised Sumu. She didn't act coy or resist. She turned her head back to glance at him, her eyes carrying a resolute, almost fatalistic determination, her voice soft and searing. Boss, is this the right answer? Sumu was amused by her words. Don't rush, there are additional investigation questions. Those with good qualifications can skip the probation period. I'll do my best. After saying this, Shenzi turned her face back toward the desk, avoiding his gaze. He stood up and walked behind Shenzi, casually placing a hand on her shoulder. Secretary Shin, you mentioned 3 points earlier: obedience, subservience, and not asking what you shouldn't. Let me add one more. Her back was tense, but her voice remained steady. Go ahead. Fourth, whether it's your mistake or others, I hope this is your first time. Shenzi's lashes fluttered. You can rest assured. Sumu patted her shoulder approvingly, like a boss satisfied with a subordinate's final report. All right, the review continues. For the next hour or so, the study door remained closed. Faint, intermittent conversation could be heard from the hallway, occasionally mixed with the rustle of papers. Sumu's special secretarial interview was thorough. From work capability to compliance awareness, from career planning to future positioning, every aspect was assessed clearly. On the system panel, Shenzi's progress bar shot up like a rocket. 15, 20, 25. Ding. Detected target: Shenzi's current progress breaking through the 30 major node. Unlocked hidden attribute: sovereignty transfer. Attribute description: this target is willing to relinquish part of her sovereignty and freedom in exchange for the leader's protection and resource allocation. Note: once sovereignty transfer is complete, her loyalty will be locked by contract rather than emotion, making it extremely difficult to sway by external forces. Indeed. Sumu glanced at the panel, the corner of his mouth lifting. No wonder this woman had been increasingly cooperative since entering without any bargaining. This kind of interest-based bond was indeed far more reliable than grand vows. 35, 40, 45. The blue folder on the desk had slipped to the floor, at some point scattering a few papers. Shunzi's rimless glasses had long been removed and placed on the bookshelf. The second button of her shirt finally ended its long and arduous duty, emitting a crisp popping sound as it arced gracefully onto the carpet. Sumu looked down. Workplace injury. Shenzi gasped for air. Is that on the company or me? Counts as wear and tear from your voluntary overtime, no reimbursement. Boss, you're so stingy. Sumu thought this woman indeed had something. Even after being pushed this far, she still wouldn't yield verbally. 50. Ding. Target: Shenzi's progress reached 50 major node. Triggered critical reward: full property rights of Cloud Summit Tower, a top-tier CBD office building in the Magic City. Reward: note, this property is one of the absolute landmark buildings in the Magic City's financial core, currently fully leased and profitable, with annual net rental income exceeding 230 million renminbi. Special tip: this scarce property has long been in an internal lockdown state, for lease only, not for sale. The system has directly generated the full property deed for Cloud Summit Tower, with all legal documents and handover procedures taking immediate effect. Cloud Summit Tower. Sumu recalled that several listed companies had their Magic City headquarters in that building. He never expected to become their landlord. With an annual rent of over 200 million, being this kind of landlord was truly absurd. He looked down at Shunzi, who was completely drained. She no longer bore the demeanor of the elite female housekeeper from when she first entered. Secretary Shun. Sumu spoke slowly. Shunzi propped herself up on the desk to look at him, a thin layer of moisture still glistening in her eyes. This performance review, I'm fairly satisfied. Her lips moved, her voice hoarse as if scraping against sandpaper. Thank you for your approval, boss. There's a guest bathroom next door. Go clean yourself up. Sumu put his robe back on. Pick any guest room upstairs to sleep in. Shunzi looked down and haphazardly gathered her fallen and half-fallen attire. She searched for the pop button for 2 seconds, but gave up. She walked toward the study door with unsteady steps. Pulling open the heavy double doors of rosewood, she was about to head to the guest bathroom across the hallway to clean up her disheveled state. Her foot just a half step out froze midair. The dim wall sconces in the hallway were lit, casting long shadows on the walls. Muchanga stood in the corridor. The rightful mistress of Star Lake Manor, arms casually crossed against her chest, leaned against the solid wood doorframe of the guest bathroom. Her expression was calm. Her posture relaxed. It was unknown how long she had been standing there. In that instant, Shinzi's blood completed a rapid shift from boiling to freezing. The lingering after effects of being tormented by Su Mu in the study hadn't yet dissipated, and now she was pinned in place by Mu Change's quiet gaze. Standing disheveled before the mistress of the house. Her shirt was missing a button, her black stockings had a run at the knee, and her hair was a mess, as if she had just been pulled out of a typhoon. Shinzi had attended countless social occasions in her life, but never had she wished to disappear on the spot more than now. Shinzi stood in the corridor, her hands and feet icy cold, her mind buzzing. The lone button that had valiantly held its ground on that white shirt now appeared utterly forlorn, shielding an area no larger than a band-aid. The shredded strips of black stockings on her thighs were a direct testament to what had just transpired in the study. She dared not meet Mu Change's eyes. Her mind was filled with classic scenes from TV dramas of wives confronting mistresses, splashing water, slapping faces, pulling hair, jabbing with high heels. Shunzi felt that in her current state, Muchanga could choose any one of those, and she would have no right to complain. Muchanga leaned against the solid wood doorframe of the guest bathroom, arms crossed loosely over her chest. The collar of her loose, light-colored pajamas hung open casually, and a star-shaped pendant rested quietly between her collarbones. She simply stared at Shunzi for 2 seconds with a deep, unfathomable gaze. Then she did something Shunzi never expected. She reached over to the shelf beside her, picked up a neatly folded white bathrobe, and casually handed it toward Shunzi. Put this on. There's a window in the corridor. Be careful not to catch a cold. Shunzi was completely stunned. She quickly grabbed the bathrobe and wrapped her defeated, disheveled form tightly inside it. The icy chill of the designer's shirt vanished, replaced by the thick, warm comfort of pure cotton. Shunzi took a deep breath. Her throat tightened, and her voice carried a hoarse shame that came after the act. Miss Muai, I came tonight to report on Star Plaza. I didn't mean to. Muchanga waved her hand, cutting off her explanation directly. Housekeeper Shun, there's no need to explain yourself to me. Muchanga turned her face aside. Her cold, beautiful features, illuminated by the light, bore a clarity beyond her years. I know Su Mu's nature better than you do. If he truly had no intention, you would never have gotten into this estate on Chongming Island tonight. Muchanga still remembered the first time they met, when Su Mu openly declared in front of her that he intended to be a playboy. She looked down at the faintly shimmering star-shaped diamond pendant resting between her collarbones. I don't mind how many women he finds outside. The moment those words were spoken, Shunzi thought she was hallucinating. She raised her head, staring blankly at Muchanga. She never expected to hear such words from her lips. Muchanga stepped forward. The distance between them narrowed until they could smell the scent of the same man on each other. Housekeeper Shin, you're a smart woman. I have only one request. Muchanga looked into Shunzi's eyes. I just hope he comes home more often. This is his home. As long as he's willing to come back, no one can replace me. Wrapped in the white bathrobe, Shunzi stood in the corridor. After hearing those words, her entire worldview felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Then came an unprecedented sense of clarity. She had always tried to prove her worth through business tactics, thinking she could win Su Mu's favor with impressive financial reports. Now she realized she had been going about it all wrong, taking a long detour. Muchanga turned and walked toward the end of the corridor. Pick any guest room upstairs. With that, she slowly disappeared in the direction of the master bedroom. But Shunzi stood alone in the corridor for a long time. Finally, she cast a deep glance in the direction Muchanga had gone. By the time Su Mu had pulled up his pants and emerged from the study, the corridor was empty. The sound of trickling water came from the guest bathroom. He turned and went upstairs to the master bedroom. When he pushed open the door, Muchanga had already curled back under the covers, revealing only half her face and a stretch of pale collarbone. All handled. Muchanga hummed an affirmation with her eyes closed. Howie. I gave her a bathrobe. Mu Changa muttered sullenly. What else did you want me to do? Hit her with a slipper. Sumu chuckled. You're pretty generous then. Humph. Mu Changa burrowed her face deeper into the blanket. I'm very generous. Sumu took off his robe and lay down beside her, reaching out to pull her into his arms. Mu Change's back pressed against Sumu's chest, and she remained quiet. After about a minute she spoke. Sumu. Moi. Her legs really are longer than mine. Sumu burst out laughing. He knew it. So this was where the little jealousy had been hiding. How could you tell? I went closer to compare. Her legs are at least 2 centimeters longer than mine. Mu Change's voice was muffled, carrying an indescribable sense of grievance. Sumu rested his chin on the top of her head. What's the use of long legs, oi? What do you mean no use? Mu Changa turned over to face him, her beautiful eyes bright in the darkness. Don't think I don't know what you like. Sumu was thoroughly amused by her sour yet earnest demeanor. What do I like? Mu Changa poked him in the chest. Last time you said if my legs were a bit longer we could try that position. Sumu nearly choked with laughter. He grabbed her wandering hand, brought it to his lips, and kissed the back of it. Want me to measure your legs again, and give you some real data for comparison? Mu Change's ears turned red again. She buried her face in his chest, and mumbled, stop teasing. Go to sleep. Don't think about her legs anymore. It was past 4 in the morning. Shunzi sat on the edge of the bed in the second-floor guest room wrapped in the estate's bathrobe, completely unable to sleep. She took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Wei. Wei Jie, your battle armor is dead. Lu Wei replied instantly. You? What's your situation now? Shunzi stared at the screen, typing a line, and deleting it, typing another, and deleting it, finally sending just 3 words. After a brief chat with Lu Wei, Shunzi began to replay the night's events. Finally, Mu Change's words in the corridor came back to her. The more she thought about it, the clearer her mind became. She glanced at the pile of expensive shirt shreds beside the trash can. That had been her proud battle armor for the night. Now it seemed like nothing more than the cheapest admission ticket to this estate. Thinking back to Su Mu's behavior during her report tonight, Mu Changa realized that this man truly didn't care about business matters at all. He hadn't paid a single word of attention to her presentation. Shunzi suddenly understood that no matter how brilliantly she cleaned up Star Plaza, it would never spark Su Mu's interest. She began to recall every moment since she met Su Mu. She thought of the last arrangement for the entire female dormitory to visit the estate and that dinner of bluefin tuna. The admiration in Su Mu's eyes that day was undeniable. It was precisely because of that incident that Su Mu had given her a chance to board his ship. At this moment, she finally understood her exact role by Su Mu's side. She cursed under her breath. Shunzi, you really were a fool for all those years of studying. Having figured things out, Shunzi acted with swift determination. She picked up her phone from the nightstand and opened the memo app. Staring at the blank page, she murmured to herself, Su Mu. Last night in the study, he seemed quite intrigued by that role-play scenario. Shunzi raised her hand and wrote the first entry: estate internal recruitment. We need to hire a group of young women as soon as possible and equip them with a uniform. Her mind began to sift through the top female bodyguard and security teams in the country. Since Su Mu enjoyed this kind of undefeatable game, she would become a butler who could elevate this peculiar taste to its peak. Then glancing at the damaged battle robe in the corner, she scribbled a small line under the second entry: roleplay costumes. Shunzi had a premonition that if she could handle these 2 tasks, well, she would gain far more importance in Su Mu's eyes than by helping him dominate the business world. The 3 tasks Su Mu had previously assigned to her, she had completely reversed their priorities. Her true moat was not in the marketplace. With this realization, Shunzi finally felt drowsy. She fell asleep not long after lying down. At 6:30 in the morning, Su Mu woke up refreshed. Mu Changa was still curled up in his arms, motionless. Last night, unable to resist him, Mu Changa had once again been subjected to his measuring of her legs. He gently pulled his arm free and got out of bed, slipped on a gray t-shirt, and went downstairs to the first-floor kitchen. He paused when he pushed open the kitchen door. Shunzi had already changed into a set of home wear from the estate's dressing room and was standing at the counter brewing coffee. Her hair was neatly tied back with a black hairband. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. Seeing Su Mu coming downstairs, she immediately handed him a cup of American coffee with swift, clean movements completely devoid of the panic she had shown the night before. Good morning, boss. Su Mu took a sip of the coffee without saying a word. I've packed up the torn clothes from yesterday and placed them by the trash can. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. What do you want me to compensate you with a new set? Shunzi turned her head, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. If you want to make it up, boss, I can come next time wearing an even better outfit. Su Mu was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. This woman, once she had a breakthrough, she really could let loose. Eileen Chong wasn't wrong. At 8 in the morning, Mu Changa finally awoke slowly. She wasn't even sure if she had fallen asleep or passed out the night before. She changed into a simple white knit top paired with light wash jeans, letting her hair hang loose as she came out. She paused as she entered the dining room. A simple breakfast for three was already set on the table. At Sumyu's spot were an Americano and a fried egg on toast. At her spot was a low-sugar latte and toasted whole wheat bread. Shenzi's own place was set at the farthest side of the table with only a black coffee and a small dish of fruit. Mu Chang'e glanced at the seating arrangement. Without a word, she pulled out a chair and sat down. The three of them ate their breakfast in silence. Sunlight slanted across the solid wood table. The scene was oddly suffused with a harmonious warmth. Mu Chang'e took a bite of her toast, as if remembering something, and looked up at Su Mu. Oh, by the way, Xiao Xiao is coming to Magic City during the National Day holiday with her school's study tour group. I just checked the itinerary. They'll be in Magic City for a week. Su Mu wiped his mouth with a napkin. That's perfect. Let her stay directly at the estate. There are plenty of empty rooms here. I'm not comfortable with her staying in a budget hotel. Before Mu Chang'e could respond, Shenzi, seated nearby, immediately set down her fork. She pulled out a small notebook she carried with her and began to jot things down seriously. Miss Mu, regarding Miss Xiao Xiao, do I need to arrange a vehicle in advance to pick her up? For the study tour group's collective activities, we can arrange a dedicated business van to follow along. Also for the guest room, I'll have housekeeping redecorated today according to the young lattice preferences. Mu Chang'e was taken aback. She looked at Shenzi, who was already in work mode, then turned to glance at Su Mu. Su Mu spread his hands with a mischievous grin. What are you looking at me for? The butler Shun is just seeking the opinion of her mistress. Mu Chang'e pressed her lips together, calmly observing Shenzi for a few seconds. A flicker passed through her eyes before she finally nodded. Then I'll trouble you, butler Shun. At 9:30 in the morning, the Porsche 911 stopped at the main gate of Magic City University. The moment Mu Chang'e hand in hand stepped out of the car, the flow of people coming and going at the school gate collectively slowed down. A passing male student crushed his soy milk cup out of shape. The guy behind him bumped straight into his back, cursing, "Are you going or not?" Then following his gaze, he too stopped in his tracks. A third male student, pretending to check messages on his phone, actually snapped 5 consecutive selfies with the front camera aimed their way. He immediately posted on Moments, "Wealthy people's love is really damn blinding." 2 female students walking together also slowed their pace in unison. The one on the left had her eyes glued to Su Mu's face. The one on the right alternated between glancing at the Porsche emblem and the sparkling star-shaped diamond on Mu Chang's collarbone. They huddled together, whispering frantically. Mu Chang's boyfriend. No kidding, look at the car. And that necklace of hers, it looks like Tiffany's. I saw it on Xiaohongshu. Su Mu and Mu Chang'e walked side by side toward the teaching building. He had one hand in his pocket, the other resting naturally on Mu Chang's waist. Mu Chang'e leaned slightly into him. As they passed the basketball court, several boys who were playing an early morning game all stopped at once. One of them let the ball hit his own foot and bounce away without even reacting. His buddy shoved him from behind. "What are you staring at? Your eyeballs are about to pop out." The boy mumbled foolishly. "I'm looking at Mu Chang'e. She's really beautiful." His buddy rolled his eyes. "Her boyfriend drives a Porsche. What do you drive?" I was just kidding." Just then Mu Chang'e suddenly stopped. She rose slightly on her tiptoes. In front of all the onlooking students, she gently pecked Su Mu on the cheek. The gesture was as light as a dragonfly skimming water, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was a nuclear bomb. A wail came from the basketball court, whether from being hit by a ball or wounded by the scene. Su Mu too hadn't expected this and was stunned for a couple of seconds. He turned his head to look at Mu Chang'e, whose cheeks were flushed, but who still tried to appear composed. Is this a declaration of sovereignty? Mu Chang'e kept walking forward, her ears red enough to drip blood. You're overthinking it. Then what was it? My legs got tired from walking, so I used your face for support. Su Mu chuckled. That excuse would make even a dog shake its head. Mu Chang'e gave him a light pinch on the waist. Stop laughing. As they neared the student activity center, they suddenly found the path blocked. A large crowd of students was gathered at the entrance, mostly boys, all craning their necks to look inside the scene, rivaling a Top Idol's offline fan signing event. Su Mu frowned. Is there an egg giveaway at school this morning? Mu Chang'e shot him a look. Not everyone has the same brain circuitry as you. As she spoke, a girl on the periphery of the crowd was hopping with excitement. The girl had her hair in a bun and was holding up her phone, looking like a groundhog that had just discovered a big melon in the patch. Mu Chang'e recognized her and called out, Lingling. Zhongling turned around, her eyes lighting up. Chang'e, come quick. Zhongling was so excited she was incoherent. Yi Zhiqiu is back at school. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Who? Zhongling stared at him as if he were an alien. You don't even know Yi Zhiqiu? She's the president of Magic City University's anime club, one of the 4 school beauties, and a top coser influencer with nearly 10 million followers online. She just got back from a convention and is still wearing the outfit from the event. Zhongling clutched her DSLR, spinning on the spot. To maintain order, the entire anime club, even the newbies, have been mobilized. Just look at this crowd. Sumu peered through the gap in the crowd and caught a glimpse of a bright long white hair sweeping past the throng. The crowd at the entrance of the club activity center grew larger and larger. Several male students from the anime club wearing work badges shouted at the top of their lungs to maintain order outside the throng. Don't push, don't push. You can take photos, but no flash. If you keep pushing forward, the club president will go back to the activity room. That one sentence worked better than a security guard wielding an electric baton. The few male students in front immediately stepped back half a pace. Sumu stood at the edge of the crowd, finally getting a clear look at the owner of that white flowing hair. At first glance, only one thought crossed his mind. This little thing. Is she really a college student? The girl before him was at most about 1.57 meters tall. At the very most 1.58 meters. Her long white hair cascaded from the top of her head down past her waist, the ends carrying a fluffy curl left over from the convention. Paired with a delicate palm-sized face, she stood among club members half a head taller than her, looking like nothing more than a moving miniature figurine. Zhongling stood nearby, clutching her DSLR, chattering away like a motor that wouldn't stop. Hee, isn't it surprising? Actually, the club president looks even younger without makeup than she does now. Her online name is Yijiqiu, but she looks like a little leaf that hasn't fully grown yet. At the last convention, when she cosplayed that white-haired character, the comments flooded in saying she looked more like a 2D character than the original. Sumu listened and glanced at Yijiqiu again. Indeed, the contrast in her name was quite striking. Yijiqiu sounded like a long-haired, aloof swordswoman, a cold and elegant heroine standing in the wind, delivering a single lethal strike. But in reality, she was a little white-haired girl barely over 1.50 meters. Thinking this, Sumu turned his head to look at Muchanga. Then he noticed a very subtle scene. Mu Change's gaze swept from the top of Yizikia's head down to her feet, and a faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his lips. Sumu silently translated that expression in his mind. After Muchanga had been defeated in the leg comparison, with Shunzi last night stepping out today and seeing someone shorter than himself, this feeling was probably akin to an angler after 3 days of catching nothing, finally reeling in a small white fish. Sumu casually continued the conversation with Zhongling. If your fans hear you describe her like that, aren't you afraid of being judged? Zhongling was completely unconcerned. What do you know? Little leaf is a term of endearment from us fans. Don't let her small size fool you. She could wear a hoodie and be mistaken for a middle schooler, but she has a great personality, just a bit shy around strangers. After speaking, Zhongling raised her DSLR again, trying to snap a frontal photo of Yijiqiu through the gaps in the crowd. Just then that familiar mechanical prompt sound echoed in Sumu's mind. Ding. High potential developable target detected within effective contact range. Target name Yijiqiu. Comprehensive score appearance 95, physique 88, small but cute. Comprehensive rating S level. Current development progress 0. Hidden attributes locked, hint triggers upon reaching 30 progress milestone. Fatal weakness, extreme lack of social security in real life, conceals true self behind a 2D character shell. Special note: role-playing dependency, social anxiety, offline personality, switch in front of the camera. Sumu finished reading the string of panel data and the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Role-playing dependency. A top-tier cosplayer with millions of followers, one of the 4 campus beauties commanding adoration in front of the camera. Yet in real life, she shrank into a socially anxious little Lolita who couldn't even hold eye contact with others. Girls these days really knew how to play with contrasts. However, looking at the impenetrable sea of people before him, Sumu had no intention of joining the commotion for now. Let's go, class is about to start. Muchanga hummed in agreement, turned back, and waved at Zhongling. Ling, take your time shooting. I'm off to class. Zhongling didn't even turn her head, still clutching her DSLR as she burrowed into the crowd, muttering about needing to get that frontal shot today. Muchanga was pulled forward by his hand, and the group of guys on the basketball court behind them collectively let out a unified sigh as they watched the two walk away. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the club activity center inside the anime club's activity room, the first official meeting of the new semester was underway. The commotion caused by Yizikia's return to campus had driven attendance through the roof. The room, originally meant to hold 80 people, was crammed with nearly 200, and the new member sign-in sheet was densely filled with 3 pages of names. 2 of those names were written next to each other. Freshman Finance Lin Jiyue. Freshman Media Gu Xingchen. Lin Jiyue wore a goose yellow floral print dress today, her hair tied in a low ponytail resting on her shoulder. When she smiled, she revealed 2 little fangs looking sweet and harmless. Within 10 minutes of entering the activity room, she had already added 6 people on WeChat. 3 senior male students, 2 senior female students, and 1 staff member responsible for sign-in. On the new member registration form, she wrote her reason for joining as liking 2D culture. But in reality, she couldn't even tell Demon Slayer apart from Attack on Titan. That didn't stop her from smiling sweetly, though. After all, saying I like 2D culture was to her just like saying she liked traveling music or good food. They were all universal tickets for social occasions. If pressed for details, she'd just say she was new to the scene. If asked further, she'd say you can recommend something for me to watch. With this combination of tactics, not only would the other person not think she was fake, but they'd also feel they had a chance to be her mentor. The green tea profession actually had a pretty high threshold. Being good-looking was just the basics. What really mattered was the ability to make others willingly hand her a ladder. Lin Ziyu's only real purpose in joining the anime club was this: the club was popular, had many male members, and its president came with tens of millions of followers. Hitching a ride with them was the fastest way to expand her social network on campus. Hello, senior. I'm Lin Ziyu, a freshman. Please take care of me from now on. She flashed a sweet smile at a bespectacled senior who was receiving new members. The senior's ears turned red from her smile, and he stammered back a welcome. Lin Ziyu withdrew her gaze satisfied, and walked further into the activity room with her phone in hand. Then she noticed a quiet girl sitting in the corner against the wall. The girl had jet black flowing hair draped over her shoulders, skin so white it was almost unfair, even rivaling mood changes. Her delicate features carried a hint of childishness, and she sat peacefully curled up in the corner, a tablet in front of her displaying a half-finished sketch. Lin Ziyu leaned in for a look and paused stunned. The sketch depicted Yi Jiqiu from behind, the lines of her white hair, flowing so smoothly they were a pleasure to behold. From the silhouette to the layering of the strands, it had been captured with just a few strokes, making the whole image look clean and lively. Wow, your drawing is so beautiful. Lin Ziyu let out a perfectly timed exclamation of admiration. The girl lifted her head, softly hummed in acknowledgement, then lowered it again to continue drawing. What's your name? I'm Lin Ziyu, a freshman. Gu Xingqian. Her voice was very soft, much like her overall presence, faint and unobtrusive. The new member grouping session began, and the leading senior divided everyone into 10 groups based on the sign-in order. Each group sat in a circle to discuss the theme for the next cosplay. Lin Ziyu and Gu Xingqian happened to be assigned to the same group. The other newcomers in the group chattered away, enthusiastically talking about which character looked good or which one was handsome, mostly meaningless small talk. Lin Ziyu chatted amiably with everyone, seizing every opportunity to compliment others on their profile pictures or phone cases, and within just 5 minutes, she had collected 2 more WeChat friends. Gu Xingqian barely spoke the entire time, keeping her head down and drawing on her tablet. It wasn't until the discussion moved to fabric and pattern making that everyone realized this incredibly quiet, beautiful girl, when she did speak, delivered the most hardcore practical knowledge. This character's sleeve style can't use the ordinary hanfu wide sleeve, it would press down during stage movements. If the petticoat hoop is too stiff, the proportions will look fake. Fine for photos, but not good for the runway. The newcomers were all stunned. Even the leading senior was taken aback. He was a veteran of the anime club, but his understanding of costumes was limited to comparing Taobao buyer photos with seller photos. Have you studied fashion design before? Gu Xingqian shook her head. My older sister has always loved performing and dreamed of getting into the Shanghai Theater Academy. I used to DIY some costumes for her sometimes. Her tone was very flat when she said this, but there was a soft light in her eyes. Lin Ziyu sat nearby and listened to this. Her eyes darted around, and she proactively leaned in. Xingqian, your drawing is amazing too, and you know so much about costumes. I'm really into all this as well. Gu Xingqian glanced at her and gave a slight nod. Let's add each other on WeChat. I can ask you for advice if there's anything I don't understand in the future. Lin Ziyu smiled and handed over her phone. Gu Xingqian hesitated for a second, but still picked up her phone to scan the code. Lin Ziyu noticed Gu Xingqian's WeChat profile picture and gave it an extra look. A fluffy white cat curled up into a ball. Lin Ziyu keenly sensed that the photo's composition looked like it had been cropped in half. On the edge beside the white cat, a faint hint of black fluff was barely visible. At 1:30 p.m. on the 4th floor of the female dormitory, Zhang Wanqing, clad in an ice blue silk slip dress, lounged against her headboard, scrolling through her phone. Her freshly blow-dried hair cascaded over her shoulders, rendering her as languidly picturesque as a painting. Her roommate from the opposite bunk inquired, "Wanqing, which KTV suite should we book?" The largest presidential suite at Star Lord can seat 20 with a great ambience, but it's pricey. The one near school is much cheaper, though the lighting is tacky. Last time I sang there, the screen even popped up an ad for membership to get free popcorn. Zhang Wanqing hummed absently, her fingers continuing to swipe through her moments. She was unfocused today, only half listening to her roommate's chatter. Unfazed, the roommate turned over and called out to another girl by the window. "Xiaoyu, did you see that candid shot at the school gate today?" The roommate by the window perked up instantly, phone in hand, as she leaned in. I saw it. A Porsche, right? That guy is really handsome with a youthful vibe, but not in a childish way. What do you think his background is, eh?" Zhang Wanqing's finger paused over the screen, which displayed the same post in her moments. Rich people's love is damn dazzling. She stared at the photo for a few seconds before her roommate peered over her shoulder. Wanqing, was that necklace you wore for your comingafage ceremony also from Tiffany? Zhang Wanqing smiled faintly. Different style, mine was a basic model. She didn't mention that her necklace was bought at a duty-free shop nowhere near the level of the star-shaped diamond pendant on Mu Chang's neck. Zhang Wanqing exited her moments and opened her WeChat contacts. She scrolled to Su Mu's name. Her finger hovered over the chat box for about 20 seconds. Then she pulled 2 photos from her album. The first was a shot of the budget KTV near campus. The second was of Star-Lord KTV at Starlight Plaza. Instead of forwarding the images directly, she took out another phone and re-photographed both pictures. The composition was meticulous. In the corner of the frame, half a hand appeared seemingly casually. The slender fingers with their delicate joints and lustrous skin were accentuated by creamy French manicure, exuding a refined, yet effortless elegance. I'm helping choose a venue for a mixer. These are 2 options: the budget KTV near school and Star-Lord KTV at Starlight Plaza. Wang Hao said you have good taste, so can you help me decide? Within 2 minutes her phone lit up. Su Mu replied with just 2 words: Star-Lord. Zhang Wanqing looked at the response, neither surprised nor disappointed. She could sense his lack of enthusiasm, but wasn't a man with standards itself an advantage. If anyone could easily get close, he'd be like that former national husband, always at risk of being replaced. The fact that Su Mu replied at all was a decent sign. Zhang Wanqing picked up her phone again and recorded a 30-second voice message. Alright, Star-Lord it is. By the way, Wang Hao told me he wants to use this chance to let his roommates meet more girls and asked me to help arrange the seating. He's a genuine guy. Does he often go out of his way for you roommates like this? This last line was a masterstroke. On the surface, it was about Wang Hao, but in reality, it wove a shared social thread between them, giving the conversation room to continue. It wasn't that she was genuinely interested in Wang Hao. He was reliable, warm-hearted, and harmless. Guys like him were good as friends, the kind you'd marry to help carry packages, change light bulbs, or queue for bubble tea. But he wasn't a worthy life investment. When Su Mu received the voice message, he was walking through the teaching building corridor. He listened to it, sighed for his good buddy, and didn't rush to reply. After a few steps, another WeChat message popped up. This time it was from Su Banksia. Su Mu, do you have time this afternoon? She quickly added, it won't take too long. A few seconds later another message came. It's okay if you're not free. Su Mu looked at the 3 messages, already picturing Su Banksia typing and deleting, hesitating over her phone. After waiting 10 minutes without a reply, Zhang Wanqing remained unruffled. She set down her phone and leaned back against the headboard, listening to her roommates still discussing the candid photo. I know that Mu Changa. She's that iceberg from the finance department sophomore year. Can't believe her boyfriend is so rich. A freshman and their family buys them a Porsche. Maybe he's a rich second generation. Their starting point is our ceiling. Zhang Wanqing listened quietly, not joining in. Her father was a mid-level manager at a state-owned enterprise's Shanghai branch, earning a few $100,000 a year. A few years ago they'd also bought an apartment in Shanghai. In many classmates' eyes her family was already well off. Both parents were corporate executives, she was beautiful and had a good education. But Zhang Wanqing knew deep down that this family background in Shanghai was nothing special. The monthly mortgage on that apartment was more than her father could save in a year. To maintain appearances, her mother swapped for a new designer bag every quarter, but they were all counterfeits from resellers now. The phrase her mother repeated most often was, "Your beauty is your greatest asset. Don't waste it on a poor boy." It was harsh to say, but it was her mother's biggest life lesson. It wasn't that her parents' relationship was troubled, or that her father wasn't hardworking or capable enough. It was that in life opportunity mattered most. And a woman's greatest capital comes only once. The best time to invest is in college. A wrong choice leads to utter ruin. Once boys enter society, they mature at a speed that can astonish a girl. Zhang Wanqing joined the student council and the outreach department, eventually becoming vice president. She worked hard to cultivate every social connection, maintaining the persona of a gentle, elegant senior. Not for credits or civil service exams, but to meet more people. Her goal had always been clear: to find someone worthy of her investment. She was already a junior, and time was running. A little past 3 in the afternoon, by a small river outside the back gate of Moda University. Rows of weeping willows lined both banks. At this hour the path was nearly deserted, with only the occasional shared bicycle gliding by in the distance. Su Banksia stood beneath a willow tree, her hands clasped behind her back, clutching a paper bag tightly. Today she wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and a light blue denim skirt, her hair tied into a simple ponytail. She looked clean and neat, but her face was taut with nervousness. Su Mu walked over along the riverbank. Su, why pick such a remote spot? Su Banksia looked up at him, first letting out a sigh of relief, then immediately glancing around. Fewer people here. Su Mu initially thought she was shy and was about to tease her. Afraid of being seen. Su Banksia nodded, her voice very soft. There are so many photos of you and Chang'e on campus today. I'm afraid that if people see me too close to you it might cause trouble for you both. Hearing this, Su Mu's mischievous thoughts paused for a beat. This girl was truly gentle. Others upon seeing such photos might first feel jealous, aggrieved, or throw a tantrum. Su Bangxia's first reaction was to worry that she might cause trouble for Su Mu and Mu Chang'e. Being so considerate made her easy to pity, yet after pitying her one couldn't help but want to tease her. Because she didn't even dare to voice her grievances loudly. Su Mu reached out and took the paper bag from her hand. What's this? Su Bangxia's ears reddened. A phone. I bought it with money from my part-time job. Last time when? You know your phone was thrown out the window, wasn't it? I looked for a long time these past few days and asked Jinx. She said this brand is decent. Su Mu opened the paper bag and glanced inside. It was a new phone. The price wasn't expensive. For Su Mu now, it was roughly equivalent to the spare change from the daily interest on his bank account. Su Mu looked at her. You didn't touch the money I transferred last time. Su Bangxia's fingers twisted the strap of her canvas bag. That money was too much. I didn't dare spend it carelessly. Besides, a gift for you should be bought with money I earned myself. She spoke with utter seriousness. So serious that Su Mu didn't know for a moment whether to laugh at her naivety or pull her close and ruffle her hair. A breeze by the river stirred the willow branches. Su Bangxia stood in the shade of the tree, soft and gentle like a small, freshly steamed white bun. Su Mu put the phone back into the paper bag. All right, I accept the gift. A glimmer of brightness appeared in Su Bangxia's eyes. The next second Su Mu reached out and grabbed her wrist. Su Bangxia looked up at him and saw a roguish smile on his face. Since I've accepted Su's gift, uncle must give a proper return. Su Bangxia's face flushed crimson. Don't talk nonsense. What nonsense am I talking? Su Bangxia was so flustered she nearly bit her tongue. You? Don't call me that. Su Mu pulled her towards the roadside. Then how would you like me to call you? Su Bangxia fell silent. She could never win a war of words with Su Mu. Especially now with her wrist still in his grasp, her entire rhythm was thrown off. Neither of them noticed, however, that not far away behind a stone bench by the river a small white figure was crouching. Yi Zhiqiu had come that afternoon seeking a quiet spot to decompress. The morning's club activities had been too crowded. Everyone's enthusiasm was like a boiling kettle, and she, an offline social phobic, had nearly been steamed alive. So clutching her small bag, she had retreated to this secret base by the river, intending to sit alone for a while. But no sooner had she sat down than she spotted Su Mu and Su Bangxia. She wanted to leave. But there was only one path, and going out meant running into them face-to-face. For Yi Zhiqiu, that was about as difficult as wearing pajamas to the main stage of a comic convention to perform a otaku dance. So she could only shrink behind the stone bench, not even daring to sip her milk tea. She peeked with wide eyes. This guy, wasn't he the one whose photos had gone viral at the school gate today? The one who had supposedly won over Mu Chang'e, who was as famous as herself. Hadn't Mu Chang'e kissed him publicly this morning? So why was he meeting another pretty girl by the river in the afternoon? And this girl looked so soft, not daring to struggle much even as he held her wrist. A barrage of comments scrolled through Yi Zhiqiu's mind. What a tangled web. Reality was more absurd than anime. She cautiously poked her head out a little more. Then she saw Su Mu pulling Su Bangxia into a car. Yi Zhiqiu hesitated for 3 seconds. Finally, as if possessed, she hailed a taxi behind them. The driver turned back and asked, "Where to, young lady?" Yi Zhiqiu looked at the car ahead, her voice so soft, it was almost lost in the air conditioning. Follow that car. The driver chuckled. Filming a short drama. Yi Zhiqiu's ears reddened. No. The driver didn't ask further and stepped on the gas. Over 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped outside the Fanwei Yoga Studio. Yi Zhiqiu sat in the back watching the two enter the elevator. She knew of Fanwei Yoga Studio. Some girls from the anime club had gotten body-shaping class cards here before. She had heard it wasn't cheap. But recently, it had inexplicably closed for business, its signboard unlit. Why would Su Mu bring that girl here? Yi Zhiqiu stood downstairs, her fingers twisting her bag strap. Her reason told her she should leave now. But as everyone knows, while otaku girls generally dislike going out, their curiosity is anything but ordinary. The yoga studio was very quiet. Due to the closure, the front desk was empty, and only half the lights were on. Su Bangxia grew more nervous with each step. Su Mu, why are we here? Aren't you working part-time at the yoga studio? Then let the boss check the employees' professional skills today. Su Bangxia's face reddened further. But there's no one here now. That's exactly why it's convenient for the inspection. Su Bangxia didn't dare to speak anymore. The door to the innermost VIP dance studio was pushed open. The room was surrounded by huge floor-to-ceiling mirrors. Sunlight streamed through the gauze curtains, falling on the wooden floor. The room was so clean that fine dust motes were visible in the air. As soon as Su Bangxia stepped inside, she saw her own reflection in the mirrors, and Su Mu standing behind her. Watching Su Mu close the door, Su Bangxia's shoulders flinched slightly. She stared at Su Mu in the mirror, momentarily forgetting to turn around. Sumu walked up behind her, leaned down close to her ear. Little Su, remember what I said last time? Today there are floor-to-ceiling mirrors all around. Let's see where you can hide now. Just outside the door, Yijichio had barely crept around the corner of the corridor when she heard this. Clutching her small bag, she pressed herself flat against the wall, her eyes growing wider and wider. That afternoon, Yijichio wore an oversized black hoodie that nearly swallowed her petite frame of just over 1.5 meters. Now she clung to the wall like a startled mollusk, her iconic long white hair, which almost reached her thighs, already frizzing from extreme tension and static electricity. From a distance, she looked like a little two-dimensional ghost that had just crawled out from underground. Usually either holed up at home or at comic conventions, she had never witnessed such a thrilling real-life performance of forced love more intense than doujinshi plots. The little ghost was practically cooked now, steam practically visible rising from her head. She clamped both hands tightly over her mouth, terrified that an involuntary "holy crap" might slip out. Meanwhile, inside the dance studio, Sumu was still unaware of the accidental audience member lurking outside, and continued to focus on teasing the little pushover before him. Ding. Target Yijichio detected in a special state. Current emotion, peeping Tom, curiosity, overflowing heart rate, exceeding 130. Current development progress soared from 0 to 5 note, purely caused by close-range visual impact. System suggestion, intensify the teaching, give the otaku a little taste of real-world shock. Sumu, without changing expression, used the large floor-to-ceiling mirror on the wall to glance at the wooden door, which wasn't fully shut. Indeed, beneath the shadow in the gap, a small, restless tuft of white hair was trembling. Had this little thing. Not big in stature, but certainly bold when it comes to watching a show. Sumu, using the faint reflection from the full-length mirror ahead, locked onto the spot of that tuft of white hair peeking through the crack in the door. The little creature was plastered against the left side of the doorframe, about half a step away, the tremors of its hair rivaling the curves on a heart monitor. A slight curl touched Sumu's lips as he withdrew his gaze. Straighten your spine. Sumu, but I think it's straight enough already. Sumu tapped Su Banxia's little head. Talking back. Want an extra half-hour of training, do you? Yijichio outside the door was utterly dumbfounded, her brain completely crashing. Was this how the real world worked? Terrifying yet. She craved to see what happened next. Yijichio raised her hand to cover her face, peeking through the gaps between her fingers with one eye. Her mind was flooded with 100 scrolling comments at once. Reality was indeed more absurd than any comic. Yizikia's heart pounded so fast she could hear the buzzing in her own ears. Ding. Target Yizikia's current heart rate has surged to 135. Sumu suppressed the curve of his lips, refocusing on Su Banxia. Your center of gravity is too far back, shift it forward a bit. Su Banxia was practically melting. Sumu, I really can't go on. This is only the third move. Just as Sumu was about to intensify the training, a Japanese anime, opening with a rhythm so cheerful it could rouse the dead, burst at maximum volume through the empty corridor. The intro had barely started when a Chinibu line was thrown in the middle. No problem, I am the Blackwing. The entire yoga studio fell into an instant hush. So quiet that even the drifting paths of tiny dust motes in the air were clearly visible. Su Banxia sprang up, reflexively grabbing Sumu's arm and hiding behind him. Someone. Sumu didn't move, his expression calm as he said, don't be scared. It's probably just a wild little fox girl. Su Banxia's eyes widened in confusion. What? This studio's been closed for a while. It's normal for some wild animals to wander in. Su Banxia's expression shifted from fear to bewilderment. But what kind of wild animal plays Japanese songs? Sumu patted her head. Wild animals these days are very cultured. Don't make such a fuss. A frantic sound of someone fumbling with a phone came from the corridor. Pressed twice, couldn't turn it off. Pressed again. The anime opening kept playing. Sang on cheerfully. The cheerfulness only made the shame more mortifying. Yijichio crouched outside the door, her soul already leaving her body. It was over. Completely over. She had turned her ringtone to max a couple of days ago, afraid of missing a call from the convention organizer. She had thought she was so clever. Now she realized she was as smart as a walnut crushed by a door. When Sumu pulled open the door, he only caught a glimpse of a small figure in a black hoodie fleeing around the corner of the corridor. That head of white hair traced a comical arc through the air. Those little short legs could really run. If there was ever a sports meet, the anime club might consider signing her up for the 50-meter dash of shame. Sumu glanced down at the floor. Lying on the wooden corridor floor was a palm-sized version keychain. It bore a print of an anime character with long white hair, its design almost identical to Yizikia's cosplay. The metal clasp on the broken lanyard still held a trace of warmth. Sumu flipped it over. On the back, a small heart-shaped tag bore 3 words in delicate handwriting. Yi Xiaoqiu. Below it was a string of numbers. Sumu pocketed the keychain. Su Banxia poked half her head out from behind the door. Gone. Gone. Who was it? Told you, a wild little fox girl. Scared off. Su Banksia looked skeptical, but seeing how Sumu seemed to have anticipated it, she didn't press further. Sumu pulled her back in front of the mirror. Su Banksia stared at him dumbfounded. Still practicing? Of course. Sumu glanced at the doorway. The audience has fled. The VIP lesson officially begins. Su Banksia. She suddenly felt that she had never once won against Sumu. Not in words, nor in anything else. An hour later, the two emerged from the yoga studio. The flush on Su Banksia's face hadn't completely faded, but her steps were a bit heavier than when they arrived. The sunlight outside made them squint. Sumu paused at the entrance, turning to look back at the building's facade. Little Su. Moi. This place reopens in 2 weeks. Su Banksia was stunned for a moment. By then you won't be the one scrubbing the floors in there. Su Banksia understood the implication in his words. Her fingers tightened around her canvas bag strap, her voice so soft, it was almost inaudible. I can't do it. I don't know anything. Sumu had already taken a couple of steps forward without turning his head. Whether you can do it or not doesn't matter. I say you can, and you can. Su Banksia stood there watching his retreating figure, her mouth opening and closing, but in the end nothing came out. Sumu seemed to think of something else, and stopped. Su Banksia. She rarely heard him call her full name. That call made her shoulders tense up. Remember this one thing. Sumu turned back to look at her. Some people say you can't do it because they're afraid you actually will. Su Banksia's eyes suddenly burned. Su, I hope you'll walk further with me from now on, okay? This confession, which didn't quite sound like a love confession, even resembled some cheesy online video quote. Yet coming from Sumu's lips, she found it more beautiful than any sweet talk. Yi Jiqiu dashed back to her dormitory building at the top speed her 157-meter frame could muster. She was assigned a single room by the school as a special arrangement granted after she submitted a diagnosis of social anxiety upon enrollment. The counselor, after a brief glance, signed the approval form for her to live alone, without a second word. Of course, the condition was that she had to pay the accommodation fee for 4 people. Pushing open the dorm door, she didn't even bother to change her shoes, and threw herself directly onto the bed. On the bed lay a life-size body pillow featuring a white-haired character. The character on the pillow wore a cold, aloof expression, holding a long blade, looking as if it could single-handedly storm the Demon King's castle. Yi Jiqiu buried her face into the pillow, her feet unconsciously kicking the bed in a fluster. After kicking for a few dozen seconds, she suddenly thought of something and stopped abruptly. Turning over to catch her breath, she began rummaging through her bag. The keychain was missing. That palm-sized chibi keychain was a limited edition merchandise she had made for her fans at a comic convention. On the back were written her nickname and WeChat ID, originally intended to expand her social circle. Yi Ziqia's heart sank. It's over, Xiao Bai, am doomed. The body pillow ignored her. But Yi Jiqiu was clearly accustomed to communicating with it. She rolled over, hugging the pillow to her chest, her face flushing so red it could heat up the squid on the cafeteria's iron plate. What if he picked it up? Then he'd definitely know it's me. He definitely knows I saw it. At that thought, she curled up entirely under the covers. A faint wail emerged from beneath the blanket. Why did my ringtone have to go off at that moment? Yi Jiqiu tossed and turned on the bed, growing more convinced that life was hopeless with every passing second. Her mind began to automatically generate a list of social death scenarios. If that guy was also from Modi University, well, he was. If he talked about what happened today, a new post would appear on the school forum tomorrow. She could already think of the headline. Shocking: Yi Jiqiu, president of the anime club, caught spying on couple's yoga private lesson, exposed by live ringtone. To make it more absurd, Yi Ziqia's persona crumbles, turns out to be a sneaky little white-haired fan IRL. Even more outrageous, white-haired president weeps late at night, claims reality is more thrilling than manga. Yi Jiqiu covered her face. She felt as if she had already died. Just as she was contemplating the 37th possible way to die of embarrassment, her phone screen lit up. A WeChat friend request. The verification message read, "Little Fox Girl, did you enjoy today's show?" Yi Jiqiu nearly flung her phone away. She stared at the line for a full 3 minutes. Utterly inexperienced with such situations, she panicked. She could only turn to the body pillow for external help. Xiao Bai, what should I do? Xiao Bai, why aren't you talking? Xiao Bai, do you think I'm beyond saving too? The body pillow remained silent. Yi Jiqiu grew even more distraught. Well, even you're tacitly agreeing. After venting for a while, her emotions finally settled down a bit. Should I accept his friend request or not? If I don't accept, will he think I'm guilty and start spreading rumors? If I do accept and he asks why I was there, how do I answer? Xiao Bai couldn't give her an answer. It never did. The questions were always her own. In the end, Yi Jiqiu closed her eyes and pressed accept. Then she opened the chat window and typed out a long explanation in a flurry. Actually, I was just passing by this afternoon. I didn't see anything. That ringtone wasn't from my phone. I was just looking for something. After writing it, she read it twice, then selected all and deleted it. She typed another version. Can you return my keychain? That's my property. After another 5 seconds of reading, she selected all and deleted it again. Finally, after searching for a while, she picked a trembling, aggrieved-looking chibi face of Shiroko from Sandwolf. Ah, damn it all. Click send. After sending it, she immediately flipped her phone face down on the bed and buried herself completely under the covers. At the same time, Su-mu had already returned to his dorm. Lu Chang was lying on his bed scrolling through his phone. Seeing Su-mu enter, he bounced up from the bed without a word. Suzy, do you know you've blown up again today? Over 3,000 comments on the forum. Lu Chang held up his phone and leaned in. The top like comment is I'm not jealous, I just want to die a little. Chen Mo chimed in coldly. The second like comment is rich people's love is so dazzling the school should issue sunglasses to poor male students. Lu Chang laughed uncontrollably. Just then Wang Hao came out of the bathroom and sat down next to Su-mu, his expression somewhat serious. Suzy, let me ask you something. Spit it out. Do you think Senior Wanqing might have some feelings for me too? Su-mu turned to look at him. He noticed a gleam in Wang Hao's eyes, one that was almost excessively bright. It was that kind of light, how to describe it. Like a simp who just heard his goddess call his full name and is already planning the wedding ceremony in his head. Su-mu sighed inwardly for him. Bro, right now you're just a pier she designed. Someone else uses her to cross the river. Not even a fancy pier. Just a temporary construction model. Wang Hao kept pressing. She's asked about the weekend mixer several times lately. Don't you think she might be interested in me? Su-mu took a sip of water. He looked at Wang Hao's sincere, glowing face, and the words on the tip of his tongue swirled around. Finally, he just patted him on the shoulder. If you think so, then it's true. Wang Hao perked up completely upon hearing this. Really? You think so too? Su-mu felt he had truly done his best. You arrange the seating for the weekend, make sure the event is grand. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, turned around, and rushed back to his desk, pulling out a piece of draft paper to start drawing a seating chart. Su-mu glanced at him, but couldn't bring himself to say more. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanqing had been waiting for nearly an hour. Finally, she received a message from Wang Hao. Wang Hao sent a voice message, his tone as excited as if he'd won the lottery. Senior Wanqing. Suzy is often not in the dorm, so he said I should arrange things for the guy's side of the mixer. Over in the girls' dorm, Zhang Wanqing listened to the voice message without a trace of disappointment on her face. Thanks for your hard work. Then he'll leave the seating to you, Wang Hao. You've always been reliable. She casually replied with a couple of lines to brush off Wang Hao, then put down her phone. Zhang Wanqing stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the basketball court. The afternoon sunlight fell on the hoops, and a group of guys scrambled for the ball, as if they were fighting for ownership of the court. Her roommate was still chattering about the candid photo, but Zhang Wanqing's mind was already racing along with the basketball. Su-mu had passed the ball to Wang Hao. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Wang Hao was much easier to handle than Su-mu. When the time came, who would sit next to Su-mu would be entirely her call. Half of the lights in the boys' dormitory had already been switched off. Lu Chang lay in bed sleeping as soundly as the old ox by the neighborhood gate, his snores coming in a steady rhythmic beat. Chen Mo, wearing headphones, was buried in practice problems, occasionally lifting his head to glance at Lu Chang with an expression akin to studying the vocal mechanism of some large mammal. Wang Hao was still hunched over his desk, drawing a seating chart. A scrap of draft paper was now covered in dense markings as he shuffled the positions of boys and girls back and forth. Anyone watching would have thought he was arranging troops for battle. Su-mu finished washing up and climbed into bed, leaning against the headboard to take a look at Wang Hao. Wang Hao muttered under his breath. Suzy sits here, Senior Wanqing here, he'll sit next to them, that way I can keep an eye on the whole situation. Su-mu nearly laughed out loud. Keep an eye on the whole situation. Bro, you're basically volunteering to stand guard on a bridge complete with a hard hat. But he didn't say anything more. Sometimes too much advice only breeds resentment. A man has to take a spill over a green tea girl himself to realize not all milk tea is sweet. Su-mu had no plans to go out tonight. After all, he had been running on high intensity for 2 days and 2 straight nights, dealing with Han Xiao, Mu Changa Shinzi, and Su Bangxia. Han Xiao had worn out 3 pairs of stockings in her apartment at Thompson Riviera before passing out instantly. Mu Changa had been so thoroughly worn out the night before that she couldn't even speak. Shinzi had been walking unsteadily after their session in the study. And this afternoon Su Bangxia had received an exclusive VIP lesson. Su-mu sighed. He would graciously spare them today. Just as he was about to drift off from boredom, he suddenly remembered a little fox girl he had almost forgotten. Su-mu opened WeChat, and there it was, a cute aggrieved version face from Yi Ziqiu lying quietly in the chat window. He didn't reply immediately. Instead, he first clicked into Yi Ziqiu's moments. The latest post was from 3 days ago, featuring photos from a comic convention. In the pictures, she wore a full white-haired character battle armor, holding a long blade with a sharp gaze in a Spoton cosplay. Her entire aura was so different from the socially anxious little white-haired girl peeking through a door crack that they seemed like 2 different species. The comment section was filled with messages from her fans. Beautiful, my wife. The president slays me. She's going wild again. I want to be cut by that blade. Sumu scrolled down. It was mostly cosplay photos. A Japanese-style yukata dark gothic Lolita, a JK sailor uniform, and battle armor series. Scattered among them were a few photos of figurines, a picture with a life-sized hug pillow, and a late-night post with a bowl of instant noodles topped with 2 slices of ham. The caption read, "Another dinner with little Bai." Sumu scrolled for about 5 minutes before reaching the end. Although there were many pictures, they were monotonous. Her moments were as clean as a museum of two-dimensional culture. No selfies. No food check-ins. No photos with friends unless you counted the little Bai hug pillow. Not a single picture featured another real person. Online, a top-tier cosplayer with millions of followers whom thousands called wife, but offline, she was a lonely little white-haired girl whose moments couldn't even yield a single social photo. Sumu clicked his tongue inwardly. Were girls these days all naturally schizophrenic, or was the quality of schizophrenics getting higher? He returned to the chat window and stared at the pitiful aggrieved emoji. After a moment of thought, he typed a few words. "Do you still want the tale of the little wild fox girl?" Meanwhile, in her single dormitory, Yujichio had been lying on her hug pillow for nearly an hour. First she played dead, then she nearly fell asleep. Just as she was drifting off, her phone vibrated. Yujichio shot up from the pillow, as if she had touched a live wire, grabbing her phone. There it was, a short 14-character message. She stared at it 5 times. "Tail. She turned to look at her own backside. No tail. She read the message again. Oh, he meant the keychain. The conversion character on the keychain did have a small tail, but he could have easily asked if she wanted the keychain back. Instead, he deliberately called it a tail. She could picture Sumu sitting in a dark room, holding her keychain, grinning like a villainous demon king about to corrupt a magical girl. Yizuki's heart rate shot past 100 and her mind instantly conjured up a 100,000-word adult plot. A rich, handsome guy like him must have a chaotic private life. He was kissing Mu Changa in public this morning, and this afternoon, he had another girl pinned down in the yoga studio. Now it was her turn. Whoa, a little Bai, he's such a pervert. Clutching her phone, she sat on the bed, her mind racing. If she didn't reply, he might really not return it. If she did, what should she say? Say yes. Wait, would saying yes mean acknowledging something weird? Yujichio agonized for about 30 seconds before her trembling fingers typed a single word, yes. After sending it, she felt something was off. Too dry. What if he thought her attitude was bad? So she added a few dots. Yes. She looked at it again and felt the 6 dots exuded a strange ambiguity. No. What if he said something weird next? She quickly deleted it and sent a new one. Yes. That was it. One more word, and she feared she'd type something absurd. Send. The reply came almost instantly. If you want to be a good girl, and come get it from me in a couple of days. Before Yujichio could even breathe a sigh of relief, a second message popped up. Otherwise, I'll hang it on the signboard of the anime club with lost property of the peeping little fox girl written beside it. Yuzuki's pupils dilated violently. She opened her mouth, but only a muffled scream that only the hug pillow could hear escaped. No. Her fingers stabbed at the screen frantically, sending 4 crying emojis in a row with a white-haired chibi kneeling and kowtowing in between. After sending, she felt too embarrassed and tried to recall the message. But she tapped the wrong spot and accidentally sent another conversion emoji that read, Mercy Master. Yujichio stared at those 4 words, and her brain immediately clocked out. She hastily withdrew it. Sumu watched the screen, barely holding back his laughter. This little one's emoji collection was dangerously loaded. He replied, withdrawing doesn't work. My eyesight is excellent. There was a few seconds of silence from Yuzuki's end. Then she sent an emoji of a cat shrinking into a cardboard box. Sumu sent another message. Don't hide in the box. Be good, and I'll return it to you privately. Yujichio stared at the words, be good, curling up tighter under her blanket, hugging the pillow closer. Little Bai, I might really be done for. The pillow did not respond. What does he mean? What's the standard for being good? Is it by normal human standards, or by his perverted standards? The pillow remained silent. Yujichio kicked her blanket and muttered, oh, why did I have to follow him like I was possessed? Now he's got me by the tail. Whoa, I feel like I'm in some kind of anime. She tossed and turned in her dilemma finally, sending only a fox covering its face and crying emoji. Sumu received it, but didn't reply. Teasing the little fox once in a while was fun, but he shouldn't scare her off by being too intense. Just as he was about to put down his phone, WeChat buzzed with 2 more messages. This time it was Shunzi. She had sent 2 files. The first one had a long name, Star Lake Manor Internal Staff Recruitment Plan First Draft. The second one had a short name, but seemed even more absurd, Manor Custom Clothing Procurement List Preliminary Version. Sumu checked the time, 1120 p.m. Did this woman never sleep? He opened the first file, and after reading just 3 lines, he almost burst out laughing. This woman had really wised up. Sumu felt that this woman truly understood him, and also understood the profession of a butler. She was indeed someone who had climbed the ranks from a top-tier estate butler. The proposal was extremely professional, and it also perfectly catered to the subtle hidden desires of a man. The cover used a panoramic real shot of the estate with a low-key black and gold color scheme. In the bottom right corner, Shenzi had even labeled herself with the title Internal Affairs Manager of Xinghu Estate. Sumu flipped to the staffing page. The positions were divided into 6 major categories, each with several subcategories. The first category, private estate maids, divided into day and night shifts, required to live in the estate 24 hours a day. Age limit was 22 to 30, with requirements for body measurements and physical examinations, all clearly listed. The remarks column read work content includes, but is not limited to room tidying, food and beverage service, and assistance with the boss' personal daily needs. The second category, female therapeutic massage therapists. Required graduation in traditional Chinese medicine, massage, or sports rehabilitation, holding nationally recognized certifications. Remarks column preference, given to those over 160 centimeters with experience in high-end hotel spas. The third category, full-time private female doctors and assistants. Required over 3 years of experience in a grade A tertiary hospital capable of handling common emergencies and sports injuries. Remarks column, considering the remote location of the estate, it is recommended to have a team of 2 for shift rotation with a salary 3 times that of a chief physician in a tertiary hospital. The fourth category, personal fitness trainers. For now, only swimming coaches and yoga instructors were listed, requiring nationally certified coaching qualifications. Remarks column must pass a physical fitness test and an image interview. The fifth category, other service positions. Tea break attendants, wine cellar managers, indoor golf caddies. Sumu paused when he saw this section. An indoor golf caddy. He read it twice to make sure he hadn't misread. When had he ever said he liked playing golf? She had even prepared this for him. Was she really testing the boss with this? He looked at the remarks, a standard leisure activity for high-end estates. The caddy is responsible for accompaniment and equipment maintenance with a height requirement of over 170 centimeters. Good heavens. This height requirement probably meant it was about more than just picking up balls. Each position was followed by age, image requirements, and service boundaries. It was written very formally. So formally that one knew at a glance how informal it could become. After all, some big shot in Hong Kong back in the day seemed to have a hobby like this. In the end, he ended up in the hospital late at night, and it was exposed. The sixth category was the security team. This column genuinely amused Sumu. There wasn't a single male position in the entire estate. She really understood men. Even the security team preferred retired female soldiers or graduates from sports schools. At the end, there was a reference image for the estate uniform design. A black fitted uniform skirt, a white shirt, and over-thinny boots. In the last line of this column, Shenzi had added a bolded sentence referenced the security configuration standards of top British estates, while incorporating the boss' personal aesthetic preferences. Sumu stared at the words aesthetic preferences for 3 seconds. My aesthetic preferences. Have you studied them with a magnifying glass? He thought about it, and it was entirely possible. What had Shenzi worn during that report in the study? A black camisole selected by Lu Wei paired with over-thinny boots. Had this woman used that night as aesthetic sample data collection? Finally, Shenzi added a note in the remarks: all positions must sign a strict confidentiality agreement prohibiting the display of any image or video materials from the estate. Sumu stroked his chin. This wasn't a recruitment plan. This was the blueprint for a private kingdom. Sumu opened the chat and sent a message to Shenzi: change all the upper age limits to 26. Shenzi replied instantly. Received. The second draft will be revised by tomorrow. She quickly added another line. I have a general understanding of the boss aesthetic, but I still need your input on the specifics. For example, the skirt length of the uniform. How many centimeters above the knee do you prefer? Sumu looked at this message and reasonably suspected Shenzi was doing it on purpose. You decide. Shenzi's reply came quickly. Okay, then I'll base it on the standard from that time in the estate study. Fine. You win. Sumu felt that his image in Shenzi's mind must be quite lecherous. He didn't continue arguing with her on this point, and opened the second file. Custom clothing procurement list. This list was even more outrageous than the recruitment plan. It was divided into 3 major categories. Category A, professional uniform series. It included butler uniforms, nurse uniforms, teacher outfits, secretary uniforms, flight attendant uniforms, train conductor uniforms, hotel front desk uniforms, and so on, totaling 12 subcategories. Each category was followed by the fabric supplier and measurement collection method. Category B, role play series. Cat-eared maids, Japanese-style bathrobes, dark gothic race, Queen's JK uniforms, cheerleader outfits, Lolita black silk military uniforms. 8 categories, with the remarks column uniformly stating based on the boss' existing preferences combined with popular market styles. Category C, sports and leisure series. Yoga wear, swimsuits, tennis skirts, riding gear, Latin dance skirts, running sets. 6 categories. At the end of the file, Shenzi wrote 2 summary lines. If the boss has any additional categories, please let me know at any time. Note some styles require custom tailoring, which may require the relevant personnel to come to the estate for measurements. Sumu flipped the file back to the first page and scanned it again from the beginning. This woman had really pivoted from the asset management track to the personal service track, and she had done it quickly and accurately. Sumu typed a reply. Manager Shin has done well with the Internal Affairs Office. The list is approved. He paused for 2 seconds, then added another message. Also add 2 more sets of nun's outfit and a shrine maiden's outfit. Shinzi replied instantly. Received. Noted. Sumu stared at the words relevant personnel to come to the estate for measurements, and a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. Yizikia's system note was roleplay dependency. A cosplayer with millions of followers, her wardrobe probably had more costume pieces than everyday clothes. If she were to come for the measurements, that scene. But it wasn't the time yet. Sumu pushed the thought aside for now, but his fingers were already typing a line on the screen. Add 1 more category to the list, a white-haired battle-armored character outfit. Shinzi might not have fully understood what this category meant, but she still replied instantly. Received. Does this category have a reference prototype? So I can find a supplier. Sumu replied with 2 words. It does. As for who the reference prototype was, he didn't say. Shinzi didn't press for an answer and smoothly moved on to business. Boss, there's another matter I need to report to you. My senior sister, Yin Xingwu, whom I mentioned to you before, has arrived in Shanghai tonight. From now on, I will mainly be in charge of the estate's internal affairs. I plan to hand over the cleaning of the external assets of Starlight Plaza to her for execution. Would it be convenient for you to meet her tomorrow? Sumu thought about it and had nothing to do tomorrow anyway. He had completely given up on attending classes. As for the counselor, Su Man hadn't bothered him since the day he reminded her to turn down the remote control. Have her come to the study you went to last time tomorrow morning. Side story: late at night in Shunzi's room, Shinzi pushed up her wire-rimmed glasses, staring at the search results on the screen, and murmured to herself, white long hair, battle armor. Character prototypes that match this description. How come there are so many game and anime characters? She clicked on a high-definition image, zoomed in, and zoomed in again. The boss' aesthetic preferences are indeed profound. But the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. She closed the image, opened an encrypted document, and under the entry boss personal preference analysis added a new line: newly discovered preference, sweet voice, soft body, easy to push over. At that moment, the scene shifted to the VIP lounge of an international airport in the capital. On the sofa in the hall sat a woman who was exceptionally striking. Yin Xingwu was dressed in a custom-tailored black business suit with a pair of aggressively sharp stiletto heels on her feet, exuding an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance. She sat there sipping coffee, her fingers swiftly scrolling across her phone screen. Shunzi had just sent over Su Mu's name and the estate address, notifying her of a meeting at the estate tomorrow morning. Yin Xingwu let out a soft laugh, then switched to her contact list to start looking up some friends within the country. A traitor of her caliber never fights an unprepared battle. She needed to figure out which family this Su Mu belonged to and what interest groups were involved all before the meeting. The business world has its own rules. No one will simply yield away just because of who your father is. After all, those who have climbed to a certain level all have powerful backers. Sometimes even a swift leopard can't withstand a pack of hyenas, unless of course it has direct access to the highest authority, in which case that's a different story. Since she was going to meet this supposedly handsome young Master Su tomorrow, whether it was a negotiation or an interview, it all came down to information asymmetry. Having just landed back in the country, she immediately packaged Su Mu's name and relevant information and sent it to her 3 top-tier private connections across various circles in China. Any one of these 3 individuals could turn a second-tier city upside down. Please do this for me personally. The more detailed, the better. I need the results by 9 tomorrow morning. After sending the message, Yin Xingwu tossed her phone onto the table and took a sip of her coffee. She was eager to see just what kind of formidable figure this suddenly appearing young Master Su truly was. Just how much of a stake was he worth her taking? In the boys' dormitory, Su Mu had only just fallen asleep when a sharp mechanical electronic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. System high risk alert, multiple deep background traces, detected information shielding field automatically triggered, 3 high intensity background checks intercepted, SS level top secret protection automatically activated. Execution result, all intercepted successfully with warnings issued. Sumu woke up instantly, staring at the floating virtual lines in his vision. He paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. This was the permanent passive skill rewarded by the system on the night when Han Shuyo's development progress broke through 70. It was the first time Sumu had seen this alert. He rested his hands behind his head and gazed at the ceiling, pondering. High-intensity background checks. Before acquiring the information shielding skill, Sumu had always been cautious, refraining from provoking anyone with real power. Even though his mindset had shifted later, and this aura now had his back, he wasn't the type to deliberately stir up trouble, and he hadn't made any enemies yet. With this simple deduction, he already had a rough idea. It seemed that Shanzi's senior sister was far from a docile character. Of course, for the system to deem it high intensity, she was no simple, useless person either. Someone like this would make a perfect test subject. Like to dig? Go ahead and dig all you want. Sumu rolled over his eyelids heavy and fell asleep instantly. Tomorrow promised to be quite a show. The next morning, Sumu drove his 911 to Chongming Island. At 8 o'clock, he arrived at Star Lake Estate. In late September, Chongming Island already carried a hint of autumn, and National Day was just a week away. The ginkgo trees lining the outer perimeter of the estate were beginning to turn a faint yellow, and occasionally an egret would glide across the lake. Sumu wore a simple white crewneck t-shirt and black casual trousers, leaning back in the leather executive chair in his study. On the desk before him sat a cup of American coffee that Shunzi had just brought in, along with a stack of printed operational data for Starlight Plaza. He had no intention of flipping through those papers. If the boss does all the work, what's the secretary for? Secretaries are meant to be put to use, aren't they? Sumu took a slow sip of his coffee. From outside the door came the sound of high heels clicking on the hardwood floor. The rhythm was steady, unhurried, like someone with solid confidence. The study door swung open. Shunzi entered first, stepping aside to make way. Boss, my senior sister is here. Yan Qingwu followed Shunzi in. Accompanied by crisp rhythmic clicks, the 8-centimeter nude stilettos struck the hardwood floor each step, sending a tremor up her slender calves, swaying with a sense of oppressive allure. She wore a minimalist black tailored pencil dress, the fabric pulled taut, without a single crease. The impeccable three-dimensional tailoring didn't overwhelm her. Instead, it accentuated her wasp-like waist and the full prominent curves of her chest with exquisite clarity, exuding an extreme tension of being tightly wrapped, yet ready to burst free at any moment. Her long hair was tied into a clean high ponytail, and her makeup was delicate, yet carried a cold, condescending air. The most striking feature on her face was her slightly lifted phoenix eyes and her full crimson lips painted with a vintage red lipstick. Her lips were plump and soft, shimmering with a subtle hidden gloss, but the sharp lip line and the slight pursing of her mouth suppressed that fleshiness, radiating a seduction that could devour a person whole, yet still keep them at arm's length. Her aura was intensely aggressive, like a precious dagger hidden in a black velvet scabbard. On the surface, she bore the decisive coldness of an investment bank VP, but her mature, curvaceous figure, constrained by the suit constantly, exuded the fatal allure of a fully grown woman. If this weren't a formal business setting, the moment this woman walked in on her high heels with her slightly parted, coldly seductive red lips and her perfect waist-to-hip ratio, she would have shattered the sight and reason of every man in the room in the same second. But this was no ordinary setting. Yan Qingwu looked up and immediately spotted Sumu sitting behind the desk. With a swift, polite glance, she sized him up. Her first reaction was just one word: confusion. He was far too young. He looked at most a little over 20. Even among the second-generation heirs, families rarely let them venture out for experience at this age. Moreover, this man wasn't dressed like those young masters. Not wearing high-end custom clothes was normal, as those with real confidence didn't care about such things, preferring whatever was comfortable. But he didn't even have a watch on his wrist, nothing to signify his status. It was far too casual, too down-to-earth. If their meeting weren't at this estate, even with her sharp eye, she would have mistaken him for an ordinary college student, at most stopping to tease him a bit because of his handsome face. But since he could sit in this estate, his identity was undoubtedly genuine. Yan Qingwu's mind raced. Although she had made arrangements last night, for some reason, none of the three leads had sent back any information. She hadn't taken it too seriously before coming, thinking she could adapt on the spot with her own judgment. But she hadn't expected that the very first glance would leave her puzzled, putting her on the back foot. Yan Qingwu put on a polite smile and was about to exchange a few pleasantries to stall for time and wait for feedback. After all, until she had a clear picture of his background, she wouldn't easily commit. Having navigated this circle for so many years, Yan Qingwu had seen her share of grand scenes. Not just any second-generation heir was worth her calling boss. Shenzi had said this young Master Su was wealthy, and that was likely true. But the word wealthy was too vague. She needed to know what kind of wealth it was. Inherited family fortune, self-made, or quick money from information asymmetry. Different types of wealth called for different strategies. She had to confirm whether this boss was worth her bowing to serve. Just then her phone vibrated. She initially planned to ignore it, as looking at one's phone during a first meeting was very rude. But the vibration pattern was off. It wasn't a single buzz from a WeChat message, but a continuous, short, rapid series. Like someone was frantically sending her messages. Yan Qingwu hesitated briefly, then smiled apologetically. As Sumu glanced down and saw it was from one of the lines she had commissioned yesterday, a top-tier investigation firm in the circle. Their reputation was, if you have the money, we have the man. The message was from the company's big boss himself. President Yin, the person doesn't exist. All his files are locked at the highest confidentiality level. Don't drag me into this. I'll refund double the fee. Just please stop investigating. Yin Qing's expression froze for a moment. This company had been established for 20 years, and of course they knew there were some people they couldn't investigate. They had long had an internal list, so either they refused to take the case if the person was untouchable, or if they accepted it, they could find the information. A refund. This was a first. It meant that the young man before her was not on their list at all, yet he was precisely the kind of person who truly couldn't be provoked. Before Yin Qingwu could fully digest the implications behind that text message, her phone began to vibrate urgently again. The name on the caller ID made her heart leap. It was her mentor, the former dean of the National University School of Business, a highly respected figure in Beijing circles. After his retirement, he was someone who received tea deliveries from special personnel every holiday. Yin Qingwu, disregarding the setting, quickly answered the call. Teacher, The voice on the other end was very low, but it couldn't conceal a tone she had never heard from this elderly man before. Qingwu, have you lost your mind? Who did you ask the college to investigate yesterday? Do you know the security clearance level of his file, eh? Yin Qingwu opened her mouth. Teacher, I just wanted to understand. Stop all your actions immediately. Now, right this instant. Do you hear me? The call was mercilessly ended. Yin Qing's fingertips, still holding the phone, tingled slightly. She hadn't expected that merely using the college's channels to investigate someone would directly provoke a warning from this esteemed elder. Her heart was no longer just flustered, it was filled with dread. A third message popped in almost simultaneously. It was from her senior fellow apprentice who had the best connections in Shanghai's political circles, a powerful figure in a core district-level department renowned for his extensive network in the city. If not for his slight admiration for her given her status in the business world, she probably couldn't have enlisted his help. Yet the WeChat message from that senior contained only a single line. Junior sister, cut off all contact, and take care of yourself. Yin Qingwu stood rooted to the spot, phone in hand, her knees involuntarily weakening and bending slightly. 3 lines of inquiry, all completely shut down. Not only had she failed to uncover any trace of information, but she had also suffered an extremely fierce backlash. She lifted her head again and looked back at the young man in the white t-shirt sitting behind the desk. Su Mu's attire and expression were exactly the same as when he had first entered. But now in Yin Qing's eyes, he seemed to have transformed. Her mind began to race wildly. This was no sudden nouveau riche. An information blockade of this level was something she had never even heard of in her circles. Su Mu, sensing the moment was right, slowly tapped his fingers on the desktop twice. He looked up at Yin Qingwu. Miss Yin, have you finished checking my background? The phone in Yin Qing's hand nearly slipped from her grasp. The calmer Su Mu's tone was at this moment the more terrifying she found it. Standing there, the last thread of composure in her mind finally snapped completely. All the investigations, all the information advantages, all the negotiation leverage. It was all a joke. She had schemed late into the night, arrogantly believing she could seize the initiative in today's meeting. But in the end, not only did he know she had investigated him, he might even know exactly when she had done it. Yin Qingwu let out a long breath, and then made the fastest decision of her life. She bent down directly towards Su Mu, and said, "Young Master Su, this time I was out of line." Her voice dropped a full octave. "Qingwu accepts any punishment you deem fit. Just give the order." Su Mu looked at her. The woman's bowing posture was perfect, her back kept in a straight line, her head lowered just enough to see the tips of her black high heels, yet not so low as to appear completely fawning. Even in her moment of submission, her body language still carried a layer of restrained pride. This kind of person had pride and genuine ability. But to use her, she would need to be broken down first, and then rebuilt. Moreover, Su Mu was no pushover. This woman had used her cunning to try and dig into his background. He couldn't just laugh it off and say it was nothing. That wouldn't be magnanimity, that would be pathetic. If he did that once this woman came to her senses, she would only escalate her attempts to test his limits. Some women couldn't be tamed with indulgence, so a couple of slaps would make them much more obedient. He lifted his chin. "Come here." Yin Qingwu hesitated for a moment, then walked around the desk to stand before Su Mu. She obediently half-crouched in front of him, ensuring that the seated Su Mu didn't have to look up at her. Su Mu raised his right hand. His 5 fingers directly grasped Yin Qing's chin. The pressure wasn't heavy, but the angle was perfect to tilt her face upward. Yin Qing's entire body tensed. Forced to look up, she met Su Mu's gaze directly. Su Mu looked at her plump red lips and spoke slowly. "Intelligence is an asset in many situations." His thumb tightened slightly on her chin. "But with me, obedience is more important than intelligence." Yin Qingwu clenched her jaw. It wasn't because of the pain. It was the posture that completely exposed her neck under Su Mu's hand. The feeling of being utterly dominated was extremely unsettling for her. But she dared not make any unnecessary movements at this moment. Su Mu extended his right hand and gently patted her left cheek twice. This slightly degrading gesture caused a flush of heat to rise to Yan Qing's face. She wanted to flinch, but forcibly restrained herself, because she knew deep down that if she dodged those two paths there might be no path forward for her. Sumu leaned back in his chair, picked up the now slightly cold Americano, and took a sip. I see that lipstick on you is quite nice. Since you went through so much trouble to investigate me, it shouldn't be a problem if I investigate that lipstick of yours, should it? Half an hour later, Sumu's tone had returned to a normal temperature. Ziyi recommended you, and I trust her judgment. He'll put you in charge of the exterior cleaning for Starlight Plaza and Cloud Peak Tower. Coordinate the specific plans with Ziyi. Report to me if you encounter anything you can't handle. Any problems? Yan Qingwu straightened up. Her ponytail was slightly disheveled, and there was a faint, not obvious red mark on her chin. No problems, boss. Sumu glanced at her, said nothing more, and lowered his head to continue flipping through the stack of data on the desk. This was his signal for her to leave. Yan Qingwu turned and walked towards the door. As she reached it, she brushed past Shenzi, who was entering with 2 cups of coffee. Shenzi glanced at her senior sister's state, but asked nothing. Sumu picked up his cup, signaling that she could leave as well. Shenzi nodded and walked out of the study. In the living room, Yan Qingwu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside there was a lake and ginkgo trees bathed in beautiful sunlight. She picked up the hot water Shenzi had poured for her, her fingers gripping the cup with slight pressure. Shenzi walked over and stood beside her. There was silence for about 10 seconds. When I met him here that day, Shenzi's voice was very calm. I had an expression similar to yours now, senior sister. Yan Qingwu turned her head to look at her junior sister. Shenzi was wearing a light gray tailored dress, her hair pulled back, standing tall, with clear eyes. She was a completely different person from the somewhat naive junior sister in Yan Qing's memory. When did you become like this? Shenzi didn't answer the question. Instead, she smoothed the hem of her skirt and said, let's go, senior sister. He'll show you around the estate. On the way, he'll send you the recruitment plan I drafted. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs improvement. Shenzi took a couple of steps, then seemed to remember something, and turned back to look at Yan Qingwu. Also get your measurements taken. Your uniform is included in the first batch. Yan Qing's hand holding the cup of hot water stopped midair. Uniform? What uniform? A thin layer of ginkgo leaves carpeted the manor's tree-leaned path, crunching beneath each step. Yan Qingwu in her nude stilettos walked beside Shenzi, her legs still unsteady, each step deliberate and strained. Forcing herself to maintain composure, she lowered her head to scroll through the recruitment plan Shenzi had sent. The moment she saw the first page, her slightly upturned phoenix eyes twitched. Private manor maid. Age 22 to 30 and measurements required daily living assistance. Yan Qingwu shot Shenzi a glance before continuing to scroll. Female physical therapy masseuse. 247 private female doctor. Personal fitness trainer. Tea break, server, wine cellar manager, indoor golf caddy. Further down, an all-female security team. A black tailored uniform dress, a white blouse, and thigh-high boots. After reading that page, Yan Qingwu turned off the phone screen and called out to Shenzi ahead. Z, hold on. Shenzi turned back. Senior sister, what's wrong? This plan of yours. Yan Qingwu gestured in the air. You've nailed the boss' little desires, but the execution is far too crude. Shenzi blinked twice. Where is it crude? Just look at what you've written. Yan Qingwu lit up the screen again and held it before Shenzi. Private manor, made with measurements required. Why not just write concubine selection notice? Shenzi opened her mouth. This is an internal document, not for public release. Internal document. Yan Qingwu let out a cold laugh. Z, didn't you learn that saying in college? There is no internal document that won't leak, only those you think won't. If the media gets hold of this, tomorrow's headlines in Magic City will be about the secret concubine selection at the Chongming Island Manor. Do you believe me? Shenzi didn't argue further because Yan Qingwu was right. When she had drafted the plan, her mind was solely on pleasing the boss, and she had failed to seriously assess the external risks. And that's not even the biggest problem. Yan Qingwu stepped closer on the fallen, leaves her finger pointing at the line about measurements. If you write it so bluntly, what decent girl would apply? Think about it. A graduate from a top 985 university, or a beautiful girl who's been admired since childhood. What would her reaction be upon seeing this recruitment ad? Shenzi pondered. They might think it's not quite legitimate. Not just not legitimate. They'll know instantly what you're recruiting for. Yan Qingwu pursed her red lips. Those with self-respect won't come, those with talent won't come, and those with pride certainly won't. In the end, who will you get? You'll get nothing but gold-digging escorts with flashy resumes that upon closer inspection are filled with plastic surgery and nightclub experience. The remark hit hard and true. Shenzi knew Su Mu's tastes better than anyone, as she was well aware that Su Mu had never desired that kind of person. If the manor was filled with such people, Su Mu would be bored within 3 days. So, senior sister, how do you think we should revise it? Shenzi asked earnestly without a hint of defiance. She knew her own weaknesses well, but she was no match for Yin Qingwu in matters of commercial packaging and capital operations. It's not about what to revise, Yin Qingwu said. We need a different approach. High-caliber women have self-respect. You can't make them feel they're selling themselves for money. You have to offer them a fig leaf. Let them walk in willingly feeling they're pursuing a dream, not selling their bodies. Shunzi blinked. Yin Qingwu stopped being cryptic and began laying out her plan. She raised one finger and spoke. Register a shell company called Star Lake Cultural Tourism Group, then launch a high-end management trainee program under the group's name. Target fresh female graduates from 985 and 211 universities with an annual salary starting at $300,000, full social insurance and housing fund, and overseas study opportunities for top performers. And the training base for these management trainees will be set up right here in this manner. Shenzi's eyes widened slightly. What will the training content be? Yin Qingwu glanced at her with a hint of a smile, drawing out her words meaningfully. The training content will of course be personally approved by the boss. Yin Qingwu's voice was soft. Once they arrive at the manor, it's closed management. What uniforms to wear, what etiquette to learn. The assessment standards will be decided solely by the boss. Shenzi took about 2 seconds to grasp the implication. Once the first step was taken, everything else became easier to handle, especially when dealing with groups, as individual inhibitions were more easily broken down. Step 2. Yin Qingwu raised another finger. Establish a Star Lake classical art song and dance troupe under the banner of promoting high art and traditional culture. This allows us to openly recruit directly from the graduating classes of dance and music academies. These girls are professionally skilled and naturally good-looking. But the most crucial thing, do you know what it is? What? Poverty. Yin Qingwu said the word flatly, yet it carried a chilling capitalistic coldness. Girls from dance and music academies have spent hundreds of thousands on tuition over the years. Yet most of them end up either doing commercial performances, teaching kids to dance at training centers, earning $5,000 or $6,000 a month, barely making back their tuition fees. Offer them a legitimate job with an annual salary of over $200,000 under the prestigious name of an art troupe, and they'll be scrambling to join. Shenzi asked, but what happens after they arrive? Is it also closed management? Yin Qingwu smiled faintly. If everything followed the same model, the boss would get bored. Where there are people, there is competition, and where there is competition, there are rules. And the boss is the one who makes the rules. Shenzi's pen came to a complete stop. Yin Qingwu said she was just tweaking her approach, but she was actually saving face for her. This was a complete rewrite of the original plan. And looking back at her initial draft after this revision, it seemed no better than a primary school student's homework. Finally, step 3. Yin Qingwu stopped beneath a ginkgo tree, her nude heels pressing into the golden leaves. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, illuminating her face, which was painted with bold red lipstick. Strikingly beautiful and strikingly formidable. Leverage the Starlight Plaza, which the boss controls, to host the first Magic City University Ambience Ambassador Selection Contest. Set the prize at $1 million. The plaza will fully sponsor it, providing activity funds to all major universities for free. We can sponsor campus dance competitions, Hanfu cultural festivals, etiquette pageants, cosplay contests, all under our name. The schools want achievements, exposure, and funding. The students want prize money, resume builders, and opportunities. We want people. She paused, then uttered a phrase with her red lips. Everyone gets what they want, and it all looks very respectable. Shenzi asked, puzzled. This seems no different from the song and dance troops process. Isn't it redundant? Yin Qingwu looked at her, the corner of her mouth curling slightly. Recruitment only attracts recent graduates. Current students would hardly ever apply. But these competitions have no age restrictions for participants. And what man doesn't prefer someone younger and fresher? This is the boss-owned selection contest, casting a wide net across all the students in Magic City. An autumn wind swept through the manor's tree-lined path, sending ginkgo leaves flying everywhere. Shunzi stood rooted to the spot, the pen cap having fallen from her hand at some unknown moment. She finally understood what Yin Qingwu had meant. There is nothing in this world that cannot be brought to the table. Only people who don't know how to package it. With this glamorous facade of striving for dreams and careers coupled with generous rewards, Yin Qingwu's voice was unhurried. Those goddesses who usually hold themselves aloft will join the fray without any psychological burden. Some will even actively stand out to win rankings and resources. This is what we call legally monopolizing premium resources. Shenzi took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Senior sister. My. What exactly did you learn all those years in investment banking? Yin Qingwu was silent for a rare few seconds. It all boils down to one thing. She suddenly yanked a ginkgo leaf off a nearby branch, turning the poor into fertilizer for the rich. Shunzi crouched down to pick up the fallen pen cap, her mind still digesting the words Yin Qingwu had just spoken. Yin Qingwu stopped before a long bench, the autumn wind blowing her high ponytail to one side. Finally established the Xinghu Youth Cultural and Sports Foundation in the boss name. What for? To craft a persona seize the moral high ground in public opinion first. Yin Qingwu's tone was indifferent. Portray the manor's owner as a philanthropist and young entrepreneur dedicated to public welfare, committed to providing quality employment channels and artistic development platforms for college graduates. That way, no matter how many beautiful girls are recruited into the manor, it will always be seen as a philanthropist doing good deeds. By then you won't need to beg door to door as schools for political achievements, and sponsorships will willingly package and deliver the most attractive girls to us. Shenzi asked no more. She flipped open her small notebook and began jotting down notes rapidly, determined to record every detail Yin Qingwu had mentioned and compile a second draft for Sumu's review. Back in the manor's main building, Shenzi stood outside the study, clutching the recruitment plan that her senior sister, Yin Qingwu, had thoroughly revised, her mind caught in a fierce internal conflict. She was no naive newcomer to the professional world. Anyone could see the immense value in this revised plan, and equally how immature the previous version had been. In comparison, her newly acquired position as manor steward might even be at risk. What if she claimed all the credit for herself? Yet this thought lingered in her mind for barely 3 seconds before she crushed it outright. She recalled the scene in the study earlier, her senior sister's disheveled ponytail and the red marks on her chin. What kind of man was the boss? Even someone like her senior sister had been subdued at their first meeting. To play petty tricks like stealing credit in front of Sumu, that would be like an old man eating arsenic, courting death. And now Shenzi finally understood why had her senior sister, who could have presented these ideas to the boss alone, been so candid in sharing them. After hearing Yin Qingwu's words, Shenzi knew better than to believe it was out of any sect sisterhood. If possible, Yin Qingwu would only turn her into nourishment. If she were foolish enough to take sole credit for the plan this time, that hidden threat would become a blade in her senior sister's hands, ready to strike at any moment. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Shenzi's back. She quickly quashed those dangerous thoughts. Her rise to the position of manor steward depended not on her management skills, but on her absolute submission during that night of admitting her mistakes. Obedience, discretion, and staying out of trouble. That was her true moat. Shenzi knocked and entered the study. Sumu still sat in his office chair, the stack of data on Starlight Plaza untouched before him. As expected, a boss with a secretary never needed to read the data himself. Wasn't an obedient little secretary meant for just that? Boss. Shenzi handed over her notebook, her demeanor as meek as an intern presenting an annual summary. Senior sister helped me restructure the external packaging logic for the recruitment plan. Let me give you a brief rundown. Sumu didn't take the notebook. Leaning back in his chair, he motioned for her to speak directly. Shenzi summarized Yin Qingwu's plan in the simplest terms: management trainee program, art and dance troupe, campus talent ambassador competition, sports rehabilitation, public service station, Xinghu Youth Cultural and Sports Foundation, and industry education integration employment channels. She explained the core logic and external messaging for each point. After listening, Sumu was silent for about 5 seconds. This is indeed more interesting than the first version. Shenzi's heart sank. Damn, the boss had clearly taken a liking to her senior sister's talent. Was her position as steward barely warm, about to be sidelined? From then on, it would be a steady path to being marginalized, cast aside, and kicked out, ending up under a bridge fighting for cardboard boxes and eating stale buns, while watching her senior sister live the high life, eventually degenerating into a 7-spotted ladybug. Before she could finish imagining her exact route to scavenging, Sumu grabbed Shenzi's wrist. With a dizzying spin, Shenzi's mind hadn't even caught up. Her gold-rimmed glasses slipped slightly, her long legs hung in the air, and her light gray suit dress curled dangerously along the edge of the desk. Be boss. Shenzi was so startled her teeth chattered, her heart pounding so fast it nearly cracked her ribs. Sumu looked down at her, his hands braced beside her ears, his eyes gleaming with a knowing mockery. What? Worried about losing your steward position after that distracted look? Shenzi bit her lip and dared not answer, but the violent heaving of her chest betrayed her completely. Sumu reached out to adjust her gold-rimmed glasses, his fingertips brushing casually across her collarbone. Even if Yin Qingwu did take your steward position, she'd still be nothing but an outsider, a hunting dog. As for you, a smirk curled at the corner of Sumu's mouth. No matter what, you'll always be my most obedient little secretary. The crisis Shenzi had felt moments ago was utterly obliterated by those words. All right, follow her plan on everything, but keep all reports coming to you. Thank you, boss. Shenzi nodded and turned to leave. Oh, one more thing. Sumu called her back. Make sure to include the anime club from Muda University in the invitation list for that competition. Shenzi paused. Anime club. Sumu took another sip of his cold American coffee, his gaze casual. There's a cosplayer over there, quite famous. Shenzi adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and asked no further questions. As she walked out of the study, she mentally connected her boss words with the white-haired battle armor character outfit ordered a few days ago. Soft voice, supple body, easy to topple. She silently recited the phrase she had logged in her encrypted document, the corner of her mouth twitching before she held back. Waiting in the living room, Yin Qingwu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly at the lake. Seeing Shenzi emerge nearly an hour later, her expression remained calm, as though she had anticipated what happened. "What did the boss say?" Yin Qingwu asked. "The boss said you've got real skill." Shenzi walked over and stood beside her. "You're in charge of full execution, but everything needs my approval." Yin Qingwu's mouth twitched at those words. She realized her junior sister was no longer as naive as before and set aside her own petty schemes, knowing she would have to rely on her for a living from now on. What a pity. She had just been interrogated by that man about her lipstick for half an hour that morning, and now she had to openly help him pick women, with the credit going to her junior sister. But recalling the shock in the dean's voice, she said nothing, lowered her head, and opened her phone to start liaising with suppliers and handling the company registration process. Shenzi stood beside her, watching for a few seconds. "Senior sister. My. Also, you need to head to Starlight Plaza this afternoon." Yin Qingwu looked up. "Today, the boss has a gathering there this weekend, so the sooner the better." Yin Qingwu took a deep breath and tucked her phone into her bag. "Fine, I guess I'm cursed." She turned and walked toward the door, then paused and glanced back at Shenzi. "Junior sister, you've become wicked too. And that uniform you mentioned, what is it?" Shenzi smiled. "You'll find out once you've cleared the plaza, senior sister. It'll save the most unique piece for you tonight." At 3 in the afternoon, in the top-floor meeting room of Starlight Plaza, when Yin Qingwu pushed open the door, stepping in on 8-centimeter stiletto heels, the very air in the room seemed to shift. The faint red mark on her chin, brought from the estate, was already concealed by foundation. Her high ponytail was tied back immaculately, and a fresh layer of vintage red lipstick made her lips gleam even brighter than they had that morning. Though her legs still trembled slightly, facing the full table of mid-level managers who had gathered to watch the show, Yin Qingwu's aura, as a top-tier trader, instantly commanded the room. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yin Qingwu. As of today, I will be overseeing the external asset cleanup for Starlight Plaza. Now let us begin the meeting." She dispensed with any superfluous self-introduction and directly opened the black document folder she carried. Seeing her formidable approach, a man in his early 40s seated at the first position on the right side of the conference table was the first to speak. "So you're President Yin. You must be tired." This man was Wang Qinian. He was the operations director of Starlight Plaza, ostensibly the top manager of the mall's daily operations, but secretly an informant and cash cow planted there by the Qin Group. He leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. "But President Yin, you might not be fully aware of the situation yet, having just arrived. Our mall's operational system is already quite mature. All financial data is transparent and open, and my colleagues here can attest to that." His gaze swept around the table, and several department heads who were close to him nodded in agreement. A few neutral representatives and those from minor shareholders remained silent, offering no opposition. "Yes, President Wang is right. We've been running this process for years, and it's always been stable. President Yin, you can take your time to get familiar with things, no need to rush." Wang Qinian took another sip of coffee, adding a remark in a measured tone. "Also, let me remind you, President Yin, that some of Starlight Plaza's partners are involved in the Qin Group's key projects in Magic City. Before you touch anything, it's best to give the relevant parties a heads up first." This was already quite rude. In other words, he was saying, "I have the Qin family behind me. You'd better just play the part of a figurehead and not take yourself too seriously." Yin Qingwu didn't even lift her eyelids. She didn't even glance at Wang Qinian. Her fingers slid a thick stack of A4 paper from the folder, and she raised her hand, slapping it down on the conference table with a sharp crack. The sound echoed through the silent room like a slap across the face. "President Wang." Yin Qingwu finally looked up at Wang Qinian. "How do you plan to explain the fact that 3 shell companies under your name have been siphoning profits from the mall through fraudulent subleases?" Wang Qinian's hand holding his coffee froze in midair. Yin Qingwu didn't give him time to react. She flipped to the second page. "Furthermore, between August 2025 and May 2026, you fabricated lease contracts through affiliated companies to embezzle 14 months' worth of rent differentials totaling $3,800,000. She flipped to the third page. "And hey, raced the most interesting part, while you were helping the Qin Group with their plans, you also took 2 kickbacks from their competitors. Do they know about that? Where did you get this information?" Wang Qinian's voice had changed pitch. He had indeed done these things, but he had been very discreet, using only personal accounts and cash transactions. He never imagined a woman who had just parachuted in could uncover all this within half a day. Where it came from isn't important. Yin Qingwu pushed the documents towards Wang Qinian. "What matters is that you now have only 2 choices." Sweat was starting to form on Wang Qinian's forehead. He quickly pulled out his phone, and under the table, he found young Master Qin's WeChat and sent a voice message. Young Master Qin didn't answer. He made a phone call. Still no answer. He sent 3 more messages in quick succession. All of them vanished without a trace. What Wang Qinian didn't know was that the Qin Group had been hit by a series of scandals at noon that day. A media outlet had exposed environmental assessment fraud by one of the Qin Group's real estate companies. Hot on its heels, someone on a financial forum filed a real-name report accusing the Qin Group of illegal profit transfer in an overseas acquisition. Most critically, a substantial amount of mysterious funds were frantically dumping the Qin Group's stock on the secondary market, causing it to drop by as much as 6 points during the trading session. The Qin family, with their home base in flames, was now in a panic. They had no time to spare for a pawn like Wang Qinian. Yin Qingwu had never intended to haggle with someone of Wang Qinian's level within the mall. Her strategy was to cut the ground from under their feet. Strike a snake at its head, dig up a tree by its roots. On her way to Starlight Plaza, she had already arranged to expose several of the Qin Group's rotten deeds online. Her network wasn't just for show. While she couldn't dig up Su Mu's background, uncovering the dirty tricks of the Qin Group and Wang Qinian was a piece of cake. Wang Qinian stared at the phone screen at the messages that had disappeared into the void. The color visibly drained from his face. President Wang, don't wait any longer. After today, the Qin Group will no longer be the second largest shareholder. Yin Qingwu pulled the last page from the folder and slid it across the table to him. Will you write your own resignation letter and leave, or wait for the economic crime investigators to come for you? You have 3 minutes. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear the hum of the air conditioning vent. The leasing manager sitting next to Wang Qinian shrank back, frantically scrolling through his WeChat chat history under the table, revoking and deleting every single conversation related to Wang Qinian. The floor supervisor opposite Wang Qinian, who was usually his closest ally, trembled, spilling half his latte onto his pants. But he didn't dare move a muscle, terrified that Yin Qingwu might think he was defiant and target him next. At the far end of the table, 2 department heads who usually spoke the least exchanged a glance, then both lowered their heads in unison. Wang Qinian sat frozen in his chair for about 10 seconds, then slowly stood up. Without a word, he grabbed his car keys from the table, pushed back his chair, and walked out. He paused at the door as if he wanted to turn back and say something tough to save face. But when his eyes met Yin Qingwu's slightly upturned phoenix eyes, his mouth opened and then closed again. The door clicked shut. Yin Qingwu lowered her head and flipped to the next page of the document. The meeting will continue. Does anyone else have questions? No one spoke. The storm of cleanup centered on the top floor meeting room swept through the entire Starlight Plaza in a single afternoon. Dozens of shops involved in illegal subleasing or long-term rent arrears were sealed off and forcibly evicted. The security team was overhauled that same day, and even the front desk's badge system was reprogrammed. At the Jinshi Life lingerie shop, Chen Xiulan was leaning against the cashier's counter, chatting with the owner of the next-door shop. Xiulan, have you heard? A she-devil has been parachuted in upstairs. This afternoon she went berserk and fired 7 or 8 people in one go. How could I not have heard? Chen Xiulan rolled her eyes and slammed her rag down on the counter with a smack. They say she's a living hellspawn sent by the major shareholder with ruthless methods that are a complete mess. Chen Xiulan cursed loudly, but her hand clutching the rag couldn't help but tighten, her heart pounding with anxiety. Not long ago her little shop had been bullied by that despicable property manager. Later that bastard had somehow offended some unknown deity and inexplicably packed his bags and left. But this woman who had just arrived, she looked like the type who would devour people without spitting out the bones. She was on a completely different level from those old demers who just coasted through their days. Her biggest fear now was that once this anti-gang and anti-evil campaign was over, the wool would come from the sheep's back, and the next to have their rent hiked would be honest small shops like hers. If that happened, given the current market rates, she might as well close up shop tomorrow and go home to shell edamame. Oh, the hearts of these capitalists are even blacker than the seats of those shared bikes you scan by the roadside. The shop owner next door muttered with a pout. Exactly. If they dare to hike the rent recklessly, I'll make a banner and go sit at the main entrance. Chen Xiulan put her hands on her hips and spat in disdain. But after venting, the worry in her eyes didn't fade. She sighed, said no more, turned around, and continued organizing the discounted bras on the shelf. At 8 in the evening at the Qin family mansion, old Master Qin had just managed to extinguish most of the media scandals, and the stock price had barely recovered by 2 points before the market closed. He was exhausted, slumped in the armchair of his study. He had his butler trace the source of the day's chain of troubles, which ultimately pointed to a woman named Yin Qingwu, newly arrived at Starlight Plaza. Old Master Qin slammed his fist on the desk in fury. He picked up the phone and called his grandson, who was in charge of the Magic City territory. The phone rang 5 or 6 times before it was answered. Xiaofeng, do you know what's going on at Starlight Plaza? It's caused chaos across the entire group tonight. Qin Feng's voice came through the phone, but it sounded strange. His breathing was unsteady, as if he was panting or holding something back. Grandfather him. A bit busy. Busy with what? Are you on top of another woman again? Old Master Chin's anger flared up. How many times have I told you to focus on important business? You're always hanging around that woman. Are you bewitched by that Sioux woman? A very muffled thud came from the other end of the line, mixed with a suppressed male groan. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Old Master Qin frowned. Nothing, grandfather. I have to go now. Talk tomorrow. Qin Feng's voice carried an indescribable quality, a mixture of pain and something else. The more Old Master Qin listened, the more uneasy he felt. Too angry to waste more words on his unworthy grandson, he hung up the phone. He leaned back in his armchair and shook his head. That grandson of his was probably completely under that Sioux woman's thumb. There were so many beautiful women in Magic City, he couldn't understand what was so special about that Sioux man. At Qin Feng's private villa, in the basement level, the lighting was dim here. Amber wall sconces cast their glow on the walls when a single red high heel appeared in the light. Sioux man's authoritative voice came from one side. Qin Feng, you answered a phone call without my permission. What punishment do you deserve? Before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Star Lake Manor, the smile gradually faded from Shun Ziyi's face. Though Su Mu had pressed her against the table and soothed her for over half an hour, her body was satisfied, but her mind grew increasingly clear. After all, Shun Ziyi was not truly foolish. If this momentum allowed Yan Qingwu to continue her performance, then she would truly become the naive little white rabbit who had invited the wolf into the fold. Within a month, she, the Grand Steward, would be reduced to nothing more than a vase responsible only for serving coffee and being pressed against the table. She didn't mind serving coffee, and she minded even less being pressed against the table. But she refused to be merely a vase. Shun Ziyi walked to the corner of the second floor of the manor's main building, pulled out her phone, and scrolled to a name in her contacts. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered, and a sound of kicking off high heels came through the line. Lu Wei must have just arrived home. Calling me at this hour, could it be that your boss has some new trick? Shun Ziyi glanced toward the study on the second floor and lowered her voice. Senior sister is too strong. I need reinforcements. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Then Lu Wei let out a laugh. Isn't senior sister the reinforcement you already brought in? And now you dare to invite me over again? Shun Ziyi paused for a moment. Wei Jia, aren't you tempted? Lu Wei's laughter abruptly stopped. Alright, what do you want me to do this time? Shun Ziyi briefly recounted the events of the day. How Yan Qingwu had modified the recruitment plan, how she had been praised by Su Mu for her insight, and how she had been assigned to clean house at Starry Plaza's management. Finally, she added, tonight I plan to arrange a uniform for senior sister. Hearing this, Lu Wei perked up. A uniform? This is where you make your move. Lu Wei's voice carried a tone unfamiliar to Shun Ziyi, like that of a hunter spotting a worthy prey on the field. Go to the aesthetics gallery and get a semi-transparent one-piece secretary dress, the kind with a front slit down to the waist. The less fabric the better. Lu Wei lowered her voice. There's only one core requirement. Nothing underneath. Shun Ziyi realized Lu Wei intended to suppress senior sister's pride. Wei Jia, isn't this too harsh? Lu Wei sneered on the phone. If you're soft-hearted, just wait for her to take over your nest. Think it over yourself. Shun Ziyi straightened her back. Alright, I'll have someone arrange the delivery immediately. At 9 in the evening, at the manor's entrance, Yan Qingwu stepped out of the commercial vehicle. Her high heels crunched on the gravel, and she carried a black folder nearly 100 pages thick, moving with an air of purpose. Her phoenix eyes still held the killing intent from crushing everyone in the meeting room that day. Her high ponytail swayed under the street lamp, and her bright red lipstick stood out sharply in the night. The report on the plaza is all organized. Yan Qingwu placed the folder on the coffee table. I need to report the follow-up strategy regarding the Qin family to the boss in person. Shun Ziyi stood before Yan Qingwu, smiling gently, but not picking up her thread. Instead, she produced an exquisite black box and handed it over. Senior sister, you've worked hard. The boss is waiting for you on the second floor. But before you go up, you need to change into the manor's internal uniform. Yan Qingwu glanced at her, not taking it seriously. A uniform? She had already seen Shun Ziyi's proposal during the day. A black fitted uniform.